Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And I hate you don't give me super chat and give all you money to your GF and some cheater have wife also. Chapter 1. Konoha 48, October 10th. Night. In the land of fire, in a forest more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha Shinobi village, a naked baby lying on a ritual altar slowly opened its eyes. Here it is. The bright starry sky, the bright moon, and the lush forests. After a short period of confusion, the baby saw the scenery clearly, and a trace of doubt arose in the eyes full of innocence. At the same time, the blood in the air made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Ding, found the Earth Traverser, the system is binding, 1%, 2%, 3%. Before I had time to think about it, a mechatronic voice sounded in my mind. Earth Traverser, system? I crossed? Baby remembers that after he failed the college entrance examination, Shanyor Yuaki walked down the street to get drunk. When he crossed the road, he didn't notice the red traffic lights. He was hit by a car full of goods and flew tens of meters away. Dissipate. It's just that I didn't expect that after death, I didn't go to Legendary's barbaric underworld, but went directly through it. He was also an old bookworm in his previous life, and he has read a lot of novels about time travel. A rough estimate is that there are not 1,000, but 800. And he was originally an orphan, with no worries and cares. Now, looking at his young hands and the progress bar that is about to be loaded in his mind, he quickly accepted the time travel setting calmly. For the life that is about to start, I also have some expectations in my heart. After a while, the progress bar in my mind instantly loaded to 100%. Ding, the system binding is successful. Accompanied by the sound of electronic synthesis, information and functions about the system flooded into my mind instantly. These days, no matter what the system is, it seems that adding a series of prefixes such as super, divine grade, myriad worlds, gentian, etc., will instantly increase the force by n times. This system is no exception, called the Divine Grade Analysis System. The name is not important, the function is important. After a little understanding, I found that the system function is very simple. There is no task release, only simple intelligence, and simply by analyzing the data of the corpse, you can obtain all the abilities that the corpse had mastered during its lifetime. It's that simple and rude. It's just. I should have just been born now, right? Why in the wild? You won't abandon a baby, will you? After understanding the functions of the system, a question arises in my heart. When in doubt, ask the system. System, what world am I in now, what is my identity? He doesn't care much about whether he is an abandoned baby or not, anyway, he was also an abandoned baby in his previous life. It's just that he is still a baby now, how to live is a problem. Host is now in the world, Hokage ninja, identity, Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto. Hereafter directly refer to the protagonist as Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing the system's explanation, Naruto frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed it. Although Naruto's childhood in Hokage was not very good, he should have enjoyed the treatment of a hero, but he was spurned by the whole village, and even. It's pathetic. But for the current Naruto, being able to travel through a new life is already a profit, and there is nothing to be picky about. At the same time, a flash of inspiration flashed in my mind. The current timeline should be the Night of Nine Tails. While thinking in his heart, he turned his head to look at the place where the smell of blood came from. Sure enough, a man and a woman were lying on the ground not far away. The man has blonde hair and wears a royal robe, and the woman has red hair and wears a pregnant woman. A big hole was pierced into the abdomen of the two of them, and the bright red blood stained the whole ground. Although it is said that after they died, the current Naruto traveled here, and he has never even seen one side. But no matter what, from a moral point of view, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are his parents in this life. Looking at their miserable situation, Naruto inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. Since you are my parents in this life, I will inherit your abilities. After a moment of silence, Naruto suppressed the discomfort in his heart. Then, I said silently in my heart. System, analyze. Ding, successful analysis. Congratulations to host for obtaining Flying Thunder God, Sage Mode, Raise Non, Konoha Fluid Art, Ninjutsu, etc., all the abilities that Namikaze Minato mastered during his lifetime. Ding, successful analysis. Congratulations to host for obtaining the pure Uzumaki bloodline, adamantine sealing chains, sealing art collection, etc., all the abilities that Uzumaki Kushina mastered during his lifetime. As the system prompt sounded, countless ninjutsu knowledge flooded into my mind like a flood. It seems that after countless times of training, it is deeply engraved in every cell of the mind and body. It seems that as long as the thought comes together, it can be used at will. But Naruto knew it was just an illusion. Even though the pure Uzumaki bloodline has just been analyzed and his vitality is more than doubled after fusion, in the final analysis, he is just a newborn baby, and his hardware can't keep up. It doesn't matter, anyway, there will be no danger in the past few years, and the old man third generation won't let him have any accidents, don't worry. Naruto, who had just crossed over, looked very open, as steady as an old dog. Not long after, there were numerous footsteps behind him. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke through the barrier and led the dozens of Konoha shinobi followers to Naruto. Master Third Hokage, Nine-Tails Demon Fox has ruined our village, just kill it. That's right, now Nine-Tails has been sealed on this child, just kill this child. Yes, revenge for the fourth Hokage couple, revenge for the dead companions in the village. Jinchuriki's pregnancy is Konoha's secret, and no one knows that Naruto is the blood of the Minato couple except Konoha's high-level officials and people close to the fourth-generation couple. An insignificant baby, as long as he is killed, the nine tails sealed in his body will naturally die. For revenge, kill him. Dozens of Konoha shinobi members stared at Naruto on the altar with grief and indignation on their faces and fierce eyes. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly came to the altar and hugged Naruto, with a complicated face and thoughts racing in his heart. Nine tails escaped, Minato and Kushina sacrificed. When Konoha is in such a catastrophe, all countries will definitely be ready to move, the curtain has just come to an end. The Ninja World War will probably be turbulent again. Whether it's Jinchuriki or Minato's bloodline, Naruto's identity must not be revealed. Otherwise, countries will inevitably send ninjas into the assassinate. The sealing class also has no ability, reseal nine tails, replace Jinchuriki. Konoha also has no suitable Jinchuriki candidates. The blood of the Minato couple must also be preserved. After analyzing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen collected his thoughts. Immediately turned around, glanced at everyone, pondered for a while, and said, Jinchuriki is Konoha's strategic weapon to balance and deter all countries. Fourth Hokage also fights to keep nine tails in Konoha. Dead seal. We, Konoha, have lost the Minato couple and cannot lose the new nine tails Jinchuriki. So there is no room for Jinchuriki. News about Jinchuriki is forbidden to spread, understand? Master third generation. Everyone wants to persuade again. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said with a dignified look. Needless to say. Chapter 2. The fox demon is here. Run. The children playing on the side of the road rushed away as if they saw some terrifying monsters. One of them slipped and fell to the ground. Don't come here. Turning around, he saw Naruto approaching gradually, with a look of fear on his face. His hands kept scratching the ground, and he crawled backward in panic. Wow. Help! The passing Naruto only gave him a glance, and the child burst into tears. Seeing this, several fleeing children were very loyal. With a certain excitement on their frightened faces, they picked up stones on the ground and threw them at Naruto one after another. Kill him, kill this fox demon. It's really Grandma can bear it, but Grandpa can't bear it. Too long-winded, you guys. With one stride, Naruto directly leaped over 10 meters, caught a little fat man who yelled the loudest, and raised his fist. Say hello to his chubby face. The fox demon is eating people. The rest of the children were blown away again without looking back. BD, you know I'm a fox demon and dare to provoke me, do you want to die? I didn't care about the children who fled. Naruto's tone was indifferent, and the little fat man whose face was already swollen made complaints. Then directly throw him more than 10 meters away. Immediately. An Umbu ninja wearing a black tights jacket, a grey suspender armor, and a dog mask on his face suddenly appeared and caught the little fat man who was about to fall to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto, strike hard. Indifferent eyes stared at Uzumaki Naruto through the mask. Chi. He gave a disdainful chi. It's just a brat, just give him a good beating, and Naruto didn't think about what to do with him. People in the world of Hokage have excellent physical fitness, and this injury is nothing at all. Even if Umbu didn't pick up the little fat man, nothing would happen, at most he would get red and swollen. Besides, why didn't Umbu come out and stop you when you were being bullied just now? Real dog. Ignoring Umbu's indifferent gaze. With his head resting on the back of his head, Naruto walked into the small park by the side of the road with a step of denial. Sitting on the swing under the tree, with his hands on the hanging rope, he looked a little lonely, and the occasional leaves falling from the tree added a little bit of vicissitudes. Before I knew it, it had been nearly 3 years since I came to this world. After being picked up by Third Hokage that night, Naruto was placed in foster care with a villager in common and had a good first month. Naruto, who has an adult mind, does not cry or make trouble. The villagers who took care of him were not to mention taking good care of him, they were as close as children, at least they were doing their duty. But when rumors of the fox demon spread, everything changed. Fasting, beating and scolding, even. After going back and forth, under the arrangement of Third Hokage, I changed several places, and the experience was roughly the same. It was not until he was 1 year old that he could barely take care of himself that he was arranged to live alone by Third Hokage. Children in the Hokage world are generally precocious, especially in ninja families, where there are countless children left behind at the age of 1 or 2. Even if Naruto is precocious, it's not an exception. But humans are social animals after all. In this world without cell phones, internet, and entertainment, I am alone, and even live in abusive language. Even Naruto, who has an adult mind, will feel uncomfortable in his heart. Social death, nothing more than this. Far away. Looking at the lonely Naruto, Umbu frowned under the vicious dog mask, and immediately noticed the sound of footsteps in the distance, sighed secretly, put the little fat man on the ground, and disappeared in place. That's right here, the demon fox is eating people. After a while, the child who had just run away came running with several adult villagers. The villagers glanced at Naruto in the distance, with undisguised disgust in their eyes. Seeing Naruto's gaze, several villagers recalled the night several years ago, and a trace of fear suddenly rose in the depths of their eyes. Immediately turned away, reprimanded the eager children around him. I told you, run immediately when you see the fox demon. Don't provoke him. Why don't you listen? While talking, he slapped the seeds on the heads of several children. Then he picked up the little fat man who was staring at gold stars, and hurried back with the rest of the children. Let's go, next time, if you are eaten by a fox demon, no one will care about you. This kind of monster should be driven out of the village. I really don't know why Hokage-sama would leave such a monster in the village. Children born in recent years don't know the horror of fox demons, and only these brats dare to tease them, but the villagers who have experienced the Night of Nine Tails know it all. Most of Konoha was destroyed, and thousands of villagers and ninjas died. Fear, despair. Whenever I think of the scene back then, my heart shudders. Even after several years passed, not many villagers dared to provoke this fox demon incarnation. Because no one can guarantee whether he will suddenly turn into a nine-tails demon fox and be brought to despair and destruction by Konoha again. Of course, the villagers have also found some rules in the past 2 years. As long as they don't do anything, nothing will happen. Do it, no matter if it is a child or an adult, everyone will be beaten up. Injury to the muscles and bones is not a problem, but the pain of the flesh is definitely indispensable. It's no use complaining to Third Hokage because they were the ones who did it first. So now, the villagers knew that it was the children who provoked the fox demon first. Even if the little fat man was beaten up until his face was swollen, they didn't dare to do anything. Looking at the villagers who had gone away, and listening to the vaguely malicious words, Naruto looked at the sky. It's getting dark, it's time to go back. Jumping off the swing, walking slowly on the way home, under the reflection of the red clouds in the sky, a slender shadow is drawn. Chapter 3. Naruto lives in a two-story residential building, a small apartment with one bedroom, one living room and one bathroom on the second floor. Located in the northeast of the center of Konoha village, not far from the central street, the location is good, there are many vendors nearby, and the way in and out is very lively. But for Naruto, who has the status of fox demon, living in this area is not so good. It's not something common people can afford to have to deal with a wave of nasty words every time they come in and out. Hi. Returning to the living place, closing the door to isolate the sound from the outside world, Naruto exhaled, sat on the steps behind the door, slowly took off his shoes, put on house slippers, and walked into the house. The house should be fully furnished and tidy, not at all like a place where a 3-year-old child lives alone. Naruto walked to the cupboard, boiled hot water, stepped on the small stool next to him, opened the cupboard above, took out a bowl of instant noodles, opened the seasoning packet inside, and poured it into the instant noodles. After the hot water is boiled, add hot water to the 2 cups of instant noodles and cover them. Then he took out a carton of milk from the refrigerator, inserted a straw, and drank the milk while waiting for the instant noodles to cook. Third Hokage gave Naruto not much living expenses, only 3,000 a month, which is about equal to the salary of a D-level task at the current price. The miso ramen of Ichiraku Ramen is about 50 taels a bowl, and the living expenses of 3,000 taels are barely enough for Naruto to eat 2 meals of Ichiraku Ramen every day. As for a bowl of instant noodles plus a bottle of milk, it is just over 20 taels, which is much cheaper. Although the villagers in Konoha village do not like to see Naruto, in recent years, some foreign traders have settled in Konoha village to do business. Vendors who are not residents of Konohabara and who have not experienced the 9 Tails night will not look at Naruto with colored eyes. These instant noodles and milk are purchased from foreign vendors. Every time I go, Naruto buys boxes by boxes. For these retailers, they are considered a big customer. Why not make money if they can make money? About 5 minutes later, he opened the lid of the cup noodles, stirred it a little, and smelled the fragrant instant noodles. Naruto smiled. Then put his hands together and said in a low voice, "I'm starting. Life needs to be a little ritual." This is a habit developed when he lived in a villager's house less than 1 year old, even if he finally found out Naruto's identity as a fox demon and turned against each other. But this habit Naruto has been preserved. 3 divisions and 2 divisions, settled the dinner of the day, cleaned up the table, and took a short rest. After that, he took a shower and changed into the discounted children's pajamas that he bought with the saved living expenses. Although it was a bit out of shape, Naruto was still reluctant to throw it away. Afterwards, the changed and cleaned clothes were dried, the lights were turned off, and Naruto lay on the bed. The dark room was extremely quiet, but Naruto's consciousness appeared in a certain sewer. Seal space in 8-sign seal. A demon fox that was covered in red, exuding mania, hatred and other terrifying auras was lying in a huge steel cage. 9 Tails. As if sensing that someone had entered the sealed space, 9 Tails' ears twitched slightly while lying on the surface of the water. "Kurama, are you asleep?" Naruto asked softly, only to see 9 Tails' ears trembling slightly again, without speaking. Seeing this, Naruto rolled his eyes, quietly walked up to 9 Tails, and then grabbed its beard and pulled it hard. Hiss. 9 Tails, who was pretending to be asleep, took a deep breath of air conditioning, and immediately frowned. "Damn. Brat. I want to eat you. Ha ha. Slip away." Seeing 9 Tails with its bloody mouth open, Naruto immediately slipped behind 9 Tails. 9 Tails quickly turned around and bit back. Naruto. Sneak behind 9 Tails again, and repeat. 1 person and 1 fox played in circles in this huge cage. "Haha, you can't bite me, you can't bite me." Hearing Naruto's funny laughter, 9 Tails was full of anger. The tail flicked directly at Naruto. Boom. Hiss, 9 trumpets. It hurts like hell. Naruto, who was thrown over dozens of somersaults and hit the sealed iron gate, complained while rubbing his head. Snort. Ninetales turned her head arrogantly, and let out a hum. But a pair of ferocious vertical pupils stared at Naruto, who was rubbing his head from the corners of his eyes, and a hint of worry rose faintly in the depths of his pupils. "It's not really too strong, is it?" Pfft. Seeing the appearance of Ninetales, Naruto burst out laughing. "Little ghost!" A roar. Ninetales didn't know they were played by Naruto. "Jew trumpet, it really hurts. If you don't believe me, take a look." Naruto straightened his face immediately, pretending to be wronged. "Believe me again, there will be ghosts." Ninetales rolled his eyes, then fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Hee hee. Not to mention, Ninetales rolled his eyes with a hideous face, which is really cute. Naruto couldn't hold back for a moment, and laughed again. Ninetales' ears trembled, indicating that he was too lazy to talk to you. "Forget it. No more teasing, Ninetales. Otherwise, you will become angry from embarrassment." Walking to Ninetales, Naruto found a comfortable position and lay on Ninetales' body. The thick mane was very warm. Naruto murmured comfortably, then turned over, grabbed a large tuft of mane and held it in his arms. Ninetales slowly opened his eyes, and cast a glance at Naruto, who looked comfortable, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but a slight grin on the corners of his mouth. "I remember this Jinchuriki kid. The first time he entered the sealed space, he was still a little kid who was babbling, couldn't speak clearly, and could only stumble and crawl. For this kind of brat, Ninetales didn't even have the mood to scare him, so he just ignored it. Will a newborn kid know what fear is? Do not make jokes. As for eating this brat directly, how could it, Kurama, the mightiest tailed beast, bully a kid who didn't even have a sound mind? Does it lose face? If you want to eat, you have to grow up, and you will eat when you gain weight. It's just that I didn't expect that from then on, this little ghost came in every day, either babbling or screaming, or crawling directly to it, using it as a cushion or even a bed. On the back, on the top of the head, between the tail, between the fingers, and anywhere that can sleep, this little devil has slept with his head. It is also dishonest when sleeping, and often pulls its mane. This probably means those who don't know are fearless. Now time flies, nearly 3 years have passed. After 3 years of companionship and getting along with each other, it is inevitable that there will be feelings in the end. I remember when Naruto was learning to speak, the first thing he said clearly was the name of Kurama. Thinking of this, Ninetales' face turned pale. Chapter 4. Naruto, who was leaning against Ninetales, unable to sleep, opened his eyes and asked suddenly, "By the way, Kurama, do you want to go out?" Ninetales glanced at Naruto, then slowly closed his eyes. "Want to? I thought about it before. Now, I don't think much of it anymore. Because it goes out, Naruto will die. Anyway, there is no place to go out. Moreover, he has to face the pursuit of ninjas from all over the world, so he might as well stay in Naruto's body." Seeing that Ninetales didn't answer, Naruto showed a smile on his face, and then ran outside the sealed iron gate. Ninetales opened his eyes, and there was a hint of doubt in the depths of his eyes. I saw Naruto bent his knees and squatted halfway, and immediately jumped up with strength. As if guessing something, Ninetales suddenly shrank his pupils. Hiss! There was the sound of some kind of paper being torn, and Naruto, who was holding 2 books of seal symbols, fell from the sky. Torn off! Ninetales was stunned, but there was neither sadness nor joy in his heart. Because now he has never thought about going out. Suddenly, the torn seal talisman flashed with golden light. Really? Naruto thought to himself, sure enough. Of course, tearing the seal was not to let Ninetales out. It has been 3 years since he came to this world, and Naruto has certain plans for his future. But I have been hesitant about how to treat my parents in this life. Now, the purpose of tearing off the seal is to see the attitude of Namikaze Minato, who is sealed in his body. Besides, through the system 3 years ago, all the abilities of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were copied, because the body, bones, and not fully grown and not tried to use. Now it is 3 years old, and in the world of Hokage, it is possible to start simple physical exercises. The ninjutsu he has mastered needs a legitimate provenance. After a while, the golden light subsided, and a blonde young man wearing a Konoha vest and imperial robe suddenly appeared. Namikaze Minato. Boom. Enemies are jealous when they meet each other. Nine Tails overflowed with manic chakra, and slapped the sealed iron door with sharp giant claws, as if about to see Namikaze Minato appearing suddenly. Shred directly. Namikaze Minato, who didn't understand the situation clearly, thought that Nine Tails was out of trouble, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to take Naruto away, but he didn't expect that Namikaze. The man slapped away with one hand, and at the same time exerted force with his feet, and jumped to the top of Nine Tails in 2 or 3 steps. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while, and then shouted eagerly. "Naruto, what are you doing? Come out, it's dangerous." Naruto squinted his eyes. He didn't care about Nine Tails' manic chakra. He sat cross-legged on top of Nine Tails' head leisurely, propped his chin with his left hand, and gently stroked Nine Tails' head with his right hand. "Who are you?" "The other side." "This feeling is." In Konoha village, on a tall building somewhere, Konoha Umbu, who is in charge of monitoring Naruto, seems to have sensed something, a feeling of uneasiness. "Feeling welling up in my heart. Damn it." He immediately came to a window and cast his gaze into the room. The sleeping Naruto was surrounded by red chakra, which made the dark room red. Even through the window, you can still feel the atmosphere full of darkness, hatred, mania, etc., and fear. "Really? Oh no." Umbu was terrified, and immediately made a sign of special contact with his hands, and after a while, another Umbu appeared beside him. "Quickly, inform Lord Third Hokage that something has happened to Jinchuriki." "Yes. It's about Jinchuriki." Umbu, who just arrived, knew that the situation was urgent, so he responded and immediately ran towards Hokage's office. In the sealed space, looking at Naruto sitting cross-legged on top of Nine Tails with an indifferent expression, and Chakra's Nine Tails, who was appeased by Naruto and calmed down slightly, Namikaze Minato felt a little doubt in his heart. The seal was torn off by Naruto on his own initiative, and there is no sign of being controlled, and he seems to get along well with Nine Tails. But Naruto should be young now, so I can't guarantee whether he was bewitched by Nine Tails to tear off the seal. It's just that Naruto seems to have a sense that doesn't match his age. He should be a precocious child. Sure enough, as expected of Kushina and Ai's children, the third generation has taught you very well. With that in mind, Namikaze Minato showed a hexy smile on his face and said, "Naruto, I am your father." "Impossible, I am a fox demon, and I don't have a human father." Naruto immediately retorted. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while, and then said eagerly, "Naruto, you are me, Kushina, and the child. How could you be a fox demon?" "No, I don't have parents, I'm a fox demon." Naruto shook his head. "In the past 3 years of inhuman life, just saying that I am your father just want him to accept it obediently? How can it be?" Looking at Naruto with indifferent eyes, Minato frowned tightly. His thoughts were racing. Why does Naruto insist on calling himself a fox demon? Master Third Generation didn't tell Naruto's identity? What the hell went wrong? Only in Namikaze Minato, the remaining chakra is sealed in Naruto's body, and only at critical times will the seal be released to appear. Now he does not have enough information to analyze Naruto's current situation. His eyes flicked to Naruto and Nine Tails, trying to see something from them. Immediately, Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw that he was wearing pajamas. The fabric of the pajamas is very rough, the workmanship is poor, and it has been a bit ill-fitting, and even faded. Obviously, it has been a few years since I bought it, and it has been cleaned many times. Just from Naruto's pajamas, Namikaze Minato draws a conclusion that Naruto's life is very hard. How can it be? He and Kushina have tens of millions of taels in savings. Not being a ninja, not buying ninja tools, is enough for Naruto to live a well-off life for the rest of his life. Not to mention savings, what about pensions? There are pensions for ninjas who die in battle. The pension has a clear quota according to the ninja level and position. The pension of a Hokage who died in battle is also enough for a common family to live a prosperous life. How could Naruto have a hard life? Is this what Konoha did to me and Kushina's children? Is this how third Hokage treats my descendants? First, Namikaze Minato has doubts about Konoha's senior management and third Hokage. At the same time, I regret not listening to Kushina's words and staying to take good care of their children. Chapter 5. Pity. Regret does not help. With a sigh in my heart, Namikaze said with a slightly bitter voice. Naruto, I am indeed your father, Konoha's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And your mother is the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. On the night you were born, a mysterious person released Nine Tails when your mother gave birth and the seal weakened. He controlled Nine Tails and caused serious damage to the village. In order to keep Nine Tails in Konoha, maintain Konoha's deterrence and the balance of all countries, I have no choice but to seal Nine Tails in the newborn you. At the same time, in order to prevent Nine Tails from getting out of trouble, I will seal my remaining chakra in your body together. When it is critical, I will automatically release the seal to help you suppress Nine Tails and stabilize the seal. But now, I'm relieved to see that you and Nine Tails seem to be getting along very well. I sealed Nine Tails in your body, hoping that you would become the hero of the village, but maybe something went wrong, or maybe I was too idealistic. Things went wrong and didn't develop as I expected. These years, you must have had a bad time, right? Naruto, sorry. Watching Namikaze Minato recount the past with faint tears, and listening to his apology, Naruto let out a breath slowly. He knows better than Namikaze Minato what happened back then. He was already mentally prepared. He thought he could bear it calmly. But he was wrong. The reality is always more terrifying than the plot of a few episodes and a few scenes. Can you imagine a villager who was taking good care of him 1 second, and pinching your neck the next second? Can you imagine how uncomfortable it is to live in a world full of cold eyes and bad words? The cold, resentful eyes of the villagers went straight to their hearts. Vicious words are like the screams of the devil. After experiencing it personally, he realized that he was wrong. Naruto, who has endured all this, will inevitably have a trace of resentment towards Namikaze Minato in his heart. But with Namikaze Minato's apology, all the resentment in my heart dissipated. The original sin was not Namikaze Minato, he was just thoughtless and misjudged human nature. The one who should really resent is Konoha. Naruto, can you tell me about these years? Your year, this year is Konoha years. Seeing that Naruto's face softened, Namikaze Minato was eager to understand what happened these years. At the same time, I wanted to ask Naruto how old he is this year, but I think it is too irresponsible for a father to ask how old his child is. So another way. There is nothing to say about the past. This year is Konoha's 51st year, early October. Naruto shook his head, not wanting to talk about the past. As a person with adult thinking, I am not used to it, and I don't need to cry to my parents like a child. Are you only 3 years old? Namikaze Minato whispered something. I thought Naruto was at least 5-6 years old, but I didn't expect that he was not even 3 years old. Children from poor families take charge of their homes early, and the environment urges them to mature. Naruto has such a mature mind at this age, it seems that these years must have been very difficult. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato subconsciously clenched his fists, his heart filled with guilt. By the way, fourth Hokage, you must know a lot of ninjutsu, right? Although the full abilities of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina have been copied at the beginning. But for many iconic ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God, Naruto has no way to explain the source. Of course, outsiders need no explanation, mainly Namikaze Minato. In the future, using the system to obtain other people's abilities can explain the awakening of blood inheritance or special abilities such as copying and analysis. But it can't be awakened just after birth, or even used. This is a bit outrageous. Can't explain it at all. Does Naruto want to learn ninjutsu? At the age of 3, I can barely do some simple physical training. But to extract chakra, it is best after 4-5 years old. Of course, Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki family. As long as he does not extract chakra too much, it is not impossible to start learning now. It's just, my current body can't last long, I'm afraid I can't teach anything. Hearing Naruto call himself fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato felt uncomfortable, but he also knew that he couldn't just let it go. Naruto being able to speak on his own initiative is always a good start. Unfortunately, his current body is only the conscious body formed by the remaining chakra. Lost body supply chakra can't last long. Even if he wanted to teach Naruto to grow, he couldn't. 9 trumpets, help me, lend him some chakra. Naruto has long considered the issue of Namikaze Minato not being able to appear for too long. 9 Tails has the ability to distribute chakra to others, which can completely solve this problem. And although Namikaze Minato was unwilling to accept 9 Tails' help from the bottom of his heart, there was still a glimmer of hope in the depths of his eyes. 9 Tails squinted her eyes. What a joke! Help Namikaze Minato who cut himself apart and sealed? 9 Tails has 10,000 reluctances in his heart. But immediately, I noticed a huge chakra approaching from the outside world. Third Hokage? 9 Tails squinted his eyes. Just now Umbu approached Naruto, it didn't care. Anyway, Umbu would go to the window to observe Naruto several times every night late at night. But the hypocritical third Hokage can't help but care. On the one hand, he deliberately concealed the identity of the son of Naruto 4th generation, and let the rumors of the fox demon spread. On the one hand, when Naruto was wronged and struck, he showed up to ask for his care. There are private goods in the words, in an attempt to brainwash Naruto. It can be described as an old silver coin. 9 Tails, who has been observing the outside world in Naruto's body, is very clear. If Naruto hadn't inherited his Kurama's ingenuity, he would have been limped by third Hokage. That's right. 9 Tails thinks that Naruto's precocious wisdom is influenced by Kurama. Otherwise, Naruto, who has never been taught by anyone, is so smart and precocious at such a young age. Those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Isn't it Kurama that Naruto has been exposed to the most? Thinking so narcissistically in my heart, 9 Tails suddenly had an IQ on the line, and an evil thought rose from the bottom of my heart. It seems like a good idea for Namikaze Minato to see for himself how Konoha, whom he desperately protects, treats his child. Anyway, Namikaze Minato is dead, and now this is just the chakra consciousness, and it will dissipate when it dissipates. But let his conscious body after death still be tortured by conscience. Watching him blame himself, guilt, regret, unwillingness, resentment, and finally even blackening. Isn't this more enjoyable than killing people? 9 Tails thinks he's being too smart, too evil. Chapter 6. Humph. Since Naruto opened his mouth, I will show mercy and help you. 9 Tails raised his head proudly, a red chakra gushed out from his body, and immediately wrapped around Namikaze Minato's body surface. Feeling that the chakra wrapped around the body surface can replace consumption, Namikaze Minato is delighted. Even though the hatred for 9 Tails has not been let go, he still bowed slightly to 9 Tails sincerely. Although I don't want to, I still want to say, thank you, 9 Tails. Humph. I'm only helping Naruto, stop being sentimental, 4th Hokage. With a snort, 9 Tails looked at Namikaze Minato with disdain. Be happy now, you will cry later. Namikaze Minato, who didn't know what 9 Tails was thinking, was choked and scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, 4th Hokage, can I trouble you to write down all the ninjutsu you know? Solved the remaining problem of Namikaze Minato, Naruto brought up the problem of ninjutsu again. Naruto, learning ninjutsu is very dangerous. In addition to mastering the basics, you also need to be guided by experienced ninjas. Now the chakra of 9 Tails can replace the usual consumption. Let me guide you in practicing. Just in time to mend the father-son relationship while instructing ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato silently gave himself a thumbs up. I'm afraid that you will disappear suddenly one day. You should write it down first, and I will naturally ask you if there is anything you don't understand. Asking for ninjutsu is just an excuse to cover up his mastery of ninjutsu. Naruto doesn't need Minato's teaching at all, and he doesn't even bother to play with him about father-son affection. So indifferent. Namikaze Minato instant sitting wax. First write some powerful and difficult ones to Naruto, just raise non. At that time, Naruto can't understand, so he will give some pointers and show his hands, so as to establish a knowledgeable and upright father image. Then Naruto will be able to accept me. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato cheered up again. At the same time, Nine Tails, who has been paying attention to the outside world, squinted his eyes and noticed that third Hokage had rushed to Naruto's door, so he reminded Naruto on his head. Naruto, the third Hokage is here. Third Hokage. Dazed for a moment, Naruto guessed that it was the chakra overflowing from Nine Tails that had aroused Umbu's vigilance, thus attracting third Hokage. Annoyed, he tugged at the mane on Nine Tails' head. A hole. Brat, don't forget, I just helped you. Cut, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Ignoring Nine Tails' roar, Naruto whispered something in Nine Tails' ear, and then his consciousness disappeared in the sealed space. It's not cute at all to be as smart as I am when I'm only 3 years old. The narcissistic Nine Tails spit silently, and lay down on the ground again. At the same time, Namikaze Minato, who already had doubts about third Hokage, frowned tightly, then waved his hand at the sealed cage, and a picture. The sealing symbol reappeared, and then the figure disappeared in the sealed space. Nine Tails, who knew that the sealed talisman was just a cover-up and didn't think about going out, didn't stop it. Seeing Namikaze Minato's hidden move in the sealed space, Nine Tails grinned, and a strong smile rose from the depths of his eyes. Things got interesting. Meanwhile, the outside world. Master Hokage. Umbu, who had been watching Naruto by the window, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing to Naruto's house, and immediately came to third Hokage's side and knelt down on one knee with a respectful face. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, and asked. Tell me about the Jinchuriki situation. About 5 minutes ago, Jinchuriki's body overflowed with red chakra, which dissipated after 2 minutes. The situation is unknown. Umbu made a brief report on the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, heaving a sigh of relief, and then motioned for the door. Umbu went up quickly, took out a steel wire in his hand, and with a click, the door opened. As an Umbu ninja who focuses on assassination operations, lockpicking is only a basic ability. Sensing the manic atmosphere still remaining in the house, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and walked to the door of Naruto's room in an instant, put it on the handle and twisted it. The door opens. The room is filled with darkness, hatred, evil, mania and other atmospheres. It is indeed the Nine Tails chakra. Confirming that it was Nine Tails chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly came to the bed, opened the quilt, lifted the pajamas on Naruto with his left hand, made a seal with his right hand, and pressed it on Naruto's abdomen. A seal in the shape of a mosquito coil with special runes engraved around it emerged from Naruto's belly. Fortunately, the seal is only a little loose, it should be a photo of Nine Tails impacting the seal, so it's not a big problem. After careful inspection, it was found that the seal was slightly loose, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a guess in his mind. Afterwards, both hands made Indian gestures and pressed on Naruto's abdomen. Seal. Retightened the 8-sign seal, and Sarutobi Hiruzen checked it carefully again. The seal was placed 3 years ago. Although it is inspected every month, it has been nearly a month since the last inspection, and it is inevitable that it will become loose. After all, Naruto is different from the last 2 Jinchuriki who mastered the exquisite sealing technique, and cannot strengthen it alone. Under the impact of the Nine Tails chakra, the seal became loose, which was considered normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already considered this point, so it is checked once a month. It's just that I didn't expect that when the next inspection was about to usher in, there was another accident. Fortunately, it was discovered quickly and the problem was not serious. And Naruto has not been affected, the leaked Nine Tails chakra should not be much. After confirming that there is no problem and that the 8-sign seals are secure, Sarutobi Hiruzen helped Naruto cover the quilt again, and then waved back Umbu beside him. When Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook Naruto gently. Naruto, Naruto. Hi. Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, let out a soft and woke up leisurely. Seeing third Hokage sitting by the bed, Naruto rubbed his eyes in a daze, and then a look of surprise appeared on his innocent face. Grandpa third generation, why are you here? Chapter 7. Well, I just finished my work, so I wanted to come and see you. Naruto, why did you go to bed so early tonight? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face, just like a kind grandfather. Well, I'm a little tired today, so I went to bed early. You know that Grandpa third generation is coming, so I'll be waiting for you. I also made a temporary decision, don't worry about it. By the way, Grandpa third generation, sit down first, and I'll get you a glass of water. Remembering something, Naruto was about to get off the bed. Hehe, no need, Naruto, I'll just sit down and leave. Cheerfully patted Naruto's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Naruto's performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out an envelope and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, this is your living expenses for next month, please collect it, remember not to spend it indiscriminately, you know. Hee, got it. Thank you, Grandpa third generation. After receiving the envelope, Naruto had a pure smile on his face. Hi. Then he touched the envelope and realized that the thickness was wrong. Naruto let out a light huh. Open the envelope and count it, and there are 3,500 taels. 500 taels more than usual. Grandpa third generation, why are there so many? Have you forgotten, Naruto? Tomorrow is your third birthday. Grandpa is busy with work, so he may not have time to celebrate your birthday tomorrow. There is an extra 500 taels to buy some delicious food, you know? Well, it's okay. Thanks, Grandpa third generation. Seeing the smile on Naruto's face and the disappointment in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt guilty and started. Mouth. By the way, it's my birthday tomorrow, do you want any present for Naruto? Gift? Can I really mention it? Naruto was surprised. Well, but don't ask too much. This. Grandpa third generation, can you teach me ninjutsu? Hearing Naruto's words, the kind smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze, as if he didn't expect Naruto to make such a request. After pondering for a while, he tentatively asked. Why does Naruto learn ninjutsu? People in the village don't like me, they say I'm a fox demon. If I learn transformation technique, they won't recognize me. Seeing Naruto's lonely look, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled. But as a qualified politician, you can't be emotional. Jinchuriki cannot master power without a thorough understanding of the will of fire. Besides, at Naruto's current age, it's not time to learn ninjutsu. As the Hokage in the village, you must put the village first. Thinking of this in my heart, the guilt in my heart disappeared. Grandpa third generation, am I really a fox demon? Naruto raised his head suddenly with a lonely face, his eyes were full of bewilderment. No, how could Naruto be a fox demon? The villagers just don't know the truth and misunderstand you, but you have to tolerate them, you know. But everyone else has parents, so why don't I have parents? Grandpa third generation, you must know who my parents are, right? As long as I know who my parents are, I can tell others that I have parents too, and I'm not a fox demon anymore. Naruto, the identity of your parents, I will tell you when you grow up, isn't it too late to know? Seeing Naruto fell silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head and said. Okay, Naruto, you can only learn ninjutsu when you go to the ninjutsu school. You are not yet the age of the Jonin Jutsu school. As Hokage, I can't teach it privately. After finishing speaking, he paused, took out a kunao, and handed it to Naruto. Well, kunao throwing is also a function that a ninja must master. I will give this kunao as a birthday present. First practice the basic skills, lay a solid foundation, and prepare for becoming a great ninja in the future, you know. Understood, thank you, Grandpa third generation. Playing with the kunao in his hand, Naruto is like a normal child getting a new toy, no longer entangled, his face full of curiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly, chatted with Naruto for a while, took his leave and left. Goodbye, Grandpa third generation. Sending Sarutobi Hiruzen out the door, Naruto waved goodbye with reluctance. The moment the door was closed, the reluctance on his face instantly disappeared. Looking at the kunai in his hand, the corners of Naruto's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of mockery. Just toss it. Benedict. Kunai inserted into the solid wood wall, and an insect was ruthlessly nailed to the wall. Sealed space. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Namikaze Minato reappeared with a livid face. 3,000 taels a month for living expenses. Birthday red envelope 500 taels. A birthday present, a bitter one. This treatment is only a little better than the orphans in the orphanage. Namikaze Minato is only from a commoner family. But he vaguely remembers that when he was a child, his parents gave him more than 3,000 taels of pocket money every month. Just pocket money, or 20 years ago. And now, his child, Naruto, has to live on 3,000 taels for a month. What does Naruto usually eat? Can you get enough to eat every day? Is it nutritious enough? It's winter soon, do you have enough clothes to wear? If you dress too poorly, will you be looked down upon by your peers? Can you make friends? Are there any toys at home? Also, why doesn't Naruto live in his and Kushina's big house? Is it comfortable to live in such a small house? Besides, why hide the identity of Naruto's parents? Why do the villagers call Naruto a fox demon? Ah! Target? Is this targeting Naruto? To divert the anger and hatred of the villagers? Is Third Hokage trying to act as a light in the darkness and thus control Naruto? How can it be here? How could Third Hokage do this? How could he treat Naruto like this? Did the couple get such a result by sacrificing themselves to protect Konoha? Can't even the only offspring be treated kindly? Anger. Boundless anger surged out from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 8. Nine Tails felt extremely beautiful and very happy. I originally wanted to let Namikaze Minato stay in the sealed space, but gradually discovered how Naruto was treated in the village. Falling into self-blame, guilt, regret, unwillingness, resentment, and even blackening. But unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato is much smarter than expected. Only through a few conversations between Naruto and Third Hokage, the truth of the matter was analyzed. Burning with anger. It is worthy of Konoha's fourth Hokage. That's right, the heart of playing politics is dirty. As the fourth Hokage of Konoha, how could he not see the routine of Third Hokage clearly? Nine Tails. Hearing Nine Tails sneer, the furious Namikaze Minato turned around abruptly, his eyes burst into fiery sternness. Hey! What's the matter, Konoha's fourth Hokage-sama, are you trying to vent your anger on this old man? Spit out a sneer, Nine Tails teased. Even when Namikaze Minato was alive, Nine Tails didn't pay attention. What's more, it's just a chakra consciousness now. Incompetent rage. Hi. Namikaze Minato suppressed the anger in his heart, and slowly let out a breath of foul air. The expression on Nine Tails' face froze. Unexpectedly, a tease actually made Namikaze Minato calm down. Nine Tails, it seems that your relationship with Naruto is not as good as it seems. Although the relationship between Nine Tails and Naruto seems to be good, Namikaze Minato has never really believed in Nine Tails. Nine Tails knows the identity of Naruto Hokage's son. When you really have a good relationship, when you agree with someone, you will feel unwilling for what happened to the other person. But now seeing Third Hokage treat Naruto like this, he looks like he is watching a drama. Namikaze Minato, who calmed down, had to wonder. Ha ha ha. Nine Tails was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Namikaze Minato frowned, not knowing why. Nine Tails said with a mocking face. Fourth Hokage, you can't take it anymore. Namikaze Minato only analyzed what happened to Naruto through the dialogue between Third Hokage and Naruto. But how much can you understand without seeing it with your own eyes? Suddenly, Namikaze Minato seemed to have figured out something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. It's not that I don't care, but that I've seen more and got used to it. Ah! Habit. What a terrible thing this is. Nine Tails, can you tell me what happened to Naruto these years? Namikaze Minato spoke eagerly. Are you begging the old man? Nine Tails narrowed his teasing eyes. Hi. Exhaling again, Namikaze Minato lowered his head and said in a low voice. Yes. Naruto refused to say, but Nine Tails was the only one who could clearly know the truth. Poor parents in the world. For his own child, Konoha 4th Hokage, in the Third Ninja World War, the yellow flash that frightened the world, wave. Wind Minato, lower your proud head. At this moment, Nine Tails was not as happy as he imagined. Suddenly I feel like a wax, and suddenly feel dull. Nine Tails slowly stretched out his fist from the sealed cage. Although Namikaze Minato doesn't know what stretching fist means. But it can also be guessed that this may represent a certain meaning, a certain custom, or an action of a certain medium. Without thinking too much, Namikaze Minato stretched out his fist and touched it. Immediately, the pupils shrank suddenly. Master Third Hokage, Nine Tails Demon Fox has ruined the village, let's just kill him. That's right, now Nine Tails has been sealed on this child, just kill this child. Yes, revenge for the 4th Hokage couple, revenge for the dead companions in the village. After Nine Tails is sealed in Naruto, 3rd Hokage talks to Konoha shinobi. Several of them, Namikaze Minato saved their lives during the 3rd Ninja Great War. The screen changed. Have you heard? The baby raised by the Chuanmu family is the incarnation of the fox demon who destroyed Konoha. No way, weren't Chuanmu's parents killed by the fox demon? At the corner, a middle-aged man froze in place, a new milk bottle slipped from his hand. Pat. The scene changed, and the middle-aged man came to a crib, and the baby on the bed saw him, showing a naive and innocent look. Smiley face. Suddenly, the middle-aged man violently exploded. Pinching the baby's neck, the veins in his hands swelled. On the baby's flushed face, there was a hint of confusion, as if asking, why? The screen flipped again. The baby appeared in another crib, no smile on his face, no more innocence, no eyes. There are bruises all over the exposed tender skin. The screen flipped again. Another woman crushes the baby in the water. The screen keeps flipping, and the baby who has just learned to walk and can't speak clearly is arranged by 3rd Hokage to live alone. The monthly living expenses are only 3,000 taels, which is about the same as the reward for a D-level task, a few handfuls of fine kunao, and a meal of barbecue. Life doesn't get any better. Grocery store. Go away. There is nothing for you here. Food retail outlets. You are not welcome here, get out of here. What a bad luck. Food stalls. I beg you, you have ruined my family, don't hurt me again. Passers-by. Which one is the fox demon? Master Ninja, why don't you drive the fox demon out of the village? I really don't know why Lord 3rd Generation let this fox demon live in the village. This kind of harmful monster should be killed directly. Bad boy. Kill him, kill this fox demon. Old subordinates. That is Lord 4th Generation's child. What are you talking about? That is the murderer who killed Master 4th Generation and killed tens of thousands of villagers. That's too much. If he hadn't been born, what happened back then wouldn't have happened. It's all his fault. Bah, what a BD. Let's go, do you still want to deal with this murderer? Forget it, let's go. 3rd Hokage. Naruto, beating is wrong. The villagers just misunderstood you. You should treat them leniently. You have to remember to be strict with yourself and be lenient to others. As long as you do it, one day, I believe you will be recognized by the villagers. Scenes flashed like slides. After watching what happened to Naruto in recent years, Namikaze Minato is no longer angry, but only strangely calm. At the same time, Naruto appeared in the sealed space with a pen and notebook in hand. Jew trumpet, don't do unnecessary things. Seeing their movements, and Namikaze Minato with faint tears on his face, Naruto knew what they were doing without guessing. The past is the past. Even though Namikaze Minato is his father in this life, Naruto is unwilling to let others see his past scars. Hearing Naruto's indifferent voice, Nine Tails withdrew his hand in embarrassment, lying on the ground and turning his head away, not daring to look at Naruto. Namikaze Minato also turned his head away and quickly wiped his face. "Humph, I remember you, Nine Trumpets." With a snort and a sharp glance at Nine Tails, Naruto threw the notebook in his hand to Namikaze Minato, "Fourth Hokage, Ninjutsu." Then the figure disappeared, and Namikaze Minato's whisper was vaguely heard again. "Naruto, I'm sorry." Chapter 9. Hokage House. In Hokage's office, the smoke filled the air, like a misty fairyland on earth. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the office chair and looked at the data of Uzumaki Naruto in his hand. Among them are monitoring records, behavioral habits, psychological evaluation, strength evaluation, and so on. As for the column of interpersonal relationship, there is still a big word "no" in the past 2 years. Flipping through it carefully, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the documents in his hand, and slowly exhaled smoke. Then he put the pipe in his hand aside, propped his elbows on the table, crossed his fingers, rested his chin, and his eyes flickered. Tonight the Nine Tails chakra leaked from the seal, although it was inspected and there were no major problems. But it was a wake-up call for Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time it was quickly discovered that Naruto was not affected by the evil chakra of Nine Tails and lost his mind. But it doesn't mean it will be the same every time. It has been safe and sound for 3 years. Was this accident caused by Nine Tails actively impacting the seal? If yes, if the attack failed this time, will the next attack be carried out again? Have to guard against. Besides, Umbu, who is responsible for monitoring Naruto, is not strong, only Chunin can reach the level of Jonin. If Nine Tails hit the seal again, Naruto lost his mind, and Jinchuriki went berserk, Umbu, who was watching, would be powerless to stop it. Umbu's psychological evaluation of Naruto has never been positive. Indifferent, autistic personality is prone to dark emotions. And the darker the mind, the easier it is to be influenced by the evil chakra of Nine Tails. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to teach Naruto ninjutsu prematurely. Practice ninjutsu, and your mental strength will be exercised. When the mental power is strong enough to produce dark emotions, the consciousness may enter the sealed space of the 8-sign seal. Once Naruto is bewitched by Nine Tails, or his consciousness is eroded, the consequences could be disastrous. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the other 2 ninja files from the drawer and put them on the table, hesitating in his heart. Only Wood Style and Sharingan can suppress the rampage of Jinchuriki. Wood Style has no other name in the ninja world except First Hokage Senju Hashirama. And Sharingan. The Uchiha clan is not trusted by Konoha's higher UPS. The only one who can gain the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui. Among Konoha, the one trusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and possessing Sharingan is Heitake Kakashi. On the desktop are the ninja files of Uchiha Shisui and Heitake Kakashi. The two have Jonin strength at a young age, and they are both genius ninjas of Konoha's younger generation. They are all good players who can complete S-level tasks independently. Jonin is the backbone of every ninja village. Some ninja villages in small countries, Jonin is even the leader of ninja village. Now Naruto's problem is not too big, and it seems a bit wasteful to send it to monitor Naruto. His who? Then he picked up the pipe on the table and took a puff, then slowly exhaled, then put the 2 files away again. With a decision in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Come on. Master Hokage." An Umbu emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. "Tell Heitake Jonin to come over." "Yes." Compared with Uchiha Shisui, who has a family behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts Minato's disciple more, and Heitake Kakashi who has no ties. "Master Hokage." In Hokage's office, rush to Kakashi and kneel on one knee, waiting for instructions. Third Hokage nodded and said, "Well, Kakashi, there is an important task for you to complete now." "Master Hokage, what mission?" Kakashi's naked dead fish eyes were neither sad nor happy. The seal in Naruto's body was loosened just now, and the Nine Tails chakra leaked out. Although there was no accident. But just in case, I need you to secretly protect Naruto now. Beware of the Nine Tails chakra leaking again, and Jinchuriki going berserk. Naruto, Ms. Minato's child. Kakashi shook his head and was silent for a while before speaking. Isn't it more appropriate to arrange a sealing class? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the eyes covered by Kakashi forehead protector and said. The sealing class can only seal when Jinchuriki is suppressed, but has no ability to suppress Jinchuriki. In other words, the strength of the sealing class is not strong. Only when the Jinchuriki is completely controlled and safe, can it be used. Otherwise, only food can be delivered. Kakashi understood that third Hokage had followed his Sharingan. I only have a Sharingan, so I'm afraid it won't work. It's okay, Naruto's problem is not big now. There was a leak just now, and I'm worried that Nine Tails will not be reconciled to breaking the seal again, so I have to guard against it. Kakashi, Naruto will leave you alone. Although Sharingan can control the tail beast. But in the known history, only Uchiha Madara and the mysterious person of the Nine Tails rebellion can be truly controlled. Third Hokage didn't count on Kakashi to take control either. I only hope that he can control a little bit when Jinchuriki goes berserk, and the interrupted tail beast can output chakra to Jinchuriki. Without the influence of tailed beast chakra, Jinchuriki would naturally regain consciousness. The advanced sealing technique also has a certain automatic repair feature. Even if the tailed beast wants to affect Jinchuriki again, it needs to hit the seal again. With this time buffer, it was enough for Konoha to react and make appropriate arrangements. Time. Third Hokage said please, and Kakashi could only take it. But now that Naruto is only 3 years old, it is impossible for him to stay by Naruto's side all the time. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, and said. Just until a suitable replacement is found. Kakashi frowned, not at all satisfied with this answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew it was a bit embarrassing, so he said again. If there is no further leak within 1 year, the mission will be automatically terminated. 1 year, good. The other side. Namikaze Minato in the sealed space is writing hard. Each advanced ninjutsu is recorded in a notebook that can be bought in twos. If other ninjas know about it, they will probably shout and waste everything. Advanced ninjutsu is an heirloom for common ninjas. But Namikaze Minato didn't care, he just wanted to give Precious a birthday present when Naruto woke up tomorrow. He can't take out a bitter one. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato, who was writing, paused. With Nine Tails chakra instead of consumption, Namikaze Minato is also a luxury. The sensor has been turned on to perceive the situation near Naruto. At this time, a familiar chakra appeared near Naruto's house. Kakashi? Sharingan? With a slight movement in his heart, Namikaze Minato roughly analyzed that this was the arrangement of third Hokage. It seems that Kakashi hasn't visited Naruto either. Forget it, this child is not easy. I think of Kakashi's father's suicide when he was a child and the influence of rumors in the village, which caused psychological trauma and closed his heart. After graduating at the age of 5, I have been getting along badly with my teammates. After being assigned to his own team, his personality improved and his closed heart was opened. As a result, Obito died to protect him. Before Obito died, he promised to take good care of Yuen Yelin. As a result, the promise was not fulfilled, and Yuen Yelin even bumped into Kakashi's rakery, ending her life. Namikaze Minato also felt guilty about the deaths of Obito and Harino Lin. But in the end, himself and Kushina also died. Shaking his head lightly, Namikaze Minato shook off the extra thoughts in his heart. Keep writing. Chapter 10. The next day. Naruto, happy birthday. Naruto, who woke up, had just entered the sealed space, and Namikaze Minato, who had been waiting all this time, immediately stepped forward and handed over a notebook. Notebook. Just looking at the appearance, it is much more shabby than a bittern. And today is the anniversary of your death. Give me a birthday present, do I have to burn something too? Naruto, whose mouth twitched, spat silently. Then he took the notebook and said, thank you. Namikaze Minato had a hee-hee smile on his face. Then he looked at Naruto expectantly. Naruto felt a little strange, then sat cross-legged on the spot, and opened the notebook. I saw that Namikaze Minato wrote very neatly. For easy browsing, the first page is the table of contents, which records the names of each ninjutsu and the corresponding page numbers. After a cursory glance at the catalog, there are several pages in the catalog alone, and the ninjutsu recorded is very complete. It's almost equivalent to a small sealed book. There are even some ninjutsu that Naruto didn't analyze from Namikaze Minato. Do you know all the ninjutsu here? Naruto asked with doubts in his heart. Some of them only memorized the cultivation method and didn't have time to learn it. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, then he was afraid of being underestimated by Naruto, and added, "But I will, basically they are very strong." Naruto nodded, knowing it in his heart. The system can only analyze the abilities and ninjutsu mastered before birth. Those who know the cultivation method but haven't learned it don't count. Namikaze Minato is also intentional, and even records the ninjutsu he doesn't know. A warm feeling rose in Naruto's heart. Skip the directory. The first to be recorded was the chakra distillation technique. Pretending to read it carefully. But I found that there were only cultivation methods, but no cultivation experience. It's not right. The records are so neat, including the table of contents, how could Namikaze Minato not make notes? At this point, Namikaze Minato knew it was time for him to step in. Naruto, chakra is a mixture of physical energy absorbed from the 130 trillion cells in the human body and spiritual energy that has undergone many exercises and accumulated experience. If you practice for the first time, you can practice in 3 steps. The first step, calm down and feel the energy of the body and the energy of the spirit. Step 2, try to mobilize the physical and mental energy you feel. Step 3, try to blend. Generally, beginners need several days to feel the physical/spiritual energy, and it takes 1 to several months to complete the 3-step practice and successfully refine chakra. So don't rush it. At the beginning, the physical/mental energy is very weak, and it is difficult to feel it if you cannot calm down. So Naruto, take your time. While listening, Naruto stared straight at Namikaze Minato, and tapped the notebook. He finally understands why there are only cultivation methods, but no tricks, no explanations, and it turns out that he is waiting here. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato is also a scheming boy. Seeing Naruto's suspicious eyes, Namikaze Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Was seen through. Of course, one of the reasons why I didn't write down my notes was that I wanted to personally guide Naruto. And more importantly, the time is too short. Namikaze Minato wanted to record all the ninjutsu he knew as Naruto's 3rd birthday gift before Naruto woke up. There is only one overnight, not enough time. Just record the ninjutsu practice method, save time, and can personally guide Naruto. When Naruto encounters problems, he can also enjoy the fun of children asking their father for advice. Isn't that double the joy? Looking away, Naruto closed his eyes and pretended to feel it. 1 2 3. Okay, no more pretending. A huge chakra gushes out from Naruto's body. His. So fast? Namikaze Minato, who was about to sit cross-legged, staggered and took a deep breath at the same time. And this amount of chakra has already exceeded the total amount of chakra he had during his lifetime. It's too exaggerated. After the shock, Namikaze Minato was overjoyed. Worthy of being my son. Behind him, Nine Tails half raised his eyelids in the fake bed, and his squinted eyes showed a hint of surprise. The amount of chakra extracted by Naruto is almost 1/10 of what it is now. How old is this? It's not that difficult. Naruto opened his eyes and frowned, pretending to be aggressive. This. Naruto, chakra is time sensitive. If it is not used after extraction, it will dissipate after a while. So you can refine as much chakra as you usually need. You are still young, don't over-extract chakra and squeeze the body. Namikaze Minato didn't even know what to say. Back then, he had to practice for a long time before he successfully refined it. Now we can only change the subject. Otherwise, Naruto would like to say, how long have you practiced to successfully refine chakra? How to answer this? Is he yellow flash shameless? No. Naruto nodded, didn't say much, and decided to show Namikaze Minato some face. Turn over the next page of the notebook in your hand, the next mudra. Namikaze Minato knows it's time for him to play again. Naruto, general ninjutsu involves channeling the flow of chakra of physical strength through mudra. Therefore, before learning ninjutsu, you need to master the 12 basic ninjutsu mudras. You can use ninjutsu faster if you are proficient in mudra. The picture may not be drawn clearly enough, so I will demonstrate it to you. After finishing speaking, Namikaze Minato demonstrates making Indian patterns one by one. Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, Hai. After Naruto tied the knot with Namikaze Minato, before Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, he tied the knot faster and faster. Alright. 6 prints per second. Namikaze Minato looks like he saw a ghost. Then, Naruto turned to the next page. 3 body technique. Simply read it again. Bang, and it turned into a shrunken version of 9 tails. With another bang, another shrunken version of 9 tails was released. Sure enough, Naruto is still more pro at 9 horns. As for the body replacement technique, you need to prepare substitute materials in advance, such as substitute wood, which Naruto does not have, so I did not practice. 9 tails behind him raised his eyes halfway again and smiled. Sure enough, Naruto kissed Kurama even more. Otherwise, why does he not change Namikaze Minato? Complacent, Kurama glanced sideways at Namikaze Minato. Next. Born with wind, fire, water, thunder, yin, yang, 6 attributes. Perfectly inherited all the attributes owned by Minato and Kushina. Ninjutsu with corresponding attributes, Naruto can basically learn it, and practice it. In one morning, Naruto has already mastered most of the ninjutsu in the notebook. Even after he developed it for 3 years, Jiraiya also practiced for 3 days to learn Raise Non, which was turned over by Naruto and used. Come out. By the end, Namikaze Minato was numb. Even Filii Shendu is not immune. Namikaze Minato just demonstrated the depiction of the imprint of Flying Thunder God and the teleportation of space. Come. And use it sneakily. Even more outrageous, Naruto is also able to transfer through his Flying Thunder God sigil. Shocked, Namikaze Minato didn't enjoy the fun of teaching his son to grow up. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the son be sensitive and eager to learn, humbly ask for advice when encountering problems, and then his father will teach him? Too smart, no sense of accomplishment at all. I feel that as long as there is a ninjutsu training method, Naruto can learn it directly. Except for some complicated ninjas for a demonstration, it is basically redundant. This is my son is a genius. Thinking about it this way, Namikaze Minato felt a strong sense of pride again. Chapter 11. Naruto, there are some ninjutsu that I haven't learned yet, so I can't explain them to you. Namikaze Minato was hollowed out. All ninjutsu mastered have been learned by Naruto. He felt that he was a salted fish without one. It's okay, I've learned enough, and I'm tired, I'll practice the rest later. Namikaze Minato didn't know ninjutsu when he was alive, and Naruto didn't know it either. Slip away. Can no longer learn. Otherwise, the genius who can learn it once and practice it will collapse. Naruto must have taken into account my psychological feelings, so he didn't continue to practice. Namikaze Minato was moved in his heart, and immediately said, "Go, Naruto. I have been practicing without paying attention to the time, it is already afternoon now. Go get something to eat first. I will teach you after I learn these ninjutsu." Namikaze Minato is full of fighting spirit again. Naruto, who was just about to leave, was stunned, wondering. You can still learn ninjutsu now. Well, my current body is similar to Shadow Clone, so I can learn ninjutsu. I just need enough chakra. Namikaze Minato glanced at 9 tails while speaking. To learn ninjutsu, use chakra. And Namikaze Minato's current body is maintained by replacing consumption with 9 tails chakra. Therefore, if Namikaze Minato wants to learn ninjutsu, he needs 9 tails to continuously provide chakra. Naruto looked at Nine Tails. Before he could speak, Nine Tails said, "The old man can maintain your body consumption all the time, but fourth Hokage, you need to unseal the seal on the other side of the old man's body in exchange. No matter what, in the end it is to help Namikaze Minato maintain his body." Nine Tails, whose IQ has been on the rise recently, knows how to beat Naruto to the prerequisites. Namikaze Minato pondered for a while, shook his head and said, "Your yin-type body was sealed in my soul, and Shinigami was sacrificed together. To break the seal, I need to release my soul from the belly of the Shinigami. But at that time, my soul will not be able to stay in the sun, and will return to the Pure Land. I need to call my soul from the Pure Land to the world again. In the end, my soul will unseal the seal, and only then can your yin-like body come out. Very difficult. I also don't have a way to summon my soul to the world now. P.S. It has always been a mystery why Minato in the original Impure world reincarnation has yin nine tails in his body. Here it is said to be sealed in the soul." Namikaze Minato knew that there was a forbidden technique in the Konoha seal book, which could summon the soul to the world. But this technique is too inhumane. When Namikaze Minato was Hokage, he just glanced at it briefly and didn't write down the practice method. Now if you want to get forbidden technique, you can only let Naruto do it. It's too dangerous. Namikaze Minato doesn't want Naruto to take risks, so he hides this forbidden technique directly. Nine Tails fell silent. Namikaze Minato's words are coherent and should be true. Even if the Nine Tails lived for 1,000 years, they only know that the Sage of Six Paths has the ability to summon souls from the Pure Land. Nine Tails was a disappointment. Naruto glanced at Namikaze Minato. As a former Hokage, it is impossible not to know Impure world reincarnation. But Naruto didn't say much, but walked to Nine Tails and comforted him. "Don't worry, Kurama. There is no way now, but it doesn't mean there will be no way in the future. We will definitely try our best to release the other half of your body." "That's right, Nine Tails. Just find a way to summon the soul from the Pure Land, and I'll unseal the other half of your body." Namikaze Minato also promised. "Okay, the old man will trust you just once." Nine Tails nodded. Regardless of whether it will succeed in the end, at least there is something to look forward to. Get out of the sealed space. Looking at the alarm clock in the room, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Naruto went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of milk, drinking while looking at the cupboard where the instant noodles were stored. "I really don't want to eat instant noodles. Forget it, let's go out for a stroll. It just so happens that today is my birthday, and it is also the anniversary of the death of many villagers. It's good to go out and feel sick to them." With a decision in mind, Naruto took off his pajamas, changed into casual clothes, put on his shoes and went out. "The teacher's child is out?" Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark and was looking at a well-known best-selling author Zaya Huangshu, was stunned. In intelligence, Naruto is an otaku. The number of times I go out in a month is very small. Without thinking too much, Kakashi reluctantly put away the little emperor uncle, and quickly followed. Walking on the street, the voices of the villagers are automatically blocked. Naruto does not know that Umbu who is watching has changed. Anyway, Naruto didn't care about changing it often. After wandering aimlessly for a while, I saw a 3-color meatball shop on the side of the road. 3-color meatballs, I really want to try them. For the 3-color balls that can turn Anko into a sweet potato in Legendary, Naruto is very greedy. It's a pity that I haven't eaten it once. I don't know if the boss will sell it to him. Standing at the corner hesitated for a while. Forget it, let's not make fun of ourselves. Dispelling the thought of going forward, Naruto was about to leave. "By the way, Itachi, I haven't congratulated you on opening your eyes yet, let me treat you to eat 3-color meatballs." Hearing the sound, Naruto was taken aback. "Ferret? Uchiha Itachi?" He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Not far away, I saw a pair of young men and women about 7 to 8 years old walking together. The conversation between the two continued. "No need, open your eyes, there is nothing to congratulate." While the man among them was speaking, the look of sadness on his face flashed away. After a pause, he continued, "And I don't like desserts." He said he liked it, but his eyes turned to the corner of his eyes to stare at the three-color meatball shop. Jungzio's cheeks were a little red. "Not fond of desserts, Uchiha Itachi." I was right. Female, very familiar. The only girl who can walk with Uchiha Itachi is the little girlfriend Uchiha Izumi. Hey, Itachi-kun really doesn't like desserts. Uchiha Izumi's face was full of teasing. "If you like to eat, go buy some." Uchiha Itachi looked like a little daughter-in-law being molested, and her face turned even redder. He, let's go there." The two walked to the three-color ball shop together, and Uchiha Izumi raised 4 fingers to the owner. "Boss, here are 4 three-color meatballs." "Okay." The boss responded, lowered his head and began to operate. Naruto at the corner rolled his eyes, ran behind Uchiha Itachi to cover his body, and then said, "Boss, give me 2 too." "Okay." Generally, when a customer orders food, the boss will roughly remember the appearance of the customer, so as to prevent the wrong customer from being given to the wrong customer. So after the boss responded, he habitually raised his head and glanced at it, and then he was taken aback. "Or these 2 people? Do you want to separate?" The boss looked at Uchiha Itachi strangely. "Not me." After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he was about to turn his body sideways to reveal the person behind him. Naruto behind him immediately stretched out his left hand and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's arm to prevent him from turning his body sideways. Holding a 100 tael bill in his right hand, he waved at the boss and said, "I ordered it. Boss, you can do it. Don't worry, you will have money for it." While speaking, a special rune emerged from the palm of his left hand and was printed on Uchiha Itachi's arm. Immediately disappeared. Chapter 12. The following text. "After all, you are a descendant of Kushina and if you want to eat 3-color meatballs, please do me a favor." Uchiha Itachi met Uzumaki Kushina when he was a child, and also visited Namikaze Minato's house with his mother Uchiha Mikoto. Just now, Uchiha Itachi has discovered Naruto, who is hiding in the corner and staring at the 3-color meatball shop. He also recognized Naruto's identity and knew what happened to him now. So, Uchiha Itachi, who was caught as a wall, did not resist. "Wait, who? Come out." It's just that the boss seemed to think of something, and looked behind Uchiha Itachi sideways. After seeing Naruto's appearance clearly, he immediately looked unlucky and kept waving out. "Let's go, let's not do your business here." He didn't say anything harsh, so he could be considered good-tempered. Cut. "It's not that I don't give money, and I don't sell it if I don't sell it. Who cares, a little." Pretending to be a bear child, sticking out his tongue, making a slight, Naruto quickly turned around and ran out. "Two little friends, be careful with that fox demon just now, don't get close to him. You were touched by him just now, go home and ask your parents to get rid of the bad luck for you. It's best to throw away the clothes you touched. Come on, do it well, yes, give it." The boss reminded me kindly, and then handed the packaged 3-color meatballs to Uchiha Izumi. "Itachi, was that the fox demon from the village just now?" Walking on the street, Uchiha Izumi looked curious. She had heard a lot of rumors about the fox demon, but it was the first time the master had seen it. "I even think that the rumored fox demon is very ferocious and terrifying. The kind that makes people feel fear and despair just by looking at it. But I didn't expect it to be a brat. It's so anti-cute." "No." Uchiha Itachi shook his head. "Huh? Why do the villagers in that village call him a fox demon?" Uchiha Izumi looked surprised. "The villagers are just ignorant." Uchiha Itachi also felt very ironic in his heart. Konoha's 4th Hokage, sacrificed at the same time to protect the village couple. Even used the bloodline of descendants as a container to seal 9 tails. As a result, the blood of the descendants fell into the current fate. As long as one of the 4th generation couple is still alive, their descendants will not suffer these grievances. People go cool. One cannot rely on one's conscience. At a young age, Uchiha Itachi has already seen through the means of high-level Konoha crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. The family and the village. Thinking of the relationship of the Uchiha family in the village now, Uchiha Itachi's heart is extremely heavy. As far as I can remember, during the reign of 4th Hokage, the Uchiha family and the village have been at peace. My father fought alongside Namikaze Minato in the Third Ninja World War. The mother and the 4th generation wife are close friends in the boudoir. Now, for the sake of being wise and safe, even their descendants dare not contact them. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, too sensitive. Konoha's high-level officials did not suppress the rumors in the village, probably because they wanted to screen out those who had malicious intentions to contact Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi has a different perspective on the village's manipulation of Jinchuriki. If Jinchuriki is allowed to live in Konoha as the son of a hero, there must be many grateful villagers who will greet the young Jinchuriki. At that time, there will be people with malicious intentions mixed in. People's hearts are unpredictable, and it is difficult for the village's senior management to investigate. But now, living in Konoha as a fox demon is much easier. Common people have a herd mentality. When everyone hates a person, those who don't hate it will also hate it. Even a small number of people with independent thinking will choose to avoid suspicion. Not many people would risk public outrage and contact this isolated person rashly. Only those with bad intentions would take this risk. Of course, it is not ruled out that there will be people who are truly pure and innocent. Just very few. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. The voice in the ear interrupted Uchiha Itachi's meditation. What are you thinking about? Thinking so engrossed. Uchiha Izumi had a look of concern on his face. Recently, Uchiha Itachi has become more and more distracted, and people have become taciturn. Nothing, just thought of something. Shaking his head, he looked up at the sky. Sasuke is almost waking up. Then Uchiha Itachi turned around and continued. Izumi, I've been out for a long time. Sasuke is about to wake up. If he wakes up and doesn't see me, he will lose his temper. I'm going back. Okay, then let's go back together. No, Sasuke will be angry if he finds out that I came out with you. Separate, I'll go first. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi ran towards the direction of the Uchiha family. Itachi, I haven't eaten the 3-color meatball yet. Seeing Uchiha Itachi who has disappeared, Uchiha Izumi is also convinced. Who needs the younger brother to fall asleep to go out, and rush back before the younger brother wakes up? And Sasuke, what kind of weird younger brother is going to be angry when he knows Itachi is going out with him? What is it? What kind of weird brothers are these? If there were no such words as Brakon and brother control in this world, Izumi Uchiha must be able to accurately apply the above two words to their brothers. The other side. After running away from the 3-color meatball shop, Naruto walked in the direction of Minami Kagawa. I tried to go there several times before, but Umbu stopped me. This time Naruto wanted to try again. As for just engraving the Flying Thunder God mark on Uchiha Itachi's body, it's just a casual move. It will come in handy someday, right? Umbu behind saw Naruto leaving the village's residence area, couldn't help frowning, and immediately came to Kakashi's side. Senior Kakashi, Jinchuriki has gone too far, do you need to intercept? As long as you don't leave the village. Usually, it is better to come to the periphery and feel the fresh air than to wander in the village. At least you don't have to be ignored. Kakashi's experience. Yes. After Umbu responded, he went around to the other side to protect Naruto. Third Hokage also did not limit the scope of Naruto's activities in the village. Just monitor Umbu for safety, generally will not let Naruto go to places where there are few people. Basically limited to the scope of residence. Umbu also forbids Naruto to enter when pinging places like the back mountain. But now that Kakashi is in charge, Umbu naturally won't say much. About 10 minutes later, Naruto all the way to the Nangachuan River is also very strange. They've come here, why didn't Umbu come out to intercept him? Has the scope of activities been relaxed recently? Sitting by the river, Naruto is full of question marks. Forget it. Anyway, it's a good thing. Looking at the faintly visible fish at the bottom of the river, it seems that the food can be improved today. After taking off his clothes twice, Naruto jumped into the water with a boom. Chapter 13. In this world without industrial pollution, the river water is exceptionally clear. Naruto, who came to the river for the first time, was delighted to see Lixin, and couldn't help but jumped into the frog style. Jumping is quite cool, but the fish were all scared away. No matter how strong a ninja is in the water, it is impossible to catch a nimbly swimming river fish with only his hands, unless his name is Kisame. Naruto didn't have any tools in his hands except for a kunai sent by third Hokage. Feeling annoyed, I swam around the bottom of the water holding my breath, and soon found a fish basket the size of a rice cooker. The fish basket was intact and not damaged. It should have been accidentally dropped into the water by a villager. It's a pity that the fish basket is covered with a lid, and there is not a single fish in it. A little disappointed in my heart, I looked at the big fish basket in my hand and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Pick up a small stone from the bottom of the water, engrave it with a special seal, and then throw it into the fish basket. Then cover the mouth of the fish basket and place it on the bottom of the water. After holding my breath and staring for a while, I saw several river fish swimming slowly towards this side. Naruto's hands form India. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. A piece of black runes spread in front of him. In the sealed space, Nine Tails raised his eyelids in the fake bed. This trick is the ninjutsu that Namikaze Minato transferred it to Tailed Beast Bomb, right? Although it was controlled by Sharingan at the beginning, Nine Tails also knew what happened. Even its Tailed Beast Bomb can be transferred. It has to be said that Namikaze Minato's space ninjutsu is still very strong. Just, what is Naruto doing? Do you practice ninjutsu underwater? Turning his eyes to Namikaze Minato on the other side, I saw that Namikaze Minato also had doubts on his face, and Nine Tails knew that there was nothing to ask. Looking through the seal, he looked at the outside world curiously. I saw the unconscious river fish slowly passing through Black's rune and disappearing. 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen river fish swam in. A ridiculous idea came to Nine Tails' heart. Suddenly, Naruto stretched his hands forward and flipped his palms. A kunai with the Flying Thunder God printed on it is in the palm of your hand. The black rune disappeared, and the river fish that had just entered the Flying Thunder God barrier suddenly appeared in the fish basket. Really? Nine Tails was silent and turned her head. What do you think of Namikaze Minato? Haha, Naruto is so smart, he learned ninjutsu in the morning and put it to use so quickly. Seemingly noticing Nine Tails' gaze, Namikaze Minato smiled, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't hide it. Nine Tails narrowed his eyes. The old man almost believed it. Suddenly, Nine Tails raised his head abruptly, his eyes froze. Sight through the seal again. Sharingan. The other side. Seeing Naruto's sudden dive, who was not far away was stunned. How old is he? Come to the river for the first time. Can you swim? Do you want to rescue him? Hesitating in his heart, he couldn't help looking in another direction. Looking at Kakashi squatting on a tree branch, holding an unknown book in his hand, with a face of I love learning. No matter how you look at it, why is it unreliable? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Couldn't stand it any longer, and immediately came to Kakashi's side, and said, Senior Kakashi, Jinchuriki has never been to the river, it has been in the water for a long time now, can't it be? The implication is that Jinchuriki may not be able to swim, will he commit suicide? Huh? Have you ever seen someone take off their clothes by diving into suicide? The studious Kakashi didn't even lift his eyes, and just stared at the learning materials in his hands. Learning makes me happy. It is worthy of being a super student who graduated at the age of 5 and Chunin at the age of 6. Senior Kakashi, let's take a look, something went wrong. Doesn't have Kakashi's big heart. Jinchuriki has a problem, and he can't afford it. If third Hokage hadn't said to follow Kakashi's orders, would have gone into the water and arrested Naruto long ago. No, it should be said that he would not be allowed to come to the edge of the village at all. Come on, someone is staring at me, which affects my study. Kakashi could only take back the study materials, and raised the forehead protector with his left hand, his lazy expression straightened, and then his eyes fixed. Sharingan. Possessing super insight, the Sharingan travels through the water in an instant. It's okay, that kid can swim. Seeing that Naruto just picked up a fish basket at the bottom of the water, Kakashi, who found no abnormality, said something, then pulled down the forehead protector again, and picked up the learning materials. In the sealed space. Nine Tails, don't get excited. Those are my former disciples, and there is no malice. Looking at Nine Tails, who was covered in red chakras surging out, Namikaze Minato looked worried. Pressing down with both hands, trying to appease Nine Tails whose anger has risen. He wasn't worried that Nine Tails would do something to Kakashi. Nine Tails can't get out either. The real concern is that the Nine Tails chakra leaked again, drawing the attention of Third Hokage. Naruto is still young, although he is looked down upon in the village, at least he is not in danger. If the Third Hokage is attracted again, Namikaze Minato is worried that he already has power. Naruto will no longer be hypocritical. If the strength is exposed, it will inevitably be monitored more closely. Even forced brainwashing. As for betraying Konoha, Nine Tails Jinchuriki wandered outside and was bound to be hunted down by the entire ninja world. It's not a good life to be bumpy and wandering, licking the edge of a knife. The 3-year-old rebellion is too cruel. Kurama, are you okay? Sensing the abnormality of Nine Tails, Naruto's voice sounded from the sealed space. Hearing Naruto's concerned voice, Nine Tails also realized that something was wrong, and slowly suppressed the anger in his heart, restraining the manic chakra. Fine. Nine Tails, who was lying on the ground again, felt a little doubt in his heart. The Sharingan just now feels very similar to that of the mysterious person 3 years ago. Immediately shook his head secretly, Namikaze Minato's disciple Kakashi, he also saw it when he was in Kushina's body. It's not the mysterious man 3 years ago. Seeing Nine Tails quiet down, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Outside world. Seeing Nine Tails was not interested, and Naruto didn't say anything else. I swam to the shore with the fish basket in my arms, and looked around inadvertently for a while. Immediately, Kagura's eyes opened. 2 chakra waves appeared not far away. Is one of them Kakashi? There was a slight movement in my heart. When Nine Tails was in a bad mood just now, Naruto had already noticed. So I heard what Namikaze Minato said. It's just that he didn't expect that Third Hokage would send Kakashi to monitor him. Is it because of last night's Nine Tails chakra leak? Suppress Tail Beast chakra with Sharingan? I have some guesses about the arrangement of Third Hokage in my heart. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore. It doesn't matter who is sent to watch. Kakashi is also good, at least the range of activities is wide. Putting away his thoughts, Naruto smiled as he watched the river fish jumping alive and kicking in the fish basket. Chapter 14. Dozens of river fish vary in size. The small one is only as wide as an adult's 2 fingers, and the large one is as wide as an adult's palm. Grilled fish tonight. With a decision in his heart, Naruto found a rattan cane and tied it to the fish basket and put it in the water, and then caught the larger ones. With kunao in hand, scrape off the fish scales, then dig out the internal organs and clean them. Find relatively fire-resistant branches and string them together, and then pick up a lot of firewood for fire and pile them up. Naruto was dumbfounded. Umbu is on the side, how to make a fire. Umbu in the dark, and Kakashi who was reading a book also became interested and cast their gazes. Naruto rolled his eyes and roared loudly. Umbu. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, and another Umbu suddenly looked at each other in blank dismay. It's not surprising that Naruto would know about Umbu. Although Naruto seldom goes out, Umbu, who always fights and wanders when he goes out, appears not once or twice. In the end, it was not uncommon for Third Hokage to intervene. Just now, what does it mean that Naruto called Umbu? Help with the fire? Who in the village doesn't panic when they hear Umbu's name? Umbu. Naruto didn't care, he continued barking if he didn't come out. There is no way to keep shouting, Kakashi gestured to Umbu not far away. The other Umbu had no choice but to stand in front of Naruto in an instant, and said impatiently. Uzumaki Naruto, didn't bark randomly. Fire me up. Stop making unreasonable demands. Help me make a fire. Is not your nanny. Help me make a fire. Naruto doesn't care, anyway, you have to help me light the fire. Is convinced too. Fire style Great Fireball. When a great fireball goes down, a pile of firewood on the ground instantly ignites. Etc. Just as he was about to leave in an instant, he was caught by Naruto. Bring me some spices. Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell do you want me to get the seasoning for you? Forget it, I'll go by myself. Seeing Umbu's reluctance, Naruto took 2 steps towards the house, and suddenly turned around and said, "Don't steal my fish, I remember how many there are. Who the hell would steal your fish? Go, bring him some seasoning." Suddenly, Kakashi's voice came. Turned his head sharply to look up the tree where Kakashi was hiding. "Want me to help him get the seasoning? Are you sure I heard you right? Go, you can get it nearby, it's getting dark." Kakashi's voice came again. The implication is that it implies that can help Naruto get it nearby. Let Naruto go back and get it by himself, and the two of them have to walk back and forth with Naruto. It takes more than half an hour to go back and forth, and I still have to wait for Naruto to finish roasting and eat. It's dark, and it's not safe to have Naruto here anymore. Of course, they could also just drive Naruto back. It's just that Kakashi also has his own selfishness. After all, he is the teacher's child, and it doesn't hurt to want to grill a fish to satisfy him. Having understood Kakashi's hint, let out a heavy breath. Even if you don't want to, you can only leave in an instant. Naruto had a triumphant smile on his face. In just a few minutes, reappeared, put the seasoning on the ground, and left without saying a word. 5 minutes later, listening to Naruto humming an unknown tune, smelling the fragrance, and looking at the Bingliangwan in his hand, a certain Umbu's mentality exploded directly, wishing he could spiral up in place. Kakashi on the other side looked away from the study materials and looked into the distance. I saw a 7-8-year-old girl walking from a distance with a curious look on her face. Looking at the unconscious again, Kakashi shook his head secretly. She is still too young to lose her mind so easily. No one was even noticed. Putting away the study materials in his hand, he came to another in an instant, and patted his shoulder. "Senior Kakashi." was taken aback. "Somebody is coming." Kakashi nodded slightly, indicating a certain direction. "It's the girl from the Uchiha family just now." Straightened his face. "Well, watch carefully," Kakashi exhorted. Does not prevent the people of the village from accessing Jinchuriki. The premise is that it can stand the investigation and not be afraid of being suspected by Hokage. Anyone who knows the identity of Jinchuriki will avoid suspicion. Those who don't know will alienate Jinchuriki because of their identity as a fox demon. Kakashi knows that the Uchiha family has repeatedly issued 5 orders not to allow the clansmen to contact Jinchuriki in order to protect themselves. Now this Uchiha family girl came over with a big grin. I don't know whether to say she is ignorant or what. The details of this little girl will probably have to be on Hokage's desk tonight. The other side. Uchiha Izumi, who had just separated from Uchiha Itachi, did not return to the family. Today is the anniversary of her father's death. After worshipping in the morning, my mother went to the shrine to pray. Uchiha Izumi alone has no appetite to eat at noon. In the afternoon, I wanted to ask Itachi-kun to have dinner together. It's just that Mr. Itachi, who has a strange brother, only came out for a while, and then went back. Uchiha Izumi, who doesn't have many friends in the family, wandered around Minamigawa. From a distance, there was a burst of fragrance. Suddenly, I felt that the 3 color balls I just bought were not very fragrant. My stomach rumbled loudly. Following the scent, I came all the way to the vicinity of Naruto. It's him? Recognizing Naruto who was grilling fish, Uchiha Izumi was taken aback. She never thought that the grilled fish would be a child less than 1 meter tall. How old is he? Can you grill your own fish? How did the fish come here? Could it be that he caught it himself? Are all kids so powerful now? Suddenly, Izumi Uchiha thought of another kid who was about the same age as Naruto and could only chatter in Big Brother's arms. Comparing the two, a certain monster is really weak. Naruto, who had noticed someone approaching him a long time ago, didn't care at first. I thought that the other party would leave after recognizing his identity. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't leave. Naruto glanced up. Yo, isn't this Uchiha Itachi's little girlfriend? What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a fox demon? Naruto slammed it with one sentence. Pfft. Seeing Naruto's fierce look, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help laughing, and went straight to Naruto and sat down. Looking at the cooked grilled fish, which was bigger than Naruto's belly, Uchiha Izumi asked curiously. So much, can you finish it? You want to eat? Naruto guessed what was on her mind. Uchiha Izumi gave a soft hum. There was a blush on the cheeks. I always feel a little like cheating children to eat. Immediately, he picked up the dessert wrapped in ruozo leaves, zongza leaves, and opened it to reveal the 3 color balls inside. Turn around and proposed to Naruto. Let's exchange 2 strings of 3 color meatballs for a smaller one, okay? Uchiha Izumi pointed to the smallest one. In the sealed space, Namikaze Minato kept wiping his tearful eyes with his right hand. Great, Naruto can finally make friends. Nine Tails on the side looked disgusted. What the hell is this 4th Hokage? Really? But looking at the picture of Naruto sitting with the little girl outside, Nine Tails couldn't help grinning. Chapter 15. Call over the information of this Uchiha woman. Seeing Uchiha Izumi sitting next to Naruto, Kakashi gave orders to Umbu beside him. Yes. Umbu responded and left in an instant. The other side. Naruto looked at Mariko-san's hero, then at Izumi Uchiha. This chick doesn't know brother's identity, does she? That's not right, the owner of the 3 color meatball shop said it just now. Naruto decided to try it out. Do you know who I am? Uchiha Izumi tilted his head and said cutely. Fox demon. Come here if you know. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Naruto looked strange. Itachi-kun said that you are not actually a fox demon. Uchiha Izumi said. Naruto hehe. Uchiha Itachi said no or no. Just trust Uchiha Itachi? No wonders Hibo Itachi didn't resist when he wanted to kill her, it's really stupid. Seeing the slight sarcasm on Naruto's face, Uchiha Izumi also knew that the answer just now was not convincing, so he said seriously. And how could the fox demon use money to buy things, and how could the boss dare to drive you away? I believe there must be some reason for the village to become what it is now. After a pause, Uchiha Izumi continued. Do you want to change? Your grilled fish is already cooked. Change. Naruto roughly estimated the appetite of a 7 to 8 year old girl, then picked up a medium-sized grilled fish and handed it to Uchiha Izumi. Well. Thanks. Uchiha Izumi took the grilled fish with a reddish face. I wanted to shirk it and say the smallest one is fine. But the growling stomach made her choose Kungzin. However, I feel sorry for sure. If she was the same age, she would not be like this. Mainly Naruto is too small. It made her feel guilty of bullying a child. Uchiha Izumi, struggling in his heart, put all the 3 color balls in front of Naruto and said. I'll give you all of this, I'm full from this grilled fish. I want 2 skewers to taste. Naruto didn't take advantage of her either, picked up 2 of the skewers and tasted one, it was sticky and sweet. Uchiha Izumi thinks Naruto is small, why doesn't Naruto think Uchiha Izumi is small? Uchiha Izumi couldn't help laughing seeing Naruto's cute, grown-up appearance. How could he be a fox demon if he knew how to be humble at such a young age? With that in mind, Uchiha Izumi blew on the grilled fish near his mouth, and then took a bite. It's so hot. It's delicious. Slapping his hot mouth with one hand, Uchiha Izumi looked surprised. Not only does it smell good, it tastes good too. Glancing at Naruto sitting next to him, who was only as high as his shoulders, he was even more amazed. How did you do it? How can it be so delicious? And it's so small. People are most afraid of comparison, thinking of a certain monster again. Uchiha Izumi always finds it hard to describe. By the way, what's your name? While eating, Uchiha Izumi asked. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto is a bit cold. Hi, Uzumaki. Uchiha Izumi looked surprised. Uzumaki is not a common surname. The Konoha Chronicle records the friendship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Ninja School history class will also talk about it. You must know that in order to express friendship and goodwill to the Uzumaki family, Konoha specially embroidered the Uzumaki family emblem on the ninja vest. Yes, how about you? Naruto nodded, turned around and asked. My name is Uchiha Izumi, do you know Uchiha? Uchiha Izumi turned slightly to his side, revealing the clan crest behind him. I know, Konoha's biggest family. Third Hokage taught Naruto how to read, so Naruto also has Konoha Chronicles at home. It's just that the Enlightenment book used by Third Hokage was some kind of Will of Fire compiled by him. Hearing Naruto say Konoha's biggest family, Uchiha Izumi choked. She doesn't want to be proud of Konoha's largest family like other clansmen. Because Uchiha Kwan can feel that every time others say this sentence, their tone is ridiculed or fearful. The other side. Senior Kakashi is not a ninja, only ninja school files, and neither of his parents are ninjas and there is not much information. When Kakashi took the file, he was slightly surprised. As the Uchiha clan, even the parents are not ninjas? Without thinking too much, I opened the file directly. Uchiha Izumi. People common, personality common, learning common, ability common. No matter how you look at it, you are a common ninja school student. His mother is from the Uchiha clan and his father is a commoner. Growing up in the non-Uchiha family, he took his father's surname as a child. Father died during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Later, the mother moved back to the Uchiha family together and changed the surname to Uchiha. Kakashi also has slight memories of Uchiha Izumi's parents. When I was young, I also heard that a woman from the Uchiha family who had no ninja talent married a commoner. At the beginning, it caused quite a stir in Konoha. In order to ensure the purity of the blood, the Uchiha family has always practiced intermarriage within the clan. Even if there is non-intra-ethnic intermarriage, only a very small number of men marry non-ethnic wives. And the female clan has never married outside. Not to mention marrying a commoner. At least Kakashi has only heard of this case so far. And because Uchiha Izumi didn't grow up in the Uchiha family, and because his father was a commoner, he didn't have many friends of the same age in the family. Some tribes don't even recognize her as Uchiha. It's a borderline person. In terms of communication, most of them are civilian students of ninja school. The only bright spot is that I am a classmate with Uchiha Itachi, the head of the Uchiha clan. One of the few Uchiha people who has a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi. Based on this information alone, Kakashi can roughly analyze that Uchiha Izumi is not a pawn arranged by the Uchiha family to contact Jinchuriki. The Uchiha clan is very proud. Rarely uses intrigue. More like hard AL. Individuals are not excluded. But the core class is more arrogant. Therefore, in the general direction of the family, strong methods and policies are adopted. Contacting Jinchuriki rashly will inevitably arouse the vigilance of Konoha's senior management. Therefore, such a major event is impossible without the decision of the core family members. And after the decision of the core class, it is impossible to use such a soft method. After closing the file, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the first person willing to accept Naruto was a member of the Uchiha family. Looking at the two people in the distance, his eyes flickered. Chapter 16. Well. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi had finished eating, Naruto passed another one. No, I'm full. Uchiha Izumi waved his hand. Not to be polite, but really full. Girls have smaller appetites and are younger. All right. Seeing this, Naruto didn't continue to be courteous, and continued to eliminate. Uchiha Izumi went to the shore to wash his hands, and did not leave first, but chatted with Naruto without saying a word. Naruto didn't talk much, and with something in his mouth, he talked even less. Uchiha Kwan didn't care either, it was because she talked too much. Among them, there is a strange brother who loves to cling to the big brother. Even though he didn't mention his name, Naruto could guess that it was Sasuke. So full. Finally, the last piece of grilled fish was disposed of and lay directly on the ground. The right hand wanted to pat the belly subconsciously, but was caught by Uchiha Kwan, and said seriously, "Wash your hands first." Naruto was stunned, and went to the river to wash his hands. After Naruto finished washing his hands, Uchiha Izumi stood up, patted the dust off his body, and extended his hand to Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, let me take you home." Naruto was taken aback again. Uchiha Izumi directly took Naruto's hand and asked, "Where do you live?" "Near the central block." Naruto reported the address. "I don't know why I am so obedient. Maybe it was the first time in this world that I was cared about by outsiders. Some things, suddenly obtained, seem to be full of precious." The other side. Hokage office. A ninja from the intelligence department handed Sarutobi Hiruzen a newly compiled document. "Master Hokage, details of Izumi Uchiha." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After receiving the file, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened it directly. The ninja who submitted the information stepped aside, waiting for instructions. When another Umbu who monitored Naruto came back to retrieve the information, he also gave a brief report on the information that Izumi Uchiha had contacted Jinchuriki. The intelligence system of the entire Konoha operates rapidly. In less than an hour, a detailed document with a thickness of dozens of pages was sorted out. It covers all the information of Izumi Uchiha from birth to the present. After careful review, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the information. Then resting his chin on his hands, he fell into deep thought. There is no problem with Uchiha Izumi. Just a coincidence. This is the conclusion that the intelligence agencies have come to while collecting information. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has checked carefully, also generally agrees. At the same time, the same conclusion as Kakashi was drawn. The Uchiha family would not have approached the Jinchuriki with such soft tactics. But be careful, there is no big mistake. It may be unintentional contact now, but it does not mean that it will not be used by interested people in the future. The Uchiha family probably didn't have the idea of touching the Jinchuriki. But I found that someone in my family had inadvertently contacted him. Will the Uchiha family pick up the pawn that fell off the board and put it on the board? Have to guard against. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Are Uchiha Izumi and Jinchuriki separated now?" "Not yet, Uchiha Izumi is sending Jinchuriki home." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also happy, and even sent Jinchuriki home? Immediately continued to speak. "Spread the information that Izumi Uchiha came into contact with Jinchuriki among the Uchiha family, and closely monitor all those who come into contact with Izumi Uchiha. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against a thief. Rather than worrying that the Uchiha family will pick up this scattered pawn, it is better to have it directly in front of them. It depends on whether you pick it up or not. If you pick it up, you can directly prevent Uchiha Kwan from contacting Jinchuriki again. At the same time, it represents the need to be vigilant against the Uchiha family. As for not picking it up, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't mind putting pieces on his board. The Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi sit facing each other. "Itachi, don't come into contact with Izumi Uchiha in the future." "Father." Uchiha Itachi raised his head abruptly, not understanding why his father suddenly prevented him from contacting Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Itachi with both eyes, and said, "Today Uchiha Izumi and Jinchuriki made contact, but third Hokage did not stop. Now the news is spreading in the family. Some clansmen are even discussing whether to change Konoha's Jinchuriki into the Uchiha family's Jinchuriki." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and he immediately lowered his head. Although third Hokage did not prevent Uchiha Spring from coming into contact with Jinchuriki, it will inevitably monitor Uchiha Spring closely. If family members contact Uchiha Spring rashly, they will be strictly investigated and suspected. Even the idea of some family members intending to change Konoha Jinchuriki into Uchiha Jinchuriki may have reached the ears of Konoha's senior management. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, he has a special status. Continuing to contact Uchiha Izumi, Konoha's senior management will even doubt whether he has the will of the Uchiha patriarch. If you want to eliminate Konoha's suspicion, you can only completely sever the relationship. Figured out the key, Uchiha Itachi only regrets in his heart. Regret not going back to the family with her. Regret not telling her not to touch Jinchuriki. Regret. Seeing Uchiha Itachi bowing his head lonely, Uchiha Fugaku knew he had understood what he meant. I sigh in my heart. Immediately continued to speak. Itachi, you've been smart since you were young, you should understand. This is a trap and a temptation. Konoha executives have been suspecting that people from our family controlled Nine Tails 3 years ago. The family now needs to show Konoha that we have no intention of getting our hands on the Jinchuriki. I understand, my lord father. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Uchiha Itachi nodded with no sadness or joy on his face. Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly upon seeing this. 10 minutes later, the dignified Uchiha Izumi returned to the Uchiha family. On the way to send Naruto home just now, listening to the bad words of the villagers made her feel extremely heavy. Why are they like this? What kind of world does such a young child live in? Hell? Stepping into the gate of the Uchiha family, I happened to meet Uchiha Itachi, who was out to relax. Itachi-kun, do you know? Uchiha Izumi, with a heavy heart, wanted to talk to Uchiha Itachi about what happened today. But Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to see her, or just saw a stranger, and walked straight past. An inexplicable emotion rose from the bottom of my heart. Uchiha Kwan suddenly turned around and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's arm, and said in a slightly trembling voice, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and said indifferently, Is there a problem? Itachi, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Kwan only felt that the current Uchiha Itachi was very strange, so strange that it was frightening. If it's okay, please don't come to me again, I don't have time to play house with you. Uchiha Itachi broke away from the hand that was holding him tightly, and turned away. Why? Uchiha Izumi questioned loudly from behind. Too suddenly. She knew there must be something in it that prompted Uchiha Itachi to make the decision now. But now she just thinks, why? They are good friends, aren't they? Why can't you have a good talk? Why do you have to make a decision by yourself? Maybe there is another solution? Even if not, why must make the most decisive choice? Uchiha Itachi, who had already walked away, paused and turned around again. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi was overjoyed. No reason. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's ruthless reply, Uchiha Izumi's joy that had just risen suddenly sank. Immediately turned into a piece of ice. Why can't you even give me an explanation? Why do you decide everything? The two who looked at each other indifferently in the night turned around at the same time. The pupils of the two pairs of blacks turned red. The single Guyu spins rapidly, and then turns into two black Guyu. Chapter 17. Hokage Office. Hiruzen. The Uchiha family is ready to change Konoha's Jinchuriki into Uchiha's Jinchuriki. What are you waiting for now? Order. Our roots are willing to be pioneers. Pull out the cancer for Konoha. As Uchiha Itachi thought, some remarks about the family have already reached the ears of Konoha's senior management. Shimura Danzo realized that his opportunity had come, and challenged Third Hokage immediately. When it comes to dealing with Uchiha, Shimura Danzo is always the vanguard of who else I am. It's just a small group of people, they cannot represent the will of the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Those who made the remarks were all Uchiha who survived the Sengoku era and are now dying old people. They are living in their former glory, and it is not surprising that such remarks are made. Although they have a lot of voice in the Uchiha clan, what is more important is the attitude of the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. Okay. Wait. Shimura Danzo also knows the indecisive character of Third Hokage. It is extremely difficult for him to make up his mind to solve the Uchiha clan. But Hiruzen, why don't you stop Uchiha Izumi from making contact with Jinchuriki? Beside Jinchuriki. Before third Hokage finished speaking, Shimura Danzo flew into a rage and said, Hiruzen. Don't forget, the young patriarch Uchiha has a lot to do with Izumi Uchiha who came into contact with Jinchuriki. Don't forget what happened 3 years ago. Do you want to continue on the old road? It is most likely Uchiha Mikoto who leaked the birth date of the previous Jinchuriki to the Uchiha family. Now, the Uchiha family obviously wants to continue the strategy of the previous generation and arrange the future patriarch's wife next to Jinchuriki. In the previous generation, the childhood sweetheart of the Uchiha patriarch became the best friend of Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina due to various coincidences. This generation is also the childhood sweetheart of the Uchiha patriarch, and because of a coincidence, he became a friend of Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Identity and background are exactly the same. Shimura Danzo doesn't believe in so many coincidences. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen let Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina contact on the grounds that Jinchuriki had a Sharingan by his side and could temporarily suppress Jinchuriki at a critical moment. Today, Shimura Danzo did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would go the same way again. There is no clear evidence of what happened 3 years ago to the Uchiha family. Besides, Uchiha Izumi grew up in the village and only moved back to the Uchiha family 3 years ago. Now he is just a marginal person. She is different from other Uchiha and can be fought for. Sarutobi Hiruzen has ideas of his own. In his opinion, Uchiha Izumi's mother married a commoner, which means she took the initiative to integrate into Konoha's big family. So Uchiha Izumi, whose father is a commoner and whose mother is open-minded, who grew up in a village and was not taken seriously after moving back to the family, and whose interpersonal relationships are mainly non-clan members, is a person who can be won. Then give the Uchiha spring to our roots. I will raise her into a ninja loyal to Konoha and guide Jinchuriki to grow. And in the future, she will become the wife of the Uchiha clan chief, and deliver all the information of the Uchiha clan to Konoha. See you in the picture. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who fell silent and seemed to be thinking seriously, Shimura Danzo, who is well versed in negotiation, felt a little confident in his heart. It is impossible for you to completely wipe out the Uchiha clan. Nor is it possible to prevent the Uchiha people from making contact with the Jinchuriki. In the end, the person gave it to me, so there is no problem, right? The real target of Shimura Danzo is the Uchiha spring. Once you master the Uchiha spring, you can side control the Jinchuriki. At the same time, Anko was completely nailed to the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. At that time, not only can we grasp the information of the Uchiha clan, even take advantage of the Uchiha clan and wear down the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the critical moment, they can even incite the Uchiha clan to rebel, and lose to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, he solved the rebellion by his roots, and ascended to the position of Hokage with great momentum. Master Hokage. Suddenly, an Umbu shows up at Hokage's office. Knowing that this is Umbu who is in charge of monitoring Uchiha spring, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly. What did you find? Uchiha young patriarch and Uchiha Izumi have completely severed their relationship. Umbu Hwei reported. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo immediately attacked Umbu. Impossible. How do you know they really broke up? Is Umbu's report so loose? The behavior of the Uchiha patriarch represents the attitude of the Uchiha patriarch to some extent. Breaking up the relationship means that the Uchiha clan sends a signal to Konoha that they will undoubtedly have their hands on Jinchuriki. After receiving the signal of goodwill, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely feel a lot more at ease with the Uchiha family. At that time, the two parties will have a honeymoon period. This slim must be snuffed out. Otherwise, the plan just now will all come to nothing. Being questioned, Umbu glanced at third Hokage, and after getting a signal, Umbu opened his mouth and said, Uchiha young patriarch and Uchiha Izumi met at the gate of the family and had a dispute. The content was, in the end, each Sharingan evolved into Urguyu. Hearing Umbu's reason for judgment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied. Shimura Danzo was livid. Because of the evolution of their Sharingan, they are convinced of the authenticity of their split relationship. I have to say, the sorrow of the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and glanced at Shimura Danzo, signaling the Uchiha clan to back down, proving that they still have hearts for Konoha. Don't worry about getting old here. Shimura Danzo, who understood the meaning, flicked his sleeves. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Throwing the next sentence, Danzo turned and left. Coincidentally, Kakashi opened the office door and was about to come in. Master Danzo. Hi. Danzo snorted, and glanced vaguely at Kaka's eyes covered by the forehead protector. The Uchiha family can't move for the time being, no matter how secretive it is, they will suspect him. But Kakashi. A three-hook jade, Liao is better than nothing. Waiting for him to leave the village. With that in mind, Danzo left Hokage's office straight away. Seeing this, Third Hokage shook his head, already very clear about this old friend's temper. I didn't care either. Asked Kakashi. Naruto is asleep. Already asleep. Let's see. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Kakashi the latest information. After reading it in detail, Kakashi was a little surprised and said, Evolve Urguyu? When did you open your eyes? I haven't found information about her opening eyes, but it is estimated that it was when my father died 3 years ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. With Sharingan's eye-opening conditions, and then reviewing the experience, it is easy to draw conclusions. Kakashi nodded and guessed. The Uchiha family probably doesn't even know that she has opened her eyes. Although it is not that opening eyes early is definitely better than opening eyes later, but opening eyes early will not be worse. Now at the age of 8, he is already Urguyu, and in the future, Sanguyu is certain. At least it's Jonin to Elite Jonin too. If the Uchiha family knew that he opened his eyes at the age of 5, they would have offered her up and raised her. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, pondered for a while, and said, Kakashi, I want Uchiha Izumi to take over your task, to take care of Naruto from the dark to the light. No problem. Kakashi originally had this idea, but he didn't expect Third Hokage to propose it, so he agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. But her mother wasn't a ninja, and she wasn't valued in the clan, and she wasn't taught how to use the Sharingan. She has good basic knowledge, and I will arrange for her to graduate from ninja school. After that, Kakashi, she will leave you alone. When she masters the Sharingan, you can withdraw from the mission. Just need to teach the use of Sharingan. Just teach the use of the Sharingan. Chapter 18. Naruto, get up and have breakfast. Slowly opening his eyes, Naruto looked at Izumi Uchiha, who was rocking himself beside the bed with a displeased face. Yes, he was cohabited. I don't even want to sleep in now. After the last encounter in Nangachuan, I didn't see Uchiha Izumi again for a while. Originally, Naruto thought that she was warned by Konoha's high-level officials that she was forbidden to contact him. But unexpectedly, more than a month later, Third Hokage brought Uchiha Izumi, who had become genin, to the door. In a good name, he found someone to take care of his daily life. In the small house, an extra bed was placed. Fortunately, Uchiha Izumi doesn't stare at Naruto all day, and goes out every day to pick up some D-level tasks to increase his income. Just won't leave the village, will come back every night. Some people take care of it, and it seems beautiful. But whether it is Naruto or Namikaze Minato, there is a shadow in their hearts. Because Third Hokage imposes impurities on Naruto and Uchiha Izumi's relationship. During breakfast, Uchiha Izumi said to Naruto, Naruto, today the envoy of Tianyun Ninja Village is going to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. I have accepted the task of maintaining order, and I may come back later today. There is food in the refrigerator, you can cook something yourself, you know. Naruto's heart moved slightly, then he raised his head and asked. Oh, I see. Regardless of Third Hokage's arrangement, Uchiha Izumi moved here, and overall it is still very good. There is someone to take care of her daily life, so she doesn't have to worry about food, and she can still hear a lot of anecdotes about what happened to Konoha every day. Also, don't wander around these few days, you know. Thinking of Naruto's identity, Uchiha Izumi continued to exhort. Naruto waved his hand and said impatiently. I see, it's really long-winded. Hey. Naruto thinks I'm long-winded. Uchiha Izumi seemed to have been hit by something, clutching his heart, looking like he was about to cry. I felt sorry for him. Stare. Naruto rested his chin and stared straight at the showman. It's not cute at all. Seeing Naruto's appearance of please continue to perform, Uchiha Izumi pinched Naruto's fat face a few times in embarrassment. Then he clapped his hands and said with satisfaction. Okay, I'm going out. Go. Naruto is like a salted fish. Uchiha Izumi thinks it's really dreamy recently. Breaking up with best friend Uchiha Itachi, then seems to be abandoned by the family. The clansmen who could still say hello usually walked around him. Then got the favor of third Hokage. I was approved to graduate early, and even got the famous Heitake Kakashi to guide the way of using Sharingan. At last. After being assigned the task of taking care of Naruto, and knowing his identity as Jinchuriki, after learning about the importance of tailed beasts, Uchiha Izumi finally understood. The root of everything is because she is a member of the Uchiha tribe and came into contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Do you regret having contacted Jinchuriki rashly? Not at all. Because she still has a choice. Just refuse the quest, and no more contact with Jinchuriki. Then, after a while, people in the family may no longer avoid her. And good friend Uchiha Itachi can also gradually repair the relationship. But she did not choose to refuse. He didn't try to repair the relationship between friends and family by refusing the mission. Because both the family and Uchiha Itachi knew that she still had a choice, they directly stayed away from her and abandoned her for the sake of safety. Shouldn't a good family tell her and analyze the pros and cons for her? Shouldn't a really good friend advise her? No. Nothing at all. In order to protect himself wisely, he directly abandoned it. Now that she's been abandoned, she won't lick her face again. She has a choice, her family has a choice, and her best friends have a choice, but some people don't have a choice. Just born will become a sealed container. The powerful Nine Tails are sealed within its body. At any time, there is a crisis of being invaded and eroding one's mind. And be cast aside by the whole village. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help feeling sad for Naruto. So after learning about Naruto's situation, Izumi Uchiha decisively accepted the task of taking care of Naruto and protecting his sanity from being eaten away by the Nine Tails in his body. Yes, third Hokage gave the monitoring task a very pleasant and very meaningful name. Uchiha Izumi, who is full of love, kindness, and sense of justice, was directly lied to. Afternoon. Naruto, who was doing nothing at home, heard cheers coming from Konoha village. The messenger of Cloud Shinobi has arrived. A move in my heart. Naruto opened Kagura's eyes. There is only one Umbu, the house opposite the window. Finding Umbu's location, Naruto went into the bathroom and made mudras with his hands. Shadow clone technique. At the same time as the clone is separated, the main body activates the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappears in place instantly. Shadow clone stayed in the bathroom for a while, then walked back to the hall, resting his chin, and continued to be in a daze. The other side. A disguised Naruto huddled along the roadside with the villagers, watching Cloud Shinobi's emissary receive Konoha's cheers. Is the war finally coming to an end? Namikaze Minato in the sealed space suddenly sighed. I sigh in my heart. The Sun and World War has basically ended in the 47th year of Konoha. Only small-scale encounters remained. The main reason is that no agreement can be reached on the issue of post-war compensation, resulting in continuous seesaw. It is impossible to fight a large-scale battle, but it is not possible to negotiate. What should we do? We can only harass each other's borders, show off our strength, and seek concessions from each other. It's just that Namikaze Minato didn't expect that the delay would last for 4 years. It should be, who knows? Naruto said in his heart. Whether it will end or not, who knows? Maybe some messenger died tonight. Naruto, you don't want to kill the messenger and let Cloud Shinobi village go on fighting against Konoha, do you? Nine Tails, who is very familiar with Naruto, seems to realize something from his attitude. "No, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Naruto was speechless for a moment. Blind also got nine tails half right. Namikaze Minato thought Naruto was concerned about his feelings, so he said, "Naruto, don't worry about mine, just do what you want." Naruto is really speechless this time. Although Namikaze Minato said this, he was a little moved, but he really didn't want to kill the messenger. Immediately, Naruto's heart suddenly moved. "Do you want to give it a push?" Chapter 19. While Naruto was considering the feasibility, the Cloud Shinobi messenger seemed to want to express his kindness to Konoha, and shook hands with the cheering villagers on the roadside. The atmosphere of the villagers is getting higher and higher. Naruto immediately cheered loudly, walked to Cloud Shinobi in front of him to listen, and did not miss the child in Naruto's disguise. The moment he stretched out his hand and touched Naruto lightly, a special seal was imprinted on the hand of the Cloud Shinobi messenger. 1, 2, 3. A full 3 Cloud Shinobi and Naruto have touched hands. After Cloud Shinobi had all passed by, Naruto with a slightly raised mouth squeezed out of the crowd. That night, not surprisingly, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi messenger was killed by Hyuga Hayashi for kidnapping Hinata. Cloud Shinobi demanded that the murderer be handed over, never mentioning it, and never admitting that Hinata was kidnapped. The next day, worried about Cloud Shinobi's attack on Jinchuriki, Umbu conveyed last night's information to Izumi Uchiha. After breakfast, Uchiha Izumi exhorted Naruto. "Naruto, last night the Cloud Shinobi messenger kidnapped Princess Hyuga and was killed by the Hyuga patriarch. The village may be chaotic these days, so don't go out. Do you know? Last night, Cloud Shinobi made a big fuss, arguing with Konoha executives on the street, demanding to hand over the murderer. Many villagers have seen it, and it has even spread today. So Uchiha Izumi didn't hide either." "No." Naruto waved his hand. In the sealed space, Nine Tails and Namikaze Minato looked at each other. "I just talked about killing the messenger yesterday." Unexpectedly, Naruto didn't make a move, and the messenger died. Could it be their crow's mouth? After a few days, Konoha and the Hyuga family agree. In order to preserve the bloodline of the clan and not lose sight of it, Hyuga Hisashi, head of the Hyuga branch house, died instead of his elder brother Hyuga Hayashi, and the body was handed over to the Cloud Shinobi messenger. Afternoon. Witnessed and cheered by many Konoha villagers, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi formally signed a peace treaty. The war that lasted for several years came to an end. Many villagers wept with joy. After the peace treaty was signed, the Cloud Shinobi envoy accepted Konoha's proposal for a dinner party to exchange feelings. Night. The banquet hall full of singing and dancing is in stark contrast to the weeping funeral of a certain family. The other side. I didn't expect Konoha's senior management to hand over the owner of the Hyuga branch house. Naruto, do you think it's worth it? During dinner, Uchiha Izumi propped his chin, looked at the food on the table, and didn't eat a bite. Feeling a little down. Hisashi and Hayashi's twins, Hisashi takes the blame. Naruto picked up a piece of braised sea bream, stuffed it into his mouth, and asked, "What do you think?" "I have no idea." Uchiha Izumi shook his head, then continued. "When the peace agreement was signed, I saw the villagers cheering and their emotions were high. But many of the ninjas standing next to me had their heads down, their fists clenched, and they were all downcast. Even so, in the end, neither of them said a word. As long as you bear it, you only need to die one person, and it's just a stranger. If you don't bear it, you may die thousands of people, including your relatives and friends, or even yourself. So, do you think it's worth it?" Naruto said so, but his face was full of ridicule. "Some things cannot be tolerated. If you endure too much, you won't be able to get tough anymore. Yeah, just die a stranger." Uchiha Izumi murmured something in a low voice, and then fell silent. Although she understood this truth, she still couldn't accept it. This is different from Konoha in her mind. In Konoha Chronicles, Konoha is the victor in every ninja war. Even 1 against 3, 1 against 4. In her mind, Konoha is very powerful, the absolute strongest ninja village. Not to mention very tough politically and diplomatically, but at least he will not be bullied. But Cloud Shinobi kidnapped Princess Hyaga, and the head of Hyaga branch house killed Cloud Shinobi. In the end, in order to seek peace, he actually handed over the owner of the Hyaga branch house. In the past few days, all she saw was Konoha's weakness. Late at night, Naruto, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, opened his eyes, and made a seal with his hands under the quilt. A clone appeared in the quilt, and then the body disappeared. The other side. In the Konoha guest house, a room with the curtains drawn was reeking of alcohol, and snoring kept coming and going. An Umbu wearing an Umbu costume and a ghost mask appeared out of thin air. Scanning the situation in the room, Umbu felt a little disdainful. Covering Cloud Shinobi's mouth with his left hand, he stabbed the drunk Cloud Shinobi's heart with his right hand. Cloud Shinobi's eyes are bulging with a pierced heart. At the last moment of his life, he wanted to see clearly who killed him. Konoha Umbu. Unbelievable. The Cloud Shinobi envoy never imagined that Konoha would assassinate him after signing the peace treaty. What is Konoha plotting? Are you not afraid to start a war? Wait, start a war? As he was dying, the messenger of Cloud Shinobi seemed to have thought of something. With horror on his face, he died immediately. Die with peace. Finishing off a Cloud Shinobi, Umbu frowned and unleashed sensory ninjutsu. Just now, Cloud Shinobi made a little noise, but luckily it was not discovered. After making sure that Konoha and the other Cloud Shinobi were not noticed, Umbu glanced at the room again. Then he walked to the head of the bed, picked up the samurai sword leaning against the bed, and disappeared into the room in a blink of an eye. Second room. In the room, Cloud Shinobi suddenly appeared like a drunk dead pig, and the samurai sword in the hand of Umbu standing upside down on the ceiling. A bitter half-moon cold light. Cloud Shinobi's head was cut off directly. Blood spurted out, staining the pure white sheets blood red. Nodding in satisfaction, the figure of Umbu disappeared again. In the third room, Umbu, who appeared in the room, scanned the room. Finally found a scroll used to store the corpse. Umbu was overjoyed and put the scroll away. Immediately, the samurai sword in his hand flashed coldly, and Cloud Shinobi's body and head were separated. Umbu clasped his hands together, and with a bang, he turned into Cloud Shinobi, and pushed the door straight out. Walking in the corridor, using sensory ninjutsu, I silently counted the number of people in the rooms of the guest house. The room with people coincides with the number of Cloud Shinobi messengers. There was a slight movement in my heart. There are only 4 Konoha Umbu monitoring Cloud Shinobi, and they are all located in 4 directions outside the guest house building, and the distances are far away. It should be to avoid suspicion. I probably didn't expect someone to be able to teleport directly in the guest house, so I only guarded the 4 directions. Originally, I just wanted to kill 3 people who were marked, but now. 10 minutes later, the bedding on Naruto's bed suddenly swelled up, and at the same time, the bedding that had been puffing up slowly sank, as if the person sleeping on the bed suddenly shifted a position, but also as if nothing had changed. Chapter 20. The next day, an Umbu came to the guest house to inform Cloud Shinobi to eat. The moment I came to the second floor, I could vaguely smell a faint smell of blood in the air. Umbu's pupils shrank suddenly. When I came to the door of one of the guest rooms, I felt the smell of blood was even stronger. Oops. With a groan of oops in his heart, Umbu resolutely broke into the door. The moment the door was broken open, thick blood mixed with the smell of alcohol came out. Seeing the envoy of Cloud Shinobi separated on the bed, Umbu felt that the sky was falling. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the guest house with a grim expression, even a little livid. Master Hokage, one messenger was pierced through the heart, and the rest were decapitated. An Umbu quickly stepped forward to report the death of the Cloud Shinobi messenger. Not one alive. Even though he knew there was no survivor, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but make sure again. No. Umbu's ruthless words broke the last fluke in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Subordinates should die. The 4 Umbu knew that they had neglected their duty, and lowered their heads one after another. Ashamed, guilty. Looking at several Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very heavy in his heart. One wave is just leveling, and another wave is rising. The peace that has just ushered in is about to make waves again. What did you find? Sarutobi Hiruzen only hopes to catch the murderer as soon as possible and give Cloud Shinobi an explanation. I only hope that the murderer is not a person in Konoha. There is no way to accept it or not. The envoys all died among the leaves, as barbarians like Cloud Shinobi village. I am afraid that war is coming. The emissary whose heart was pierced showed horror, and probably saw the murderer before he died. The murder weapon was judged to be the standard kunao, but no murder weapon was found. But in the last room, a blood-stained samurai sword was found, which was found to be the messenger's saber that had been pierced through the heart. The subordinates judged that the murderer first sneaked into the room of one messenger, pierced the heart with kunao, then took the messenger's samurai sword, and separated the heads of the rest of the messengers. It's just. There were no traces of the murderer sneaking in or out in two of the rooms, and there was only traces of the murderer going out in one room. And, the scroll containing the body of the head of the branch house of the Hyuga family is missing. It is not sure whether the murderer took it or was sent away in advance. Umbu shared the collected information and rough judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared. Turning to stare at Umbu, he said. That is to say, the murderer is suspected of using time-space ninjutsu to teleport to an envoy's room, piercing the heart of an envoy, and then taking the knife. Then teleport to the second room and use the samurai sword to cut off the head. Then teleport to the third room, and walk out of the third room directly after cutting off the head. Then go to other rooms for the assassination. Finally, throw the murder weapon, the katana, in the room of the last messenger. During the period, it is suspected that he took the scroll containing the body of the head of the Hyuga branch house? Umbu nodded, yes. Although it is absurd that the murderer knows space ninjutsu, the traces at the scene prove that it is true. Eliminate all impossibilities, and the last thing left, no matter how absurd, can only be the truth. Check, inform the Yamanaka Patriarch to come over, and conduct a brain search on the body of the Cloud Shinobi messenger. Then inform Konoha's high-level officials and the heads of various clans to go to the Hokage building. Yes. Hokage building, a conference room. Konoha's high-ranking officials and the patriarchs of various families sat together with serious faces. Looking at the judgment in the hand, the suspected space ninjutsu sneaked in, everyone's heart was clouded. In the history of the ninja world, there are clear records that only Konoha 2nd Hokage and 4th Hokage know space ninjutsu. Only Konoha has the inheritance of space ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique. It doesn't have to be Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique, maybe other ninja villages have also developed space ninjutsu. Putting down the information gathered by Umbu, Yudatan Koharu spoke first. If it's really confirmed to be Konoha's Flying Thunder God, it's really not clear. Humph. Just give Cloud Shinobi the explanation that the messenger wasn't killed by us. If Cloud Shinobi really wants to fight, let's fight. What are you afraid of? Hiruzen, activate the first level of combat readiness, and recall all the ninjas who went out for missions. I would like to be the frontline commander, leading the Konoha Shinobi fighters to defeat Cloud Shinobi. The main combat faction, Shimura Danzo, spoke next. 3rd Hokage lost prestige in Konoha Shinobi by handing over the owner of the Hyuga branch house. Many ninjas are discussing in private that Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and has lost the glory of the past. As long as the person with Konoha Shinobi defeats Cloud Shinobi this time, his Shimura Danzo will increase in prestige. At that time, you can take advantage of the prestige of the big victory to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down and take the position of Hokage. Of course, it was the one who led the Konoha Shinobi to the front, not to mention the root ninja. Report. Just then, an Umbu ninja appeared in the conference room. Explain. Recognizing Umbu from the Yamanaka clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately raised his forehead. Umbu glanced at Shimura Danzo, but didn't speak, and seemed a little hesitant. Everyone in the room was so smart that they all lowered their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the puzzled Shimura Danzo, heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately said, "Say it." "Yes." It was found from the brain of a Cloud Shinobi messenger that the murderer was wearing Konoha root costumes. It wasn't done by the old man, and there will be no such omissions in the root ninja operation. Shimura Danzo had no ghosts in his heart and didn't react much. I feel a little sorry. If the murderer disguises himself as Umbu, then he can take the opportunity to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone nodded, agreeing with what Shimura Danzo said. At this moment, Mitokato Homura turned to Hyaga Hayashi and asked, "Head Hyaga, what were your family members doing last night?" "Funeral." Simple 2 words. Hyaga Patriarch. Watch your attitude. Mitokato Homura looked displeased. Hyaga Hayashi raised his drooping eyelids slightly. "I am willing to personally lead the Hyaga family's 80% family ninjas to the front line of Cloud Shinobi." Doesn't even bother to explain. "You think Hyaga did it, so Hyaga did it." "You." Mitokato Homura pointed at Hyaga Hayashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Umbu has been monitoring the Hyaga family, no one went out at all last night. Of course, space ninjutsu can't monitor it either. Besides, the Flying Thunder God technique has never been passed on to the Hyaga clan. The murderer's purpose is very obvious. Start a war." Even though the scroll containing Hisashi's body is suspected to have been taken by the murderer, the Hyaga clan is not a big suspect. If he really wanted to start a war, he wouldn't have given up Hisashi's life in the first place. The meeting lasted for several hours without discussing anything, and Sarutobi Hiruzen made a final summary. "Return the body of the messenger to Cloud Shinobi, and at the same time send someone to explain the situation to Cloud Shinobi. Meanwhile, prepare for war." Break up the meeting. After a few days, the news that the Cloud Shinobi messenger was assassinated in Konoha caused an uproar in the ninja world. Chapter 21. Konoha 52, January 3rd. Konoha messenger took the body of Cloud Shinobi messenger to Cloud Shinobi village, and met the 4th Raikage, AI. Knowing that the messenger died in Konoha, 4th Raikage was furious. Afterwards, Konoha was asked to find out the murderer, and to hand over a Hyaga family again, as well as Flying Thunder God, etc., hundreds of ninjutsu of all levels, and billions of taels of compensation. Meanwhile Cloud Shinobi gathers. January 4th. The information is sent back. After several hours of discussion, Konoha's executives rejected Cloud Shinobi's request. Konoha Shinobi gather. January 5th. After receiving the news of Konoha's veto, 4th Raikage personally killed the messenger. Then, appointed 8 Tails Jinchuriki Chibala as the commander, led tens of thousands of Cloud Shinobi to set off, and the army pressed to the border of the Land of Fire. The same day, Shimura Danzo leads thousands of Konoha Shinobi to the border of the Fire Nation. January 8th. The 2 armies met outside the border of the Land of Fire. Hours later, Kibala led an elite team of Cloud Shinobi to raid Konoha Front Command. Konoha Front Commander Shimura Danzo was seriously injured and retreated to the border of the Land of Fire to hold his ground. In the first battle, Konoha was defeated. January 9th. The information from the front line came back, and the sky of Konoha seemed to be covered with a cloud. The streets are no longer lively, there are no more laughter, only depression and solemnity. On the second floor of a residential building, Naruto looked at the villagers passing by on the street below, with a strange smile on his face. Night. Naruto, the front line was routed yesterday. Why did you say that the high-level Konoha didn't agree to Cloud Shinobi's request this time? No bloodshed, no? Why go to war? Now that war can start, what is the point of the sacrifice of the head of the Hyaga branch house? Is it only when Konoha has no choice but to rush to fight? Can this really win? When eating dinner, Uchiha Izumi propped his chin lonely, looking at the food on the table without appetite. Cloud Shinobi is asking too much. Naruto looked perfunctory. Yeah, it's too much, I can't accept it. Uchiha Izumi murmured something in a low voice, and then fell silent. If it's not too much, then Konoha will accept it, right? Uchiha Izumi just wanted to vomit his unhappiness. It's not that she can't figure it out. Sometimes I just don't want to understand. I don't want to think about the village where she lives with malice. The human mind has defenses. When something you endure touches this line of defense, you will subconsciously avoid it to protect your heart. Just like some women who know that their boyfriend is a scumbag. But I don't want to believe it. Because as long as you believe it, you have to bear the pain of your boyfriend being a scumbag psychologically. Unforgettable. The current Uchiha Izumi is about the same. In fact, I have realized that Konoha is weak and politics is dark. Some people can be thrown away at will. But I just don't want to think about it. Because Konoha in her mind is not like this. In her mind, Konoha is strong, full of blood, and kind, and friendly. And the ninja can shed the last drop of blood in order to protect the homeland and protect every villager. But what happened recently shattered all the beautiful illusions she had about Konoha in her heart. Uchiha Izumi, who was silent, couldn't help but glance at Naruto again. Even if it was to protect the great hero fourth Hokage of the village, wasn't Naruto sacrificed? Sealed 9 tails into his body, turned Naruto into a weapon of war, and ruined his life. Naruto's parents would hate fourth Hokage if they knew about it. Is the necessary sacrifice worth it? But are those who are sacrificed willingly? The relatives and friends of the victim will not be reconciled, will they? If it were me, I would rather die on the battlefield, because the battlefield is where ninjas belong. Naruto, who was eating a big piece, gave Uchiha Izumi a strange look. What the hell is going on with your loving eyes? At the same time, Namikaze Minato in the sealed space suddenly felt a burst of strong malice. January 10th. Cloud Shinobi launched an attack again, and Konoha retreated steadily. Just as they were about to be defeated, Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sunin, arrived and repelled 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kibala. Konoha Shinobi's morale rises, World War II draws. On the same day, Hokage urgently ordered Jiraiya to take over the front line command. Shimura Danzo exited sadly. Same day. The 4th Raikage, who learned that Jiraiya had rushed to the front, decided to go to the battlefield himself. January 13th. Cloud Shinobi, who had rested for 3 days, launched a general attack again under the leadership of 4th Raikage who arrived. At the same time, an elite team detoured into the Land of Fire and raided the Konoha command. Jiraiya was flanked by 4th Raikage and Kibala, and was seriously injured and defeated. At the same time the headquarters was attacked. Uchiha Shisui, who activated Mangekyo on the battlefield, cracked the Cloud Shinobi conspiracy, killed nearly 100 Cloud Shinobi who were raiding, and successfully protected the materials on the Konoha battlefield. In the 3rd battle, Konoha was defeated on the main battlefield. Afterwards, the countries saw Konoha's weakness, and they were ready to move. January 20th. After a stalemate for more than half of the battle, Konoha retreated for hundreds of kilometers. The Cloud Shinobi army has crossed the border of the Land of Fire and is stationed within the border of the Land of Fire. Villages within the borderline have been plundered by Cloud Shinobi. The situation on the front line is very pessimistic. In the absence of high-end combat power, 4th Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kibala cannot be stopped at all. Even if Uchiha Shisui activates Mangekyo, he can only block for a few minutes at most, whether he is facing 4th Raikage or Kibala when he just activates it. As for controlling Jinchuriki, Uchiha Shisui also tried. But only for a moment. Perfect Jinchuriki is extremely difficult to control. Because they are 2 individuals, if one of them is controlled, the other will help to wake it up. With Uchiha Shisui's pupil power, he can barely control one. Konoha Hokage Office. Hiruzen, send 9 Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield. At this moment, Mitokato Homura put down the battle report in his hand. Among them, there are reports of Uchiha Shisui attempting to use Mangekyo to control Kibala. In the report, Uchiha Shisui made it clear that his pupil power can barely control one, but Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki, so it cannot be controlled. But as a politician, Mitokato Homura saw something different. That's being able to control one. Doesn't Konoha have an imperfect Jinchuriki? As long as part of the seal is broken, 9 Tails will seize the opportunity to steal Jinchuriki's mind. Then use Mangekyo to control the 9 Tails beast that controls Jinchuriki's mind, and then you can add a big force to the front line. Chapter 22. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato Homura, and said in a low tone, "Naruto is only 3 years old." Mitokado Homura looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "But he's also Konoha's Jinchuriki." Third Hokage lowered his eyes slowly, and said softly, "Naruto is Minato's child." Mitokado Homura continued to speak persuasively. "The fourth Hokage sealed 9 tails in Naruto, isn't the purpose for him to protect Konoha in the future? If Minato knew that Naruto was able to contribute to the protection of Konoha, he would also feel relieved under Pure Land." Third Hokage seemed to be thinking about it, and fell silent. Mitokado Homura turned his head to look at Uchiha Koharu and gave a slight gesture. "We are all old friends." When Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed at the beginning, he didn't directly refuse, and Mitokado Homura knew that he had moved when he saw it. "It's just a lack of reasons to convince myself." After being signaled, Uchiha Koharu, who is in charge of the village's finances, said, "Hiruzen, what else are you thinking about? Now Cloud Shinobi has entered the border of the Nation of Fire. Some big businessmen in the Nation of Fire are worried that Cloud Shinobi will invade the Nation of Fire, and they are ready to sell their assets. If Konoha continues to retreat like this, the country of Fire's economy will be affected by then. The daimyo has asked more than once if he has the confidence to defeat Cloud Shinobi. If you can't win, then agree to Cloud Shinobi's previous request, and the daimyo is willing to pay war compensation. If we can win, the daimyo asks Konoha to drive Cloud Shinobi out of the border of Fire Nation first, otherwise we won't withdraw the money for the next war. Hiruzen, let Jinchuriki go to the battlefield first, at least Jiraiya can do more. Drive Cloud Shinobi out of the Fire Nation border and get the war money. Without daimyo appropriating funds, it would be difficult to maintain the war. As for whether Jinchuriki will play in the final battle, shall we see the changes on the battlefield?" Mitokado Homura nodded without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen any time to think, and then said, "Yes, Hiruzen. The rest of the countries have already begun to change. As an ally, the Kingdom of the Wind has been shirking that it has not recovered its vitality, and is unwilling to send ninjas to support it. Now we must win a battle beautifully. Turn the tide. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Earth may join the battlefield. Even the Kingdom of Wind may violate the covenant. At that time, there will be enemies on all sides, and Konoha will be worried. Hi! War money is choking their Konoha throats. The changing countries are like hanging swords." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled heavily, took out a scroll, and Uchiha Koharu immediately stepped forward to help grind it. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen write down the urgent order to the front line, Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other and nodded. But immediately, Mitokado Homura seemed to think of something, and said again, "Hiruzen, we need to be prepared. Send Hyaga's little princess to the battlefield too. If neither Jiraiya nor Jinchuriki can turn the tide, then we will agree to Cloud Shinobi's request. At the same time, tell this decision to Hyaga Patriarch. 80% of Hyaga's family ninjas have made no achievements on the battlefield, and I am afraid that they have not worked hard. Just enough to put a little pressure on the Hyaga family and urge the Hyaga family ninjas on the front line." He was ignored by Hyaga Hayashi at the beginning, and now he is going to send Hayashi's daughter to the front line. Mitokado Homura is very ruthless. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Mitokado Homura and sighed secretly. Immediately lowering his head, he also wrote down the order to send Princess Hyaga to the front line. After writing the urgent order to the front line, roll it up, tie it up, and seal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. "Come on! Master Hokage!" An Umbu quickly appeared in front of Third Hokage, kneeling on one knee. "Arrange 2 elite Umbu teams to escort Jinchuriki and Princess Hyaga to the battlefield. At the same time, give this order to Frontline Commander Jiraiya." "Yes." Umbu took the scroll and immediately disappeared in place. After Umbu left, Uchiha Koharu suddenly asked, "By the way, Hiruzen, what happened to the murderer?" "No progress." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "No clue at all." The Mitokado Homura interface asks. Have you checked the ninjas who have tried to practice the Flying Thunder God technique over the years? Could it be that they have practiced it? Sarutobi Hiruzen says. Except for Susanoo, I've checked them all. Most of the people who passed it on have already died in battle. There are still a few who know a little bit about it. They are just Minato's guards, and they can only be used by 3 people together. Susanoo. Yuditen Koharu moved in his heart, and immediately said, could Orochimaru do it? Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya is possible, the only possibility is Orochimaru. Not like Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He also wondered if Orochimaru learned the Flying Thunder God technique after leaving Konoha. But in terms of assassination, it doesn't look like Orochimaru at all. Finally, the assassination of Cloud Shinobi has become an unsolved case, which has always been under a cloud. The other side. On the banks of Nanhequan River. Cooking smoke rises slightly, and the aroma is overflowing. Why do you have time to accompany me to grill fish? Didn't you just say to go to Hokage to pick up the mission? Naruto looked strangely at Izumi Uchiha, who was sitting next to him, swallowing his saliva from time to time. In the afternoon, Izumi Uchiha said that he was going to pick up the task, but he was bored at home and said that he grilled fish. But I didn't expect that when Izumi Uchiha heard about grilled fish, he didn't go to pick up the task, and came with Naruto. Forget it, the front line is tense now, and not many people have issued tasks. A genin like me who can only do D-level tasks can't receive any tasks. I have also earned tens of thousands of taels recently, which is enough to live on for a while. Uchiha Izumi said as he stretched out his hand and twirled it to grill the fish on the ground. Take care of me, third Hokage didn't give you money. Naruto glanced at Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi blushed suddenly and nodded. Naruto continued to ask, how much did you give? 1 month. Uchiha Izumi spread out a palm. 5,000 taels a month? It's okay, no wonder you have to go out to pick up the mission. Naruto nodded, at least it was more than his 3,000 taels. Uchiha Kwan seemed a little embarrassed, and said, it's 50,000 taels. Naruto opened his mouth, looked at Izumi Uchiha, then shook his head, stared at the grilled fish in front of him and fell silent. That's great, third Hokage. The living expenses for himself are not even the minimum standard for D-level tasks, only 3,000 taels. Giving Uchiha Izumi is the highest standard for most D-level tasks, 50,000 taels. Naruto credited third Hokage again. Huh? Naruto, what do you mean? I used all the 50,000 taels for our living expenses. Look how fat your face is now. At most, I bought a few clothes for myself. And I bought it for you too. I am not greedy for a penny. Uchiha Izumi thought Naruto was angry and immediately explained. Naruto stretched out his hand, barely within reach, touched the head of the Uchiha spring, and whispered. Got it, thank you. Chapter 23. A thank you touched the softness in Uchiha Izumi's heart. Cut, what are you pretending to be an adult? Touch, I'll let you touch. With insincere words in his mouth, he rubbed Naruto's head with both hands in retaliation. After fighting for a while, the two ate grilled fish and enjoyed the warmth of the afternoon. It was just a figure that appeared suddenly, but it broke the tranquility. Hokage has orders. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Naruto, and then asked suspiciously. Hokage-sama, what's the matter? Now that the front line is at war, how could third Hokage have time to see Naruto? Moreover, third Hokage usually shows up on his own initiative, and has never arranged for an invitation from A bad premonition suddenly arises. Next, Umbu's words make her fall into an ice cave. Hokage orders Jinchuriki on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Namikaze Minato in the sealed space suddenly clenched his fist, and couldn't help letting out a tearing roar. Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can he? How dare he? How could he be so ruthless? A 3-year-old child. Outside world. Uchiha Izumi violently pulled Naruto behind him, pulled out kunai with his right hand, and stared at Umbu in front of him. Impossible. Naruto is only 3 years old. How could Master Hokage send Naruto to the battlefield? Fake Hokage order, do you want to betray the village? Uchiha Izumi, please don't be vexatious. Get out of the way. Shaking his head, Umbu didn't blame Uchiha Izumi's actions too much. Umbu also knew it was not appropriate to send a 3-year-old into the battlefield. But Hokage orders, he can only carry out. Impossible, I want to see third Hokage. Come on, Naruto, I'll take you to find third Hokage. Uchiha Izumi holding a kunai stared at Umbu warily, while Naruto stood behind him, ready to go around Umbu. Behind him, Naruto suddenly asked Umbu. Umbu, is Jinchuriki referring to me? Yes. Umbu nodded. Naruto continued to ask. What is Jinchuriki? A fox demon. Uchiha Izumi squeezed Naruto's hand subconsciously, wanting to stop Naruto from continuing to ask. But Naruto will know one day too, won't he? A person with a fox demon sealed in his body. Knowing that Naruto was about to go to the battlefield, Umbu didn't continue to hide it. No wonder the villagers call me a fox demon. After getting the answer, Naruto showed a pure smile on his face. Yes. Umbu knows. Even some villagers know about it. But they all chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Then, Naruto asked innocently. Will Grandpa third generation accompany me on the battlefield? Master Hokage needs to sit in the rear, how can he go to the front line and take risks? Naruto, you've asked enough, come with me. Uchiha Izumi, don't make it hard for me either. After speaking, Umbu was about to step forward. Uchiha Izumi puts Naruto behind him again. No, we want to meet third Hokage first. Stop being vexatious. Izumi Uchiha. Umbu was already a little impatient. Uchiha Izumi still guarded Naruto and said. How about letting me go, okay? I can go to the battlefield too. Can Konoha have so many ninjas who can't kill the enemy? Why must Naruto be on? He is only 3 years old. He is only 3 years old. The voice went from soft to high, and at the end, he almost yelled at Umbu. Umbu just stared at Uchiha Izumi closely, silent. A genin cannot be compared with Jinchuriki. Naruto pulled Uchiha Izumi, shook his head, and wiped the tears from her face. Turning around, he said to Umbu again. Umbu, let me have a word with Kwansang. ASAP. Umbu wasn't unreasonable either, he walked away for a while, turned around, and left room for them. Naruto. Uchiha Izumi bit his lower lip and looked at Naruto with a sad face. Naruto smiled and said. Don't worry, I will be back, you wait for me in Konoha. Naruto. Do you know what the battlefield is? Do you think you're going to play? I know, listen to me. After I'm gone, don't question third Hokage, okay? Don't say unnecessary things in public. Ninjas just have to follow orders, don't they? People around Jinchuriki will not allow anyone who goes against the will of Konoha. Otherwise, in the future, I'm afraid you won't be able to contact me again. I still want to eat your cooking when I come back. Not very tasty though. While speaking, a notebook appeared in Naruto's hand, he opened it leisurely, and gently tore off all the fire style on it. Fold it. Then stuffed it into the pocket of Uchiha Izumi's winter coat, and whispered. Practice secretly, don't let people see. Immediately, he reached out his hand, stood on tiptoe, and touched Uchiha Izumi's head with a smile. Umbu. Hearing the sound, Umbu in the distance turned around, came to Naruto in an instant, squatted down, and picked him up directly. He nodded to Uchiha Izumi again, and then disappeared in place in an instant. Looking at the direction in which Naruto disappeared, Uchiha Izumi murmured in a low voice. Naruto knew it, he knew it early on. He knew the identity of Jinchuriki early in the morning. Even know what happened to him. I know how Konoha's senior management treats him. But he could only pretend to be innocent, protect himself, and bear all this silently. A 3-year-old child has to walk on eggshells, wear a mask, and live in a false world in order to survive. But why? But Konoha still can't let him go. Battlefield. Can it really keep a 3-year-old alive? Can Naruto really withstand the invasion of the tailed beast? Can he really come back? Is such a decaying village really worth protecting? Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly turned red. The Sharingan with double hooks in the eyes spun rapidly and turned into 3 hooks. Chapter 24. Held by Umbu, he danced at high speed on the roof of Konoha, listening to the whistling wind in his ears. January is still sunny in winter. The leaves below look vibrant under the sunlight. But in Naruto's eyes, Konoha seems to exude a dark and decaying atmosphere. Naruto, are you really going to the battlefield? The voice of Namikaze Minato sounded from the bottom of my heart. Why don't you go? Naruto said in his heart. Naruto, forget it. There is no need for such a Konoha to stay any longer. Let's go, take your Uchiha spring, let's go together. Namikaze Minato's voice sounded again. What is my Uchiha spring? Naruto was silent for a while, and said in his heart. How could you just leave like this? Is there any other reason for you to stay here? Namikaze Minato didn't understand why Naruto stayed in Konoha. Already possessing impressive strength, he does not have to rely on Konoha's protection. Even if you will be hunted down by the ninja world, as long as you hide outside for a few years. With Naruto's talent, the ninja world probably has to consider whether they can afford to hunt down Naruto. The ninja world is so big, are you afraid that there is no room for it? I have too many reasons. Not to a brilliant fireworks. Don't let Konoha feel the pain. How could he just leave in such a dismal manner? Are you worthy of Konoha's gratitude of upbringing? It is not in his character to leave Konoha and live in hiding. If you want to leave, you must leave openly. No one dares to stop him from going. No one dares to hunt him down. Okay. Naruto, I will support you no matter what you do. In the sealed space, Namikaze Minato looked somewhere in the seal. Kushina, you just stay a little longer. Namikaze Minato once thought about unsealing Kushina somewhere in the 8-sign seal for a family reunion. But he dare not. What happened to Naruto was too miserable and pitiful. Namikaze Minato doesn't want Kushina to see this. Don't want to see Kushina sad every day watching what happened to Naruto. A brief explanation of why Kushina was not released. Outside world. In a blink of an eye, Umbu brought Naruto to the Konoha gate. Uzumaki Naruto brought, let's go. Yes. There were already 5 Umbu waiting inside the gate, and after hearing the words, they responded in unison, and immediately left the Konoha gate. Then head north. While moving at high speed, Naruto glanced at Umbu beside him. Among them, Umbu holding him is in the center of the team. Also at the center of the team is another Umbu. This Umbu was also holding a child about his age in his arms. Naruto was puzzled. But the other party seemed to be sleeping soundly, and he couldn't see his face clearly. Who is that? Naruto asked Umbu who was hugging him. Princess of the Hyuga clan. Anyway, I will know after a while, and also did not hide it. Why is the little princess of the Hyuga family going to the battlefield? Naruto was stunned. He's a Jinchuriki, and even at a younger age it would make sense to go to war. What cheats does Hinata have? Why are you going up too? Umbu was silent. The Umbu holding Naruto is an Umbu who hides in the Hokage office to protect 3rd Hokage and is always on call. Konoha's high-level executives were very clear about what they said during the discussion, and they naturally knew why Hinata went to the front line. But for this kind of matter related to Konoha's deployment, it will naturally be tight-lipped. Naruto didn't care either, knowing that these are classified as confidential. Umbu didn't say it was normal. If Hinata asked Naruto why he went to the battlefield, Umbu would not say the same. Because Hinata doesn't know Naruto's identity as Jinchuriki. I heard that Cloud Shinobi asked Konoha to hand over a clan member some time ago. Are you planning to hand her over? Naruto spoke to himself. Umbu looked at Naruto in his arms in surprise. Jinchuriki is also a bit smart, he even guessed 1 or 2. Seeing Umbu take a look at his actions, Naruto knew he had guessed right. Even basic analysis out. It was nothing more than handing over Hinata directly to express Konoha's goodwill when he couldn't help, and then began to negotiate a peace. Before the last step, you can even use Hinata to urge Hyuga ninja to go all out. Send Hinata to the headquarters, or to the rear supplies. Hyaga ninjas naturally have 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, with their eyes open 24 hours a day, staring in all directions. Then never worry about being attacked by Cloud Shinobi again. Konoha is really sinister. Children are taking advantage of it, and they don't know the suggestion made by that old silver coin. Shaking his head, Naruto closed his eyes without thinking too much. Late at night, Naruto, who consciously entered the sealed space to sleep, felt someone pushing him from the outside world. Opening his eyes slowly, Naruto found himself lying in a cave. There is fire in the cave, but it is obvious that it has not reached the front line. Naruto looked suspiciously at Umbu, who woke him up. At the same time, a low sob came from the ear, echoing in the cave. Seeing that Naruto opened his eyes, Umbu gestured to Hinata, who was rubbing his eyes and crying not far away, and said, "Go, coax that little Hyaga princess." Naruto was full of question marks. "What the FK, you wake me up and let me coax Hinata? Are you not afraid that I will cry along with you? Go ahead. We only have 4 hours to rest. During the current war, the territory of the Land of Fire is not safe. There is no way for her to cry like this. If you can't coax her well, you can only knock her out." Seeing Naruto not moving, Umbu continued. After running for more than 10 hours, Umbu's physical strength and chakra were almost exhausted. Now there are only 2 teams in rotation, one team is in charge of security, and the other team rests and recovers, each for 2 hours. Time is running out, but Hinata keeps crying, which is not a solution. Although it was just a low cry, the echo in the cave here was too loud. They don't want to do anything to children unless they have to. I'm also afraid of making problems. After all, she is the little princess of the Hyaga family. It's not easy to explain to the Hyaga patriarch. At the same time, she is also the future head of the Hyaga clan. What if you hold a grudge? Of course, this is under the condition that the surrounding safety has been checked. Otherwise, you will be knocked out directly. Who will force you? When they picked her up, they didn't want to leave and struggled all the time. Didn't they just knock her out and fight back? Naruto really wants to tell Umbu at this moment, just knock her out. But no way. Who made Hinata his future wife? Chapter 25. Naruto stood up and patted the dust off his body, and walked slowly in front of Hinata. As if aware of someone, Hinata shrank her body, lowered her head, but moved her eyes upward. Seeing that the person in front of him seemed to be of the same age, Hinata, who was sobbing, raised her head in doubt. Seeing this, Naruto showed a hexy smile and asked, "May I have your name?" Hinata was stunned. Hallucination? He rubbed his eyes, then looked carefully, rubbed again, and looked again. Sure it wasn't a hallucination. Hinata didn't cry for a moment. Immediately glanced left and right. Still here? But how can there be peers? She remembered that Umbu came to her home today, had a dispute with the tribe, and even fought. In the end Umbu didn't know what to say to her mother. Sadly, the mother handed her over to Umbu. She didn't know what happened, and she didn't want to talk to Umbu. She started struggling and crying. Later, when her neck hurt, she fell into a coma. When she woke up, she found herself in this cave. And there are a bunch of very scary Umbu with weird masks. Driven by fear in my heart, I couldn't help crying again. No children were found here. Seeing Hinata's cute action, Naruto secretly nodded in his heart, and continued. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, what about you? My name is, Hyaga Hinata. The sound is very low, but it is very clear in the empty cave. After speaking, Hinata lowered her head, her face blushing. Umbu's eyes widened immediately. What's the matter? They coaxed it for a long time but it didn't work. Did you introduce yourself in the past and stop crying? Still blushing? If Naruto knew what was going on in their hearts, he would definitely say something. In the barren mountains, the flames are floating. Surrounded by a group of Umbu wearing masks of pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, monkeys, tigers, etc. Do you think it is the zodiac? It would be strange not to cry. Why are you here? Although Hinata is usually introverted, when a peer suddenly appeared, he was afraid that he would disappear suddenly, so he suddenly became bolder. Me? Uncle took me to the battlefield to play. Naruto said with a smile. The battlefield? Am I going to the battlefield too? Am I going to see my father? 3-year-old Hinata doesn't know the cruelty of the battlefield, but only knows that his father is also on the battlefield. Thinking of seeing his father when he went to the battlefield, he was not so afraid, and even looked forward to it. Well, if you don't believe me, you can ask uncle, they are protecting you to meet your father on the battlefield. Naruto nodded. There is no burden at all to deceive a child. And is it a lie? This is a fact. Is that true? Hinata glanced at Umbu's direction abruptly, and immediately lowered her head. Well, we did bring you to Lord Hayashi. Seeing this, Umbu also nodded. Hinata's lovely face suddenly smiled like a flower. Naruto sat down beside her, rubbed her head, and said, Okay, Hinata, uncle is tired of driving us. Let's not quarrel with them, let's go to sleep first. Feeling Naruto's intimate movement, Hinata blushed again, pinching the corners of her clothes with her little hands helplessly, and whispered, my neck hurts. I can't sleep. Umbu. Remembering how Hinata fell asleep when he was hugged by Umbu today, Naruto understood and called Umbu. Umbu, who was in charge of picking up Hinata, was slightly embarrassed, and another Umbu walked up to Hinata. Like a frightened little rabbit, Hinata squeezed Naruto's clothes tightly with both hands, and shrank her head behind Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto comforted him. It's okay, Umbu will help you look at your neck, the pain will be gone soon. Glancing at Naruto and then at Umbu, Hinata hesitated and came out from behind Naruto. Umbu gently touched Hinata's neck, and when he heard her cry of pain, Umbu's hands glowed green. Healing. Healing jutsu's lower healing ninjutsu. Feeling the pain in the neck disappearing slowly, Hinata froze. While feeling amazing in my heart, I couldn't help but think that if I could relieve the pain in this way during normal practice, then I wouldn't have to be afraid of getting hurt. Of course, Hinata is thinking too much. Therapeutic ninjutsu is all about accelerating cell division, so as to achieve the effect of recovery and healing. It is mainly used for emergency healing of war wounds, or in crisis situations where the wound must be recovered as soon as possible. Frequent use of healing ninjutsu to split cells is tantamount to slow suicide. Therefore, in general, when there is no crisis, ninja injuries are treated with conventional treatment methods to slowly recover from the injury. If the redness and swelling caused by daily practice are also recovered with medical ninjutsu, I am afraid that I will not be able to reach middle age, and my body will collapse. Feeling that it was almost the same, Umbu put away his ninjutsu, touched Hinata's neck again, and said, Alright. Thank you, thank you. At a loss, I said thank you. Lost in pain, Hinata only felt drowsy, her head bouncing. Naruto's heart moved slightly, and he hugged Hinata in his arms. As if aware of something wrong, and seemed to just want to find a comfortable position, Hinata twisted her body, and immediately pinched the clothes on Naruto's chest, quietly, and fell asleep. Naruto smiled, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Umbu, the single dog who has been very interested and paying attention to the situation here, raised his brows. It's really frustrating, even ate dog food. Can a 3-year-old do the same? Feeling sad in my heart, I couldn't help thinking, if I had such courage and determination back then. I am afraid that the children will be as big as them. Alas! In the sealed space. Worthy of being my son. Namikaze Minato is smiling. Back then, he often followed Kushina to seek opportunities. After discovering that Kushina was in danger, he acted decisively and directly filled his favor with a ruthless person. It's just that I didn't expect that Naruto is even better than Blue. At such a young age, he knows how to seize opportunities and lend a helping hand when Hinata is in a state of anxiety and loss. A wave of good impressions was made. Even taking advantage of Hinata's defenselessness, he slapped her directly. While excited, Namikaze Minato suddenly got a little tangled up. Hinata is very cute, but child bride Uchiha Izumi is a very rare good woman. It's hard to choose. Nine Tails, who is pretending to sleep, raised her eyelids slightly. Squinting his eyes, he glanced at Namikaze Minato, who was sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, and walked back and forth with a tangled expression. "What the hell, idiot?" Chapter 26. The next day. We're almost at the frontline command post, hide Jinchuriki and Princess Hyuga. Yes. The two Umbu holding Naruto and Hinata hid them in Black's windbreaker. After running for several kilometers, a Konoha shinobi suddenly appeared. Stop. The six Umbu stopped quickly, and at the same time, one of them threw a proof document in his hand. The guard Konoha shinobi caught the file thrown by Umbu. After a glance, the vigilance on his face dissipated immediately, and he nodded to the ninja hiding in the dark, then turned his head and said to Umbu, "Come with me." After speaking, he took Umbu to run quickly, and soon arrived at the camp of the frontline headquarters. The guarding ninja checked it again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he was about to let it go. Sudden. A Hyuga ninja with blue veins protruding on both sides of his face, apparently with his eyes open, suddenly appeared. Staring angrily at the inside of a certain Umbu's windbreaker, he tore up and shouted, "Damn! Umbu!" The vigilant Hyuga ninjas nearby noticed the abnormality of the clansman and turned their attention to this side. After seeing the sleeping child through a certain Umbu windbreaker, several Hyuga ninjas immediately surrounded the six Umbu. Snort! Umbu hummed, glanced at all the Hyuga ninjas, and said, "Shen Yan, I believe you don't want the information to leak out." Hateful! All the Hyuga ninjas clenched their fists and could only stare at Umbu fiercely. "I dare not speak out. If Cloud Shinobi finds out, the little princess of their Hyuga family will appear on the front line. I'm afraid they will try their best to raid the camp to snatch people. Notify the patriarch. Hurry up." A Hyuga ninja heard this and immediately left. The rest of the Konoha shinobi on guard looked puzzled, while Umbu frowned, and immediately said to the Konoha shinobi leading the way, "Take us to meet Master Jiraiya." "Good." The Konoha shinobi nodded and quickly led the way. Although he didn't know what happened, he also knew that something was wrong. "If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid there will be a conflict." Several Hyuga ninjas were about to follow, and another Konoha shinobi immediately said, "What are you doing? Continue to be vigilant." Hateful! Hyuga ninjas glared at each other. Now the little princesses of their Hyuga family have been sent to the battlefield. They still have mental vigilance there. The Konoha shinobi who spoke also probably guessed what Hokage-sama did to their Hyuga family, which aroused their anger. But these are not what he should care about, and he knew that it would be impossible not to let them follow, so he had no choice but to continue to say, "One to keep up, and the rest to be vigilant. Otherwise, there will be an accident, and the camp will be attacked, and you Hyuga clan will not be able to bear the responsibility." Hyuga ninja's heart tightened for a moment. They looked at each other and nodded. One Hyuga ninja continued to follow Umbu, and the rest returned to the post. Seeing the Hyuga ninja returning to the sentry position, all eyes were open and they kept observing the movements around them, and the rest of the Konoha shinobi were amazed. Usually these vigilant Hyuga ninjas have a 359 angle of view after they open their eyes, and they all stand like wooden stakes. Sentinel. At most, move the head slightly. When did you take it so seriously? Of course, that's not to say that the Hyuga ninja was lazy before. Byun's ability to investigate is highly recognized by the entire ninja world. It's just that in comparison now, it feels like it's not as serious as it is now. The other side. Front command. Jiraiya was staring at the map on the desktop and wrinkled her head. This war is not easy to fight. Konoha's older generation is already old. Tsunade of his generation left the village, and Orochimaru defected. The next generation of powerful Minato, Kushina has been sacrificed. The new generation has not yet grown up. The only surprise is probably Uchiha Shisui. Jiraiya shook her head. At the beginning, Danzo was too careless. He was raided on the headquarters in the first battle, causing 30% of the ninjas to lose their combat power. 30%, you lose 30% in one battle, how can you fight? Jiraiya, who took over the command, has a big head. If only Tsunade would come and help. With this in mind, a Konoha shinobi opened the curtain of the tent. "Master Jiraiya, Umbu has brought Hokage an urgent request to see you. Bring them in." Jiraiya nodded. "Yes." Konoha shinobi responded, exited the tent, and said to Umbu outside, "Master Jiraiya, please." With permission, two Umbu walked into the tent, and one of them stepped forward to hand over a scroll. "Master Jiraiya, please." "Well, it's been hard work." Jiraiya took the scroll and was about to open it. At the same time, Naruto in Umbu's arms opened Umbu's windbreaker and looked out. The innocent face, the clear eyes are full of curiosity. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment. Blonde hair, green eyes, and a six-paths beard on his face. Immediately, the scroll slipped from his hand. Slap! The scroll fell to the ground without realizing it. A few seconds later, Jiraiya's face was livid. Although I only met once when I was born, Jiraiya still recognized Naruto. Even Jiraiya has already guessed the meaning of third Hokage. I can't believe it. Jiraiya really can't believe it. Has Konoha degenerated to the point where he needs to send a 3-year-old into battle? He is Minato's child. Is Minato worthy of the sacrifice of protecting the village? Angry. Jiraiya, who suppressed the anger in his heart, trembled all over, and the chakra in his body surged crazily. Danger! Feeling the coercion coming towards their faces, the two Umbu were suffocated. Naruto jumped down from Umbu's arms, picked up the scroll from the ground, and said, "Grandpa, this is a letter from Grandpa Hokage, why did you throw it away?" After finishing speaking, he stood up and handed the scroll to Jiraiya with all his strength. "For you." Looking at the innocent Naruto, Jiraiya suppressed the anger in his heart. He took the scroll, squatted down and patted Naruto's head guiltily and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto." "Huh? Grandpa, how do you know my name? Also, why did you say sorry?" Naruto looked surprised. Hiding the feeling of guilt in her heart, Jiraiya said with a smile, "Of course, I hugged you when you were just born." "Really? Why don't I remember?" Naruto tilted his head full of doubts, and looked at Jiraiya with recognition, as if he was trying to remember. Umbu on the side saw that Jiraiya suppressed his anger, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, there was a roar from outside the tent. "What is the meaning of third Hokage? Are you bullying our Hyuga family like this?" Hyuga Hayashi. Umbu's heart that had just fallen was suspended again. Chapter 27. January 25th. It has been 4 days since Naruto came to the front line. A few days ago, Jiraiya suppressed third Hokage's order privately. After several days of battle, although there was not much failure, there was still no success. Third Hokage once again issued an order to send Jinchuriki to the front line to fight. The new order was sent to Narushiju, the front-line staff officer. "I disagree with sending Naruto into battle." Inside the Konoha frontline headquarters, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shisui, and Uchiha Shisui circulated third Hokage's order, debated for hours, and finally decided by voting. Jiraiya took the lead in expressing his opposition to the proposal to send Jinchuriki to fight. But looking at the 3 people who didn't make a statement, and had vague guilt on their faces, Jiraiya was silent. Narashikaku glanced at Hyuga Hayashi and then at Uchiha Shisui. Seeing that none of them wanted to speak, he sighed inwardly, and could only speak. "Jiraiya, I disagree in principle. But you also know that Konoha's current finances simply cannot support a long-term war. And countries have already seen the fatigue of our Konoha. We need a victory to turn the tables and turn the perception of us around the world." Narushiju didn't want a 3-year-old child to go to war. But there is no way, Konoha is really sunset. And this is war, and it should not be mixed with personal feelings. Silence. Jiraiya remained silent. "Feel sorry." Hyuga Hayashi then spoke, but didn't say much, and didn't say anything righteous, only expressed his apology. Jiraiya nodded, understanding. "The daughters were sent. If you can't win, you will be sent out. What else can I do? No one is more eager to win than Hyuga. Jinchuriki's battle cannot determine victory, but at least there is hope." Seeing that the seniors have spoken, Uchiha Shisui said, "I abstain." To vote against is to go against the opinion of Konoha's senior management. Uchiha Shisui will not do this when the Uchiha family is under the suspicion of high-level Konoha. If you vote yes, you risk offending Jiraiya. Anyway, in the case of 2 to 1, as long as you don't vote against it, it won't affect the result, so why bother? Abstaining from voting can give people an image of knowing how to advance and retreat. Uchiha Shisui was also only able to attend this meeting because he was the key to controlling the tailed beast. Although his strength is good, his status and qualifications are not as good as the 3 present here. So he didn't choose to be the first bird. Jiraiya also nodded to Uchiha Shisui. He also understands the situation of Bayu's Haibo's family. To be able to abstain from voting is already risking being known by Konoha's senior management. After all, what Jiraiya wanted to win at the beginning was Naruto Isa's vote. In the case of 2 to 2, forcefully suppress it in the name of the frontline commander. It's just that Luju was the first to agree. Silence. Jiraiya can only choose to be silent now. Seeing this, Naruto also understands that it is very difficult to ask Jiraiya at the same time. I had no choice but to compromise. That's it, Jiraiya. How about we ask Naruto for his opinion? If Naruto wishes, follow the orders of Third Hokage. If Naruto is unwilling, as long as you are still in command of the battlefield, then if Hokage asks, we will bear it with you. After speaking, Nara turned to Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Shisui and asked, "Is there any problem with you two?" "Kin. No problem." The two agreed. Jiraiya was silent for a while, then nodded too. He understood what Naruto said. Now he is the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, he can protect Naruto, and he can even veto it with a strong vote. But if the situation of the battle cannot be changed in the future, it will be withdrawn one day. Whether to use Naruto or not at that time is not up to him to decide. After a while, Naruto, who was teasing Hinata, was taken to the headquarters. Nara came to Naruto's side, squatted down and touched Naruto's head, and asked, "Naruto, are you willing to sacrifice for Konoha?" This sentence was requested by Jiraiya. Asking questions is skillful, and many ways of asking questions have a certain guiding tendency. This sentence is to hope that Naruto can clearly realize the consequences. Going out to fight doesn't necessarily mean sacrificing. But Jiraiya hopes Naruto will get out of trouble. "Do you have to die?" Naruto was vaguely frightened. "No, but most likely will." Naruto Isa said. Knowing that he might not die, Naruto pretended to be relieved, and asked expectantly, "If I didn't die, would the villagers agree with me?" Seeing this, Naruto sighed inwardly, and said, "Will do. Okay, I am willing, I hope to get the approval of the village." Naruto nodded with determination and a little expectation. What a good boy. Naruto rubbed Naruto's head for a long time, feeling a little heavy in his heart. But this is war, and Konoha really can't do it. Jiraiya's face was gloomy. Feel guilty. But on one side is Minato's son, and on the other side is his beloved Konoha. Can't choose. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Can't change the situation. Naruto on the side lowered his head. "If I say no, will you not let me play? Stop pretending. If you really want to refuse, Shisui will come to distinguished heavenly gods in the next second." Without the ability to solve Shisui distinguished heavenly gods, Naruto dare not refuse at all. It's so incomprehensible. Naruto dare not bet. Late at night, led by Jiraiya, Konoha makes a surprise attack. "Master Raikage, Master Killer Bee, watch out for Konoha conspiracy." After many days of fighting, Konoha hadn't launched an attack on its own initiative, and a Cloud Shinobi immediately realized the conspiracy. "It's okay. Jiraiya and Uchiha are here, don't worry about the others." Raikage waved his hand after receiving the battle report from the front line, and immediately said to Killer Bee beside him, "Bee, hold Jiraiya this time, I'll kill that Uchiha brat myself. Yo. Get rid of him tonight, yeah." Crack. Seeing Killer Bee making strange moves again, Raikage patted him on the head and shouted loudly, "Bye. Be more serious." Kibala immediately stood at attention. "Yes. Brother." "Okay, go." The other side. Before Konoha's raid, the real Uchiha Shisui had already infiltrated Naruto with a raid party near the Cloud Shinobi camp. Among them is Hyaga's genius ninja, Hyaga Takuma. Blindly noticing the situation in the camp, Hyaga Takuma said, "Reikage and Killer Bee have played." Uchiha Shisui nodded and reminded, "Pay attention to the front line signal. The Cloud Shinobi camp is more than 10 kilometers away from the front line of the battle. Uchiha Shisui is waiting. Send out the signal after the battle between Jiraiya and Reikage, Killer Bee on the front line." Chapter 28. Compare. To the front. Reikage, who got the Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui positions from the frontline Cloud Shinobi, nodded to Killer Bee beside him. "Okay." Killer Bee made an okay gesture. Immediately, Reikage runs to Uchiha Shisui and Killer Bee runs to Jiraiya. Suddenly, a signal flare rose behind Konoha. A group of Konoha shinobi suddenly surged out from the forest in the distance, attacking from the flanks towards the center of the battlefield. Reikage's heart tightened immediately, and he immediately yelled, "Attention, the ambushes on the right wing." The movement to kill Uchiha Shisui slowed down. Immediately, Jiraiya arrived and made madras with both hands. "Reikage, your opponent is me. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique." White's long hair suddenly restrained Reikage, and even Reikage couldn't break free with such a huge force. "Brother!" Killer Bee yelled, and two octopus tentacles appeared behind him, whipped and bundled, and attacked Jiraiya violently. Revolving Heaven. Hyaga Hayashi rushed into the battlefield in an instant, and the high-speed spinning chakra intercepted all the octopus tentacles attacking Jiraiya. "You have entered the range of my 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The exquisite gentle fist that hits in succession in an instant, entangles Killer Bee. You want to tie me up? You look at me, Reikage, too much." Jiraiya. Reikage exploded with a violent blue light, and the electric snake wrapped around his body with flashes and jumps. Under lightning-style chakra mode, Reikage's arms drummed. While breaking free from the bondage in an instant, both hands caught the moment the white hair shrank, and pulled it hard. The strength of the pull made Jiraiya lose weight and flew towards Reikage, who immediately concentrated the lightning-style chakra on his elbow and slammed it. Heavy storm. Between the staggering, a high-speed spinning chakra ball instantly emerged from Jiraiya's right hand. Raise non. Boom. A roar. With the help of the spreading air wave, Jiraiya jumped back, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire-style big flame bomb. Huge flame bombs ignited with toad oil spewed out. The other side. Signal from the front. Seeing the signal flare in the sky, Hyaga Takuma immediately issued a reminder. Good. Uchiha Shisui immediately took out a scroll and opened it, and the center of the scroll was engraved with a big Uchiha character. Then Shisui formed a seal with both hands and slapped it on the scroll. Boom. A cloud of smoke rises. The word person in the scroll disappeared, and a figure emerged. Shisui said respectfully, "Master Jiraiya, please." Jiraiya. Sealed in the scroll is Jiraiya's shadow clone. Shadow clone nodded, the 5 fingers of his right hand were slightly bent, and blue chakra emerged from the fingertips, and immediately inserted into the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Spin. Don't untie too much, or Nine Tails will break the seal. Shadow clone thought to himself, unlocked half of the seal, and stopped immediately. Suddenly, the red chakra gushes from the seal. Naruto's clear eyes immediately changed into a pair of ferocious vertical pupils. The 3-pointed jade in Uchiha Shisui's eyes spun at high speed and instantly turned into Mangekyo. Glared at Nine Tails, who controlled Naruto's mind. Immediately, Naruto's vertical pupils turned into Mangekyo, exactly the same as Shisui's, and then slowly disappeared. The 4 Konoha shinobi immediately stood around Naruto and formed sigils at the same time. 4 Xiang array. In order to prevent the breath of the tailed beast from spreading, arouse the vigilance of Cloud Shinobi. Konoha shinobi formed 4 Xiang formations and trapped Naruto in the formation. In the sealed space. Nine Tails has worked hard on you, bear with it, I will let you kill him if I have a chance. Looking at the controlled Nine Tails, Naruto said. Snort. Nine Tails snorted, but still maintained a certain level of sanity. It's just that he didn't deliberately break free from Uchiha Shisui's control. Namikaze Minato looked towards a certain part of the seal from time to time. Hopefully the seal of Kushina will not be touched, otherwise. Outside world. Seeing Naruto's pained face in the 4-Ziang formation, shadow clone Jiraiya couldn't bear it, and immediately turned to Shisui and said, "Shisui, I'll leave it to you to bring Naruto back safely. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely bring Naruto back." After finishing speaking, Shisui made a seal with both hands. Seal. Shisui reseals Jiraiya's shadow clone into the scroll. This shadow clone is insurance. Prevent accidents with the Jiraiya body in the front line. Otherwise, no one will be able to reseal the seal that Naruto broke. Putting away his thoughts, Shisui quickly put away the scroll. In the 4-Ziang formations, Naruto's body has been completely wrapped in red chakra, turning into a humanoid fox. A fifth tail is forming behind you. Hyuga Takuma opened his eyes to observe the movement around him, paying attention to Naruto in the 4-Ziang formation from time to time. Is this Nine Tails? Thinking of the Nine Tails rebellion 3 years ago, Hyuga Takuma shuddered. 4-Ziang array. 5 tails. 6 tails. 7 tails. Maximum 7 tails. No, 7 tails have no pressure. There is probably no problem with the 8 tails. Jiraiya once warned Shisui to show up to 7 tails to prevent 9 tails from pouring out chakra. But after feeling his control over 9 tails, Shisui felt he could be bolder. Of course, 9 tails are absolutely not acceptable. Already a complete body. After a while, the 8th tail is formed. For Naruto in the Ziang formation has basically turned into a complete 9 tails. The only difference is that the body is slightly smaller and there are only 8 tails. Shisui immediately controlled 9 tails to make an attack command. 4 9 tails in the Ziang formation opened their ferocious mouths, and a black chakra ball quickly condensed. Withdraw. Back. Uchiha Shisui suddenly roared. The 4 Konoha shinobi immediately disarmed the 4 Ziang formations and retreated rapidly. The tailed beast bomb spewed out from the mouth of 9 tails instantly. Black's huge tailed beast bomb pushed horizontally all the way, pulling out a huge trench several meters deep and tens of meters wide on the ground. Wherever it passes, trees and boulders are all turned into dust, and not a single blade of grass grows. Cloud Shinobi Camp. What sound? Cloud Shinobi, who heard the sound, was about to look towards the sound. Suddenly, a dark, evil, and hateful atmosphere came. A bad premonition came to my heart. Tailed beast bomb. A Cloud Shinobi looked at the tailed beast bomb flying rapidly in the distance, with fear and despair on his face. Run! Someone yelled, and the Cloud Shinobi who stayed behind in the camp immediately issued an alarm, and thousands of Cloud Shinobi fled in all directions. Soon. Boom! In the Cloud Shinobi camp, a huge mushroom cloud rises. Explosions resounded through the sky. The dazzling glare instantly illuminated tens of kilometers like daytime. The air wave generated by the explosion overturned all the trees within several kilometers in diameter. The scattered Cloud Shinobi was scattered by the impact, hit the boulder, seriously injured on the mountain, and even died. Those with weaker physical fitness were directly hit by the air wave and died. The smoke cleared. The entire camp of Cloud Shinobi has disappeared. It turned into a huge pit with a diameter of thousands of meters. Konoha 52, January 25th. Night. Konoha 9 Tails Jinchuriki raided the Cloud Shinobi camp, hit the tailed beast bomb, and the camp was destroyed. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi died and thousands were seriously injured. The news spread, shaking the ninja world. Chapter 29. The Other Side. In the battlefield where Konoha and Cloud Shinobi fought, the sounds of fighting and explosions kept ringing. Flames danced all over the sky, the ground often shook violently, and thunder flashed. Cough, cough. Jiraiya, who was thrown out by Raikage, barely stabilized her figure and fell to the ground. While coughing, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, obviously he was seriously injured. Master Jiraiya, are you alright? Hyuga Hayashi, who was also seriously injured, stepped forward immediately and protected the injured Jiraiya behind him. "Don't worry, you can still hold on." Wiping the corner of his mouth quickly with his right hand, Jiraiya glanced at the direction of the Cloud Shinobi camp, feeling a little anxious in his heart. "Haven't started yet? Nothing will go wrong, right?" The combination of Raikage and Killer Bee put him under a lot of pressure. If it weren't for Hyuga Hayashi's feint attack from time to time, or even blocking the flanking attack, he might have been directly killed. Not far away. Haha. Raikage, who was also seriously injured, panted heavily, and did not pursue Jiraiya, as if he was resting tacitly. Raikage, who suddenly slowed down, felt something was wrong in his heart. Today's Jiraiya went crazy and entangled him and Killer Bee desperately. Uchiha Shisui can be seen looming in the distance but has never joined their battle. The signal that just rose is wrong again. Although after the signal was raised, Konoha did have a new force than before, but it only caused a little chaos for them Cloud Shinobi. As Jiraiya who fought World War II and World War III, she launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night and entangled desperately. Is this the only strategy? Suddenly, a cold, evil, manic breath came faintly. I feel the breath of 9 tails. 8 tails. Jayaki's voice sounded from the bottom of Killer Bee's heart, and Killer Bee's heart tightened. Immediately turned to Raikage and said, "Brother, 9 tails." Raikage immediately realized something, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around quickly. Boom! A roar resounded through the sky. The battlefield with constant fighting sounds is like being pressed to pause. They cast their gazes into the distance. I saw a mushroom cloud suddenly rising from Cloud Shinobi's camp more than 10 kilometers away. Then the ground shook violently. Dazzling strong light burst. Successful. Jiraiya and Hyuga Hayashi looked at each other with happy faces, and immediately seized the opportunity to seal the seal quickly. Earth-style Huangquan Swamp. Jiraiya slammed his hands on the ground, instantly forming a huge swamp covering hundreds of meters. The Cloud Shinobi, who were in a sluggish state, sank and were swallowed by the swamp. The Konoha Shinobi player reacted immediately, bursting out with ninjutsu. At the same time, Hyuga Hayashi came to behind Raikage in an instant, put his hands in the gentle fist gesture, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared on the ground. 8 trigrams 128 palms. "Brother, behind you!" Kibala immediately roared. Raikage came back to his senses immediately and turned around abruptly. But the countless palm shadows swung in an instant have already landed on him. Damn it! Killer Bee came to the rescue immediately. Toad's mouth bondage technique. The stomach wall of Mount Miyaboku Toad is summoned by Jiraiya, and Killer Bee is trapped. "Killer Bee, stay here for a while." After finishing speaking, Jiraiya took a step back. Her whole body seemed to be integrated into the stomach wall. Hateful! With a roar, a dazzling electric light burst out from the long knife in Killer Bee's hand. Sonic lightning-style knife. Slashing out with a knife seemed to tear the air. In order to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, the knife light, which has a penetrating power beyond wind style, was directly digested on the stomach wall. Outside world. Although Raikage with 8 trigrams 128 palms was sealed all over his body, he still fought back and forth with Hyuga Hayashi under the powerful constitution, relying on his wide opening and closing, extremely fierce physical skills. 8 trigrams empty palm. The high strength and powerful shock wave was shot from Hyuga Hayashi's hand. Raikage moved sideways suddenly, and while avoiding the empty palm, he had already arrived in front of Hayashi, and suddenly hit his right elbow with an elbow. Hayashi was suffocated. Still maintaining the empty palm gesture, he had no time to defend himself. Suddenly, a figure with white hair and squatting in a lunge appeared between the two of them. The 5 fingers of the right hand were slightly bent, and at the same time as chakra condensed on the fingertips, the 5 characters of thunder, wind, water, fire, earth, and 5 emerged, and suddenly pressed towards Raikage's abdomen. 5 elements seal. Chi. The sealing rune emerged from Raikage's abdomen, and Chakra, who had been attacking the acupoints, collapsed in an instant. Raikage leaped back quickly, managed to stabilize his figure, and landed on the ground, but still slid several meters away. Master Raikage! Dozens of Cloud Shinobi quickly stepped forward, covering Raikage behind him. Damn it, Jiraiya! You even sent a Jinchuriki to sneak attack. You really can't be underestimated. Raikage looked sad and angry. Since the distribution of tailed beasts, Konoha has never sent Jinchuriki to fight even in the Third Ninja World War. Raikage never expected to send Nine Tails Jinchuriki to raid their camp this time. Now, Raikage even thinks that Konoha's constant weakness is to paralyze them. Showing that the enemy is weak, and keeping Chen Kang in the dark, everything is Jiraiya's conspiracy. Now the acupoints are sealed by 8 trigrams palms, and a 5-element seal is added to disturb. Think about the camp in the rear. No one from the camp has come to report. I am afraid the situation is very pessimistic. Boom! I saw a huge energy ball directly penetrated the huge stomach wall not far away, and immediately blasted somewhere on the battlefield. A powerful explosion rose. Konoha shinobi who are fighting nearby, even Cloud Shinobi. Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb was killed a lot. It's a pity, if there are 5 more minutes. Seeing the escaped Killer Bee and dozens of Cloud Shinobi in front of Raikage, Jiraiya secretly thought it was a pity. If there are another 5 minutes, maybe Raikage, who has lost most of his combat power, can be captured alive. Brother! Are you okay? The half-tailed Killer Bee emerged from the stomach wall and rushed to Raikage. Damn it, Killer Bee, don't mess with tailed beast bomb. Seeing Cloud Shinobi who was killed by mistake, Raikage's face was ashen. The situation in the rear camp is unknown, and the battlefield here is also gone. Raikage said decisively. Send the signal, retreat. Immediately, Cloud Shinobi's retreat signal rose from the sky. Chase. Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately issued a pursuit order, and at the same time took out a signal flare in his hand and fired it into the sky. The other side. In the original Cloud Shinobi camp, Nine Tails intercepted the route to the front line at Cloud Shinobi, roaring and waving its giant claws, slaughtering ninjas trying to report to the front line. The ninjas of Konoha raid team take out the fish that slipped through the claws of Nine Tails. Those who managed to escape the range of the tailed beast bomb were all damaged by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Thousands of existing Cloud Shinobi have only a small number of minor injuries, and more serious injuries. The morale of the army has been disturbed, and even Cloud Shinobi, who has been frightened, is no match for Konoha's raid team. Naruto in the sealed space listened to the continuous sound of ding 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 from the system. How much was parsed? Forget. Although it can only be parsed if the body is intact. But at least over 100 now. It's a pity that the analysis can only analyze ninjutsu, bloodlines, and blood successors, and cannot take their chakra back. Otherwise, the chakra of these 100 people alone would barely have a tail beast chakra. I'm a little greedy. Chapter 30. Shisui, the frontline Cloud Shinobi have retreated. Seeing the signal in the sky, Hyaga immediately came to Shisui's side. After Uchiha Shisui killed a Cloud Shinobi, he turned around and took a look, and immediately said, "Pay attention to the Konoha signal." Not long after Cloud Shinobi's retreat signal went up, a special flare went up in the sky again. Hyaga Takuma was overjoyed, and immediately said to Shisui, "Shisui, the signal is here. The front line has a big victory, chase the signal." This is a pre-designed signal. Cloud Shinobi retreats, Konoha pursues. If the raid team has the advantage, pinch the retreating Cloud Shinobi from the front line. If the situation is exhausted, the raid team retreats quickly and sends a signal, and the Konoha front line stops chasing. Uchiha stopped feeling his control over Nine Tails, and immediately said, "Send a pinch signal, pinch the Raikage troops." Yes. In response, Hyaga Takuma quickly took out the signal flare and fired it into the sky. The raid team immediately turned around and ran towards the front line. The other side. Damn it, the front line is defeated. Hurry up, step forward and join the frontline troops. Cloud Shinobi in the original camp saw the signal for the retreat of the front line, and felt grief and indignation in his heart. I want to go forward to meet Raikage's troops, but I am stopped by Uchiha Shisui and Nine Tails. Every time the giant claw swings, it takes away several lives. Quite a while. The figure of the Reikage unit appeared, and Uchiha Shisui felt ruthless. Nine Tails stopped intercepting the rear troops and quickly ran towards the Reikage troops. Nine Tails, Uchiha Imp. Seeing the huge deep pit at the original camp, Reikage couldn't help but let out a mournful roar. Cloud Shinobi fought nearly 10,000 ninjas, and nearly 1,000 were killed in the battle for more than half a month. The wounded can no longer fight, and hundreds of wounded are recuperating in the camp. Now the camp was directly blasted into a deep hole by the tailed beast bomb. Those who were seriously injured had no time to escape. Konoha is raiding in the middle of the night again, and Cloud Shinobi, who is resting, may not have time to escape. There are also some weaker ones. This time Nine Tails probably slaughtered thousands of ninjas. No wonder the frontline Uchiha Shisui has not been joining their cage-level battlegrounds. Pfft. Furious. Reikage, who was already seriously injured, spewed a mouthful of blood. Reikage. Cloud Shinobi around Reikage was shocked. Surround Reikage quickly and watch out for accidents. Brother. Killer Bee couldn't help feeling sad too. There was Nine Tails before, there was pursuit after, Reikage chakra was blocked. As if he had made a decision in his heart, Killer Bee's body swelled and entered a state of complete tailed beast. Turning around quickly, a tailed beast bomb quickly condensed in his mouth. Tailed beast bomb, spread out. Jiraiya, who was chasing from behind, immediately roared. The pursuit troops quickly dispersed. Boom. There was a huge bang. The tailed beast bomb launched in a hurry is much worse than the Nine Tails. At the same time, the tailed beast bomb with an average speed did not cause too many casualties when it was prepared. But it made Konoha's speed of chasing troops stagnate. After stopping the chasing troops for a while, Killer Bee, who was fully transformed into a tailed beast, turned around again, rushed towards Nine Tails and roared loudly. Protect Reikage and go first. I stop Nine Tails and the pursuing troops. Then. Reikage couldn't help roaring, he was going to fight Konoha Shinobi with his life. Killer Bee, who was wrestling with Nine Tails, turned his head again and said. All Cloud Shinobi listen to my order and protect Reikage to evacuate. It turned out to be a direct overstepping and issuing an order. Master Reikage, retreat. Cloud Shinobi also knows that there is nothing to be done, and if he stays here, Reikage, who has lost most of his strength, will have to confess here. Third Reikage has died for them in the Third Ninja World War. Can't let Fourth Reikage go wrong again. Go away. I'm Reikage. Looking at Cloud Shinobi who was about to set him up, the angry Reikage directly threw his fist. Master Reikage, please think about the overall situation and evacuate. Otherwise, you will have worries. It's just short of saying that the current Reikage is a burden. Reikage's face was even more livid. Doesn't he know that he is a burden? No. As long as Nine Tails stops Killer Bee, Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Hayashi help break through, Jiraiya can easily capture him. But if you want him to leave Killer Bee and retreat, he can't be cruel. Retreat. Master Reikage, Master Bai is 8 Tails Jinchuriki, there will be no problem. Cloud Shinobi beside him persuaded again. Hint Killer Bee is 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha will not kill him. Otherwise, if you liberate 8 Tails temporarily, Konoha won't be able to bear it at all. Damn it. Jiraiya, if something goes wrong with Killer Bee, Cloud Shinobi village, and you Konohas will never die. Persuaded, Reikage roared and quickly evacuated under the protection of thousands of Cloud Shinobi. Hearing Reikage's words, Killer Bee slammed Nine Tails out of the water, and the 8 octopus tentacles lashed hard at Konoha chasing Reikage's. On the way. This way is dead. Rumble. Stop chasing, take the Killer Bee. Seeing this, Jiraiya resolutely gave up Reikage, turned around and ran towards Killer Bee. Uchiha Shisui also controlled Nine Tails to pounce on Kibala again, and at the same time, Mangekyo glared. Killer Bee suddenly lost his mind, paused, and was directly pressed to the ground by Nine Tails. Jayaki, I can't let you go. In the sealed space, Nine Tails looked at Jayaki who was thrown by him with disdain. As for it being controlled? Non-existent. Uchiha Shisui is not Uchiha Obito. Obito has Hashirama cells, and Uchiha Madara teaches the method of specially controlling tailed beasts. At the same time, it has the contract engraved by Uchiha Madara. That's why Obito was able to easily control 9 tails. Shisui, not so far. Control it at most and burst out under 5 tails. Like now, 8 tails have burst out, basically in complete form. At most, it's an influence, and it's easy to break free. Outside world. With the consumption of 9 tails and the influence of Shisui, Jiraiya fainted, and after tens of minutes, Killer Bee was almost exhausted. Shisui! Jiraiya yelled right away. Uchiha Shisui understood, Mangekyo glared. Killer Bee action again meal. Jiraiya immediately seized the opportunity and made a seal. 4 elephant seals. Killer Bee, who was sealed with 4 elephants in his body, shrank rapidly, was forced to exit the state of full-tailed beast, and then fell into a coma on the ground. Chapter 31. Hi. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief seeing Killer Bee, who had been unconscious and completely controlled by the Konoha shinobi. Capture Raikage's brother, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and the war is over. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Jiraiya said to Shisui. Shisui, control 9 tails to take back chakra, I will seal it again. Yes. Shisui responded and turned. Mangekyo looked at 9 tails. Suddenly, the 9 tails chakra on Naruto's body slowly gathered, and his body shrank accordingly. After a while, Naruto returned to human form, and then his body softened, and Jiraiya quickly stepped forward to catch Naruto. After checking that Naruto was fine, but after collapsed and unconscious, Jiraiya slightly bent the 5 fingers of her right hand and pressed on the 8 trigrams on Naruto's abdomen. On the seal, rotate with it. After confirming that the seal was completely sealed, Jiraiya was completely relieved. The other side. Konoha, Hokage office. An Umbu suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee, holding a scroll sent through summoning ninjutsu with 2 fingers in both hands. Master Hokage, good news from the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen's deep eyes flashed brightly. You heard me right. Good news. Then he quickly stepped forward to take the scroll, unsealed it, and opened it. With a glance, the gloom of Third Hokage for many days was swept away, and he couldn't help laughing. Haha. 8 Tails Jinchuriki was captured. Good. Immediately, the brow furrowed again. Shisui can really control 9 tails perfectly. 9 tails chakra didn't affect Naruto's photo, but just collapsed and fell into a coma. Fortunately, he didn't feel ashamed of Minato. No, we still need to make sure that Naruto is out of control. The Uchiha family also needs to be on guard. Mangekyo. Putting away his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Umbu. Arrange someone to search Naruto's house tomorrow. If you have any doubts, report it immediately. Then inform Konoha consultant to come over. Yes. Umbu responded and disappeared instantly. January 26th. Raikage, who learned that Killer Bee was captured, sent an envoy to Konoha to discuss reconciliation again, and a proposal to redeem Killer Bee and Cloud Shinobi prisoners of war. February 1st. After several days of negotiations, the war was defeated and the national power was empty. Cloud Shinobi, who was anxious to redeem the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, agreed to Konoha's many unequal treaties, worried that other countries would take advantage of it. February 5th. Konoha exchanges prisoners with Cloud Shinobi on the border of the Fire Nation. The 2 countries formally withdrew large frontline troops. From the beginning of the war to the reconciliation and reaching an agreement, the war that lasted only 1 month has come to an end. The countries that were about to move, then fell silent. February 8th. Today is the day when the frontline troops will return to Konoha. In Konoha village, the villagers are looking forward to it. Have you heard? In this war, it was the Fox Demon who broke the Cloud Shinobi camp to successfully win. I heard. It is said that thousands of ninjas were slaughtered in Cloud Shinobi. The Fox Demon is really terrifying. Yeah, the Fox Demon is really bloodthirsty. Let's not mess with this Fox Demon. Yes, if he goes crazy in Konoha. It was about noon, and the villagers who saw a large army entering the village cheered and cheered. When some villagers saw their family members come back safely, they embraced them excitedly, and even wept with joy. Even the villagers who don't have ninja family members will give fruits and pastries to the returning ninjas. The scene was full of joy. Naruto joined the army and looked at the villagers by the road. When some villagers saw Naruto's gaze, they all looked away. Even the pastry deliverers left in a hurry when they suddenly saw Naruto. Agree? Non-existent. There is less disgust, but more fear. I dared to bully before because Naruto didn't show his strength. A child who looks 3 years old has the ability to destroy the village. Can the villagers not be afraid? You uncle? Why didn't the villagers cheer for me? Why didn't they dare to look at me? No one gave me food. After the exchange of prisoners of war, Jiraiya did not return with the large force, but chose to continue to travel to collect materials. Hinata was also escorted back to Konoha by Hyuga ninjas when the war was won. Accompanying Naruto is Narashika. Hearing Naruto's words, Narashikaku sighed inwardly. Even though he is a well-known wise man in the village, he never expected such a result. People are unpredictable. I had no choice but to touch Naruto's head and said, Naruto, they may be guilty, so they don't dare to look at you, it will be better after a while. Narashikageyo can only coax. Guilty? Is it really guilt? Uncle Luyu, why do I only feel fear? Naruto's clear eyes were full of confusion. They just can't accept it for a while. Don't worry, Naruto, they will definitely agree with you in the future. Narashikageyo continued to coax. Luju uncle, you said that as long as I don't die this time, they will agree with me. Is it because I didn't do well enough? Naruto didn't intend to let Nara go, and shook his head with a look of desolation on his face. Naruto. Suddenly, a childish female voice came from behind. Seeing the person coming, Nara immediately breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Naruto would continue to ask, and immediately disappeared in place. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Looking at Chikaku who disappeared, Naruto thought so in his heart. Before turning his head in the direction of the sound, he realized that his feet were off the ground and he was suddenly picked up by someone. The unique fragrance of young girls flooded into his nostrils. The girl kept ravaging Naruto's small face with her watery cheeks. Quan sang, hugging too hard. Uchiha Izumi. Even though he said that, Naruto still had a sincere smile on his face. Who would really care about the villagers or something, as long as they are all dead? Acting is so tiring. Chapter 32. You're fine. Uchiha Izumi relaxed slightly, seeing that Naruto was intact. His heart that had been hanging was finally relieved. Although Third Hokage has also talked about Naruto's situation, he has never been relieved until he saw it with his own eyes. Naruto said with a smile. How can something happen? Konoha's ninja-sama will protect me well. Uchiha Izumi glanced left and right inadvertently, then walked directly towards the house with Naruto in his arms. After walking to a quiet place, Uchiha Izumi whispered with a serious face. You still lied to me. The whole ninja world spread the word that you attacked the Cloud Shinobi camp, and this war ended so quickly. And Konoha Shinobi protect you? They are so powerful, they defeated Cloud Shinobi long ago. For the Konoha faction Naruto going to the battlefield, Uchiha Izumi has always been unhappy, full of disappointment and doubt. Hee, it's good to know, keep a low profile. Naruto smiled, no innocence on his face, only thick irony. Uchiha Izumi also knew that there were too many people just now, so it was difficult to speak, and he was full of resentment towards the high-level Konoha in his heart. Okay, don't think so much, haven't I come back now? Let me down first. With a little reassurance, Naruto patted Uchiha Izumi and gestured to the ground. Being hugged by her like a child, I always feel a little embarrassed in my heart. It's okay, I'll take it home. Uchiha Quan clenched his hands tightly and did not let go. He seemed to think of something immediately, and joked. You're not shy, are you? Naruto rolled his eyes, suddenly speechless. There is some embarrassment, but it is not enough to be shy. But can I just say, your washboard is giving me a little pain? It is estimated that Uchiha Izumi will turn his face immediately. Unaware, Naruto suddenly asked Uchiha Izumi, who was full of malice towards her somewhere. By the way, Naruto, are you controlling the 9 tails in your body to attack the camp? Not me. Naruto shook his head, and immediately saw 2 acquaintances. He gestured to the direction of the acquaintances and said, "He controls it." Uchiha Izumi turned around suspiciously. I saw Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi walking together, not knowing what they were talking about. The expression on Uchiha Itachi's face was just like Uchiha Izumi's just now, full of interest. Probably talking about the same topic. Is it Shisui? Uchiha Izumi was slightly puzzled. Seeing Uchiha Itachi didn't have much reaction. She and Uchiha Itachi were just good friends at the beginning, and now they are relieved. Who didn't have a good friend when they were young, and suddenly they no longer contact each other? Uchiha Kwan also has to thank Uchiha Itachi for making her see the so-called friends and the so-called family clearly, and evolved the Sharingan. Naruto nodded and said, "Well, Shisui's Sharingan evolved into Mangekyo." Mangekyo? What is Mangekyo? Uchiha Izumi was even more puzzled. The ninja's hearing is very sensitive, and when he suddenly heard the word Mangekyo, both Shisui and Itachi looked over. A trace of guilt rose deep in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Uchiha Shisui nodded towards Naruto and Uchiha Izumi, but didn't intend to approach him. Although he and Naruto are considered comrades in arms, his exposed Mangekyo and his ability to control tailed beasts are feared by Konoha's senior management. Say hello to Naruto rashly, and Konoha's senior management will suspect his intentions. So Shisui just nodded and made a very deliberate corner with Uchiha Itachi, avoiding Naruto. He knew that this scene would definitely be seen by Umbu, and would definitely be reported to Hokage by Umbu. Shisui wanted to use this method to tell Konoha's senior management that he would not touch Jinchuriki's attitude. Seeing this, Naruto had a weird smile on his face. I was deliberately controlled by you at the beginning, but now I am afraid. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback for a moment, and said doubtfully, "Huh? Isn't it this side that they go back to the family?" Naruto squeezed Uchiha Izumi's face speechlessly, and whispered, "You can control the tailed beast and destroy the Cloud Shinobi camp? How dare you meet me? Are you not afraid of high-level fear?" Hearing this, Uchiha Kwan's face straightened, and he immediately realized many problems. If you can control the tailed beast to destroy the Cloud Shinobi base, you can also destroy Konoha. She is also aware of the plight of the Uchiha family. So will you negotiate with the high-level Konoha on this? Will it use the tail beast to seize power? It has been rumored back then that 9 Tails was controlled by the Uchiha family and destroyed Konoha. Now, it has been confirmed that Uchiha can indeed control the tailed beast, so will Konoha's senior management attack Shisui out of fear? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. She, who has already learned about the darkness of politics, has not hesitated to speculate on the so-called politicians with the greatest malice. Although she still has a lot of questions to ask Naruto now, she still chooses to keep her mouth shut because she thinks that the current occasion is still not suitable. Seeing this, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Izumi has begun to realize the darkness of Konoha, and knows how to keep his mouth shut. If it was still silly and sweet, Naruto really didn't dare to talk too much with her, because she exposed too much. All the way silent. After a while, the two returned to the door of the house. Naruto pointed suspiciously at the unit next door and said, "Where's the door to the next suite?" The residential buildings where Naruto lives are all single-person suites with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and there are 2 suites on the 2nd floor. Just because the fox demon Naruto lives here, the other apartment is unoccupied. And now, Naruto discovered that the door of the next suite was gone. Hee, you'll know when you come in. Uchiha Izumi looked mysterious. Immediately, he opened the door and walked in with Naruto in his arms, and said excitedly, "Look, our new home." Looking at the big change, Naruto was stunned. "How are you happy?" Uchiha Izumi blinked at Naruto with a smile on his face. "Have you rented out the side?" "No, you can't get through if you rent it. You can't afford it if you buy it. It's made by 3rd generation." After a little analysis, Naruto guessed the answer. "Naruto, you really have no flair at all. The child has a new home, shouldn't he express his joy? Also, what do you mean I can't afford it? As long as I do a few S-level tasks, I can also buy it started. Uchiha Izumi was very dissatisfied with Naruto's performance. Naruto directly said, "Hehe, you are still at S rank, you are already very good if you can become B rank." After a pause, he continued, "Tell me, Izumi-san, what is going on here?" Third Hokage said to reward you for your contribution in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, and opened up the suite next to it for us to live in. Also, my Sharingan has entered, woo. After explaining the situation in the room a little bit, he was about to say that his Sharingan has evolved, and there is no problem in doing advanced tasks, but he didn't expect to be covered by Naruto. Naruto sensed the surrounding situation and found that Umbu was far away and there were no Aberme bugs, so he was relieved. There is no electronic equipment for monitoring in this era, as long as the distance is not too close, there is no need to worry about it. Then Naruto asked, "You didn't tell anyone?" Woo. Chapter 33. Looking at Uchiha Izumi who kept whining, Naruto realized this and let go of his hand. The mouth is quite soft. Why do I want this? Shaking his head to shake off the extra thoughts, Naruto continued. It's good not to tell anyone. The 8-year-old Sangoku is too outrageous. Konoha's senior management will think that you have the talent to open Mangekyo in the future and fear you. There is no need in the future, so don't open Sharingan. I see. Uchiha Izumi nodded, then asked suspiciously. What is Mangekyo? Regarding Mangekyo, she wanted to ask earlier, but she didn't ask because she realized that the occasion was not suitable. Sangoku has evolved again to be Mangekyo, which can barely be regarded as the ultimate pupil eye of your Uchiha family. On top of the 3-hook jade, can it evolve? Uchiha Izumi was also stunned. She always thought that the Sangoku jade was the end, but she didn't expect there to be more. Naruto rubbed Uchiha Izumi's head and said, "Don't think too much, let nature take its course, you know the price of opening your eyes. Above Mangekyo there is eternal Mangekyo, it's just too cruel." Naruto hasn't planned to tell Uchiha Izumi yet. As for Rinnegan, it is no longer the eye of the Uchiha family. It takes the powers of Indra and Ashura to combine into a full 6 paths lineage, which unlocks the Rinnegan. Historically, even Indra, the son of the 6 paths and the ancestor of the Uchiha family, did not open the Rinnegan. In addition to 6 paths, only Indra's chakra reincarnation, Madara, captured the Hashirama cells of Ashura chakra's reincarnation. After more than 10 or 20 years of gestation, he opened Rinnegan when he was dying. In the end, summoning out of Gadu statue, Madara was able to continue his life. As for the later Sasuke? That's 6 paths dad doing it himself. The Uchiha people of Common have no way to open it at all. Obito has been infused with Hashirama cells for more than 10 years, and there is no sign of evolution. Of course, it's also possible that Obito isn't an eternal eye. But don't say that there is only one eye. Grandpa Madara lost one eye in Izen's eye, didn't he still open it? Pure blood is fundamental. Uchiha Izumi nodded, she knew very well the price of opening her eyes. Father died and opened his eyes. Abandoned by good friends and family, evolve Urguyu. Naruto went to the battlefield, thinking that he would not be able to survive, and was completely disappointed with Konoha, so he evolved the Sangoku. Except for the dead father, other outsiders look at it, it seems that the price is not big. But as the person involved, the feeling at that time was really painful. Putting away his thoughts, Uchiha Izumi took out a pile of banknotes and said to Naruto. By the way, in addition to opening up 2 houses, Third Hokage also gave you a task gold for an S-level mission, 1 million taels. Third Hokage said that he was afraid that you would spend it indiscriminately, so he gave it to me for safekeeping. You just take it and make it your own. If I can spend it randomly, will Third Hokage still not know? Naruto pushed back the banknote that Uchiha Izumi handed over. It's useless to ask for money, there are not many people selling things to him in Konoha. Household. Hearing the word family, Uchiha Kwan froze for a moment. Thinking of the rumors of some villagers' child brides-in-law, my face turned red instantly. Then he said in a low voice, then I will put it away. Take it. Naruto waved his hand, noticing it wasn't here at all. Third Hokage is so generous this time, open up the house, and return the mission money? Of course, Naruto is not grateful for this, because this is well deserved. His parents' inheritance has not been returned to him yet. As for opening the house, I'm afraid that I suddenly discovered that the power of 9 tails can be used. I want to make sure that there is no problem with the Jinchuriki and whether everything is under control. So an excuse to come in and rug search, right? Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at the house. The floors, ceilings, and furniture were all replaced. Done. Immediately, he asked Uchiha Izumi again. When was the house changed and the furniture was bought by Third Hokage? Huh? What? Uchiha Izumi, who was thinking wildly, didn't come back to his senses. Naruto squeezed her face and said again. I said when the house was changed. Did Third Hokage buy all the furniture? Yes, on January 26th, I came early in the morning and got it done that afternoon. While speaking, Uchiha Izumi puffed her face, as if trying to blow out Naruto's tambourine that was pinching her face. Well, here is the evidence. On January 26th, it happened to be the second day after defeating Cloud Shinobi, and it came early in the morning. Fortunately, he never puts anything at home that doesn't match his personality. What's wrong? Seeing that Naruto's face was wrong, Uchiha Izumi was a little strange. Naruto shook his head. What he just said was just a guess, so he didn't say much, but changed the subject. By the way, how is my fire style training for you? I only practiced a few. Uchiha Izumi seemed a little embarrassed, and then explained. Because I was worried about being discovered, I didn't have many opportunities to practice. I usually just practice Madra at home and feel the flow of some chakra. I feel that it is almost the same, so I have the opportunity to try it outside. It's pretty good to practice a few times a month. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. This is still a situation where there is no one to guide and not many opportunities to practice. It's not bad, but it's just compared to some big hangers. In the original book, Uchiha Izumi is good at taijutsu. I am afraid that the main reason is that there is no one to teach him, and there is no way to get ninjutsu scrolls. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he seemed to think of something. Suddenly his face straightened, and he said in a low voice. Naruto, where did you get these ninjutsu? Izumi Uchiha still remembers that Naruto was holding a thick notebook. I still found fire style in the catalog, and I just turned to that page and tore out a small part from it. The torn pieces are not even 1/10 thick, not even 1/20 thick. How could a 3-year-old child who was in a difficult situation in the village have these things? Moreover, the ninjutsu in it, can Naruto know it? Uchiha Izumi didn't know why he would have such a ridiculous idea. Sudden. Namikaze Minato's voice sounded from the bottom of my heart. Naruto, I want to meet Izumi. Namikaze Minato believes that as a father, it is very necessary to meet his son's good friends. He also wanted to express his gratitude to this good friend. By the way, tell this good friend some instructions as a father. Hearing this, Naruto smiled and said to Uchiha Izumi in a joking tone. You may not believe me when I tell you. How do you know I don't believe you if you don't tell me? Uchiha Izumi also smiled, ready to see how Naruto made up a twisted and bizarre story. Naruto suddenly said seriously. I am the son of the 4th Hokage. TCH, it's not funny at all. Uchiha Izumi rolled his eyes. She thought what a wonderful and touching story Naruto would make up. Son of the 4th Hokage, how can? Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi's expression changed. Blonde, but last name Uzumaki. P.S. Say a few words, it's a bit long. I wanted to start a single chapter, but after thinking about it, forget it. If you have no doubts about the plot, don't watch it. Regarding the comment area, I read it every day. I have a few questions recently, so I will answer them here. First, headline party. The title party has no P. Second, When to destroy Konoha. See profile. I will take back the content of the introduction in the book, so the plot is in the Konoha collapse plan after the Chunin exam. It's not a spoiler, it's clearly written in the introduction. Third, the abuser. Sorry about this, really. Book friends who can see here know it, and I'm not afraid to admit it. But I also want to salvage, explain, it. Because this is black text. How to blacken. I can't write it. The protagonist has seen Hokage in his previous life and knows what happened to Naruto, so the protagonist becomes Naruto who has the strength to destroy Konoha. Impossible? What I wrote is not a deep book, but it is not such a brainless text. At least write out what wronged the protagonist and why Konoha was destroyed. During the period, a little warmth were added for comparison. Who is good to the protagonist and who is not? Konoha's high-ranking officials are politicians, and everything is based on interests. The villagers cast aside the protagonist because they hate Nine Tails for destroying the village. Nine Tails is because the protagonist has entered the sealed space since he was a baby, and stayed by his side, watching the protagonist grow up slowly, so Nine Tails treats the protagonist like a son. Namikaze Minato gradually blackened because he knew what happened to Naruto. Uchiha Izumi is the first person who does not wear colored glasses and takes the initiative to get close to the protagonist, and regards the protagonist as a relative after getting acquainted. Kakashi will give some convenience within his duties, but will not offer to help. Jiraiya will fight hard for Naruto to play, but finally succumb to Konoha's plight. Hinata is still young and doesn't understand anything, so I won't say anything. In a dark text, you can't write about the protagonist's happy and smooth life every day, and finally destroy Konoha, right? They are all living happily, so why destroy them? Take Konoha as your basic board. Wouldn't it be nice to be a 7th generation in the future? But not blackening, is contrary to the theme of this book. Fourth, kneel and lick. I hope that book friends can clearly distinguish the difference between the disguised character design and the real character design. What I am willing to sacrifice for Konoha, I hope to be recognized by the villagers. These are people who pretend to be external and take off Konoha's defenses. It's useless to say you don't want to. The 3rd generation is sent directly to the battlefield. Even if they say they don't want to, they will be forced to fight in the end. Jiraiya couldn't hold on for long. As for helping Konoha win, this is not the protagonist gang, but controlled. As for why it should be controlled, it is intentional. Paralyzing Konoha's high-level executives means that he can be controlled at will and is controllable. FK Uchiha again. One more thing, the ignorance of the villagers. No matter what the fox demon did, the villagers would not agree with him, so as to deepen the degree of blackening. Another is to gain time for development. Why fight for development time? Please see the next article. Fifth, the protagonist is so awesome, why didn't he just kill the high-level Konoha and destroy Konoha? Knowing all the abilities of Namikaze Minato and Kushina does not mean that the protagonist has their strength. Having said that, he is only 3 years old and has no training. Apart from knowing a lot of ninjutsu, he has the physical fitness of a 3-year-old baby. No matter how much you know, you are still a crispy skin. It may even affect performance due to the drag on physical fitness. If you get hit, you'll be knocked down with one punch. Of course, with Flying Thunder God, life-saving skills are really top-notch. In the part of assassinating the Cloud Shinobi messenger, I directly wrote that the messengers were all drunk, just to avoid the bug of poor physical fitness. As for using Nine Tails, you can. After the destruction, betrayed ninja, not strong enough, lonely, and living a life of being hunted down by the ninja world. It has already been stated in the article that the protagonist must go out only when he has enough strength to be afraid of in the ninja world. There are also some who say that they defected directly with Hinata, Uchiha Izumi. If you haven't finished paving the way for your relationship, and don't have a good impression, who will go with you? Sixth, why not kill Shisui, Jiraiya? I also feel that I am very confused in writing. Kill it, don't write it if you don't kill it. So I figured it out and deleted the episode. Sorry for the discomfort. There is no problem without rereading, and it does not affect reading. 7th, the issue of Jiraiya's combat power. Don't use Konoha's 64 years, Jiraiya vs Pain's combat power to measure Konoha's 52 years Jiraiya's combat power. The gap of 12 years is still a bit of growth. When Orochimaru defected in 49, Jiraiya couldn't beat Orochimaru. And Konoha's 52-year Raikage and Killer Bee are already cage level. Namikaze Minato is able to 1v2 because he is fast enough as an assassin, and Jiraiya is not fast enough, so he can only hit head-on. 2 cage levels, against a non-64-year-old Jiraiya, can suppress Jiraiya, no problem. As for Sage Mode, I don't know if I have learned it in 52 years, so I didn't write it. What 1v2, isn't there a Hayashi? Hayashi. Konoha did not perform well during the Fourth World War in 1964. What else can Konoha expect in 52 years? Break into the battlefield from time to time, put a revolving heaven, and help Jiraiya block 2 attacks and it will be the sky. Finally, please read books in a civilized manner. If there is any problem, if you are not satisfied with the writing, you can discuss it. Speak freely. But the content of the discussion, I hope it is limited to the plot. Really unsatisfactory, you can go to the upper right corner. If you directly jump out of the plot and make personal attacks, delete the comment on Zayahiwo. It's really not good to be obsequious in reality and attack hard on the internet, brother. This will only form a habit, and when you are wronged, you will go online and complain. The pressure is released, and can I bear more grievances in reality? Vicious circle. Listen to my younger brother's advice and be a person who looks the same. Last of the last. Those who can see this are all book friends who are looking forward to this book, so I would like to say, thank you. Because the younger brother's lack of writing ability caused the discomfort of the book friends, I also want to say, sorry. Chapter 34. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is blonde. 4th Hokage's wife is a member of the Uzumaki clan and the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki. On October 10, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the 4th generation couple died. Naruto was born on October 10. The wife of the 4th generation, the previous Jinchuriki gave birth, the mysterious person unsealed Nine Tails, and the 4th generation couple sealed Nine Tails to their newborn son. In the rush before he died, he could only record the ninjutsu he had learned in his life in a notebook and hide it somewhere. The 4th generation wife of Grandmaster sealed the treasure location, as well as some parents' last words, in Naruto's memory. End with a smile. After connecting all these into one line, making bold associations, guesses, and brain supplements, Izumi Uchiha suddenly turned pale with fright. How can it be? Thinking of what happened to Naruto. How could 4th Hokage's son be treated like this? How could the high-level Konoha do this? Uchiha Izumi trembled in disbelief. Naruto, are you really the son of the 4th Hokage? You believe it? Naruto asked with a smile. Izumi Uchiha opened her mouth, she didn't know how to answer. It's ridiculous. But when all the signs are associated, it is very close to Naruto's answer. The Uzumaki family has been wiped out. In the timeline, there is only one Uzumaki in Konoha, the wife of 4th Hokage. If Naruto wasn't the son of the 4th generation, how did Naruto come about? By such a coincidence, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, 4th Hokage found a newborn Uzumaki descendant? How can it be? Eliminate all impossibilities, and the rest, no matter how absurd, can only be the answer. I believe. Nodding his head with difficulty, after saying this, Uchiha Izumi showed fear on his face. She thinks a lot. As the son of the 4th generation, why did Naruto, who was supposed to be the son of a hero, have this encounter? What role did Konoha's senior management play? After thinking deeply, Izumi Uchiha found that she still hadn't fully understood the essence of Konoha. What kind of village does she live in? Is it bright on the surface, but actually hides dirt, or even boundless darkness? My father wants to see you, don't resist. After speaking, Naruto held out his hand. In the sealed space, Namikaze Minato straightened up when he heard the word father. Before Uchiha Kwan from the outside could react, he felt an inexplicable suction in his consciousness. Immediately, the picture in front of him changed, and what came into view was a dark sewer. There's an evil, manic chakra in the air. Subconsciously scanning the surrounding vigilantly, Uchiha Izumi's complexion suddenly changed. Subconsciously pulling Naruto behind him, he stared tremblingly not far away. In the huge cage, there was a man with a red body and a ferocious face. Demon Fox. Nine Tails. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's face as if he was facing an enemy, Naruto couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. Gently squeezed her to hold his hand tightly, then turned to Nine Tails and said, "Kurama, it's scary. Tisk tisk tisk. Uchiha's brats are cowards." Nine Tails clicked his tongue a few times and blacked out Uchiha by the way. Then he slowly closed his eyes, but didn't close them completely, leaving behind an opening that he thought was too small for anyone to notice. The gap, continued to stare at Uchiha Izumi. Naruto was speechless immediately. "Just open your eyes if you are curious. What body shape do you have, don't you know? You could fit a fist into this seam." At this time, Uchiha Izumi fell into a sluggish state. Seeing the familiar conversation between Naruto and Nine Tails, my brain crashed. On the other side, the non-existent Namikaze Minato pulled the collar of the imperial robe and came to Uchiha Izumi. Ahem. Cleared his throat slightly, and found that Uchiha Izumi finally noticed him. Namikaze Minato immediately smiled with hexy and said, "Road. Hi, I'm Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato." "Hi, hello, I am Uchiha Izumi." Uchiha Izumi, who was still in a sluggish state, replied subconsciously. Immediately, the pupils shrank. After the Nine Tails rebellion, Izumi Uchiha also attended the funeral of the fourth generation. A vague image in memory, combined with the present, immediately. It becomes clear. Suddenly seeing his childhood idol, Uchiha Izumi became nervous. Namikaze Minato said with a smile on his signboard. "I know you, Quan. Thank you for taking care of Naruto during this time. Naruto has no family to accompany him since he was a child, and your appearance makes up for my regret that as a father, I can't really be by Naruto's side and take care of him. Seeing that Naruto has become a lot more cheerful recently, I am really relieved and grateful as a father. Thanks." At the end, Namikaze Minato bowed slightly with a sincere face. No, I didn't do anything. Naruto is very smart. Sometimes he dislikes me for being clumsy, and the food he cooks is not good. He can do everything better than me. I really can't afford it. I really didn't do anything. I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Seeing Namikaze Minato's bow, Uchiha Izumi was at a loss and became incoherent. At the end of speaking, he seemed to realize something, his voice gradually became smaller, and then he slowly lowered his head with a blushing face. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. "Are you suing?" Immediately shaking his head, he teleported directly to the head of Nine Tails. Without seeing, Namikaze Minato rubbed Uchiha Izumi's head affectionately, and said, "It's okay, companionship is the most important thing, isn't it? Accompany." Uchiha Izumi murmured in a low voice. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on Nine Tails' head, with his chin propped up and a lazy expression on his face. I don't know why I found Naruto's location immediately. It may be intuition. Although we didn't get along for a long time. However, Naruto is also the person who accompanied her in her darkest time. Abandoned by her family, she no longer wears clothes embroidered with the Uchiha clan crest. Anyway, she only lived in Uchiha for 3 years, and she was not taken seriously. Now it seems that a new life has begun. Apart from going back to the family to visit my mother sometimes, I no longer have any contact with other Uchiha clansmen. Her mother was very relieved that Izumi Uchiha had left Uchiha's cage. As for Nine Tails, Uchiha Izumi also knew that Nine Tails was controlled to destroy Konoha and cause her father's death. Not much resentment. Basic good and evil, Uchiha Spring is still very clear. A person holding a weapon and killing his father can't blame the weapon, right? In other words, the Inuzuka family controlled their dog, destroyed Konoha, and caused her father's death. The dog cannot be blamed for this. Bar? Of course, comparing nine tails to dogs seems a bit inappropriate. Namikaze Minato scratched his head as if remembering something, and said, "By the way, Izumi, I don't have any greetings when we meet for the first time. I will teach you a few ninjutsu. I have tested the chakra attribute." Huh? Tested? I'm fire, water, thunder. But can it really work? Uchiha Izumi did not refuse, and fourth Hokage personally guided, which is a very rare opportunity. It's just that I was suddenly stunned by surprise, a little unbelievable. Fire, water, thunder? I know a thing or two about all of them. Namikaze Minato nodded, made a modest statement, and continued. You are from the Uchiha tribe, I'll just demonstrate it, you can watch it in Sharingan. Immediately, while explaining, while demonstrating, Uchiha Izumi knew that the opportunity was rare, so he immediately opened the three hooks. While listening carefully, he watched Namikaze Minato's intentionally slowed down movements and imitated them simultaneously. Copying ninjutsu relies on Sharingan's powerful insight into the opponent's handprints and joint seals, and at the same time insight into the flow of chakra in the body when the opponent performs the technique, so as to achieve the effect of copying ninjutsu. Not a one-click copy. So Izumi Uchiha was very serious and didn't miss a single detail. Hearing about the attributes of Uchiha Spring, Naruto on Nine Tails raised his eyebrows. The blood of the Uchiha clan has its own yin and fire attributes. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha Spring still has water and thunder. Excellent talent. With Namikaze Minato teaching, I can save trouble. Thinking about it, Naruto changed his posture, lay on the head of Nine Tails, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 35. 1990, 1991, 1992. In a suite on the second floor of a residential building in Konoha. A child about 6 to 7 years old is shirtless, sweating and repeating ups and downs. The mats on the ground were already stained with sweat. Suddenly, a girl about 11 to 12 years old opened the door, waving the documents in her hand. Naruto, you just received your admission letter from third generation, and you are about to enter the ninja school. In a blink of an eye, it has been Konoha's 54th year, and April is approaching. Nothing major has happened in recent years. Life is not ordinary, but there are not too many waves. In addition to exercising at home, Naruto competes with Namikaze Minato in the sealed space every day. Although constitution and strength have been improved, in the past few years of competition, they still haven't won a single victory. Of course, it's just a point-and-shoot hand and foot exchange. After all, it would be no fun if Namikaze Minato's consciousness was broken up by accident. Uchiha Izumi also has a lot of growth. If you encounter some ninjutsu problems, you will also enter the sealed space to receive guidance from Namikaze Minato. The strength is much stronger than the average jonin. But she is still a Konoha genin. On the surface, they only do D-level tasks every day, catching cats, hoeing the ground, picking fruits, etc., to earn some living expenses. Because there is no need for combat missions, there is no need to buy too many ninja tools, military food pills, detonating charms, emergency battle medicines and the like. The mission money for D-level missions is enough for 2 people's lives. But ninjas can't grow if they don't see blood and don't fight to the death. So during this period, under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, Naruto took Uchiha Izumi to the underground gold exchange to accept some assassination missions, and earned a lot of bounty by the way. In general, growth requires money. 1999, 2000. Hi. After doing 2000 sit UPS, Naruto stood up like a carp. A man with a good waist is really good. At a young age, Naruto already knows how to pay attention to the exercise of the waist. Is it time to start school so soon? He picked up the towel next to him, wiped the sweat off his body, and asked suspiciously. Uchiha Izumi explained, it is now the end of March, and April 1st is the opening time of ninja school. April 1st. Got it, remind me then. Naruto was puzzled for a moment, then nodded with a sudden realization. Neon started school in April, I thought it would be September. Okay, then I will send you to school. You go to take a bath first, and I will cook. After dinner, I will take you to buy some clothes and stationery. When you enter school, you must dress handsomely. And there are no exquisite stationery. If you don't, you will be looked down upon by your classmates. Do you know? Uchiha Izumi was like an old lady, while helping Naruto take out clean clothes from the closet, while pointing his fingers, talking a lot. Naruto waved his hands perfunctorily and said, I know, I know. Stare. Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed dangerously suddenly. Naruto was thrilled, and immediately took the clothes and said, Okay, Izumi-chan. After finishing speaking, quickly ran into the bathroom. Pfft. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hold back his face any longer and burst out laughing. Afternoon. After eating, the two walked to Konoha's main street. As Naruto grows up slowly, most of the villagers no longer speak ill of Naruto. I dare not sell things to Naruto. The Cloud Shinobi War a few years ago was a wake-up call for the villagers. Now the villagers on the street see Naruto and ignore it more. Of course, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto can sense the malice hidden in some villagers' hearts. After visiting several shops along the way, Naruto would only go in after feeling whether the shop owner was malicious. And Uchiha-kwan also knows Naruto's ability, and will only enter the shop that Naruto nods. You are upset with me, why should I give you money? Although a set of clothes and a set of stationery don't earn much for others. But it's a matter of attitude. More than an hour later, Naruto already had several shopping bags in his hands. The stationery has been bought, and a few sets of clothes have also been bought. Naruto, don't you like that outfit just now? I think it looks good. On the way home, Izumi Uchiha still couldn't forget the set of pink and cartoon printed t-shirts just now. You can buy a plus-size set and wear it yourself. Naruto sincerely proposes to Izumi Uchiha. Forget it. Uchiha Izumi choked on Naruto's words. As a ninja, how is it possible to wear such cute clothes? She just wanted to see Naruto wear it. The two chatted without saying a word. Walked to the corner, just turned in. Naruto saw an old man walking towards him, and suddenly his heart moved. Xian Wang. Getting along day and night, Uchiha Izumi, who has been focusing on Naruto, immediately realized something was wrong, and whispered. What's wrong? Without. Naruto shook his head. Secretly perceived the surrounding situation. It's been a few months since returning from the Cloud Shinobi battlefield 3 years ago. Umbu, who was in charge of monitoring Naruto, was replaced with an old acquaintance. Yamato. In the first year, the surveillance was still very strict, with 2 Umbu in each class. I don't know if Naruto's seal has not been a problem. Over the past year, Umbu's surveillance has become looser. There are 2 shifts, day and night, with 1 person for each. During the day, it is basically Yamato, not too close. At night, there are other Umbu, who will only monitor from a distance, and just make sure that they have not gone out. Unlike before, Umbu on the night shift would check by the window every once in a while. Make sure that Yamato behind him is more than 200 meters away. And just entering the corner, the fence on the side of the road blocked Yamato's sight behind him. Naruto rolled his eyes with a mischievous smile, patted the passing old man's hand, then hid on the other side of Uchiha. The old man stuck out his tongue. I'm sorry, children are naughty, I'm really sorry. Under the puzzled eyes of the old man, Izumi Uchiha suddenly bowed to apologize to the old man in embarrassment. The voice is not loud, and the performance is very weak. The old man nodded and continued walking forward without saying anything. When Yamato behind him arrived, the 3 of them were already walking independently, as if they had just confronted each other and never existed. Chapter 36. April 1st. 2 days ago, Uchiha Izumi cooperated perfectly with Naruto's little move, but he didn't ask anything afterwards. She also knows that Naruto has many secrets, and Naruto will naturally say something that can be said. If he didn't take the initiative to say anything, Uchiha-kwan also tacitly didn't ask. Today is the official opening day of ninja school. Early in the morning, Uchiha Izumi woke up Naruto. I washed and embroidered the clothes with the Uzumaki family emblem on Naruto, and put them on Naruto one by one. After trying them all, Uchiha Izumi was still not satisfied. Impatient, Naruto picked a white t-shirt with a black collar, the national emblem embroidered on the left chest, and black trousers. This is fine, ninja school, it should be comfortable and good for exercise. It's okay, it's still quite energetic. Uchiha Izumi can also give up. After breakfast, the two walked out of the house together. Naruto didn't say anything like I've grown up, I don't need to send it away, I can go by myself. Well, just accept it. On the way, there was a conversation without saying a word, and it was Uchiha Izumi who told Naruto what to do in the ninja school, and to get along well with his classmates. Although Naruto is stronger than her and knows more than her. But in the trivial matters of life, Uchiha Izumi still treats Naruto as a child. Naruto also felt helpless. Go all the way to the ninja school. I saw that besides a few civilians at the door, more ninjas wearing ninja vests reported with their children. Naruto glanced curiously, and after a while, he saw Nara Shikamaru walking over with Nara Shikamaru. Hi Izumi, Naruto. Nara Shikaku is one of the few people in Konoha who is not afraid of third generation's suspicion and dares to contact Naruto. The Sarutobi clan has been the witness of the alliance of the Ino, Shika, Cho clans since the Sengoku era. The earrings worn by the chiefs of the three clans were given by the Sarutobi clan. Every generation must make a vow to the earrings from generation to generation, and never forget the vows made when wearing the earrings. Later, after joining Konoha, Ino, Shika, Cho became a loyal supporter of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to secure the position of Hokage at the beginning because of the strong support of Ino, Shika, Cho. So third Hokage trusts these three races very much. Of course, Ino, Shika, Cho have also benefited a lot, and basically they all hold high-level positions in Konoha. Master Luyu. Luyu uncle. Uchiha Izumi and Naruto greeted each other politely. Nara Shikaku nodded, then immediately rubbed Shikamaru beside him and introduced. This is my son, Shikaku. Then he turned to Shikamaru and said. Shika-isa, this is Uchiha Izumi, this is Uzumaki Naruto. Call people. Sister Izumi, Naruto, hello. Nara Shikamaru greeted with a reluctant face. Even if Shikamaru doesn't know Uchiha Izumi and Naruto, just by their surnames, he knows that these two are big trouble. Konoha kept Naruto hidden and tucked away. But as soon as the incident of Cloud Shinobi happened 3 years ago, Naruto's name had already spread throughout the ninja world, and Shikamaru didn't even know him. Jinchuriki plus Uchiha. It hurts to think about it. Hello, Shikamaru. X2. Both Naruto and Uchiha Izumi also greeted Nara Shikamaru politely. There was no in-depth communication, just chatted a few words casually, got to know each other for a while and then separated. After signing up, Izumi Uchiha brought Naruto to the door of the class, gave some instructions, and then left the ninja school. Naruto walked into the classroom and glanced at the people inside. Ju Xiaoqiang from the same class has basically arrived. Shikamaru, who had just met, seemed to be inside. There is also Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura, and the two are whispering. Akimichi Koji sat next to Shikamaru eating potato chips. Abare Meishino sat alone in the back row. Inyazuka was lying on the table, and Akamaru was lying on top of his head. Hyuga Hinata sat alone by the window. Uchiha Sasuke hadn't arrived yet. There are also a lot of extras that Naruto doesn't know. Seeing Naruto walk in, all the people in the classroom looked at Naruto. Naruto didn't care, smiled at Hinata, and walked straight to Hinata. As if aware of Naruto's intention, Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Sitting directly next to Hinata, Naruto turned his head and said to Hinata. Hi, Hinata, long time no see, do you remember me? It should be said that we haven't seen each other since last time. Naruto seldom goes out of the house, and he doesn't deliberately meet Hinata by chance. Dijin Raiders Hinata's must-play copy, Naruto didn't play either. I don't know if Hinata still remembers herself. Remember, Naruto-kun, long time no see. With a blush on her face, Hinata nodded lightly with a soft voice. So cute. Naruto pinched Hinata's face directly. I saw that Hinata immediately turned into a steam girl, but she didn't faint. At the beginning, the two were already very close, and Naruto did a lot of face pinching. In the first few days when he arrived on the battlefield, Naruto stayed with Hinata, even sleeping in the same tent at night. At that time, Hinata had nothing to say to him. It was only later that Hayashi took Hinata and left first, and he has not seen him since. Just now I was worried that she would not remember me. But if I remember, I guess I still remember when I hugged her to sleep. There is no problem. With that in mind, Naruto continued to gently pinch Hinata's small face. Pinch and pinch. Naruto-kun, everyone is watching. Seeing Naruto pinching her face, Hinata blushed and noticed that the whole class fell silent. I probably guessed something in my heart, pinched my little hand at a loss, and reminded me in a low voice. Naruto, who came back to his senses, turned his head and glanced at the stunned classmates, and immediately let go of his hands. The whole class was in an uproar. Hinata couldn't wait to put her head on her chest. Feel sorry. Naruto looked embarrassed. Can't help it, can't help it. When Uchiha Izumi is not talking, Naruto also likes to pinch her face. I'm used to it at home, pinch it whenever I want, and don't pay attention to the occasion. Hinata shook her lowered head slightly, and said softly, no, it's okay, there's no need to apologize. Naruto couldn't help but smile on his face. Hinata's voice came again. How are you doing recently, Naruto-kun? Well, it's okay, how about you? I'm doing well too. But my father has been very strict with me these past few years. He doesn't even let me go out of the family gate. I have to do a lot of homework every day, gentle fist, tea art, flower arrangement, embroidery. Listening to Hinata whispering about the experience of these years, the corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. It's not a bad day. You're complaining now. While the two were chatting in low voices, they didn't notice that Sasuke had also arrived in class. After a while, the head teacher came in. Quiet. Chapter 37. Hearing the teacher's voice, Hinata also stopped complaining, and Naruto looked towards the podium. I saw the head teacher in a ninja vest, with a ponytail tied back on the top of his head, and a horizontal scar on the bridge of his nose. I am your teacher in charge for the next 6 years, Umino Irika. Umino Irika saw the whole class quiet down, turned around and wrote his name on the blackboard, then turned around and glanced at the students. Then continued, you can call me Teacher Irika. Teacher Irika. The commoners were still quite afraid of the teacher, and they all yelled in unison. Both Naruto and Hinata yelled. On the other hand, part of the ninja descendants, either propping up his chin, or sleeping on the table. What's even more outrageous, Koji is still eating potato chips, which are extremely crisp. On the contrary, Akamaru gave a face bark. A big well appeared on Irika's forehead. When he accepted the task of leading this class, he was also under great pressure, but he didn't expect to be ignored by them on the first day. The roster in his hand was slammed on the table. Crack. Be serious. The Akamika family over there are not allowed to eat potato chips in class. The Inyazuka family take care of the ninja beasts, and don't make any noise during class. The roll call will begin. Draft A. Arrive. Draft B. Arrive. Harano Sakura. Arrive. The only civilian named Sakura is full of energy. So far so good, the roll call went well. Irika nodded in satisfaction. Next, the descendants of the ninja clan. Let's order a girl first, girls are more gentle and pure. With that in mind, Irika called out by name. Yamanaka Ino. Ino, who was propping his chin, cast a glance at Irika. 2. Although the sound is not very loud, it is quite satisfactory. Hyuga Hinata. 2. He has a softer voice, probably due to his personality. Irika was not dissatisfied either, and nodded to Hinata with an encouraging look. Nara Shikamaru. Arrive. Irika was very upset by his weak and salty fishy look. Akimichi Koji. Arrive. Koji's voice made Irika's anger drop a lot. It seems that as long as he doesn't eat, he is a good boy. Aber Shino. Arrive. The sound is quite satisfactory. Just where is the sound coming from? Irika glanced around suspiciously. What about people? That classmate is Aber Shino. I am. Seeing a classmate wearing a high-necked jacket and sunglasses raising his hand, Irika was stunned. He took a deep look at Jinao, remembered it in his heart, and then continued to roll his name. Inyazuka Tooth. Inyazuka Kibatoko, who was lying on the table, glanced at Irika, then looked away, without any intention of opening his mouth. It really doesn't give me any face. Irika gritted her teeth and shouted again. Inyazuka Tooth. Wow. Akamaru responded in a very face-saving way. A big well character appeared on Irika's forehead again, and the hand holding the roster subconsciously exerted force, and said word by word, Inyazuka Tooth. The Inyazuka family said impatiently, it's really long-winded, come on. Irika's rage is close to full. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Just kids, just kids. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he let out a breath slowly, and gave Inyazuka a deep look. It seems to keep this problem child in mind. Then proceed to roll call. Uchiha Sasuke. Arrive. It is also quite satisfactory, and the second pillar who has not exterminated the clan is not a big problem. Irika took a deep look at the last name, and then nodded. Uzumaki Naruto. Arrive. Naruto, who doesn't want the limelight, deserves to be very straightforward. However, some descendants of the ninja tribe looked at Naruto except for Shikamaru muttering something in a low voice. Uzumaki Naruto. A key figure in the raid on the Cloud Shinobi camp 3 years ago that led to the victory of the war. The news of being controlled by Uchiha did not come out. But Naruto's identity as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot be concealed. The spies go to Konoha village to check casually, and they will be able to match the number. The last 2 generations of Konoha's Jinchuriki were Uzumaki, and now there is another Uzumaki named Fox Demon. A simple check, direct real hammer. The whole ninja world basically knows it, even the villagers in Konoha know it. Not to mention these ninja descendants. Koji poked Shikamaru beside him and asked in a low voice. Shikamaru, is this the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Shinobi battlefield? There is nothing wrong with whispering, but in a classroom where needles can be heard, it is extremely clear. Still some disbelieving ninja descendants rushed to Shikamaru. Shikamaru muttered trouble under his breath and nodded. Wow! The whole class was in an uproar. No, I don't want to be in the same class as the Fox Demon. The Fox Demon will eat people. Some civilian students showed fear in their eyes, and some even cried directly. On the contrary, Yamanaka Ino looked at what Naruto was thinking, and his face turned red. Irika slammed the roster in his hand on the table. Crack! Quiet! Shouting all the way, the students in the class managed to calm down. But some faint sobs still came out. Naruto, who was sitting on the seat, smiled wryly, lowered his head, showing a lonely look. Since the class, he has vaguely felt the feeling of being watched. However, no abnormalities were found under sensory ninjutsu. Umbu, who was watching, wasn't around. Naruto roughly judged that this is Third Hokage's crystal ball, telescope technique. So the personal design has been maintained. Hinata, who was sitting beside her, seemed a little worried, and the hand under the table reached out and grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto's heart moved. And this kind of benefit? Hinata is bolder than expected. While thinking so in his heart, the expression on his face became even more lonely. Seeing this, Hinata, who had been paying attention to Naruto, changed her grasping hand to caressing him. While enjoying the caress of Hinata's little hand, Naruto, who has been bowing his head lonely, has twinkling eyes. Telescope technique, always a problem. At this moment, Irika said. In half an hour, Lord Third Hokage will come to the school to attend the opening ceremony. Those who need to go to the bathroom, go after class. The classroom will be assembled in 10 minutes. Get out of class is over. The classmates in the class immediately clattered, discussing, going to the bathroom and going to the bathroom. Those who were sitting in the front and back immediately packed up their things and sat on the other side. They all tacitly left Naruto at a certain distance. Hinata said worriedly to Naruto. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Naruto shook his head, forced a smile and said. It's okay, thank you Hinata. After a pause, feeling the feeling of being watched disappeared, Naruto continued. Grandpa Hokage is coming soon, I'll go to the bathroom first. After finishing speaking, he ran out of the classroom. In the bathroom, commoner boys in the same class avoid Naruto one after another. Naruto entered a compartment and closed the door. Open the eyes of Kagura, and after confirming that there is no problem, make a mudra with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. The moment the two shadow clones appear, use the flying thunder god technique to disappear. After a while, Naruto walked out with his usual expression. Chapter 38. Just stepped into the classroom. Hi, are you Uzumaki Naruto? Inyazuka squatted on the desk, staring at Naruto condescendingly. Just now, Naruto not only stole his limelight, but even shocked him. A faint fear rose in his heart. This made Inyazuka Tooth very unhappy. Naruto ignored him and walked straight past. He just wants to agree with him from the bottom of his heart, but he will not falsely flatter, disguise himself as protective with indifference, and will only secretly lick his wounds in the dark, watching the villagers show their longing avatars. Damn it! I want to fight you! Inyazuka Yat, who was ignored, felt his self-esteem was challenged. Crouching on the table, he suddenly exerted his strength, like a tiger descending a mountain, and jumped behind Naruto. Naruto! Hinata yelled in concern. Commoner students gloated. The descendants of the ninja race showed interest. Yamanaka Ino, who wanted to remind him aloud, glanced at Hinata. Just when Inyazuka was about to pounce on Naruto, Naruto quickly raised his right leg and kicked back. For those who dare to attack him, Naruto will retaliate from an early age. Fighting in the Hokage world is very normal and will not affect the character design. If you can't fight back when you are beaten, you will be looked down upon by others. Naruto has shown a good fighting talent since he was a child. He can fight 10 or 8 untrained adult villagers when he was just over 2 years old. Of course, it sounds great, but it's just average. Because any genin can hit dozens of untrained adults. Pfft. Inyazuka, who was directly kicked in the middle of the abdomen, spat out a mouthful of acidic water. Naruto looked disgusted, quickly retracted his right leg, and jumped to the window after a step. The civilian students in the class looked disappointed. The ninja descendant gave Naruto a meaningful look. Yamanaka Ino's eyes lit up. So handsome. Bang. Hiss. Inyazuka, who was kicked flying, hit the desk directly and caused secondary injuries. Ah! The loyal Akamaru let out a low cry, shielded the injured Inyazuka Tooth behind his back, and stared at Naruto with fur all over his body. But he just looked fierce and didn't dare to go up. Irika, who was chatting with other class teachers at the door, noticed the movement in the class and ran in immediately. Immediately after seeing Inyazuka lying on the ground clutching his abdomen, he quickly squatted beside him and asked with concern. Tooth, what's the matter with you? Are you alright? Then he frowned and looked at Naruto, who was stared at by Akamaru. Inyazuka Kiba was the first to sneak attack, and was directly KO'd by Naruto, and he couldn't hold back at all. Besides, he is not someone who complains to teachers and parents when he loses a fight. So he covered his stomach, stood up slowly, and said, It's okay, I just accidentally fell down. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. Irika waved his hand, and directly angrily said to Naruto. Naruto, how can you bully your classmates? Naruto frowned, glanced at Irika, turned around and walked directly to the seat. At this time, Yamanaka Ino said unhappily. The teacher didn't understand the situation, it was the tooth that started it first, it's really bad. After speaking, he glanced at Naruto, seeing that he didn't notice him, he pouted. Hearing Ino's words, the expression on Irika's face froze, and he said softly apologetically. Naruto, I'm sorry, the teacher misunderstood you. Naruto didn't respond, and whispered something to Hinata. Seeing this, Irika felt guilty, and immediately patted Inyazuka Tooth on the head and said, You actually learn how to fight on the first day. From now on, you will be asked to fight the whole class by yourself in the actual combat class. The interlude between classes is over. About 20 minutes later, the new students in each class sat quietly in the auditorium of the ninja school under the arrangement of the teacher. After a while, third Hokage came on stage. Under the stage, Naruto, who lowered his head, had a strange smile on his face. The other side. 2 Naruto shadow clone transformed into Umbu are hidden somewhere in Konoha. Almost 35 minutes have passed. A shadow clone estimates the time. Another shadow clone secretly sensed it, nodded immediately, and said, "Third generation has come to power, and Quan Sang is not in the residential area. You act first, and I will wait for the signal." "Good." The first shadow clone to speak responded, sensed a certain flying thunder god imprint, and immediately disappeared in place. The other side. A relatively quiet street in Konoha. An old man wearing a black robe, a knitted hat, reading glasses on his eye sockets, and Madara white temples stretched out his hand to touch the residential buildings on the side of the road from time to time. If you look closely, you can see that when he touched the wall, a special rune was drawn, and the rune paper with explosive characters in the middle sank into the wall, and then disappeared. Xianwang. In the history of the ninja world, there is a strong ninja village deep in the mountains of the country of mountains, Yanjian village. In the Second Ninja War, he once fought against Konoha village, but his strength was greatly reduced because the main force went out and was attacked by Konoha. Then, he pretended to sign an armistice agreement with Konoha, and secretly sent the ninja Geno of the Grandmaster organization to set up detonating symbols around Konoha village in an attempt to annihilate Konoha village in one fell swoop. But after Xianwang was dispatched, Yanjian village was suddenly attacked by Longjin village and wiped out. Xianwang, who was sent to Konoha, finally learned that the village was destroyed, gave up the plan, started a family incognito, and had a son. But the son ended up dying at the hands of Konoha shinobi. Vengeance against the murder of the son. Xianwang, who hated Konoha, decided to restart the plan. Over the years, he came to Konoha every year as a craftsman for a period of time. Continue to bury the detonator secretly. When trying to equalize enough to cause a qualitative change, destroy Konoha in one fell swoop. Sudden. An Umbu appeared in front of Xianwang out of thin air. Xianwang of Yanjian village, it has been revealed that you secretly buried the detonating talisman, let's capture it. Seeing Umbu accurately revealing his identity and plan, Xianwang suddenly shrank his pupils. No doubt. Xianwang retreated quickly. At the same time, I sensed the detonating symbols set up over the years are still there. Xianwang felt ruthless in his heart. You came to catch me without removing the detonating talisman. I want you Konoha to pay for your arrogance. While speaking, he quickly formed a seal with one hand. Tsitsaizu. The sound of the fuse being ignited was heard from all over Konoha at the same time. Chi. The Naruto shadow clone disguised as Umbu sneered, but didn't stop it at all. Xianwang was able to detonate it on his own initiative, which saved him a lot of hands and feet. Thank you, Xianwang. It may be too late to leave Konoha now. After finishing speaking, Shadow Clone disappeared instantly, leaving Xianwang with a sluggish face. The other side. Ninja School, Auditorium. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was talking about the will of fire, frowned, and then realized something, his complexion changed drastically. Detonating talisman. Hurry up, set up the barrier to protect the students. The rest, Umbu, follow me. After finishing speaking, leave immediately. Umbu who were invisible all around appeared one after another, and 4 of them quickly came to the 4 corners of the auditorium, forming a 4-Xiang formation. In a while, boom 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 boom. A powerful explosion exploded. The entire auditorium was blown up in an instant, and scattered buildings fell on the 4-Xiang formations. The students in the auditorium screamed in fear. Panic, panic! The timid cry loudly. Some ignorant ones even wanted to escape from the auditorium. The ninja school teachers appeased and prevented the students from leaving. But listening to the continuous explosions in Konoha village outside the barrier, his face was full of grief and indignation. Naruto, who was coaxing Hinata, looked at the beautiful fireworks blooming among the leaves outside the barrier where the thick smoke dissipated. My heart, peace. Chapter 39. In the entire Konoha, continuous roars sounded. The explosion produced thick smoke, and only a few rose. The villagers rushed to flee on the street, and no one dared to stay at home anymore. Some worried that the place where they lived would explode in the next second, even jumped directly from the building. The sound of the explosion was mixed with various screams, shouts, and calls for help from all over Konoha. Some villagers who fell to the ground were even trampled mercilessly by villagers who were eager to escape. Some had already detonated before they could escape in time, and their flesh and blood were flying all over the place, leaving no bones left. Panic, fear, despair. Somewhere next to a street where people were fleeing densely, a residential building suddenly exploded. Boom! The fleeing crowd was directly blown away. Those who were lucky enough to be far away were also rushed to the upper floors of residence in another place by the air wave generated by the explosion. Before those who were not seriously injured had time to feel joy, the residential building next to them suddenly exploded again. Boom! Such a scene keeps happening everywhere in Konoha. The whole Konoha is in chaos. The other side. Looking at the constantly exploding Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid, and he quickly gave an order. Guide the villagers to the place where the explosion has already occurred. Yes. Umbu scattered around quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the remaining Umbu around him. What do you Umbu do? You don't even know that you have buried so many detonators. Check it out, check it out. All suspicious personnel will be strictly investigated one by one. Make sure to catch the murderer for me. There are almost explosions in the entire Konoha. Obviously it has been laid out for many years. It's been a few minutes. The explosion still hasn't stopped. The whole village was blown into persimmons, and it was in disarray. Third Hokage's blood in my heart. Fortunately, the Hokage building did not explode. This can be considered a consolation. Immediately, as if sensing something, his expression changed drastically. Third Hokage quickly uses the body flicker technique to run towards the Hokage building. The other side. Time back to a few minutes ago. Seeing the explosion from Konoha, another number 2 shadow clone hidden somewhere in Konoha quickly activated the Kagura Mind Eye to perceive the situation of the Hokage building. After a while, Umbu and ninjas in the Hokage building have all left. There were explosions everywhere in Konoha. Umbu from the Hokage building, and other ninjas went out to rescue the villagers. Now the Hokage building is an empty shell. It is estimated that Xianwang did not arrange detonating symbols in the Hokage building. After all, there are so many Umbu in the Hokage building, it is too easy to be found. Put away your thoughts. Number 2 Shadow Clone launches Flying Thunder God. The screen in front of me changed, and it appeared in Hokage's office in an instant. Over the years, Naruto has been to Hokage's office more than once, and he has already left several Flying Thunder God imprints in the dark. In other words, as long as Naruto has been to these years, and even the people he has been in contact with, basically have left the imprint of Flying Thunder God. Whether you use it now or not, as long as you have a chance, keep it first. Will come in handy one day. Number 2 Shadow Clone wasted no time. Grandmaster with various seals and barriers already knew that he had touched some kind of barrier. As long as someone enters this kind of enchantment, it will be discovered by the controller of this enchantment. I roughly estimated the distance to Third Hokage in my heart, and I estimated that it would be back in a minute at most. Originally, the ninja school was very close to the Hokage building, only a few streets away, and the whole process of instant body did not take 30 seconds at all. Blame it on the ninja school that Third Hokage himself left the off position, resulting in a further distance. I quickly came to Hokage's desk and found that the drawer had a seal, and the number 2 Shadow Clone sealed it with one hand. Untie. For the whole wooden impeller seal, no one can compare to Naruto. It was very easy to unseal the drawer. Then quickly opened it, and a crystal ball lay quietly in the drawer. Fortunately, there is no print on the crystal ball. It is estimated that Third Hokage never imagined that someone would sneak into Hokage's office just to steal the crystal ball. With so many confidential documents, isn't it more important than a crystal ball? But for Naruto, the crystal ball is the key to third Hokage using the telescope technique to spy on him. There is a special seal engraved in this crystal ball, which can be combined with the Konoha enchantment to transmit the picture of a certain place to the crystal ball. Third Hokage can't make such an exquisite monitoring ninja, it is very likely that it was left by second Hokage, or Uzumaki Mito. As long as you take away the crystal ball, you don't have to worry about third Hokage spying on him in the future, and you can make some bold plans. You can even use this crystal ball to monitor the actions of some Konohas in turn. As for the sealed book or something, Naruto has already asked Namikaze Minato. The Book of Seals and some secret history documents, confidential documents, treasures, etc. are stored together in a secret vault. The secret vault is made of extremely hard steel, and in addition to unlocking the seal, it also requires a key to open it. As for the sealed book or something, Naruto has already asked Namikaze Minato. The sealed book and some secret histories, secret documents, confidential documents, important books, treasures, etc., are stored together in a secret vault. The secret vault is made of extremely hard steel. In addition to unlocking the seal, it also needs a key to open it. So this time the target did not have a sealed book. Holding the crystal ball in his arms, the number 2 shadow clone waited anxiously while arranging detonators in the office. Why not come? Immediately, Umbu holding another crystal ball appeared in Hokage's office again out of thin air. Seeing this, the number 2 shadow clone who was waiting anxiously breathed a sigh of relief. 20 seconds have now passed. The number 1 shadow clone rushed to the desk and put the fake crystal ball into the drawer and closed it. The 2 shadow clone nodded, and the second shadow clone held the real crystal ball and launched the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Number 1 shadow clone jumped to the window and sealed his hands. Fire style Ha-Long fire technique. A ferocious fire dragon spurted out from the mouth of number 1 shadow clone, and the fire dragon swept across the entire Hokage office. Office desks, bookcases, and all wooden materials quickly ignited. Some paper documents and books were instantly wiped out. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the detonating symbols scattered everywhere detonated quickly. The number 1 shadow clone maintained the output of chakra and maintained the fire dragon for more than 10 seconds, when the roar of third Hokage suddenly came from behind. Stop! The sound is far away, and it may take a few seconds to reach it. Shadow clone doesn't panic at all, it's as stable as an old dog. At the same time, the chakra output was increased sharply, and the fire dragon surged again, even passing through the door of Hokage's office and spreading into the corridor. What are you panicking about? He's just a shadow clone. Chapter 40. Coming to Sarutobi, Hiruzen flicked his hands. Several kunai burst out, trying to stop the shadow clone in the window from outputting the genin technique. By reducing his ninjutsu output by 1 second, many important documents can be saved. Obviously, third Hokage overthinks it. The files in the office have long been wiped out. But his offense also plays a role. Sensing the danger, the shadow clone immediately stops ninjutsu output, and at the same time unseals with both hands. Bang! A smoke rises. In the next second, the kunai thrown by third Hokage passed through the smoke. Tuck tuck tuck. Plug in the floor that is already on fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly came to the window of the shadow clone station just now, looking at the office that was ravaged by fire. His face was ashen. He never imagined that what was just now was just a shadow clone. We all know that shadow clone is not as powerful as the main body. A shadow clone burned down his office. If it was the main body, wouldn't it just burn down the entire Hokage building? Putting away his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mudra with both hands. Water-style water chaos. A huge stream of water gushes out. Tsitsaiza. Water and fire blend together, and a huge amount of water vapor rises from the office. After a while, the fire in the office was extinguished. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly changed the printing style with both hands, and performed a wind style, and the water vapor in the office was blown away. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped from the window and scanned the burning office. There is really nothing left. Books, archives, even some classified documents. All gone. He walked a few steps with a livid face, and saw some crystals faintly visible at the original desk. Not even a peeping crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen hates it. Who is it? Were any documents stolen? The same group that caused the explosion that caused Konoha? What is the goal? Starting from the explosion, it has obviously been planned for many years. What is it for? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, clueless. Master Hokage. At this time, Umbu, who finally noticed the abnormality in the Hokage building, arrived, and seeing the burnt-out office, Umbu's pupils shrank suddenly. Immediately, he knelt down on one knee. This subordinate should die. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. The explosion in Konoha, what's the situation now? The explosion has stopped, and nearly half of the entire Konoha has been destroyed. Among them, the old block has the most intensive explosion and the most serious damage. The locations near the Hokage building, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and other clans are basically intact. Umbu made a brief report. Nearly half of the whole Konoha was destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly lost his mind. Some of the big clans were not damaged, apparently because the other party was worried about being discovered by the guardian ninjas of the big clans, so they didn't arrange detonating symbols. Except for the Nine Tails Rebellion 6 years ago, when did such serious damage happen to Konoha? Hi. Exhaling slowly, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. What about casualties? Casualties? Umbu seemed to hesitate, not daring to speak out. I felt a little regretful in my heart, didn't other Umbu dare to come over? Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped, say. Umbu lowered his head and said, I can't count it for now, but it is estimated that there are more than 10,000 casualties. His. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sharp breath. I only felt a blackness in front of my eyes, a suffocation in my chest, and then my body swayed, and I almost passed out. More than 10,000 casualties. How many people are there in Konoha? Third Hokage's heart bleeds again. Ninja school. The warm fragrance of nephrite jade moved slightly in Naruto's heart, and immediately a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Number 1 shadow clone did the job perfectly. The crystal ball has been hidden somewhere. The second shadow clone took the initiative to release the shadow clone when Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. Same task done perfectly. Hokage's office was directly burned, and so many confidential documents were missing. This period of time is enough for Third Hokage to have a headache. Aside. Yamanaka Ino, who was a few seats away from Naruto, curled his lips and pointed to Naruto and Hinata's position from time to time. She thinks Hinata is such a BCH. The dignified Hyuga clan, what are you pretending to be? Just explode. Is there nothing wrong? Even Naruto hugged and comforted him for 10 minutes. Girls are a bit of a hero complex. 3-year-old Yamanaka Ino was very curious about Naruto, who brought Konoha victory in the war. Especially when she knew she was the same age, she was out of control, crying and begging her parents to take her to meet this so-called Uzumaki Naruto. Common villagers are afraid of Jinchuriki because of ignorance. And as a descendant of the Yamanaka family, she is naturally not afraid of any Jinchuriki. Even curious +1. It's just that her parents have always been reluctant to take her there. 3 years have passed, and the memory has blurred. But I didn't expect that I was in the same class as Uzumaki Naruto, who I never forgot at the beginning, and my memory was immediately refreshed. When I first saw Naruto walking into the class, I didn't know his identity, but I just thought he was a little handsome. After knowing it, the aura added to his body, and Yamanaka Ino immediately felt that Naruto was n times more handsome. Now, seeing Hinata has been humming in Naruto's arms, I can't wait to run over and slap this humming monster. The little Sakura beside her was also very scared just now. After recovering now, I saw Ino gritted his teeth with an unhappy expression on his face, and couldn't help asking. Ino, what's the matter with you? Ino pouted in the direction of Naruto Hinata. The little Sakura turned her head and looked curiously, and immediately said contemptuously in Ino's ear. It's really shameless for the public. While speaking, he glanced at Sasuke not far away, and a villain in his heart shouted. Hateful. I really want to lie in Sasuke's arms too. Why am I not sitting next to Sasuke? Ino didn't know what was going on in little Sakura's heart, and whispered with a face full of resentment. That's right, Hinata is really good at pretending, and Naruto is too simple. Hey, you won't. Little Sakura's heart moved, hey a few times, with a teasing expression on her face. Ino blushed because her close friend saw through her mind, but she didn't deny it, instead she puffed out her breasts. Then the two reached an agreement, biting their ears, and kept scolding Hinata. As everyone knows, the other side. Naruto-kun, can you let me go? It's been too long, and my classmates have seen it. Hinata blushed and wanted Naruto to let go, but Naruto kept holding her, and she didn't dare to struggle for fear of making Naruto unhappy. Alright. Naruto, who has a keen hearing, heard some two little girls talking, so he had to let go of Hinata. Then he moved his neck left and right, pretending to meet Ino's eyes casually, then nodded with a smile, and then looked away. Ino's face turned red instantly. Chapter 41. After 1 hour. On the ninja school playground, each class were divided into small square teams to assemble. Class A for 1 year. It's a week off, remember to come to class after a week. Irika stood in front of the small square team and announced the holiday news to the students. Yes. Knew. Remembered. With sparse replies, Irika is not angry either, and this is not the time to be angry. Okay, disband. After saying dismissal, the students dispersed with a clatter. The ninja school has just ushered in the start of school, and it will be a week off in a blink of an eye. Ninja school gate, there are already many parents looking forward to it at the original gate. The parents of the major ninja clans were also waiting anxiously at the door. On the contrary, the parents of first-year freshmen are as stable as old dogs. Just now I heard from the teacher who was pulling the cordon outside the ninja school that because the first graders were in the auditorium, Hokage was also there at the time. With many umbu around, the new students are all safe. As for the other grades, it is said that those who responded quickly jumped directly from the second and third floors. Students in the second grade and above can jump 10 meters and 8 meters from a building, and they have no pressure. Moreover, the ninja school is relatively empty, and the buildings are not densely packed, so those who jump down smoothly will be fine. It's just the class that responded slowly, and it is said that some students died. So some senior parents are very worried. After a while, students came out one after another. Some parents wept with joy. Those who didn't see their own children cried bitterly. Naruto and Hinata walked to the door slowly. Glancing left and right, I immediately noticed Izumi Uchiha standing to the side. There are also many parents of ninja classmates in the same class. Unexpectedly, Hyaga Hayashi also came in person. Hyaga Hayashi also noticed Hinata and Naruto walking together, and was not unhappy, but nodded kindly to Naruto. They are all comrades in arms. If it weren't for Naruto, his daughter would have been given to Cloud Shinobi by Konoha, and Hayashi couldn't shame Naruto no matter what. Didn't he know that Naruto slept with Hinata back then? No. Hinata changed clothes for more than half an hour before going out in the morning, didn't he know? No. So I also guessed that Hinata came to the ninja school, and the two little ghosts will definitely get together again. Already mentally prepared. The son of the fourth generation, whose identity will be revealed sooner or later, is also worthy of their Hyaga. Anyway, Naruto is now a widow, and it is estimated that there will be no problem in getting married. Forget it, let things take their course with the kids. Putting away his thoughts, Hyaga Hayashi walked over. Hayashi uncle. Naruto had a genuine smile on his face. The future father-in-law, of course, is sincere. My lord father. On the contrary, Hinata felt a little guilty, and walked to Hayashi with her head down. She didn't even know that her father had already thought of getting married. Still worried that her father won't allow her to have contact with Naruto. Hayashi nodded, then said to Naruto. Naruto, I'll take Hinata first. Okay, Hayashi uncle walk slowly, goodbye Hinata. Naruto said goodbye politely. Hinata secretly turned her head and waved to Naruto, not daring to speak at all. On the other side, seeing Hyuga Hayashi go, Uchiha Izumi, who was about to come over, paused again. A little girl with the Yamanaka family crest embroidered on her clothes suddenly ran to Naruto. Behind her, a girl with pink hair and big forehead kept making cheering gestures. Uzumaki Naruto, my name is Yamanaka Ino, can I be a friend? Ino, who ran over directly and reached out to make friends, seemed bold, but the nervous expression on her face and the worry deep in her eyes betrayed her. Okay, just call me Naruto. Naruto smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Ino lightly. When a little girl asks to make friends, it is naturally impossible to refuse. The little Sakura in the distance saw Naruto reach out and hold Ino, and shouted excitedly, "Yeah!" Ino's blushing face suddenly turned even redder. Well, Naruto, you can also call me Ino, see you next week. Throwing the next sentence, Ino hurriedly ran back to little Sakura. Little Sakura said angrily, Ino, why don't you take this opportunity to get closer? Isn't Uncle Ant here because he's busy? Ask Naruto to go home together. I have used up all my courage to ask for a friend, how can Ino dare to continue talking? But you must not say that, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Little Sakura, what do you know, if you are too obsessive when you just met, boys will hate you. Like me, I leave after making friends, impressing the boy, but not giving him a chance to understand me, leaving room for fantasy. Then he will be curious about me, think of me from time to time, why I want to make friends with him, what kind of person I am, what I like, what to talk about when we meet next time, what kind of scene it will be. Naturally, I am very much looking forward to the next meeting. It's a nonsense, but it's clear and logical. Wow! Ino, that's amazing. How do you know so much? The bluffing little Sakura was stunned for a while, with a face full of admiration. Anyway, it was a feeling of ignorance. The other side. Pfft! Uchiha Izumi, who walked up to Naruto, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Naruto, are all the little girls in your class so playful? The dialogue between Ino and little Sakura is not loud. But for Uchiha Izumi, who has the strength of Jonin, at a distance of tens of meters, as long as he wants to hear it, he can hear it clearly. Naruto smiled without saying a word. Uchiha Kwan didn't let Naruto go, instead he joked. Okay, Master Naruto. It's only been half a day, and I've hooked up with 2 little girls. How can they compare to Quan Zhang? Well, let's go home. Saying that, Naruto took Uchiha Izumi's hand and walked towards the house. Although Uchiha Izumi is usually long-winded, Naruto always looks disgusted. But it doesn't mean that Naruto really dislikes Uchiha Izumi. It's just because Uchiha Izumi always treats him like a child, so he is upset and disgusted. Maybe when Naruto officially grows up, things will change. As for other people, there is no comparison with Uchiha Izumi. Whether it's Ino, or Hinata. To put it bluntly, now Naruto is greedy, he is sincere. Plus some past life thoughts. Perhaps after experiencing some things together in the future, there will be a qualitative change in the relationship. But the relationship at this stage is really not much. But Uchiha Izumi is different. Getting along day and night, Naruto has gotten used to the presence of Uchiha Izumi. If Uchiha Izumi is not around again one day, he will be very uncomfortable. Companionship is the longest confession of love, isn't it? Chapter 42. Back home. Naruto went into the restroom, used the Flying Thunder God to go somewhere in Konoha, stuffed the crystal ball into the sealed space, then used the Flying Thunder God to return to the restroom to wash his hands in an instant, and then walked out. The whole process took less than 20 seconds, and even Uchiha Izumi didn't notice any abnormalities. I really thought he had washed his hands. Thinking of today's explosion, Uchiha Izumi sensed the surrounding situation for a while, and then asked in a low voice. Naruto, what did you do today? Sensing ninjutsu is the application of Yin-Dun's mental power, and the members of the Uchiha family are born with Yin-Dun, and their mental power is extremely strong. Get the Namikaze Minato system, professor. Now, Uchiha Izumi's perception is not bad. Namikaze Minato also fully enjoys the sense of accomplishment as a father teaching his children. Isn't the default daughter-in-law equal to half a daughter? Isn't it the father who teaches the child? Nothing wrong. Naruto hummed lightly, admitting it. Uchiha Izumi nodded and didn't ask Naruto why he did that. I had already guessed that such a day would come. He also didn't feel sympathy for the damage of Konoha and the casualties of the villagers. Just curious how Naruto does it. When was the detonating talisman buried, and how did the detonating talisman come from? Naruto doesn't know how to make detonators, so how much is so many detonators? When did you hide the small treasury? No, it should be the big treasury. As the finance minister at home, why didn't she know? Naruto briefly explained the old man Xianong he met last time, and Uchiha Quan suddenly realized. Come in, let me show you something nice. After explaining, Naruto pulled Uchiha Izumi's consciousness into the sealed space. Seeing Namikaze Minato sitting cross-legged on the ground in the sealed space, holding a crystal ball in his hands, Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, and immediately widened his eyes. Isn't this the decoration that third Hokage often puts on his desk? Uchiha Izumi didn't know the function of the crystal ball, and thought it was just an ornament before. Seeing that Naruto specially taken it and brought it to the sealed space, I immediately realized that this crystal ball is not simple. Naruto walked up to Namikaze Minato and asked. Father, will you use it? It's been 3 years, and I have feelings. Naruto also accepted his father in this life, went to the countryside to do as the Romans did, and changed his address. I know how to use it. I have also used this crystal ball. Namikaze Minato nodded. Then a small enchantment was arranged in the sealed space, and chakra was input into the crystal ball. After a while, the picture in the sealed space appeared in the crystal ball. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened again, and immediately thought of something bad. He hugged Ji suddenly, with a face of shame and indignation. Seeing this, Naruto glanced over. Well, 11 years old, with A's. But an old man like third Hokage wouldn't peep at a young girl like this. At the same time his eyes moved to Uchiha Izumi, Naruto suddenly felt a feeling of being spied on. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at the crystal ball suspiciously, as well as Namikaze Minato who was staring at the crystal ball. The sense of peeping suddenly disappeared. There was a slight movement in my heart. It was like someone was watching him from behind, so he felt like he was being watched. But when he turned around and looked at the person behind him, he wouldn't feel like he was being watched. Because I have already seen it, the sense of peeping disappears. After thinking about it, Naruto asked. Can you solve this feeling of being watched? Only ninjas with particularly keen senses can feel it, and generally they will not be discovered. Namikaze Minato explained, and then said to Izumi Uchiha. Quan, turn around. Uchiha Izumi turned around obediently. Namikaze Minato stared at the crystal ball and asked, Izumi, how do you feel? Uchiha Izumi shook his head. Look, Quan can't feel it. Saying that, Namikaze Minato glanced at Uchiha Izumi meaningfully. Hearing this, Uchiha Quan was ashamed. She understood Namikaze Minato's intention to beat her. She couldn't find it here, it was indeed too far away. Naruto nodded. It's normal that Uchiha Izumi couldn't find out. But I was still not satisfied with Namikaze Minato's answer, so I continued to ask. Can it be solved? He wanted to use the crystal ball to monitor Konoha's senior management. They are all old fritters and old silver coins, their senses must be very keen. If that sense of voyeurism can't be addressed, it's pointless. Namikaze Minato stared at the crystal ball and pondered for a while. Then his heart moved and he said. Turn around, Naruto, and don't look at the crystal ball, Izumi. Naruto turned around, Uchiha Izumi looked away. Namikaze Minato faced the crystal ball with unfocused eyes and asked. Naruto, do you feel it? Hearing this, Naruto's pupils shrank. No feeling. He knew that Namikaze Minato would not ask without looking at the crystal ball. In other words, he has solved the problem of peeping sense. Immediately, Naruto turned around, and asked in a tone of admiration and surprise. How did my lord father do it? Namikaze Minato pointed to his eyes and smiled, "Focus. The son is too smart, and it is a rare opportunity to show off his ingenuity." Namikaze Minato is full of embarrassment. Naruto came to a sudden. The focus of the eyes is equal to the concentration of mental power. So it will be noticed by ninjas with particularly keen senses. When the focus of the eyes is scattered, the mental power is scattered. Then it is not easy to be found. Common people do not focus, and it is difficult to see clearly with only peripheral vision. But for ninjas, especially powerful ninjas, they can see clearly even with peripheral vision. At the same time, Naruto figured out why. The crystal ball is projected through the enchantment needs chakra, and the projection needs chakra. Every step is processed by chakra and connected into a line. When the line of sight is placed on the crystal ball, it is possible to pass through the crystal ball, to the enchantment, and then to the peeped person. Of course, after layers of transmission, the sense of sight is already very weak. So only ninjas with very keen senses can detect it. And when you look at it from the corner of your eye, and then pass it layer by layer, the sense of sight will become weaker. So even ninjas with keen senses can no longer be spotted. But what if a video camera is used, or a projector is used to project it? Without the processing of chakra in the middle, will the sense of sight not be conveyed? Would it be better and more convenient? This era already has monitoring equipment. In the original book, before the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Konoha had been using modern monitoring equipment to monitor Uchiha's clan. It's just that these monitoring devices are probably hard to get. Shaking his head, Naruto didn't think anymore. It's not a big problem if you can get the best, but if you can't get it now. Chapter 43. Konoha 55 years. Ninja School, the actual combat class of Class A of the second year. Inyazuka Kibakatsu. In the playground, Inyazuka easily solved a dragon suit and won the actual combat victory. Not the seal of reconciliation. After the two people who urged the competition formed a seal of reconciliation, Irika glanced around the students in the class, and was immediately taken aback. Why are there only male students left? What about the female students in the class? Follow the resentful eyes of the boys in the class. Under the shade of a tree, Ino and Hinata were kneeling together, with Naruto lying in front of them, pillowed between their thighs. Looking back under the shade of another tree, Haruno Sakura and a bunch of girls are surrounded by Uchiha Sasuke. The boys in the class broke their mouths full of resentment and said, "It seems that Uchiha Sasuke is more popular with girls. Cut, can it be compared? Uzumaki Naruto is surrounded by wealthy daughters, and Uchiha himself is a wealthy family, so he only attracts vain commoner girls. I really want to have a girl fanning me by the side. I really want to sleep on a girl's lap. Me too, I don't ask to sleep on two girls' laps at the same time, as long as there is only one." Irika can't help but have blue veins on his forehead. "Did you all come to ninja school to fall in love?" Immediately shouted. Next set, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly flashed clean. He stood up and looked up at Naruto on the other side. Naruto, who was in the fake bed, raised his eyelids, waved his hands and said, "I surrender." Immediately, his face rubbed against Ino and Hinata's thighs, and he closed his eyes comfortably. Knowing that the whole class was looking at him, Hinata suddenly blushed and lowered her head. Ino didn't care, instead he glanced at Hinata with displeasure on his face. "I can't wait to put Naruto's head on my lap directly." But Ino also knows that Naruto cannot snub Hinata. We have known each other for a year, and Ino has already seen through Naruto. For gifts or something, there are two copies. Never favor one over the other. One time, Ino went to Naruto's house to look for Naruto, and saw him sleeping on the sofa with a young jonin girl holding hands by the window. It is said that they have lived together for many years. Naruto is a philandering radish. Uchiha Sasuke on the other side is angry. "Damn! Naruto! Are you looking down on me?" Naruto raised his eyelids again, and said, "Are you okay again?" The male students in the same class suddenly laughed. Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly turned black. Thinking of the scene where Naruto beat his nose and face swollen, Sasuke felt a dull pain on his face. The girls around Sasuke also persuaded. Forget it, Sasuke, Naruto has surrendered. Yes, Sasuke, you've already won, don't fight anymore. That's right, Sasuke, there's no need to fight a fool like Naruto. Shaking and cold. Shut up. Sasuke couldn't help but roar. Immediately turned around, folded his hands on his chest, stared at Naruto proudly and said, I'm not what I used to be. With Oni-san's guidance, do you think you can defeat me easily? Or do you mean that you look down on our Uchiha clan at all? When it comes to Oni-san, I deliberately use the accent. The meaning in the words implies that your sister Quan is just a genin. My big brother is Jonin. As for looking down on the Uchiha clan, it is because Uchiha Quan left the Uchiha clan. So Naruto also looks down on them Uchiha family. Sasuke believes that Naruto has the current strength because of the guidance of Uchiha Quan. So in his heart, the competition between him and Naruto is not just a competition between individuals. It's a battle for family honor. Under the guidance of the real Uchiha, he must defeat the person taught by the woman who gave up the glory of the Uchiha clan. Let that woman know how foolish it is to give up the honor of the Uchiha clan. Naruto frowned. Yo, there are quite a lot of scenes. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, Urjuzi was working again. Without saying much, Sasuke begged to be beaten, but Naruto couldn't refuse. A carp stood up straight, jumped again, and came to the competition field. Sasuke clenched his fist and looked excited. I can finally get rid of my shame. The seal of opposites. Under Iruka's supervision, Naruto and Sasuke formed opposing seals with each other. Start. One order. While Sasuke backed away quickly, his right hand stretched out to Kunao on his thigh, halfway out just now. Too slow. Naruto, 10 meters away, has come to Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils shrank. I saw that Naruto pressed down with his left hand, and all the kunao he had just pulled out were inserted back into the kunao sleeve, and at the same time, a fist was instantly enlarged in front of his eyes. Ah! Don't hit Sasuke in the face. The girls outside could not bear to close their eyes. Boom! When the fist hit Sasuke's head in an instant, a cloud of smoke rose. Yes, Sasuke's body replacement technique is very skilled and the timing is very good. Iruka outside the court nodded while explaining to the students around him, and then frowned. I saw Sasuke who appeared behind Naruto in the mudra of both hands. Si. Recognizing the first seal made by Sasuke, Iruka can probably guess what ninjutsu he will use. Immediately, his pupils shrank and he shouted loudly. Sasuke, stop! Naruto, let me show you the ninjutsu of our Uchiha. Sasuke didn't mean to stop at all, his hands continued to make mudras. Not apply. Naruto, be careful. Ino off the field couldn't help shouting worriedly. Hinata is also a little worried, but she feels. With Sasuke's printing speed, she can finish 8 trigrams 16 palms. Naruto should be fine. Naruto, who had just landed and turned around on the field, also twitched his mouth. 2 prints per second. Sasuke, are you sure you're not kidding me? But now the distance is nearly 20 meters. If you want to come to Sasuke and interrupt him from releasing ninjutsu before Sasuke completes the seal, it is not in line with his strength that he has always shown. Didn't think much of it. Adamantine sealing chains. 2 gold chains burst from Naruto. Very fast. Hi. Sasuke, who was making the 4th seal, shrank his pupils. What's this? Next moment. Noon. Sasuke, who was forming the 5th seal, only felt a gold chain zooming in and out of sight. An ominous and familiar premonition arises. Snapped. The first gold chain was drawn directly on Sasuke's left cheek. Pfft. And Sasuke, who hadn't had time to form the last yin seal, spit and flew all over the place. Crack. Another gold chain was drawn to Sasuke's right face. Thought this was the end? Clap 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 clap. Left, right, left, right. Sasuke in midair was constantly being whipped left and right by the gold chain. No, don't. Don't hit Sasuke in the face anymore. Terrible. Chapter 44. Adamantine sealing chains are the first time Naruto has used them in schools. However, after entering the chakra refinement obtained at the ninja school last year, after half a year of practice, Naruto finally succeeded in refining chakra at home half a year ago. Then very inadvertently, I used adamantine sealing chains at home and was deliberately seen by Yamato. Then the excited Uchiha Kwan personally took Naruto to the Hokage building and told 3rd Hokage. For Uchiha Izumi can report as soon as possible. Naruto was also able to share with him the joy of awakening the Uzumaki secret technique for the first time. 3rd Hokage, who has not yet received Yamato's report, is very happy. With adamantine sealing chains, Naruto can better suppress the physical tailed beast. Delighted 3rd Hokage even rewarded Izumi Uchiha with a C-rank ninjutsu. It can be described as very generous. Of course, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that 3rd Hokage trusts Uchiha Izumi more and more. After the practical class was over, it was already afternoon school time. Swollen nose and swollen face Sasuke is also experienced. Directly use the transformation technique to cover up the injury on the face, and walk through the main entrance openly. At the school gate, Sasuke didn't forget to drop cruel words. Naruto, next time I will definitely win. No. Naruto waved his hands perfunctorily. Hateful. Sasuke squeezed his fist. I thought to myself, if only I had a Sharingan. He already knew that Naruto used the secret art of the Uzumaki family, so he was extremely eager to open Sharingan. What a poor child. If only you knew what it takes to open Sharingan. I'm afraid I won't think so. After saying goodbye to Ino, Hinata. On the way home, Namikaze Minato's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Naruto, Uchiha Shisui confessed his Mangekyou's ability to permanently modify people's will, in an attempt to modify the will of the Uchiha Patriarch to restore the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Danzo made an appointment with Uchiha Shisui, ready to catch the eye. Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails have had a lot more fun since getting the crystal ball. You can often hear them gnashing their teeth in the sealed space. Knowing the ability of Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo now, Namikaze Minato burst into a cold sweat. If Uchiha Shisui used it directly on Naruto in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, the consequences could be disastrous. I was also grateful for Naruto's cooperation and no resistance. Can't be regarded as escaped. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Naruto's heart moved slightly. Immediately said in my heart. Have they met? Not yet, Shisui has already rushed to the agreed place. Naruto, don't let Danzo succeed, or it will most likely be used on you. It was already shown that Nine Tails can be controlled by Mangekyo. If Danzo gets Shisui's eyes, there is a real possibility to use them on Naruto. If you are more adventurous, you may even use it directly on Nine Tails. Turn Nine Tails into his pet. I see, I won't let Danzo succeed. After Danzo succeeds, whether it is used on him or Nine Tails, Naruto cannot accept it. It is safe to be able to permanently modify the eyes of will, or to be in your own hands. Quicken your pace and go home. Uchiha Izumi has not returned yet. Naruto walked into the bathroom and made mudras with his hands. Shadow clone technique. While a shadow clone appears, the main body disappears with Flying Thunder God. The other side. Naruto's body appeared in a hidden place in Konoha, and his consciousness immediately entered the sealed space. Namikaze Minato asked directly. What are you going to do, Naruto? Naruto said directly, eye-catching. Namikaze Minato nodded, be careful, Danzo is not simple. Of course, this is not simple, it refers to conspiracy. Hard power, Namikaze Minato really doesn't think highly of Danzo. Well, I'll be careful. Naruto nodded. After about 10 minutes. In the picture, Shisui and Danzo officially meet. Naruto immediately locates the Flying Thunder God mark on Shisui's body. The other side. Uchiha Shisui, who came at the appointment, asked. Master Danzo, is there something important about asking me to meet here? Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui and asked. What would you do if you used your pupil art, modified Uchiha Fugaku's will, and persuaded the Uchiha clan, but the village remained the same. Shisui said confidently, Master Hokage promised to help us Uchiha, and he will definitely do it. Danzo continued, even with third Hokage lobbying the villagers' suspicion of you will not disappear easily. Have you forgotten Uzumaki Naruto? Even though he brought Konoha victory in the war, the villagers did not agree with him. Shisui frowned, and immediately said, the villagers' view of Naruto has changed at least, hasn't it? I know it will take time, but I believe that only we Uchiha can change, and one day the villagers will eliminate their suspicion of us. Danzo continued, so, what if I haven't changed my mind about you Uchiha? Master Danzo. Shisui frowned, as if trying to convince Danzo, but Danzo interrupted. At that time, will you also use your distinguished heavenly gods on the old man? Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth and lowered his head slowly. Danzo suddenly came to Shisui's body in a blink of an eye, slightly bent his two fingers, and suddenly thrust into Shisui's Sharingan. Your Sharingan, I accept it. Shisui's eyes widened, and the illusion was activated. Danzo's movements froze for a moment. It's just an illusion, and it will wake up soon. After speaking, Shisui fell into deep thought as he turned to leave. Danzo, who was caught in the illusion behind him, suddenly disappeared. Suddenly appearing in front of Shisui, he punched out. Pfft. Shisui, who didn't notice, was hit directly in the stomach. Immediately, two fingers suddenly inserted into his right eye, and pulled. The right eye was cut off in an instant. Sudden. An umbu suddenly appeared, and at the same time Kunao swiped Danzo's left hand holding Shisui's right eye. There was a flash of cold light. Chi. Blood spurts. Danzo's left hand was instantly cut off by the cold light. The next moment, umbu disappeared instantly with Shisui's right eye. Damn it! The sudden change came so fast that even Danzo didn't know it. Shisui immediately seized the opportunity and made seals with both hands. No matter who it was just now, they must leave immediately. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A huge fireball spurted out. Suddenly, more than a dozen root ninjas appeared in front of Danzo, spraying a huge stream of water. Water-style Water Chaos. Tsitsaizu. The water flow and the fireball collide, and a huge water vapor rises. Boom. Immediately there was a bang, and it exploded. Danzo quickly used a wind style, and the steam dissipated. Where is the figure of Shisui? Danzo immediately issues the command. Chasing. Yes. The root ninja immediately chased after him. Damn, who the hell? Danzo, who was on the spot, couldn't help but let out an unwilling roar. Chapter 45. Who was it just now? Suddenly appeared, could it be the Flying Thunder God? Flying Thunder God technique is extremely difficult to practice. Historically only the second Hokage developed, has been mastered by the fourth Hokage. This should be the murderer of the Cloud Shinobi Messenger 4 years ago. He's been watching me? Or have you been watching Danzo? Or is it a coincidence? What is the intention? Shisui, who ran away in a hurry, had thoughts flying in his mind. But still no clue. It is impossible to determine the identity of the other party, and it is impossible to determine the other party's intentions. Sudden. Sensing the danger, Shisui made a sudden stop. Dozens of kunao burst out from the front. Shisui leaps back quickly. Tuck tuck duck. At the same time, the root ninja chasing behind arrived. Boom boom boom. Several gas bombs exploded. Ahem. Shisui, who was already panting for breath, accidentally inhaled, and immediately his body went limp. Oops, I inhaled poisonous fumes. Kneeling on one knee on a thick branch, Shisui's vision began to blur. A dozen root ninjas quickly surrounded Shisui. You have nowhere to run, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui shook his body and opened his mouth. The surrounding root ninjas quickly took out the kunao with the detonating charm tied on it, and stared at Shisui vigilantly. One of the root ninjas said, "Avoid the head and aim for his legs." After finishing speaking, the Genbu ninjas threw the kunao with the detonating charm in their hands towards Shisui. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui's left eye three-god jade spins rapidly, and immediately turns into Mangekyo. Boom boom boom. A series of huge bangs sounded, and the whole forest was shocked. The cloud of smoke rose with it. Genbu Ninja squinted his eyes and said, "Is it solved?" Suddenly, a strong wave of air spread out from the cloud of smoke. A huge black shadow looms in the smoke. What happened? Sudden. Countless green arrows of light burst out from the huge figure in the cloud of smoke. Chi chi chi. Ah! The cry of pain keeps ringing. More than a dozen root ninjas were directly pierced by Green's light arrow. Only 2 root ninjas escaped quickly and saved their lives. The smoke cleared. What the hell is this? Horror! I saw Uchiha Shisui wrapped in a huge green figure. Susanoo. The huge Suzo raised the spiral spear on his right hand and stabbed at the 2 root ninjas. Boom! The boom is loud. Only the remaining 2 roots were killed directly. Shisui swayed, put his hands on the ground, and Susanoo wrapped around his body dissipated. Haha! Kneeling on the ground collapsed, Shisui kept panting heavily. For him now, it is very difficult even to refine chakra. Suddenly, Naruto disguised as Umbu appears behind Shisui. 4 years ago, Shisui took control of 9 Tails. Naruto once said that one day the 9 Tails will kill him. Now is the time to fulfill your commitments. I saw a sharp claw protruding from the 8-sign seal on Naruto's belly. Chi! Shisui's pupils shrank suddenly. Pfft! The blood mixed with the internal organs spewed out from it in one mouthful. Suddenly appeared, the flying thunder god, it is he. Shisui looked down. Pa! I saw a claw protruding from his back. Shisui tried to turn his head to see the attacker clearly, but Naruto held his head down. Distinguished heavenly gods, how could Naruto not guard against it? Cough cough. You, who are you? Silence. The only response to him was silence. Flying thunder god, beast claw? No. 9 Tails. Shisui's eyes widened as if his consciousness was about to disappear. The breath coming from behind is 9 Tails. Naruto? No. Impossible. He is only 7 years old. Impossible to master the Flying Thunder God and assassinate the Cloud Shinobi Messenger at the age of 3. It is even more impossible to command 9 Tails to attack him. And the seal in Naruto's belly is only known by Jiraiya to unseal it. Naruto has no way to break the seal and let 9 Tails stretch out its claws from the seal. Flying Thunder God, 9 Tails, 8-sign seal unsealed. Could it be? A terrible thought suddenly rose in Uchiha Shisui's mind. 7 years ago, 4th Hokage split 9 Tails in 2. Half of it is sealed on Naruto, the other half. Horror. Vision begins to blur, consciousness is about to dissipate. As he was dying, the words 4 generations slowly came out of his mouth. Immediately, his body softened and he fell to the ground. Hey, I really think, 4th generation? Naruto secretly shook his head in his heart. It's so pitiful that my father will be responsible for his death. Without thinking any more, Naruto said silently in his heart. System, analyze Uchiha Shisui. At the same time, the right hand cut out Shisui's left eye. Solve the Uchiha Shisui, and solve the hidden danger of being controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods. Naruto can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Uchiha Constitution, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fire, Wind, Thunder, and Yin attributes, and all ninjutsu of Uchiha Shisui during his lifetime. Existing attributes will be integrated and strengthened. Do you want to extract? All extraction and fusion. No need to think about it at all. After finishing speaking, Naruto felt a lot of ninjutsu knowledge coming from his mind, and a wonderful feeling coming from his body. No pain, no itching, very refreshing. Good harvest. When the fusion of abilities is completed, Naruto is delighted. Obtained Uchiha Constitution, Mangekyo, and various attributes have been enhanced a lot. Also on hand is a pair of Shisui's Mangekyo that can be fused into Eternal Mangekyo. I don't know if the system can directly help him integrate. Think about it and ask. System, can you directly help me fuse into an Eternal Mangekyo? Ding, yes. Hearing the system's answer, Naruto was even more delighted. It's just that now he only has one left eye in his hand, and the right eye is hidden and not on his body. Had to give up temporarily. Erase the traces of the scene first. Naruto made a mudra with both hands, and immediately pressed on Shisui's head. Seal. This is the memory sealing technique used in the Lost Tower of Namikaze Minato. It is said to be a seal, but it is actually permanently erased. Naruto merely erased Shisui's memory for nearly 3 minutes. It is roughly estimated that it is almost the same as Shisui before using Susanoo, after throwing out the kunai tied with the detonating charm at the root. After solving the hidden danger of Konoha's searching memory, Naruto said to Nine Tails in his heart. Nine Tails, try to loose you in the air, and take back chakra in Shisui's wound. After speaking, he observed Shisui's wound. Nine Tails just pierced Shisui's heart with the tip of his claws. The wound was neither big nor small, the arms of a child were as thick as a child's left and right. Just take back whatever Nine Tails chakra is left on the wound. Regardless of whether Konoha was killed by some beast based on the wound afterwards, there is absolutely no doubt about him. He is only 7 years old. From the fact that Shisui would rather believe that Namikaze Minato is not dead than Naruto, it can be seen how outrageous it is to master Flying Thunder God at the age of 7, even to unlock the seal, and to command Nine Tails. Naruto, it's all taken back. The voice of Nine Tails sounded. Good. After confirming that there were no omissions, Naruto did not stay for long, and quickly launched Flying Thunder God to leave. 10 minutes later, an Umbu ninja who noticed something strange here arrived. Seeing Shisui lying on the ground with his eyes gouged out, Umbu shook his body and walked slowly to Shisui and knelt down. Shisui. Holding Shisui in his arms, Umbu murmured in a low voice. The 3 hook jade in the eyes spun rapidly, and immediately turned into Mangekyo. A tear of blood slid down from the corner of the eye. Chapter 46. Naruto, I'm back. Uchiha Izumi, who has just completed a D-rank hoeing mission, returns home. Seeing Naruto on the sofa smiling and nodding towards her, Uchiha Izumi's heart skipped a beat. Shadow clone. Then he asked, Naruto, are you hungry? Naruto on the sofa shook his head and said. There are no activities at school today, so I'm not very hungry. Okay, tell me if you're hungry, I'll cook later. Uchiha Izumi nodded. This is also a small code between Naruto and her. If you are not hungry, it means that you will not come back so soon. The other side. A hidden place in Konoha. Sealed space. Uchiha Itachi actually buried Shisui's body directly. After assassinating Shisui, Naruto looked at the crystal ball, disappointed. It was originally intended for Hokage Umbu or the Uchiha clan to discover Shisui's body. Then let them check the brain memory to find out the cause of death, and at the same time provoke the conflict between Hokage and Danzo or Uchiha and Konoha's high-level officials. Deliberately delete the memory, but leave the memory of Danzo and the roots attacking Shisui, just for this. It's just a pity. Shisui's body was discovered by Uchiha Itachi, and he was buried directly without any investigation. Is it because I saw Root's corpse nearby and thought it was Danzo's hand? Naruto was slightly puzzled. After speaking, he shook his head and denied. That's not true either. Root ninjas don't leave the corpses of their companions, let alone Uchiha Shisui's. Uchiha Itachi has joined Hokage Umbu, and should be very aware of Danzo's root style. That's right, the style of the roots will not leave any evidence and traces. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement. After pondering for a while, he analyzed. It should have been guessed that there was a third party, but the dead body of Gen-Mo at the scene proved that Gen-Mo once shot Shisui. In order to avoid increasing the conflict between Uchiha and the village, Uchiha Itachi chose to bury Shisui directly. After a pause, he continued. Of course, it is also possible that it is to preserve the corpse of a friend. Although the eyes have been lost, but Shisui is also the Uchiha tribe who opened Mangekyo, the research value. Namikaze Minato is naturally very clear about the darkness of Konoha. He also thought that for Konoha, some necessary sacrifices and darkness were unavoidable. But not too much. For what happened to Naruto, it is obvious that his bottom line has been exceeded. Now, he doesn't care about Konoha anymore. Hearing Namikaze Minato's analysis, Naruto nodded. Uchiha Itachi's mind is frighteningly calm. Even seeing the dead body of his friend, he can still think so thoroughly. The whole process is silent. If you want to analyze something, you can only conduct a rough analysis based on your actions. Namikaze Minato seemed to remember something, and said to Naruto. By the way, Naruto, has Shisui's blood successor successfully copied? Naruto nodded, I got it. Immediately, he closed his eyes and opened them again. A pair of green pupils instantly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan with 4 spiked shuriken designs. Regarding the system's ability to analyze ninjutsu and blood successors, Naruto explained that a special blood successor has been awakened. Anyway, just replace system with blood succession. It's just that this blood successor ability is a bit strong. After all, depending on the system Naruto, there will be various blood successors in the future. In order not to worry loved ones, a reasonable excuse is always needed. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato is about to wonder if there is a green grassland above his head. Nine Tails behind him felt Mangekyo's breath and couldn't help frowning. After a while, it stretched out again. Although Mangekyo hates it, Nine Tails feels at ease when it comes to Naruto. At least, he doesn't have to worry about being controlled. Seeing Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes, Namikaze Minato was delighted and asked, did the distinguished heavenly gods also inherit? Naruto nodded, inherited. Namikaze Minato continued, how does it feel? The implication is to ask whether distinguished heavenly gods can really permanently modify the will of others. Understanding the meaning of Namikaze Minato's words, Naruto felt the pupil art in his eyes, and then said, it is indeed possible to permanently modify the will. But there are limitations, depending on the pupil power of Mangekyo. The stronger the person to be modified, the more pupil power is needed. If the strength exceeds Mangekyo's pupil power, it cannot be modified. And there is a time limit. Well, if it is permanently modified, it is estimated that it will take several years to activate once. It would be an exaggeration for distinguished heavenly gods to modify even Otsutsuki Kagaya directly. Naruto feels that it should be no problem to modify Konoha F4 and others. But Shisui wants to modify Uchiha Fugaku, maybe not, because Fugaku probably also has Mangekyo. There should be a certain amount of resistance between Mangekyo, and I'm afraid they need to compete for pupil power. Lord Madara, Hashirama, and his ilk probably cannot be modified. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato thought of something, and immediately said, and what about Shisui's original Mangekyo? What are you going to do with it? Naruto explained. The Mangekyo of the Uchiha family suffers from a defect in vision loss with use, and eventually complete blindness. Only when the Mangekyo transplanted from a pair of blood relatives is fused with his own eyes can he keep the light permanently. No wonder. There are records in Konoha's secret history that Uchiha Madara in the Sengoku period captured the Mangekyo of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna and his strength increased greatly. Namikaze Minato suddenly remembered the record in Konoha. Naruto nodded without commenting. It is estimated that it is also a secret history specially made by second Hokage Senju Tobirama to Black Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato continued asking, Naruto, how do you fuse? Need help? Naruto shook his head, I can directly fuse with my blood successor. Anyway, push all the problems to Shueji. After speaking, Naruto opened the Mangekyo again, took out a pair of Mangekyo from Uchiha Shisui, and put them next to his eyes pretendingly. I meditate in my heart. System, help me integrate. Ding, it's merging. The system prompt sounded in Naruto's mind. Under the curious eyes of Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails, a pair of Mangekyo slowly merged into Naruto's eyes. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo has been used for several years and the vision has blurred. Even if Naruto is analyzed through the system, the same is the fuzzy state of his life. Now in the process of fusion, Naruto only feels that the power of the pupils of his eyes is increasing, and his vision is getting clearer. After a while, ding, the fusion was successful. The beep sounds again. The Mangekyo in his hand has completely merged and disappeared. There was a flash of light in Naruto's eyes, and the majestic pupil power burst out from the eyes. Chapter 47. Minami Kagawa Shrine. The Uchiha tribe is having a heated discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting old, it's time to make way. Konoha was jointly established by the Uchiha clan and the Senjo clan, and Senjo has done 2 terms of Hokage. And the Sarutobi family only joined Konoha after Konoha was established. Why can they be Hokage? Even 4th generation Namikaze Minato can be Hokage, but our Uchiha clan doesn't even have a position in Konoha's decision-making hierarchy. It's not fair to us Uchiha clan. That's right, on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, if Shisui hadn't relied on Shisui to control the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha would have lost the battle. That's right, Shisui brought victory in the war, but Konoha covered up all the credit for Shisui. Now the ninja world knows 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and even thinks he is the perfect Jinchuriki. But I don't know that Uchiha Shisui, the hero of Konoha, the high-level Konoha clearly intends to suppress our Uchiha clan. Why look at Konoha's high-level face, and simply threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen to give up Hokage's position? Yes. Let Shisui directly control the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and force Sarutobi Hiruzen to step aside. As soon as the idea of controlling Jinchuriki came out, the Uchiha people responded one after another. Uchiha Fugaku, who kept his eyes closed all the time, said. Shisui once stated that only Jiraiya can unlock the 8-sign seal of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Some tribesmen immediately retorted. In the past, the ancestors of Uchiha relied on Mangekyo to compete with Senjo Hashirama. They even regarded tail beasts as pets. How could it be so rare for us Uchiha's highest eye, Mangekyo, to be protected by a mere seal? That's right, during the 9 Tails Rebellion 7 years ago, a Uchiha tribe of unknown origin could break the seal of Uzumaki Kushina. How can Jinchuriki resist our Uchiha's Mangekyo now? Uchiha Fugaku's statement is not recognized by the tribe. They are confident in the Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. Another clansman said. There are people from our Uchiha family around Jinchuriki. Even if the seal is a little difficult, she can provide the time point when the seal is weak, and even the method to break the seal. I believe that after so many years, she has enough information about Jinchuriki to be able to work with Shisui inside and outside. This proposal was once again echoed by the tribe. Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Izumi Uchiha has been separated from our Uchiha clan. We abandoned her in the first place. The clansmen disagreed, and said. Uchiha spring is always the blood of our Uchiha family. When the family needs it, she should be obliged. Does she still dare to betray the family? Hearing this, the rest of the clan members nodded one after another, as if it was only right and proper, it was justified. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help sighing secretly, and slowly closed his eyes. The rhetoric of seizing power continued until the end of the clan meeting. Uchiha Itachi walked slowly into the clan hall. The clansmen who had been arguing fiercely quieted down one after another. Uchiha Fugaku slightly raised his eyelids and said. Itachi, you're late. Uchiha Itachi bowed slightly. I'm sorry, my lord father, there was a delay. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the bloodline on Itachi, feeling faintly uneasy. But the current occasion is not suitable for asking, so he just nodded slightly. Sit down. Yes, my lord father. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Itachi bowed his head and knelt quietly to the side. At this time, the clansman asked suspiciously. Itachi, where's Shisui? Yes. Itachi, didn't the patriarch say you went to wait for Shisui? Why didn't Shisui come with you? Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said. I didn't wait for Shisui. Didn't wait for Shisui. The clansmen all felt tense. Something is wrong. Shisui can't miss the appointment. Even if something happens, you will be notified in advance. How come you didn't wait for anything? Shisui is the key to their Uchiha rise, if something goes wrong. Suddenly, a clansman discovered the bloodline on Uchiha Itachi, and immediately questioned. Itachi, were you just in Shisui? Uchiha Itachi, who kept his head down, nodded. The clansman's complexion changed, and he immediately shouted loudly. Lie! Why do you have bloodline on you? Where did you go? Hearing this, the rest of the tribe turned their attention to Uchiha Itachi. Some clansmen even came directly to Uchiha Itachi and checked the bloodline on him. Stained about 3 hours ago. Based on the bloodline alone, they could tell that the bloodline was probably stained after the clan association was opened. A clansman seemed to think of something, his pupils shrank. Immediately, he grabbed Uchiha Itachi by the collar, lifted it up, and asked loudly, "Itachi, did you kill Shisui?" Wow! The Uchiha people were in an uproar. Uchiha Fugaku, who kept his eyes closed all the time, suddenly opened the scarlet three-hook jade. Quiet. The sound was not loud, but it shocked the hearts of all the Uchiha people in the audience. Uchiha Fugaku said, "About Itachi's whereabouts, I will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow, and the meeting is adjourned now." Patriarch Shisui. The people who caught Uchiha Itachi were about to refute. Uchiha Fugaku said again, "I said break up the meeting." The clansmen looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became stalemate. After a while, a white-haired clansman snorted and said, "Humph! Patriarch, I hope to have a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Let's go." Their trust in the patriarch and years of prestige forced them to temporarily let Uchiha Itachi go. But some young clansmen gave Uchiha Itachi a hard look. Then the young men looked at each other and nodded. When the tribe dispersed, Uchiha Itachi bowed to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "I am causing trouble to my father. Well, we'll talk about it later when we go back." The other side. Hokage office. Shisui didn't come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sky outside the window, feeling ominous in his heart. During the day, Uchiha Shisui came to report Manjaku's pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods, and promised to use it on the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku in the Uchiha clan meeting in the afternoon, so as to change the conflict between the village and the Uchiha family. But it's late at night now. Shisui still didn't come to return. The Uchiha patriarch also did not come to the Hokage house to express his kindness. Plan failed? Still. Master Hokage. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared in front of third Hokage, kneeling on one knee. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, and said, "Explain." Uchiha Shisui was absent from the Uchiha clan meeting in the afternoon, while Uchiha Itachi was late for the clan meeting. Now the clan council is over and Uchiha Shisui is missing. The Uchiha clan suspected that Uchiha Shisui was killed by the young patriarch Uchiha Itachi, and several young clansmen clashed with Uchiha Itachi outside the Namikaze shrine. Umbu briefly reported on the monitoring of the Namikaze Shrine Uchiha Clan Association. "Really?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said inwardly, as expected. The ominous premonition in my heart finally happened. Uchiha Shisui may have been killed for real. Just the words of Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think it's Uchiha Itachi. Because they are all people with Konoha in their hearts. There's no way Uchiha Itachi would kill Uchiha Shisui on his own initiative. Thinking of Danzo leaving in a hurry after hearing Uchiha Shisui's Manjikyo ability in the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, "Send me Danzo advisor." Yes. Chapter 48. About half an hour later, Danzo pushed open the office door and asked directly, "Hiruzen, what do you want from me?" I saw Danzo looking as usual. Isn't it him? With a slight movement in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and asked directly, "Danzo, why did you kill Shisui? Regardless of whether it is true or not, first question it." Hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but frowned, and said, "Shisui was killed? I didn't do it." Although he did attack Shisui, someone disrupted the situation later, and in the end only the corpse of their root ninja was found. So Danzo also doesn't know that Uchiha Shisui has been killed. It's just that the mysterious person who disrupted the situation has already been thought of. Although a little indignant, the fact is that he did not do it. So Danzo has nothing to fear. Of course, he wouldn't name the mysterious person either. Otherwise, it will expose what he once did to Shisui. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown. Been friends for decades. He has already judged that Danzo is not lying. If he really did, I'm afraid he would admit it directly and threaten him with distinguished heavenly gods. Who is it? Third Hokage was lost in thought. Danzo continued. Are you sure Uchiha Shisui has been killed? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said. Missing. High probability has been killed. Uchiha Shisui wouldn't have confessed to Mangaku's ability if he had had a different heart. I confessed, but I didn't show up at the clan meeting. The results are clear, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is hopeless. Only. Who did this? Uchiha? Still. Danzo on the side felt his heart twitch and didn't ask any more. Missing does not necessarily mean death. Maybe it's possible to defect. After all, he shot Shisui in the afternoon. According to Dao Ren, Danzo, who likes to guess others with the greatest malice, believes that the probability of Shisui defecting is very high. I even began to be unsure whether the appearance of the mysterious man was a coincidence. Or with Shisui. As soon as he took his eyes, the mysterious man appeared and broke his hand, taking Shisui's eyes away. Shisui quickly fled again. What a coincidence. Shisui doesn't even care about the loss of his eyes. Must find out if Shisui is dead as soon as possible. If you are dead, you don't have to worry about it. If not dead. A strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Danzo's heart. Sure enough, the Uchiha people are all wolf ambitions. The other side. In the sealed space. Uchiha Itachi really concealed Shisui's death, even if it was misunderstood, there was no explanation. Danzo also concealed Naruto's presence to cover up his attack on Uchiha Shisui. After fusing the Sharingan, Naruto returned home. Namikaze Minato has been observing the situation of the Uchiha clan and Konoha high-ranking officials. I have to say that the crystal ball is easy to use. No presumption, Naruto stole it at risk. Namikaze Minato works really well too. He is just a consciousness body, as long as he has chakra supply, he does not need to sleep or rest. You can keep an eye on Konoha's situation for 24 hours. The monitoring of Konoha is more passionate than Third Hokage's peeping at the female soup. Except for some omissions when switching, Konoha's situation can't be hidden from Namikaze Minato's monitoring. Naruto nodded, hesitantly said, well, I'm afraid the Uchiha clan. As he said that, he glanced at Izumi Uchiha who had entered the sealed space together. Namikaze Minato also turned his head and fell silent. The situation of the Uchiha family is very dangerous now. If you want to eliminate the conflict with the high-level Konoha, unless Uchiha Fugaku can be ruthless and kill all the radicals. But it's not realistic either. The radical faction of the Uchiha family accounts for at least 80% of the clan. This is the result of the Uchiha clan's long-term grudge against Konoha. If you just want to save the tribe, Uchiha Fugaku can also take the tribe to abscond secretly and betray Konoha. But it's unrealistic. With the confidence of the Uchiha clan, how could they escape? Of course, if Uchiha Itachi doesn't become a second five-son, even if Shisui dies, the Uchiha family can still break arms with Konoha. After all, it was just an internal coup in Konoha, not foreign enemies attacking Konoha. The meaning is quite different. Many speculators in the village would choose to sit on the sidelines. Konoha is not a Konoha of the Sarutobi family. Konoha shinobi are not loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen either. Many ninjas don't care who takes the position of Hokage. What they care more about is whether Hokage can bring them benefits. If the Uchiha family can be more tactful, win over some neutral families or neutral ninjas, promise high positions, and promise benefits. At this stage, many ninjas are dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe they can really win a lot. Among other things, the Hyuga clan, whose head of the branch house was forced to death 4 years ago and whose little princess was thrown into the battlefield by Sarutobi Hiruzen, is very likely to win over. The situation where the two largest families in Konoha join forces for a coup d'état is enough for Konoha shinobi to seriously consider whether to clear the rebellion or follow the dragon. It's just a pity that the Uchiha family is too proud and too confident. There are 20 or 5 young people inside. Namikaze Minato doesn't like Uchiha at all. Then, when the Uchiha family is in a big crisis, Naruto and Minato have to consider Uchiha Izumi's attitude. As for whether Uchiha clan will be implicated by the Uchiha family, neither Naruto nor Minato are too worried about this. Izumi Uchiha has only lived in the Uchiha family for 3 years, and completely severed ties with the family 4 years ago, and even his clothes are no longer embroidered with Uchiha's family emblem. Under Naruto's arrangement, Uchiha Izumi also reports Naruto's situation to 3rd Hokage every month. Konoha executives have privately expressed their trust in Uchiha Izumi more than once. I even considered changing Uchiha Izumi's surname directly. It was just that Konoha's high-level officials were concerned about the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan, so they gave up. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet made up his mind to eradicate the Uchiha clan, the #1 force in the village. Seeing that both Naruto and Namikaze Minato looked at him, Uchiha Izumi bit his lip lightly, and whispered, "If the Uchiha family really has a genocide crisis, I just need to take my mother away, and don't worry about me." All these years, neither Naruto nor Namikaze Minato has hidden anything from her. How could she not see Uchiha's predicament? Maybe there was still a little bit of blood relationship before. But just from monitoring the Uchiha clan association, I know that the Uchiha clan will come to her when they call her, and go away when she is waived, and they even want to use her to cooperate with the inside and outside to control Naruto. The last little bit of blood affection dissipated. Naruto walked to Uchiha Izumi, rubbed her head and said, "If you don't have the heart, I can take some of the Uchiha people away. It doesn't matter if you take some of the Uchiha people away, as long as Uchiha clan is happy." Uchiha Izumi felt warm in his heart, smiled and shook his head, saying, "As long as my mother is fine. They never treat me as a human being, so why should I care about them?" Chapter 49. Uchiha Izumi had a simpler idea. In her opinion, according to the current situation, either Uchiha will take the lead in the coup, or Konoha's high-level officials will choose to take the lead after being notified by Uchiha Itachi. No matter which of the above results, she just needs to take advantage of the chaos to rescue her mother. Her mother was neither a ninja nor a combatant, and not many people paid attention to her. It's just that after saving her mother, she might not be able to stay in Konoha herself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izumi looked at Naruto, feeling sad. Naruto's eyes flickered. According to the current situation, the probability of Uchiha Itachi's shot is very high. It is very simple to rescue Kwanma, just set fire to the Uchiha tribe, and naturally no one will find that there is a missing corpse. However, if you want to take this opportunity to open Uchiha Izumi's eyes, I'm afraid you still need some planning. Falling into reluctance and worrying about gain and loss, Uchiha Izumi didn't know that Naruto had already attacked her. The voice of the Uchiha family's coup did not think that Uchiha Shisui's disappearance would disappear, but intensified. On the night of Shisui's disappearance, although the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi was explained by the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha tribe accepted it on the confession, but they did not accept it at all in their hearts. Isn't it normal for a father to shield his son? The tribe believes that Uchiha Itachi has betrayed the Uchiha clan, secretly accepted the order of the high-level Konoha, and killed Shisui. The identity of Uchiha Itachi's Hokage Umbu is very suspicious. Of course, the Uchiha people are not at fault for Uchiha Itachi. He really betrayed the Uchiha clan, and reported the situation of the Uchiha clan to the high-level Konoha every day. He even installed monitoring equipment in the clan himself to monitor every move of the clansmen. On the other hand, Danzo's roots have been secretly investigating Uchiha Shisui's whereabouts. Live to see people, die to see corpses. The Uchiha clan all think that Shisui has been killed by Uchiha Itachi, but Danzo doesn't think so. A mysterious person appeared that day. If Shisui is dead, it must be the mysterious person who killed him. It can't be Uchiha Itachi. However, the Uchiha family has rumors that Uchiha Itachi killed Shisui. And Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to surrender to Konoha's senior management. Suspicious Danzo believes that these actions are all to paralyze Konoha's senior management. Uchiha Shisui is not dead. Hiding in the dark all the time. The rumors of the Uchiha clan and the surrender of Uchiha Itachi are all plots of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui. Even you know who is an ally of the Uchiha clan. Will Shisui use distinguished heavenly gods on Sarutobi Hiruzen? Will he plot his position as Danzo's fifth Hokage? Danzo's heart is full of a sense of crisis. Uchiha clan, can't stay. Time flies. Someday. Izumi Uchiha. Is there a problem? Uchiha Izumi, who was walking towards the Konoha vegetable market with a vegetable basket, was surrounded by several Uchiha tribesmen. A clansman raised his head, squinted at Izumi Uchiha and said, "We need you to contribute to the family now. As long as you hand over the weak time of the Jinchuriki seal and the method of unsealing, we will give you a chance to return to the family." Uchiha Kwan looked at several Uchiha tribesmen like a fool. Where does the sense of superiority come from? And will the Uchiha clan not know that Umbu is watching her behind her? It's all private, right? Shisui is dead, and still trying to control the tailed beast? Where does the confidence come from? No. Throwing the next sentence, Uchiha Kwan directly bypassed the Uchiha tribe and left. A clansman immediately said angrily, "Izumi Uchiha, you have thought clearly. Your mother is still in our clan." Uchiha Izumi paused. Seeing this, several clansmen showed smiles on their faces, and immediately turned dark again. I saw that Uchiha Kwan just had a meal, didn't look back, and then walked away. What should I do? She just left. Whatever she does. Let's come and talk to her. Shameless, the elders of the clan will come to see if she is still hard. Walk. Do you need to report to the elders? Report your size, you haven't done anything well, so what else to report? Hokage office. Master Hokage, Izumi Uchiha, please see me. An Umbu got down on one knee and informed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo on the side squinted his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Spring. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked away from the document in his hand, raised his head, and frowned slightly. Izumi Uchiha will regularly report to him on Naruto's situation every month. But after estimating the time, now is not the date of the report. I was a little puzzled. Is something wrong with Naruto? A thought arises. Wrong. Then deny it. Now Naruto should be in the ninja school. What goes wrong will not be reported by Uchiha Izumi. Without thinking too much, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Bring her in." Yes. After a while, Uchiha Izumi pushed open the door and saw Danzo inside. Was taken aback for a moment, then walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, respectfully said, "Master Hokage." Then he turned around and said respectfully, "Master Danzo." The two nodded slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Kwan, what's the matter?" "Master Hokage, the people of Uchiha just came to me." Uchiha Izumi just said the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo immediately frowned. Then Uchiha Izumi gave Danzo a vague look, as if asking if he should continue talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands and said, "Come on, advisor Danzo is fine." Danzo didn't care about Uchiha Izumi's attitude either. Regardless of whether it is Umbu or Konoha shinobi, when Sarutobi Hiruzen reports something, as long as he is present, it will basically be like this. Danzo got used to it too. Of course, it is certain that I feel angry. It also strengthened his determination to become Hokage. The Uchiha tribe asked me to. Saying that, Uchiha Izumi hesitated for a while, then as if he had made a decision, he continued. Reveal the time when Naruto's seal was weak, and ask me to hand over the method to remove the seal. Uchiha's operation is too confusing. It is not clear whether there is Umbu behind Uchiha Kwan, so he directly asks for it. And the attitude was too bad, threatening her mother directly. Both Umbu and Uchiha Itachi will report to Hokage afterwards. Uchiha Izumi didn't want to sell them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other, and then said, "Shisui is missing, and the Uchiha family still has a way to control the tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen is sealed every month, and there has been no weak seal in the past few years. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen has a way to unblock it. So they don't care what the Uchiha people want from the Uchiha spring. But it found the key to the problem. The subordinates don't know. Uchiha Izumi shook his head, and then said with resentment and worry on his face, it's just that they threatened with the subordinate's mother. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other again and nodded. Okay, I see, you go out first. Uchiha Izumi worried, but Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, don't worry, your mother will be fine. Thank you Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi pretended to be relieved and left Hokage's office. Chapter 50. Master Hokage. Izumi Uchiha came to the Hokage building to monitor her. Umbu also came to the Hokage building naturally. After Uchiha Izumi left, this Umbu appeared in Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. True. True. Umbu nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared coldly, okay, continue with your mission. Yes. Umbu responded and left immediately. Danzo's eyes flickered. Without Mangekyo, why did the Uchiha clan want to unseal the law, and how can they control the tailed beast? Shisui really didn't die. Danzo is sure in his heart that Uchiha Shisui is not dead. Everything is hidden from Uchiha. Sure enough, the Uchiha tribe couldn't believe it. The Uchiha clan cannot stay. Danzo immediately asked. Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan wants to unseal the tailed beast, it really is wolf ambition. Shisui, who can change the will of the Uchiha clan, is dead. Do you still believe that relying on Uchiha Itachi can ease the conflict between the village and Uchiha? Don't you forget, he is the young head of Uchiha. When the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha can no longer be eased, can he still love Konoha? Danzo didn't express the speculation in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts Uchiha Shisui so much. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisive character, speaking out will only make him think too much. The more you think about it, the more difficult it is to make a decision. They will even secretly investigate whether Shisui is dead. There's no need to overdo it, Danzo can't wait. Now it's just a matter of putting pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen to make up his mind to shoot Uchiha. At that time, it will be clear whether Shisui is dead or not, or whether Uchiha has another whole card. I'll think about it, think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what Danzo meant. The Uchiha clan is a major force in Konoha. Getting rid of Uchiha is tantamount to weakening Konoha's strength. After an internal friction, Konoha will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, countries may be ready to move. And the Uchiha family is the one who built the village. For no good reason. What are you still thinking about? What are you still hesitating about? Do you really have to make up your mind after Uchiha unseals the tailed beast? It is very difficult for Danzo to make Sarutobi Hiruzen make up his mind, so he continued to perform. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly. Uchiha is the establishment of the village patriarch, there is no reasonable reason. Hearing this, Danzo angrily said. At this time, you are still worried about being criticized by the village and the ninja world afterwards? Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. Konoha will only decline in your hands. If you can't make up your mind, give me the position of Hokage. The matter of the Uchiha clan will be ordered by the old man, and the subsequent infamy will also be borne by the old man. No, your method is not suitable for governing Konoha, and the matter of the Uchiha clan needs to be discussed again. Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely refused, while shouting Umbu. Master Hokage. An Umbu quickly appeared. Tell Uchiha Itachi to come over. Yes. After Umbu responded, he left in an instant. Danzo couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. Not suitable, not suitable. Just because one sentence is not suitable, he must be rejected. The other side. Ninja school. If tomorrow was the end of the world, who would you spend it with? Balanced work and rest, Irika poses a question to the class. Hearing this, Akimichi Koji looked at the potato chips in the drawer. Nara Shikamaru still looks salty. Aber Meishino pushed the glasses with 2 fingers. Little Sakura glanced at Sasuke with a blushing face. Ino and Hinata looked at Naruto at the same time. Inyazuka crossed his fingers behind his head and said disapprovingly. How could it be the end of the world? Irika laughed and said. Of course, now that the ninja world is peaceful, it will not be the end of the world. This is just a hypothesis, let the students recognize the most important person in their hearts. Now everyone writes down on paper who they want to spend time with at the end of the world. You don't need to write your own name, so don't worry about the teacher knowing. After speaking, distribute the paper in hand to the desktops of the students. It's just that the last sentence is a bit suspected of coaxing children. The classmates in the class didn't realize it, and suddenly started whispering. Naruto didn't start writing, he didn't even know what Iruka said, and his mind wasn't here at all. Now listening to Namikaze Minato talk about Hokage's office. Okay, I get it. After listening, Naruto answered in his heart. At this time, Ino, who was sitting beside him, stretched his head over, glanced at the white paper on Naruto's desk, and said strangely, "Naruto, why don't you write? Ninja school has 3 people sitting at the same table, just in line with the configuration of a 3-person team. Originally, Naruto's table was only him and Hinata, and he was sitting by the window. Then Ino also sat down, and Naruto sat in the middle. Right what?" Naruto froze for a moment. For Naruto's habitual distraction in class, Ino is no stranger to it, and tapped the white paper on the desktop to remind. Ms. Iruka said, "Write on paper the person you most want to spend with at the end of the world." Naruto suddenly realized. Subconsciously glance at Ino's desktop. Ino immediately covered the paper she had written. "Don't look." Seeing this, Naruto aimed to the other side again. Hinata also covered it with both hands while looking at the scenery outside the window. Ino immediately said in surprise, "Hey! Hinata, aren't you curious what Naruto wrote?" Hinata was still looking out of the window, pinching each other's hands covering the paper, shaking her head slightly. Vaguely seeing the bulging veins around Hinata's eyes, Naruto's mouth twitched. "Your eyes are wide open, and you still say you don't want to?" Sudden. Naruto's heart moved, and he glanced vaguely at Uchiha Sasuke's desktop in the center of the classroom. After that, I vaguely saw the name Uchiha Itachi written on the paper on Sasuke's desk. What a poor child. Naruto shook his head. Under the expectant eyes of Ino and Hinata, Uchiha Spring was written on the paper. Ino's face darkened. Hinata, who looked at the scenery, shook her body. Naruto smiled, and wrote the names of the 2 people again. Snort. Ino's face softened slightly, but his mouth was still pouted. I kept scolding Naruto for being playful in my heart. Hinata wasn't dissatisfied, and closed her eyes contentedly while letting out a sigh of relief. Slowly turned back his blushing head. Chapter 51. The Other Side. Hokage Office. Master Hokage. Uchiha Itachi in Umbu costume arrives at the Hokage office. Seeing the stern faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, I felt uneasy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. At this moment, Danzo opened his mouth and said, "Uchiha Itachi, you are Umbu who monitors Konoha of the Uchiha clan. I ask you, do you Uchiha clan want to unseal and control the tailed beasts? Launch a coup." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and he lowered his head slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo immediately stared. "Really?" Danzo asked loudly. "Uchiha Itachi, what is your intention to conceal the plans of the Uchiha clan?" "Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, the Uchiha clan don't have the ability to unlock the tailed beast, let alone the ability to control the tailed beast. Those who make suggestions are just some arrogant clansmen. Their proposal was not accepted by Uchiha. So the subordinates boldly concealed it. Uchiha Itachi is still hopeful that Uchiha and Muyeshiu will resume their relationship. If the intelligence is reported, the result will be irreversible. So he chose to hide it. It's just that I didn't expect the information to be known by Konoha's senior management. Now I doubt him even more. Just because Uchiha doesn't have the ability to control the tailed beast, you chose to hide it." Danzo scoffed at first. Then staring at Uchiha Itachi closely, he asked again. "I ask you, do you Uchiha still have Mangekyo? This is Danzo's test. Test whether Shisui is still alive." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but didn't interrupt. Naturally, I don't believe in Uchiha and Mangekyo. After Konoha was established, Uchiha also produced a Uchiha Shisui. How can it be so easy to open your eyes? TV's original Uchiha Yuri is too exaggerated to be included in the setting of this book. But what if Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered? What does it mean? Did the Konoha executives already know that he opened his eyes? Uchiha Itachi sighed inwardly. Is it finally here? Uchiha Itachi knew that when the information about his opening was exposed, Konoha's senior management would no longer trust him. He is not the same as Uchiha Shisui. He is the young head of the Uchiha clan. Identity sensitive. And Shisui's predecessor, Uchiha Kagami, is a disciple of second Hokage. Also a classmate of third Hokage and the three advisors. With this relationship and affection, third Hokage is willing to trust Uchiha Shisui. Even if Shisui is dead, third Hokage is willing to trust him for Shisui's sake. But if Mangekyo is exposed, the last bond of trust will be broken. The high-level Konoha will not allow someone who can control the tail beast. Especially the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi fell silent, Danzo thought inwardly that it was true. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed. There really are? Conceal the plot of the Uchiha clan. Concealed Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan again. Uchiha Itachi is no longer trustworthy. I saw Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, and the three-god jade in his eyes spun rapidly, and then turned into a pair of scarlet Mangekyo. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, and said while guarding secretly. When did Mangekyo open? When Shisui died. Uchiha Itachi no longer hides. Sarutobi Hiruzen went on to ask. Why did you hide Shisui's death in the first place? Uchiha Itachi did not report Uchiha Shisui's death. Until today, it has been an unsolved case. Uchiha Itachi replied. Shisui's death will become a trigger, and I don't want to deepen the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Danzo's eyes flickered on the side. I secretly said in my heart. Is Shisui really dead? Who killed it? Mystery man? Or did Uchiha Itachi kill Shisui in order to open Mangekyo? Of course, Danzo didn't fully believe Uchiha Itachi's words, and still had doubts in his heart. Sensing the abnormality of his friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and sighed inwardly. Everything is hidden from him. But without questioning Danzo about it, the focus is not on him now. Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked. Since Mangekyo is on, why hide it? Worried about high-level suspicion. Now? Don't worry. Or don't you need to worry? No, Lord Hokage, please trust me. How do you convince me now? The two asked and answered, and the atmosphere became tense. Umbu, who was hiding in the dark, also secretly pulled out kunao, staring at Uchiha Itachi vigilantly. Danzo's heart moved, and he asked. Uchiha Itachi, since you want us to believe you, then I ask you. You will choose to stand with the Uchiha clan against us Konoha? Or choose to stand on Konoha and help us kill Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, but did not refute Danzo's words. Now that Uchiha Itachi has turned on Mangekyo, there is no time to soften your heart. If the tailed beast is really unsealed, the consequences will be disastrous. Uchiha Itachi shrank his pupils and raised his head suddenly. Kill Uchiha? Danzo said. That's right. In order to protect the village, the situation must be suppressed before the coup happens. You should be clear that even if you activate Mangekyo, it is impossible to compete with Konoha. The end of Uchiha is also doomed. As long as you are willing to help us kill Uchiha, then we will continue to trust you. You can even save your brother's life. So, Uchiha Itachi, what's your choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the Hidden Ones all stared at Uchiha Itachi. As long as he makes a strange move, he will be taken down immediately. I saw Uchiha Itachi let out a breath slowly, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Then I'll take care of the Uchiha clan. The other side. Ninja school. The school bell rang. Students, good news. Later, Jonin from Konoha will come to the ninja school and explain to everyone how to survive in the wild at night. Are the students happy? Irika, who had just walked out of the door, received the notice, and immediately blocked the teacher's door, announcing the good news. Why is it like this? Teacher, I'm very hungry now. Teacher, my mother will pick me up today. The students immediately complained. Nara Shikamaru, who had just packed up her desk, frowned. It was impossible for ninja school to add classes in such a hasty manner. Something might happen to the village. Irika clapped his hands, and after the students calmed down, he said, "Don't worry, today's dinner is all contracted by the school, it's free. There are dedicated teachers copying notices at the gate of the ninja school. For some parents who did not come, teachers will notify each student's home. So you don't need to worry." Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom. Naruto, who already knew what happened, raised his hand. Okay, let's go. Come back to the classroom and gather before 6 o'clock. Chapter 52. Dusk. Uchiha Itachi stood on a branch of a big tree, looking at the Uchiha tribe indifferently. Under the reflection of the setting sun, in Uchiha's eyes, he felt that the land was blood red. Suddenly, the space beside Uchiha Itachi twisted like Uzumaki, and a figure wearing a Madara pattern mask appeared. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi, it's decided. It's decided, I need your help. Uchiha Itachi's tone was indifferent, not like a request, but like a simple statement. It seems that the person who comes will not refuse. Okay, but you need to join our organization, you have nowhere to go anyway, don't you? Uchiha Obito was equally flat in tone and offered an invitation. Good. The other side of the Uchiha clan land. Naruto, disguised as Umbu, is also standing on a big tree looking at the Uchiha clan. Damn! Uchiha! Suddenly, Nine Tails in the sealed space let out a roar. Naruto also couldn't help being stunned. Naruto, the mysterious person who controlled Nine Tails, appeared and made contact with Uchiha Itachi. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Naruto suddenly realized. Obito came and was monitored by Namikaze Minato, no wonder Nine Tails reacted so strongly. Namikaze Minato was very calm. He is just a consciousness. I also faintly suspect that the mysterious person is Uchiha Madara. He doesn't want Naruto to take risks, so he can only suppress the hatred in his heart and try to act calmly. After Nine Tails calmed down, Naruto thought in his heart. Nine Tails, help me notice if there is any maliciousness nearby. Naruto believes that Obito is coming, and the one who has been by his side is definitely coming too. Even many white Zetsu will lurk in Konoha, monitoring the situation of Konoha, and beware of Konoha's high-level executives suddenly attacking them. Think again of Obito's Sharingan with a whole wall in the plot. I'm afraid that the white Zetsu, which is already full of Uchiha clan, is going to gouge their eyes tonight. Naruto has also been waiting to analyze a white Zetsu to see if he can get the ability of white Zetsu. If not, tonight's plan will have to adopt other plans. Naruto, you didn't let me investigate, and I didn't notice. On the trunk of the third tree on your right, about 9 meters high, I feel malice. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Nine Tails spoke immediately. There are too many people in the village who are hostile to Naruto, and Nine Tails generally don't perceive it randomly. So as not to upset. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Slowly unsheathing the samurai sword in his hand, and seemingly inadvertently jumped to the position pointed by Nine Tails. What is he going to do? White Zetsu in the tree trunk looked puzzled. Suddenly, Naruto turned sharply and plunged his katana into the tree trunk. There was a flash of cold light. Chi! Caught off guard. White Zetsu in the tree is stunned. To the end of his life, he didn't understand why Umbu found him. Naruto yanked out his katana again. Chi! A piece of white slime comes out of the blade. It's white Zetsu, that's right. Looking at the white slime slowly flowing out from the blade and the tree hole, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. System, can white Zetsu resolve it? Ding, yes. Then the system prompt sounds. Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then silently read. System, analyze white Zetsu. Ding, successful analysis, obtained Mayfly technique, spore technique, barter change, a small amount of Senjo Hashirama cells. Whether to integrate. Fusion. After speaking, Naruto could roughly feel that his vitality had been slightly enhanced. I didn't pay much attention to it. The Hashirama cells on White Zetsu's body were too few, and I don't know how many times the N generation cells have divided. Naruto is already very satisfied with a slight increase in vitality. It is unrealistic to want to use this to activate Sage Body. Several abilities of White Zetsu that Naruto cares more about. Mayfly technique, robe technique, and barter changes. With the power of these few White Zetsu, Uchiha Izumi's eye-opening plan can be better completed tonight. Without thinking too much, Naruto directly launched the Mayfly technique, and the whole person merged into the big tree around him, and then passed through the big tree to the ground, and quickly sneaked into the Uchiha family. After a while, Naruto appeared at Kwan's mother's house. Izumi's name is Uchiha Hajiki, and she lives at the very edge of the Uchiha clan. The house is not small, after all, the Uchiha family's family land is very large. One person can live in a small building. In terms of housing, the Uchiha family will not deliberately treat the tribe members badly. It's just that Kwan's mother's house is relatively simple. Although Uchiha Izumi often gives money to Kwan's mother, but Kwan's mother lives alone and spends money recklessly. Naruto, who merged into the ground, saw Izumi was cooking. After a little perception of the surrounding environment, and after Nine Tails made sure that there was no White Zetsu nearby, Naruto slowly emerged from the ground. "Umbu, is there something wrong?" Seeing Umbu appearing suddenly, Kwan's mother didn't panic. I vaguely guessed in my heart that it had something to do with her daughter. After all, Umbu would not seek out a common woman from Uchiha for no reason. It's just that I don't know whether Umbu came here with good intentions or malicious intentions. Konoha is going to attack the Uchiha family tonight, and I am entrusted by Uchiha Izumi to take Hajiki Aunt away. Naruto directly explained his purpose. "How can I trust you?" Kwan's mother was not surprised by the news that Konoha shot Uchiha, as if she had expected this day. "There is no way to convince you now, Yayu Aunt, please don't resist, I will explain to you later tonight." After finishing speaking, Naruto went to Izumi's side and activated the robe technique. A robe split from Naruto's body, instantly expanding into Naruto's current form. Naruto nodded to the robe clone, and the robe clone lightly touched Izumi. Kwan's mother showed doubts, but did not resist. "I just felt that a part of chakra was taken out of my body." Although Izumi is not a ninja, she is also a pure-blooded Uchiha tribe. "I also had ninja training when I was a child, and I naturally have chakra on my body, but the talent is not good." After a while, after ingesting Kwanma Chakra's robe clone, let go, and immediately use barter to change. The clone in the robe instantly turned into the appearance of Kwan's mother. "Good." Seeing this, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. In the plot, White Zetsu used barter to change into Kisame, instead of Kisame's suspended animation. Even Brother Ab couldn't find out. Just used to shed the golden cicada. "Hajiki Aunt, I'm sorry." Immediately, Naruto came to Kwanma, took her hand, and activated Flying Thunder God. The screen in front of me changed. The two instantly appeared in a small building in the Land of Waves. This is where Naruto and Uchiha Izumi usually come out to earn bounties. Space Ninjutsu. Suddenly appearing in another place, Kwan's mother couldn't help shrinking her pupils at this time. Naturally, the Uchiha clan has a lot of knowledge. Kwanma was born in the era when Namikaze Minato was the most famous, so she naturally knows space ninjutsu. "Well, Aunt Hajiki, please stay here for a while, and then I will bring Kwan to see you." Naruto nodded, took out the prepared silver and handed it to Kwan's mother. "Izumi will be all right." At this time, Kwanma has generally believed in Naruto. She didn't ask Naruto's identity, she knew it was inconvenient to ask now. She is now only worried about whether Uchiha Kwan will be implicated by Uchiha. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." With the next sentence, Naruto activates Flying Thunder God and disappears. Chapter 53. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan land was replanned by Konoha high-rise to the edge of the village, and there were no other buildings nearby except trees. Sarutobi Hiruzen is on a tall building nearly a kilometer away, staring at the Uchiha tribe in the distance. Uchiha is a former comrade in arms, and even the elder who established the village, Konoha, is a great force. If it is not necessary, he does not want to go to this step. My heart feels a little heavy. An Umbu appeared out of the blue and reported to Third Hokage. Master Hokage. Except for Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Sasuke, the rest of the Uchiha people have all returned to the clan land. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Uchiha Sasuke is the chip that promised Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Izumi did not grow up in the Uchiha family, and even broke away from the Uchiha family a long time ago. It has been proven over the years that Uchiha Izumi has a heart for Konoha. With her by Jinchuriki's side, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very at ease. As for her mother, just right to use to mold the hatred towards Uchiha Itachi. Maybe you can open a 3-hook jade because of this. As for her Mangekyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think about it at all. So many pure-blooded Uchiha can't open Mangekyo. There are very few 3-hook jades. Even many pure-blooded Uchiha 05s can't even drive Sharingan. A commoner mixed blood can open a 3-go jade is already invincible. The 2 bloodlines are left behind, which can be completely integrated into the leaves, germinate again, and spread out. After some years, maybe Konoha will have quite a few civilians who have forgotten Uchiha, but own Sharingan. Putting away his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Notify the enchantment class to open the enchantment. Tonight, the Uchiha clan can only enter, not exit. Yes. Umbu responded and quickly disappeared in place. The other side. Uchiha clan land. Here we go. Sensing that the Uchiha tribe was suddenly surrounded by an enchantment, Naruto's gaze flickered, hiding on one side. Quickly launch the flying thunder god back home. Happy heart. Within the perception range, only one Umbu is watching Uchiha Izumi. Umbu's monitoring of Uchiha Spring is not strict and the distance is relatively long. And Uchiha Izumi was sitting in the hall at this time. Naruto felt relieved and tapped lightly on the bathroom door. In the hall, Uchiha Izumi, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned. Thinking of the notice from the ninja school teacher before, Uchiha Izumi felt a little uneasy. No matter how you look at it, temporarily adding classes is not a normal phenomenon. Sudden. Tuk tuk. There were 2 knocking sounds from the bathroom. Uchiha Izumi's heart shudders. Really? She knew it was Naruto. This also confirmed the uneasiness in my heart. If nothing happens, Naruto won't come back. Behave normally and walk to the bathroom. I saw a familiar Umbu inside was nodding slightly to her, and said in a low voice at the same time. It's me. What happened? Uchiha Izumi asked in a low voice. But there was a faint guess in my heart. During this period of time, the only one who can go wrong is probably Uchiha. Come with me first. Naruto didn't say much. Uchiha Izumi nodded, quickly formed a mudra with both hands, and separated a shadow clone. Naruto nodded, stretched out his hand to Izumi Uchiha, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared into the house. The other side. A hidden place in Konoha not far from the Uchiha tribe. After confirming that there is no white Zetsu nearby, he secretly told Namikaze Minato to monitor Uchiha Itachi, and at the same time, Naruto said, Uchiha Sasuke was used as a bargaining chip by the Konoha executives to completely instigate Uchiha Itachi, and now he is destroying the Uchiha clan. Genocide. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank, and he said in disbelief. Destroy the family with his own hands? How could he do this? No matter she is Uchiha tribe. Anyone who hears such news will be shocked and feel unbelievable. She always thought that Uchiha Itachi was acting as a double agent in order to mediate the conflict between Uchiha and the village. Although Uchiha Izumi also saw that the contradiction has been irreconcilable. She also only thinks that there will be a civil war between Uchiha and Konoha. But I never thought that Uchiha Itachi would completely fall to the village in the end. Kill the people with your own hands. Naruto, Uchiha Itachi is heading for Uchiha Hajiki's house. Namikaze Minato's voice sounded. Naruto's heart moved, and he immediately turned pale with fright. Uchiha Itachi has killed in the direction of Zyonghe Hajiki and... Quick, come with me. While speaking, he quickly took Uchiha Izumi to launch the Mayfly technique and ran towards Hajiki Ant's home. Knowing that his mother was in danger, Uchiha Izumi bit his lower lip tightly, subconsciously grasping Naruto's middle hand with both hands. I am very anxious. I just feel that time has suddenly become extremely slow. She didn't wonder why Naruto didn't use the more convenient Flying Thunder God. Because Uchiha Kwan knew that Naruto had never entered Uchiha's clan. But I still long for the speed to be faster, faster, faster. The other side. The bright red blood slid down the samurai sword in his hand and dripped onto the ground. Tick. Uchiha Itachi, covered in the blood of his clan, glanced at the house in front of him. A trace of nostalgia flashed across the scarlet three-go jade eyes. Then turned into indifference. Executioners don't need memories, nor are they qualified to have them. Pushing open the door, he walked in slowly. Who? Uchiha Hajiki, who was sitting in the hall, asked suspiciously. Seeing no one answered, Uchiha October turned around. Immediately seeing Uchiha Itachi covered in blood, his pupils shrank. 040 sudden. Uchiha Itachi explodes suddenly. In an instant, he came to Uchiha Hajiki, and stabbed forward with the samurai sword in his hand. At the same time, ground. Uchiha Izumi, who had just arrived and had not had time to surface, suddenly widened his eyes, but his pupils contracted suddenly. A flash of cold light. Chi. The rise of a sharp blade piercing the flesh sounded. Uchiha Itachi yanked the blade out again. Bright red blood sprayed out. On the wall and on the ground, there is a scarlet blood stain. How come? Impossible. No, my lord, I don't want you to die. Looking at the picture of his mother being killed, Uchiha Izumi shook his head blankly. Lost in my heart. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged into my brain. Uchiha Izumi opens 3 Tomo Sharingan. My eyes are tearing apart. Strong negative emotions flooded my mind and immediately poured into Sharingan. The 3-hooked jade in his eyes suddenly spun rapidly. There was tearing pain in the eyes, and a majestic pupil power surged out. A strong desire for my mother to come back to life welled up in my heart. Instantly, 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly stopped and turned into a pair of plum-shaped manjikyo. Hi. Seeing this, Naruto on the side breathed a sigh of relief. I felt guilty and said, sorry, this is the last time I lied to you. Chapter 54. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato kneel in the living room. Hearing footsteps behind them, the two did not turn their heads. Uchiha Fugaku said, here you are, Itachi. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku, after all, you still choose to stand on the side of the village. My lord father, my lord mother. Uchiha Itachi knelt behind his parents. It goes without saying, Itachi, we all understand. Uchiha Mikato shook his head. Itachi, you finally promised me, Sasuke, I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Fugaku makes a final request. The couple slowly closed their eyes. There was no panic, no loss, and no anger of being betrayed. As if already known. I have already prepared in my heart. Tears rolled down Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and the hands with the samurai sword were trembling. Do not be afraid. Compared with you, our pain is only a moment. Even if we think differently, we are still proud of you. Even now, Uchiha Fugaku is still encouraging his son. Uchiha Itachi, who was in tears, finally raised the butcher knife in his hand. The icy cold glow covered with tears flashed by. The other side. Why is there no light? It's obviously not time to rest. Sasuke, who had just returned to the clan area after school, noticed something strange. This smell is... He faintly smelled the faint smell of blood in the air, and his heart became uneasy. Immediately quicken the pace and run to the house. Suddenly, Sasuke's pupils shrank. I saw puddles of bloodline on the ground, and shurikens and kunao on the wall. What happened? What happened? Sasuke was even more anxious and uneasy. Quickly ran home, Uchiha Sasuke immediately opened the door. Father, mother. I saw my parents lying on the ground, the bright red color dyed the whole ground red. And an indifferent figure leaned aside. Uchiha Itachi. The other side. Uchiha Kwan's face was full of grief and indignation, as if the killing intent was about to condense into substance. Dr. Uchiha Itachi. A roar with a murderous intent came from outside. Naruto, who was about to stop him, stretched out his hand, and immediately frowned. There are quite a few umbu and roots outside that have entered the clan grounds, and the voice of Uchiha Spring may have been heard. They must all be cleaned up before the enchantment is opened. With a slight movement in the heart, Naruto quickly activates Kagura Mind Eye. In an instant, it was discovered that there were more than 10 people hidden in the Uchiha tribe. After finding a pair of nearest targets, Naruto quickly sank and merged into the ground. The other side. What is this voice? It should be the Uchiha Spring next to Jinchuriki. Did Hokage-sama arrange it? Perhaps as an eyewitness. The two umbu hidden in the tree looked at each other. I vaguely feel that it was arranged by Third Hokage, who is dedicated to liberating the truth about the Uchiha Itachi genocide. Otherwise, Uchiha Izumi would not usually come to the Uchiha family, and would come during the day. How could it be such a coincidence tonight? Sudden. From the tree behind the two umbu, two kunao with flickering cold lights quickly stabbed out. Very fast. Chi. Before umbu could react, his heart was pierced in an instant. After a while, a figure slowly walked out from the tree trunk. After confirming that the two umbu had passed away, the figure formed seals with both hands to erase their memories. After silently saying "System, analyze in my heart," no matter what I analyzed, it merged into the trunk again and disappeared. The other side. On the main street of Uchiha. Hitting Tsukuyomi, Sasuke, who was about to faint, heard a faint roar. Who is it? Can she kill this Uchiha Itachi who is killing the people? A trace of desire rose from the bottom of my heart, full of hatred, and I immediately lost consciousness. Aside, Uchiha Itachi turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the sound. Why is she here? Didn't Third Hokage not include her in the list? The space on the top of the roof at the side suddenly distorted like Uzumaki, and a figure wearing a Madara pattern mask appeared. He glanced at the direction of the roar. He turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Itachi again. Aware of the faint disbelief in Uchiha's eyes, Uchiha Obito said, "Itachi, who is it?" Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately turned into indifference. Just an insignificant person. Oh. Uchiha Obito can't deny it, the eyes under the mask show a hint of interest. Soon, the figure in the distance rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi in an instant, and at the same time swung his right fist violently. Soon, Uchiha Itachi heart frets. Suddenly someone came and stared. Manjikyo? How is it possible? Uchiha Itachi suddenly lost his mind. Immediately, a huge force came from the abdomen. Boom! The wall beside him burst into cracks and smoke. Cough cough. Embedded directly into the wall, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. Stare closely at Uchiha Izumi, who is full of grief. Unbelievable. Uchiha Itachi is unbelievable until now. He was really careless just now. Seeing Manjikyo lose his mind, he felt guilty at the same time. So take the punch silently. But the strength of this punch, how could it be possible for a genin to strike? Why didn't even my mother let go? She's just common. Uchiha Itachi. I'm going to kill you. Uchiha Izumi roared with grief and indignation. Then quickly seal the hands. So fast. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrink again. At least 5 prints per second. Is this really Uchiha Izumi? Before I had time to think about it, I saw that Uchiha Spring has been sealed. Fire style Halong fire technique. A huge and ferocious fire dragon that seemed to devour everything swept out. Uchiha Itachi quickly seal hands. Fire style Halong fire technique. Just as the fire dragon was about to approach, another ferocious huge fire dragon shot out from Uchiha Itachi's mouth. Qian Zhao. Bang zi zi zi. 2 ferocious fire dragons collided instantly. Fiery flames expand rapidly from the collision. In an instant, the entire Uchiha tribe was illuminated red. Uchiha Itachi continued to increase the output of chakra, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, which was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Fire style was able to fight him. Is this really Uchiha Spring? Ridiculous and unbelievable again rises in Uchiha Itachi's heart. But his eyes told him that he was right. No amount of disguise will be able to fool his Mangekyo. Powerful fire style collision stalemate. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Huge waves of air surged out with blazing flames. Mangekyo. You can also use fire style with Uchiha Itachi. Obito, who was sitting leisurely on the roof, couldn't help standing up abruptly, and the huge air wave made his clothes flutter. The eyes under the mask raised their dignity. Chapter 55. After resisting Uchiha Spring's fire style, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Sasuke, who was blown out by the air wave, rolled tens of meters and hit the wall directly. Turn around now. An angry Uchiha Izumi catches up with him. The space around Obito on the roof distorted and disappeared immediately, chasing and fleeing ahead. When he came to the edge of the clan, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Uchiha Itachi turned around quickly, and stretched out his right hand. Slap! Uchiha Izumi was caught holding Kunao's left hand, and Shiyu's Hibo Itachi kicked out with his right foot. I saw Uchiha Izumi loosen his left hand, and his right hand quickly caught the falling Kunao and plunged down. Uchiha Itachi frowned so fiercely that he was hurting both sides, and quickly stopped. Under Sharingan's powerful insight, Uchiha Izumi has already sensed Uchiha Itachi's intentions. With a twist of the wrist, the force is instantly changed from thrusting to thrusting. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi is about to let go and jump. Suddenly, sensing his intention, Uchiha Izumi grabs his right hand with his left hand. Uchiha Itachi felt a pulling force coming out. At the same time, a cold light flashed on his chest. Uchiha Itachi, who reacted very quickly turned sideways, and the sharp kunao pierced the sky. Next moment, the piercing kunao suddenly swiped to the right. The cold light flashed again. Avoid the inescapable 240 Uchiha Itachi's swift right hand seal. Boom! A billow of smoke rises. With a bang, a piece of body replacement technique was cut in half by Kunao. The cut is so smooth. Uchiha Itachi, who appeared nearly 10 meters away, stared at Uchiha Izumi closely, his eyes flickering. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Impressive Uchiha Spring, after moving out of the family land, 5 years have been like a day. Doing Genin's D-level tasks diligently in the village every day. But now, just a few fights. Uchiha Itachi judged that her ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the application of Sharingan are not weak at all. What has she experienced in these years? What has she encountered? And who gave her guidance? What is the purpose? Can't figure it out. How did she know what to do tonight? Hidden so deep. Even Konoha's senior management was deceived by her appearance. Even when they decided to exterminate the Uchiha clan, they crossed out her name. Uchiha Itachi only felt that Uchiha Spring was full of mysterious mist. It's hard to see through, hard to guess. Uchiha Itachi. I can't even think of that. Do you still have humanity? Uchiha Izumi yelled, afaff, with grief and indignation. I'm just testing my measure. Uchiha Itachi's face was indifferent. Chi. Measure. Uchiha Izumi laughed angrily, and immediately asked. Is Sasuke your only measure? Just for the life of one Sasuke. You have abandoned your humanity. Killing your tribe. Even killing your parents. Uchiha Itachi, do you really have a conscience? Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank. Even knowing these secrets, he doesn't think he underestimates Uchiha Izumi. It's no coincidence that she's here tonight. There must be a pair of invisible hands pushing behind the scenes. Who is it? Suppressing doubts in his heart, Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. Now that you know it, you should know that the end of the Uchiha family is doomed. I can't let the family be ashamed, and the name of rebellion will be left in the ninja world. Then, the peace of the village, Uchiha's last honor can only be preserved by me. Hehe. Crazy, Crazy. Uchiha Itachi, are you already crazy? Like a big joke, Uchiha Izumi felt extremely ridiculous. Because he didn't want the family's reputation to be damaged, he had to kill the rebellious clansmen. Not even the parents. Is Konoha village that good? Is it worth being so loyal? If you can't keep your family, what do you need the village for? What do you need the family name and honor for? Is it more important than the grace of upbringing, or the lives of relatives? Uchiha Izumi shook his head at the absurdity. Uchiha Itachi has not changed since he was a child, and he still likes to make decisions alone. But why did he make the decision? By deciding the life and death of the whole clan. But only to keep the vainglory. I don't want to argue anymore, the life and death of the whole family has nothing to do with her. Death at the hands of Uchiha Itachi is also the fault of the Uchiha clan. But remembering her mother, Uchiha Izumi suddenly turned frosty on his face, and said sharply, I don't care what your righteousness is. But I only want my relatives, you give me back my mother's life. Hatred seems to be condensed into substance. Vast pupil power surges out from Manjikyo. Then a majestic momentum rose, and a terrifying wave burst out. The body of Uchiha Izumi is surrounded by the light of pink-purple, and at the same time as a slightly slender huge skeleton is condensed, bundles of pink-purple muscle fibers are quickly formed on the skeleton. In an instant, pieces of armor quickly wrapped the muscles made of energy. Susanoo. Already able to use Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi squinted his eyes slightly, and at the same time retreated quickly. A red light appeared around his body. A sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. I saw pink-purple Susan holding a sharp blade and swiping it violently. A crescent-shaped icy blade burst out. Everywhere they passed, houses were split in half. The pupils of Uchiha Itachi, who had retreated hundreds of meters away, suddenly shrank, and the pupil power of both eyes exploded. In an instant, a red skeleton quickly appeared. Susanoo. Boom. A boom resounded through the sky, and the entire Uchiha clan was shaken. In the huge cloud of smoke, a Susanoo holding a flame rushed out. Immediately, the two Suzuo Zuping handed over their soldiers. Every time there is a collision, a powerful air wave erupts. The other side. Is Susan already on? Naruto, the last Umbu who had just been dealt with, stared at the two Susans on the other side of the clan ground. After getting Shisui's eye, Naruto had shown Uchiha Izumi several times in the sealed space rehearsal. At that time, I wondered if she could quickly condense her combat power after opening Manjikyo. It was just a thought, but I didn't expect that she would really do it. Although not perfect, the second stage is already full of talent. Zemian also shows how strong the hatred in Uchiha Izumi's heart is. Guilt arose in his heart. Naruto put away his thoughts, and quickly ran towards the direction of Uchiha Spring. The other side. The Uchiha clan is extraterrestrial. His. Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen keeps an eye on the Uchiha clan. I never expected to see Susanoo of the Uchiha clan in my lifetime. Still too. Who is the other one? Danzo beside him couldn't help squinting his eyes and said. The Uchiha clan is indeed a prodigal ambition. There's still a Manjikyo hidden. I vaguely guessed in my heart, could it be Shisui? But shouldn't it be Green Susan who was searched with the memory of the root corpse? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands and said. Wait, don't add to the fearless casualties, wait until their battle is over. If the victory is not Uchiha Itachi, we will. Shot. Chapter 56. Boom boom boom. The roar kept ringing. Damn it. Why? Uchiha Izumi is full of anger. Pink-purple Susan keeps waving the sharp blade in his hand. Countless blades burst out. But there seems to be a transparent protective wall in front of Red Susan, blocking all her attacks. It's useless, Uchiha Izumi. All your attacks will be blocked by my Yata mirror. I was just playing with you. Do you really think that with your meager strength you can defeat me? Uchiha Itachi of Red Susanoo folded his hands on his chest, with a face full of indifference. At the same time, the roof of a building that was still in good condition suddenly became Uzumaki-like space distortion. The figure of Uchiha Obito appears. immediately said to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, don't waste time, finish your opponent quickly. Obito just went to investigate and found that all white Zetsu were killed. Few people in the ninja world can discover white Zetsu's latent ability. He didn't know whether it was Konoha or a third-party force intervening. Zyonji Obito, who is used to hiding in the dark and planning before acting, suddenly found an unknown enemy, which made him very disturbed. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi's eyes froze. She didn't notice Obito just now, so she didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to have a helper. Suppressing the anger towards Uchiha Itachi from the bottom of my heart, my thoughts raced. She remembered Naruto saying that Mangekyo had a pupil in each eye, and Susanoo. At the same time, Susanoo also has some special abilities to attack or defend against the seal of the kingdom. The Yata mirror who can block all attacks, is this Susanoo's special ability? Move your heart. While Uchiha Izumi kept chopping, he focused on Susanoo. After a while, it seemed that something had been discovered, and Uchiha Izumi's eyes flashed. The sharp blade in Suzo's hand can not only cut out the blade light, but also has the property of breaking the defense directly. Immediately, Susanoo, who controlled pink-purple, stabbed forward with the sharp blade in her hand. No sword burst. With this ordinary thrust, it seems to be crushing, directly piercing through the Yata mirror's defense. Chi. The blade pierces directly into Red Susan's armor. Uchiha Itachi immediately controlled Red Susan and stretched out his left hand to prevent the sharp blade from continuing to penetrate. He could no longer maintain a calm expression on his face, his brows were furrowed, and a dignified look appeared. A fierce light flashed in the eyes, and the power of the pupils exploded instantly. I saw the flame-like long sword in the right hand of Red Susan stretch out suddenly, stabbing towards Uchiha Izumi in pink Susanoo. Oops, it's a dry punch. Naruto, who just arrived, was shocked. The flaming sword in Susanoo's hand in Uchiha Itachi is a 10-fist sword with sealing power. Worried that Uchiha Izumi would be directly sealed by the 10-fist sword, Naruto launched Flying Thunder God and suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. With a flicker of bitterness in his hand, he suddenly stabbed at Uchiha's heart. Uchiha Itachi shrank his pupils, and quickly turned sideways to avoid selling. Chi. Kunao is inserted directly into the right chest. Under the intense pain, Susanoo on Chakra and Tongli Yazi's body suddenly dissipated. Time of crisis. Uchiha Itachi didn't care about the injury, and quickly retreated, a blood sample sprayed out from the wound. The sudden change made everyone in the field unable to react. Flying Thunder God. Obito was stunned. I saw the other party appear in front of Uchiha Itachi again. Obito didn't think anymore, and immediately activated Kamui to disappear. Next moment, the space behind Uchiha Izumi twisted for a while. Obito's right hand quickly touched Uchiha Izumi's shoulder, and the space twisted again. Obito knows that the other party must be Uchiha Izumi's helper. If he wants to save Uchiha Itachi, he must control Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi, who was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder, felt a sudden heartbreak. She was about to fight back, but a powerful, distorted pulling force came, leaving her nowhere to exert her strength. The Susanoo on her body also suddenly dissipated. Far away, Naruto with Ray's non-condensed in his hand, Naruto who was about to press on Uchiha Itachi's head disappeared suddenly. Seeing this, Obito of Uchiha Izumi, who was absorbing, felt a strong sense of crisis suddenly rise. Don't dare to think too much. Obito stops absorbing immediately, and the body quickly recovers hollow. I saw a high-speed rotating energy ball passing through his chest. Raise non. Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. Missing one hit, Naruto quickly took Uchiha Izumi to launch Flying Thunder God and left. Next moment, Naruto and Uchiha Izumi appeared on a rooftop somewhere, and asked in changing voices. Quan, are you okay? Uchiha Izumi bit her lower lip and shook her head. Uchiha Obito in hollow stared at Naruto and said. Who are you? And who are you? Naruto asked back. But in my heart, I kept estimating the success rate of killing the two. The Flying Thunder God has been exposed, and the other party must be on guard. One-on-one, to kill Uchiha Itachi, who is only 13 years old, Naruto still has a certain degree of confidence. But add Uchiha Obito. It's not easy to kill. Obito is known as the #1 dog in the ninja world. Even if you can kill him once, you can't kill him. He also has Izanagi, who quickly enters the Kamui space while renewing his life, and he is not resistant to him at all. As for Uchiha Izumi, there is no chance of winning against anyone. Facing Uchiha Itachi's 10-fist sword, it's too dangerous. Obito's hollow is helpless. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi, who had slowed down, came to Uchiha Obito, staring at Naruto with flickering eyes. Zero, asking for flowers. Is this the person behind Izumi Uchiha? Flying Thunder God, Raise Non. Uchiha Itachi suddenly remembered a person who couldn't believe it, and even died for many years. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Izumi is the person next to Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato is Uzumaki Naruto's father. But if he is the man behind Uchiha Izumi, then everything makes sense. When Uchiha Izumi saw Uchiha Itachi, the hatred in his heart suddenly rose, and he was caught by Naruto and subconsciously exerted force. Naruto patted Uchiha Izumi's hand lightly to reassure him. At this point, Obito continued to probe. So let's talk together. Naruto raised his mouth and said, yes. I am Uchiha Madara. I am Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Obito and Naruto said at the same time. Namikaze Minato died 8 years ago. Uchiha Madara is long dead. The two spoke at the same time again. Obito frowned suddenly. Naruto congealed Raise Non in his hand, and glanced at Obito's abdomen. Obito's heart shuddered. He knew that Naruto was not looking at his belly, but motioning to his back. A few years ago, he was shot in the back by Namikaze Minato with a Raise Non, and escaped with serious injuries. Only he and Namikaze Minato know about this. Afterwards Namikaze Minato died with 9 tails. It is impossible to talk about such insignificant things with other people while dying. You can't be Namikaze Minato, you've died with 9 tails. But Obito still can't believe it. Naruto said. You already believed it, didn't you? What Obito just said was that you died with 9 tails. It's not that he has died with 9 tails. Apparently Obito has believed it. Hearing this, Obito was at a loss for words. Uchiha Itachi on the side moved slightly. Is it really Namikaze Minato? Is it dead, or resurrected? Why don't you show up? Why hide it? Uchiha Itachi couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Obito and Naruto turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time. The barrier surrounding the Uchiha clan has disappeared. Immediately Obito opened his mouth and said. Third Hokage brought Umbu in, do we need to continue the stalemate? Let's just say goodbye and pretend we haven't seen each other tonight, how about it? Hearing this, Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi said, I believe you will not embarrass a child. Implying that Sasuke is still there, he won't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Naruto nodded. Well, let's pretend we haven't seen Bulletin tonight. Chapter 57. After speaking, the two people quickly separated. Uchiha Itachi is going to deal with the dead bodies of his parents. And Uchiha Izumi wanted to collect her mother's body. She didn't force Naruto to help kill Uchiha Itachi. In my heart, I just want to improve my strength and kill the enemy with my own hands. When Naruto saw the appearance of Uchiha Izumi, he felt uneasy. Passing by Uchiha Itachi's house, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Immediately recite silently, System, analyze Uchiha Fugaku. The system analysis function only needs to be nearby, and does not need to be touched. The approximate range is about 100 meters. Ding, successful analysis of Uchiha Fugaku, congratulations to host for obtaining Mangekyo, Fire, Thunder, and Yin attributes, and Uchiha Fire style. Is it integrated? No. Naruto directly denied it. 280 immediately turned to Uchiha Izumi and said. Quan, I will show you a place, but you must not be angry. Uchiha Izumi shook his head and said, I'll take my mother's body first. No charge. After speaking, Naruto directly pulled Uchiha Izumi's hand to activate Flying Thunder God. The screen in front of me changed. A familiar figure came into view. Uchiha Izumi covered his mouth in disbelief, staring at the back. His brain crashed immediately. Sensing the movement behind him, Uchiha Hajiki immediately turned his head and said, "Quan, is that you? My lord." Hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Izumi quickly threw himself into Uchiha Hajiki's arms, his eyes filled with tears. "What's wrong with you, Quan?" Izumi's mother didn't know why and gently swept Uchiha Izumi's back. Uchiha Izumi, who was sobbing softly, shook his head. "This is not sad, but happy." Quan Ma looked at Naruto again with questioning eyes. Naruto dare not say. He could only shake his head slightly. Finally, after a few minutes, after adjusting his mood, Uchiha Izumi turned his head abruptly, and said with gritted teeth, "Naruto." Immediately, he lunged at Naruto. Naruto, who knew he was wrong, did not dare to resist, and stood straight. Uchiha Izumi hugged Naruto and whispered, "Thank you." She also wanted to understand that Naruto deliberately set up a trick to open her eyes. Although the process was difficult, she didn't blame Naruto for anything. What could be more joyful than finding something lost? Uchiha Izumi is still so gentle and understanding. Naruto swept Uchiha Izumi's head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Instead of being blamed, Naruto felt even more guilty. As a former Earthling, Naruto knows that the most hurtful sentence is "I'm all for your own good." One cannot impose one's will on others. Uchiha Izumi, holding Naruto, shook his head. Although he didn't know what happened, Uchiha Hajiki couldn't help but smile when he saw the two people who looked like a young couple. The other side. Somewhere in Konoha, third Hokage, who turned his back on Uchiha Itachi, said, "Itachi, first of all, I would like to thank you. The civil strife has been quelled, and the peace of the village has been preserved. It's won." Uchiha Itachi behind him nodded slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. "However, I still regret that I have not found other ways to calm the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. Sorry." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "It's me who should apologize. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a traitor who killed the Uchiha clan, and put you on the wanted list, regardless of life or death." "I see." Uchiha Itachi nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head slightly and said, "Can you tell me about tonight? Who else is using Susanoo?" "It's my father." Uchiha Itachi kept his promise and kept it a secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded without asking anything else. They are all smart people, so naturally they wouldn't ask where the eyes went. And Uchiha Itachi didn't gouge out his father's eyes either. At the same time, in order not to disturb the corpses of the clansmen, Amaterasu directly burned the entire clan land. The fire has not been extinguished yet, and several Umbu who touched the black flame were directly burned to death. This is also a kind of warning from Uchiha Itachi. He has the ability to burn Uchiha, and he also has the ability to burn Konoha. The fire cannot be extinguished. At least for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not found a way to deal with it. After 1 hour, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uchiha Obito beside him. "Is there something wrong?" Sien-Er's Obito was slightly puzzled. "Along the way, I have been looked at many times." Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "I thought you would do whatever it takes, but I didn't expect you to keep your promises." Suddenly, Obito said, "The purpose of our Akatsuki organization is to unify the ninja world. Before the operation has started, it is also the purpose of our organization to weaken the strength of the major ninja villages. They hide in Konoha, they must have a plan. Doesn't this coincide with our goal?" After speaking, Obito glanced at Uchiha Itachi again and said, "What's more, you won't let Russia reveal it." Uchiha Itachi was silent. His younger brother Sasuke also needs to rely on Konoha to grow up, and the other party is hidden in Konoha. It's hard to guard against. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also hopes that Uchiha Izumi can take care of Sasuke for the sake of the same clan. As for the murder of the mother, although he didn't see through Uchiha Hajiki's disguise, but in hindsight, there were too many doubts. 2.8 The demeanor and mannerisms were wrong. It's just that it wasn't put on it at the time. But now Uchiha Itachi has figured it out. Suspect Namikaze Minato knows everything so well. It is impossible not to save Uchiha Izumi's mother. Afterwards, Uchiha Itachi's conjecture was also confirmed. Uchiha Hazuki's body was not taken away. All for Uchiha Izumi to grow. From the perspective of Uchiha Itachi, who was born in the ninja world, someone planned for her and paved the way for her, so she is lucky. As he firmly believes, everything he does to Sasuke now is for his own good. Uchiha Itachi believes that Sasuke will understand his difficulties in the future. But the process will be a bit uncomfortable. But he believes Sasuke will survive. Chapter 58. Konoha Hospital. Woo! A shrill cry sounded in a certain ward. A doctor came quickly to the ward. Sasuke, who had been in a coma for several days, had woken up. Sitting on the hospital bed, he kept panting heavily, and his body kept shaking. The doctor walked up to Sasuke and asked softly, "Sasuke, are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort?" Sasuke asked blankly, "Where am I?" The doctor said, "This is Mie Hospital, you have been in a coma for 3 days. Coma? Uchiha Sasuke murmured softly. Right. The Uchiha clan. Immediately he came back to his senses, excitedly grabbed the doctor's hand and said, "What happened to the Uchiha clan? Doctor, what happened to our Uchiha clan?" Sasuke desperately hopes this is just a dream. Hope the doctor told him that there was no accident in the Uchiha family. He can still go home and see his serious father, gentle mother, and doting. But the doctor's silence made Sasuke's heart sink suddenly. Immediately, she leaned against the bed in a daze, her eyes lost focus. He didn't want to recall the picture of that night, but the more he wanted to forget, the clearer the picture. Blood-red picture. 105 tribesmen who died tragically. And with a butcher knife in hand. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokedo Homura who were notified came to the ward. Seeing the person coming, Sasuke said excitedly again, "Master Hokage, what happened to our Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and apologized. "Sasuke, I'm very sorry. As Hokage, I didn't protect you Uchiha clan well, sorry." How? Hope to be ruthlessly broken again. Sarutobi Hiruzen probed. "Sasuke, do you remember what happened that night?" A ferocious expression appeared on Sasuke's face, and he said in a constant voice, "It's him. He's the one who killed all the clansmen." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked softly, "Who is it?" Uchiha Sasuke had blue veins on his forehead, his eyes were ruthless, he gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Itachi." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura behind him looked at each other and nodded. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura both also exited the ward with peace of mind. "Don't worry, Sasuke, we will try our best to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Take a good rest." Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed Sasuke's head, and were also ready to leave. "Hokage-sama, is it true that the Uchiha clan is gone?" Sasuke looked at third Hokage expectantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, then thought of something, and said, "Besides you, there is one more." Sasuke showed surprise, and asked hurriedly, "Master Hokage, who is it?" "Izumi Uchiha, she survived because she didn't live in the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback for a moment. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen tentatively said, "Sasuke, what's the matter? I don't know you." Sasuke shook his head and whispered, "She's not from the Uchiha tribe." After speaking, he slowly lowered his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Anyway, she is also your only clan member, you can find her if you have anything to do, I believe she will be happy to help you." "Alright, Sasuke. Take a good rest for a few days, the ninja school has asked for leave for you, when you want to go to school, go again." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the ward. With his head down, Sasuke's eyes were full of surprise. He vaguely remembered that before he passed out, he heard a female voice full of resentment. If I remember correctly, it's the voice of Izumi Uchiha. The other side. Hokage office. After receiving Umbu's notice, Uchiha Izumi, with a slightly haggard face, knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, may I ask if the murderer of the Uchiha clan has been found out? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Sasuke woke up just now, he saw it with his own eyes, and it has been confirmed that it is Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank, and he couldn't believe it, it's him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily. Uchiha Izumi whispered in a daze. Why did he do this? Still can't seem to believe it. It's really hard to believe that the young patriarch wiped out the clan. It's just that her whispering was not asking a question, but more like asking herself. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said. We don't know the truth, but it is very likely that it was for. Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stopped and looked into Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Uchiha Izumi didn't disappoint him, immediately thought of something, and said in shock, open your eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Some things are different from what others say and what you think. Because people are suspicious, but they don't doubt themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask whether Uchiha Izumi opened the three-go jade. Because on the second day after the Uchiha genocide was exterminated, Uchiha Kwan, who heard the news, hurried to the Uchiha clan. Looking at the black flames burning the house, Luojin opened his scarlet fist. Staying by Jinchuriki's side, Uchiha Izumi, who has gained his trust, is more important than the unstable Sasuke. So Sarutobi Hiruzen talked with Uchiha Izumi for a long time, and calmed her down. After leaving the Hokage building, it was already evening when Izumi Uchiha returned home. Naruto, who was sitting in the lobby, asked strangely, Kwan, why is it so late today? Sasuke woke up. Saying that, Uchiha Izumi collapsed on the sofa with a tired look. Naruto suddenly realized. I can also guess why Uchiha Izumi is like this. She often has to fight wits and courage with Konoha's high-level executives, and 780 really makes it difficult for her. The two chatted for a while. Sudden. There was a knock on the door. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other. Then Uchiha Izumi asked aloud. Who is it? The people outside stopped knocking. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other again. They all knew that the people outside the door did not leave, but did not speak. Naruto activates Kagura Mind Eye. After sensing chakra outside the door, Naruto froze for a moment. Turning his head and whispering to Uchiha Izumi, Sasuke. Hearing this, Uchiha Kwan was also taken aback. What is Sasuke doing here? Looking for Naruto? Uchiha Izumi immediately denied it. Their relationship is not good at all. Looking for her? Seems like a high probability. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is gone and came to seek comfort? Putting away his thoughts, Uchiha Izumi stood up, walked to the door, and opened it directly. Seeing Sasuke, who had been hesitating outside the door, seemed to be taken aback, and immediately turned around and wanted to run. But he stopped his pace and lowered his head. Uchiha Izumi wondered, Sasuke? Are you here to find Naruto? Sasuke shook his lowered head slightly. Come in first. Without asking, Uchiha Izumi directly invited Sasuke in. Chapter 59. Sitting in the hall, Sasuke bowed his head without saying a word. Uchiha Izumi took out some snacks and milk to entertain, but Sasuke didn't move. Seeing this, Naruto gestured to Uchiha Izumi and asked her to accompany Sasuke. Naruto didn't hinder them either, and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner by himself. For Sasuke to come, Naruto is not too surprised. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the only Uchiha clan member in the village, except Sasuke himself, was Uchiha Kwan. Sasuke will come, it is only human nature. For Sasuke, Naruto doesn't have much ill feeling. In his eyes, Sasuke is just a brat. As a person with a mature mind, Naruto will not care too much about these children who have no sound minds. Just like the bear children in the village, just give them a spanking from the society. After the fight, that's it, there will be no resentment or anything. Remember to hate children, it's too tasteless. Of course, adult villagers are different. They already have sound thinking and should be responsible for their words and deeds. While walking into the kitchen, Naruto turned on his perception, only to see two Umbu within the range of perception. Under normal circumstances, there is no special Umbu to monitor Uchiha at night. Neither Naruto nor Uchiha Izumi will go out at night. So it's all in charge together with Umbu who monitors Naruto. The genocide incident a few days ago was because Naruto was at the school, so the monitor of Uchiha Izumi has not changed shifts. Now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, I am afraid that even the Umbu of Uchiha Spring during the day will be withdrawn after a while. After a little analysis, Naruto knows that there are two Umbu now, and one of them is monitoring Sasuke. But the distance is far away, and there is no intention of coming over to eavesdrop. It is estimated that it is also understood, and it may have been hinted by third Hokage. In the kitchen, Naruto was stepping on a small stool with a knife, slicing the vegetables. In the hall, Sasuke's expression finally changed, and he couldn't help looking at the kitchen curiously. It's strange, but Naruto often cooks at home, and he cooks better than me. Sasuke, you are going to eat here tonight, try Naruto's handicrafts. Izumi Uchiha, who has never known how to find a topic to cut into, sent an invitation. For Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi also has no ill feeling. I used to think he was a weird little brother who always liked to cling to big brother. Later Uchiha Kwan did not pay attention to him. Now he won't blame Sasuke because of Uchiha Itachi. She can still understand this point. Sasuke doesn't know anything, he is lucky, but also sad. Hearing Uchiha Izumi's words, Sasuke's face showed sadness. Naruto can cook, but he can't. Sasuke felt frustrated again. The current Sasuke is not the arrogant Sasuke in the original book. Taijutsu and ninjutsu are no match for Naruto. Shuriken throwing is more fancy than Naruto. But the accuracy is not as good as Naruto. Theoretical knowledge is stronger than Naruto, but Sasuke is not the first, and there is a top student Haruno Sakura on top of his head. Naruto is better than him, and he can still accept it. Anyway, he is better than him in other subjects. Not bad for the subject of theory. But being overwhelmed by a commoner nympho beside him who can only shout 666 makes it even more difficult for Sasuke to accept. Now in general, Sasuke is only 10,000 years second child of ninja school. Every time I had a whim, I would be beaten severely by Naruto. Can't be proud at all. So, Sasuke didn't refuse and nodded. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a reaction, I am most afraid that he will not react at all. There was a brief silence in the hall again. Izumi Uchiha searched for topics several times, but seeing that Sasuke didn't respond, he finally gave up. Sasuke, please sit down first, I will help in the kitchen. Wait a moment, there will be some to eat soon. After throwing down a sentence, Uchiha Izumi entered the kitchen to help. There is no bad feeling, does not mean there is a good feeling. There's no need for Uchiha Izumi to spoil him either. She just sees Sasuke as a common junior. Uchiha Spring is just the basic courtesy of seniors to juniors. Half an hour later. Dinner time. There are not many dinners, basically some Hyuxia dishes made by Naruto. Also some sushi made by Uchiha Izumi, tempura, shrimp, miso soup etc. During dinner, Sasuke fell into a trance from time to time. I guess it reminded me of some memories. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi both sighed secretly and shook their heads. After dinner, Sasuke sat on the hall and glanced at Izumi Uchiha from time to time, hesitating to speak. Uchiha Izumi asked. Sasuke, is there anything you want to tell me? Sasuke bit his lower lip and said. Can you tell me the truth about the Uchiha genocide? Uchiha Izumi shook his head and said. I don't know what happened that night. After you wake up today, Master Hokage will confirm. She didn't continue talking, believing that Sasuke understood what she meant. Sasuke raised his head slightly, looked into Uchiha Izumi's eyes and said. I heard your voice that night. Sasuke remembered hearing Uchiha Izumi's resentful female voice before he passed out. But he was afraid that his memory would be confused and he might misidentify the voice, so he came here to ask for confirmation. After listening to Uchiha Izumi say so much tonight, Sasuke is completely sure that the female voice heard that night is indeed Uchiha Izumi. Wrong. He is not too smart, but basic analysis can still be done. Uchiha Izumi's resentful voice, combined with Hajiki Ant's death, Sasuke also understood. That night, Uchiha Izumi must have known that Hajiki Ant was killed by Uchiha Itachi, so he was resentful. But since Uchiha Izumi is in the clan, why is she still alive? Why didn't Uchiha Itachi kill her? Why did third Hokage say that Uchiha Izumi was not in the clan, so he survived? Is there any hidden secret in this? Does his big brother have a hard time? Hearing this, Naruto and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other. Naruto secretly activates Kagura Mind Eye, Limos, to guard against eavesdropping. Uchiha Izumi asked strangely. Did you hear me wrong? Sasuke, I know what happened to Uchiha hurt you, but... Sasuke pointed to his head and interrupted. No, I heard it very clearly, and my memory is very clear. At that time, you were in Wei Bing's Hibo Atake. Just finished Tsukuyomi in panic and hatred. Suddenly heard a voice of resentment, which made Sasuke at that time feel the same hatred. He is not alone, there are others like him, who are full of hatred for Uchiha Itachi. Hope even rose in Sasuke's heart. Kill Uchiha Itachi, in hope of revenge for the tribe. When people fall into crisis and despair, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will hold on tightly like straws. So until now, Sasuke's memory is still very clear. Chapter 60. Hearing this, Naruto immediately frowned. I didn't expect to kill all Umbu, but Mr. Uchiha Sasuke. A bit careless. I was at home that night and didn't go out at all. Sasuke, did you hear or admit it wrong? Uchiha Izumi naturally denied it. Is there something hidden in it? Why can't you tell me? Sasuke was still staring at Izumi Uchiha. At this moment, Naruto opened his mouth and said. Since you think there is something inside, why don't you ask third Hokage? Sasuke shook his head. He didn't believe in third Hokage at all in his heart. Even suspicious. Such a powerful Uchiha clan was wiped out just like that. Only now can we learn about the murderer from him? Is it really possible? Naruto moved slightly in his heart, and continued. Have you asked? If so, why do you think there is something inside? Sasuke glanced at Uchiha Izumi. Everything would make sense without Uchiha Izumi. Nor would he have any doubts. But she appeared and survived, but she did not admit that she had appeared. This doesn't make sense. Together with doubts, Sasuke became suspicious. 810 also began to wonder whether Hokage deliberately concealed the news of Uchiha Izumi's appearance. I also wondered if Uchiha Izumi was with Hokage. But to think her mother died too. She is also a victim. Sasuke realized, could it be that Uchiha Izumi is hiding from Hokage? A person's mother sacrificed, but she even concealed her presence. Even if she knew who the murderer was, she would act as if she didn't know. The problematic one must be Hokage. Of course, it's not that Sasuke didn't wonder if he heard it wrong. But immediately out of mind. Because he denied himself, he would no longer have other channels to learn the inside story. Sasuke still has expectations for Uchiha Itachi in his heart. As long as he knew that there was something hidden that night, he wouldn't have to bear the pain of the extermination of the big brother who doted on him the most. At this point, Sasuke's brain circuit is a bit strange. At this point, Naruto continued. Is there nothing wrong with the Uchiha Itachi murderer? Hearing this name, Sasuke's face was full of ferocity, and he clenched his fists subconsciously. Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's emotions, and continued. Since the murderer is not at fault, does it matter whether there is any inside story? Why doesn't it matter? Just know the inside story. Saying that, Sasuke was stunned. How about knowing the inside story? Can parents be resurrected? Isn't the murderer his big brother? Seems to have found an excuse immediately, Sasuke said harshly. I know who the real enemy of the Uchiha clan is, and I want revenge for the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Naruto teased. Then you can forgive your big brother who killed your clansmen and parents with your own hands? As long as there is an inside story, it doesn't matter even if you kill your parents. A hit. As if his heart had been pierced, Sasuke roared loudly. No. I won't. I will kill him with my own hands. Naruto shook his head with a smile, and continued to tease, are you doing it again? Hearing these familiar words, Sasuke suddenly felt a dull pain on his face, and his full anger immediately exploded. But then something came to mind. Sasuke was taken aback again, then dejected. Yeah, he can't even beat Naruto, so why talk so much? The current Sasuke is very different from the original. He has been overwhelmed by Naruto. Sasuke, who regards Naruto as his biggest opponent, subconsciously thinks about Naruto constantly. Why is Naruto stronger than him? Why can't he beat Naruto? After pondering too much, Sasuke will pay attention to Naruto subconsciously. Naruto is always distracted in class. Is he secretly refining chakra? Is there a deep meaning in every word you usually say? Even Naruto always mixed with no Hinata. Sasuke wondered if this would help to improve his strength. Now Sasuke, just because of Naruto's purely teasing him, understands that Naruto is implying that he is too weak. Of course, there is nothing wrong with insisting on this understanding. At the same time, Sasuke's heart, moved, and he thought again, is it because he is too weak not to tell him the truth? Doesn't Naruto tell him the secret of the Uchiha genocide as long as he defeats Naruto? As for whether Naruto knows the secret of Uchiha's genocide, Sasuke has no doubts. I don't know the inside story, what did Naruto interject? Regarding this point, Sasuke thinks very simply and directly tells the truth. Seeing that Sasuke was in a mental state again, Naruto shrugged and gestured to Uchiha Izumi. Give it to you. Seeing this, Uchiha Kwan blinked his eyes, felt a little speechless in his heart, and could only speak. Sasuke, you just woke up, are you tired too? I'll take you home first and have a good rest tonight. Okay. Sasuke, who thought he had figured it out, snorted and stood up directly. Then he said to Naruto. I see. I will definitely beat you. Throwing the next sentence, ran out the door directly. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other with question marks all over their heads. What did he understand? Then Uchiha Kwan was slightly worried, do you need to keep an eye on him? She knew that Naruto had plans to stay in Konoha, so she was worried that Sasuke would talk nonsense. Naruto nodded, and directly pulled Uchiha Izumi into the sealed space. Namikaze Minato is so free, find him something to do. Father, please forgive me. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Sasuke. In the crystal ball, Namikaze Minato has already switched to the picture of Sasuke. Not following Sasuke anymore, Naruto turned to Uchiha Izumi and asked. By the way, what is your Mangekyo ability? Naruto didn't take the initiative to ask about Mangekyo's ability that night because he knew he was wrong. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi was a little embarrassed and opened his mouth, which seemed a bit difficult to speak. Naruto didn't urge, but Namikaze Minato looked over curiously. Even Nine Tails behind him slightly raised his eyelids. Uchiha Izumi twitched for a while, and said in a low voice. Izanagi. Naruto was taken aback. Izanagi? Immediately, his heart moved, and he opened his mouth and said. Consume pupil power instead. Uchiha Izumi nodded with a flushed cheek. Although her Mangekyo's pupil technique, Izana, is very useful. As long as the pupils are strong enough, they will never be killed. But she heard Naruto say that Mangekyo is the eye of the soul. After opening Mangekyo, the pupil technique will truly reflect what the heart desires the most. Her pupil technique is too good. Uchiha Izumi couldn't believe this was her true portrayal, and felt a little embarrassed. So I never took the initiative to mention her pupil technique with Naruto. Naruto didn't care, and was even a little happy in his heart. With this pupil technique, there is basically no need to worry about the safety of Uchiha Izumi. Immediately thought of something, and continued to ask. What about the other pupil technique? Also Izanagi. Izanagi can be transcribed and sealed onto someone else. Speaking of this ability, Uchiha Izumi smiled again. Chapter 61. Naruto suddenly realized. Mangekyo is also an eye for portrayal in the heart. It is estimated that Shiyu's Hiboquin did not want her mother to die, but Mangekyo did not have the ability to resurrect the dead. That's why I took a step back and activated this ability that can save someone's life. Looking at the smiling Uchiha Izumi, Naruto shook his head, laughing. Her brain circuit is also strange. I'm embarrassed when it comes to saving my own life. Speaking of being able to help others save their lives, they seem complacent. Remembering Izanagi's restrictions, Naruto asked. How long is the pupil technique effective? Uchiha Spring Road. There is no limited effective time, every time you recover, you will consume 1 pupil power. Can be restored to any state within 24 hours. The transfer seal can only be activated by me. After activation, the pupil technique will disappear when the state I set is restored. Naruto nodded. This is a bit different from Izanagi, which requires Sharingan as a price. At the cost of Sharingan, within the effective time of the spell, any damage suffered by the caster, even including the death of the caster, can be physically restored to the state recorded by Sharingan. That is to say, after using one eye to activate Izanagi, there will be a very short invincible state. It is possible to revert to the recorded state an infinite number of times during this valid time. After the time passes, the invincible status disappears, and the Sharingan who activates Izanagi is blinded. Uchiha Izumi's at the expense of pupil power, no need to record. But every time you use it, you need to consume 1 pupil power, and you can choose any state within 24 hours to restore. In general, it is countless times better not to be blind than to be blind. As for the transcribed seal, to put it bluntly, it is a one-time resurrection cross. Thinking about it, Naruto frowned again. Immortal Mangekyo will run out of pupil power one day. And she doesn't know how much pupil power is needed to replace this pupil technique. If it can only be activated 2 or 3 times, then it is a bit tasteless. As for Izanagi who transcribed the seal, I am afraid that the consumption will be even greater. It is not certain whether the pupil power is consumed according to the strength of the opponent. If the seal is transferred to someone who is too strong, will the pupil power be emptied all at once? Didn't let Uchiha Izumi test, can't afford it. Use a little pupil power and use a little less, there is no need to waste it. It seems that I have to find a way to improve Uchiha Izumi's pupil power. With that in mind, Naruto secretly thought of a plan. Uchiha Izumi doesn't have a system, so he can only think of the conventional methods in the ninja world. All he could think of was Hashirama cells. Fusion of Hashirama cells is dangerous, but Uchiha Izumi has this upgraded Izuna Hitamijutsu. If the rejection reaction is too strong during the fusion process, just activate the pupil technique directly to restore to a certain state within 24 hours. Wait. System? Suddenly, Naruto's heart moved. If being killed activates Izanagi, but recovers after a delay. In this state, is it considered dead? I remember that in history, Uchiha Madara used the delayed recovery to feign death for a long time. Thinking of this, Naruto had an idea in his mind. Immediately, he said silently in his heart. System, can Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo be used alone without being fused into my eyes? Although Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo was analyzed last time, the occasion was wrong and Naruto did not merge. Once you come and go, you forget it. Yes. But not perfectly usable. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Naruto was overjoyed. As for the back of the system, Naruto probably understands it. It is estimated that it is slightly equal to the situation where Kakashi replaced Sharingan. Can't be closed, has a burden on the body, etc. Didn't think much about it. My lord, Speaker 9, let's go out first. After Naruto said hello, he left the sealed space with Izumi Uchiha. Immediately avoiding Umbu's surveillance, Naruto led Uchiha Izumi to launch Flying Thunder God to appear in Naruto after each separated shadow clone. The small building in Wave Country is a 2-story building, and Kwan's mother lives on the first floor. Afraid that Izumi's mother would be lonely, and also worried that she would be sad because Uchiha was exterminated, Naruto has brought Uchiha Izumi here several times. Then Uchiha Izumi will leave a shadow clone with Izumi. Although the maintenance time is not long, there is no problem for a few hours. Appeared on the second floor of Nami country, under Uchiha Izumi's puzzled eyes, Naruto said silently. System, switch out Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo for me alone. Ding, the switch is successful. As the system prompt sounded, Naruto's eyes instantly turned into a pair of scarlet Mangekyo. 0, seeking flowers 0. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi was slightly taken aback. I don't understand why Naruto opened Mangekyo, and the pattern of Mangekyo is different from the previous one. But she didn't ask, just looked at Naruto quietly. Suddenly, Naruto stretched out 2 fingers and licked directly into the eyes. A scarlet Mangekyo with bloodshot eyes was directly pulled out by Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened immediately, and the plum blossom-shaped Mangekyo couldn't help but stare out. Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails in the sealed space couldn't help standing up abruptly. Naruto waved his hand directly, indicating that it's okay. Extend 2 fingers again to pick out another Mangekyo. Then he said in his heart. The system switches back to my eyes. Ding, switch successfully. As the system sounded, a pair of green pupils suddenly appeared in Naruto's empty eye sockets. I rolled my eyes, except for a little discomfort, there is no problem. Immediately closing and opening the eyes, a scarlet eternal Mangekyo appeared. Closed and opened again, a pair of white eyes extracted from Hyaga Hisashi's body appeared. Closed and opened again, Bai Tong returned to normal state. Seeing this, Uchiha Kwan fell into a state of sluggishness, and his brain directly shut down. So appalling. Naruto's special ability, Uchiha Izumi, is also known. But no matter how they merge, there should only be 1 pair of eyes. It's normal to keep switching now. But what happened to the digging? How can a person have 2 pairs of eyes? Looking suspiciously at the Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes and the Mangekyo in his hand through the seal, Namikaze Minato's heart moved slightly. I was just talking about Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo ability. Now Naruto has picked out a pair. Combined with Naruto's blood succession and Uchiha Izumi Mangekyo's abilities. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. What his son Naruto awakened is blood successor. Too heaven-defying. From the outside world, I feel that there is no problem except for a little discomfort due to the violent gouging out. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Immediately turned his head, looked at Uchiha Kwan with burning eyes and said, Kwan, why are you afraid of death? Chapter 62. Hearing Naruto's question, he looked at the Mangekyo in his hand again. Uchiha Izumi finally realized something too. But still can't help falling into the sluggishness. It means that as long as Naruto is willing, he can help all Mangekyo upgrade to Eternal Eye. After upgrading to Eternal Eye, what about dying again? Is Naruto another pair of Eternal? I have to say, Uchiha Izumi has a big brain hole. Naruto didn't even think of it, but she did. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi did not speak, Naruto teased. What's wrong? Are you afraid of pain? Uchiha Izumi rolled his eyes and asked. You do it. Naruto shook his head violently. No, you can do it yourself. While talking, I was thinking about a painless euthanasia method. Without him, I can't bear it. Uchiha Izumi, who had already activated the Mangekyo, 963 directly activated the pupil technique. She thought very simply. In order to test the feasibility, Naruto directly gouged his eyes once. I even have to pick it again later. Naruto is only 8 years old, and in order to help her, he can silently endure the pain of eye picking. And what is there to be afraid of if she dies once? Without any hesitation, Uchiha Izumi took out kunao and quickly thrust it into the heart. Endure the pain by force, and then exert force in an instant. Chi. Blood splatter. Seeing this, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Looking at Naruto, whose forehead was bulging with blue veins and the scarlet Mangekyo directly appearing, Uchiha Izumi in a weak state showed a smile on his face, reached out and touched Naruto's face and said, Naruto, what are you doing like this? You don't want to cry, do you? Holding Uchiha Izumi in his arms, Naruto smiled wryly and shook his head, "You scared me." While speaking, he gently stroked her back, trying to distract her and relieve her pain. No answer. Uchiha Izumi leaned on Naruto, his eyes began to lose focus, and his consciousness was about to collapse. Naruto kept silently chanting in his heart. Analysis, analysis, analysis. Finally. Ding, analyze Uchiha Izumi successfully, get Uchiha blood, fire, water, thunder, yin attributes, all ninjutsu of Uchiha Izumi during his lifetime. Naruto muttered again in his heart. Toggle Mangekyo of Uchiha Izumi alone. Ding, switch successfully. After the system prompt sounded, Naruto quickly closed his eyes. Through Uchiha Izumi's actions just now, Naruto has figured it out. Even if you know that there will be no problems, but seeing your loved ones hurt, you still can't help but feel uncomfortable. Looking at the two pairs of Mangekyo in his hands, Naruto said silently again. Switch back to my eyes, and then fuse Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo. Ding, switch, the fusion is successful. The power of the pupils of both eyes soared. Naruto didn't care. Keep your attention on Uchiha Izumi in your arms. After a while, Uchiha Izumi regained his breath. He didn't recover in other places, and was still lying in Naruto's arms, listening to Naruto's thumping heartbeat. Uchiha Izumi let out a puchi and laughed. He tapped Naruto's chest and said, "Naruto, your heart is beating so fast. Can you hurry up?" Worried to death. Namikaze Minato in the sealed space shook his head, really blinded. Is this how young people fall in love nowadays? The old man's heart can't stand it. Although he no longer has a heart. Outside world. Naruto checks Uchiha Izumi's injuries. Uchiha Izumi also smiled and let Naruto check up and down. A heart-piercing move seemed to pierce the membrane between the two of them. Let them all understand each other's position in their hearts and their own position in each other's hearts. It also changed the delicate relationship between them. After confirming that there was no problem, Naruto was completely relieved. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi smiled even wider. Naruto took out a pair of Mangekyo and said, "Okay, you lie down, and I will help you fuse." Naruto also knows a thing or two about medical ninjutsu. Of course, fusion eyes don't require any medical jutsu. Just put it in the other person's eyes and absorb it. It just takes time to slowly gestate into the eternal Mangekyo after absorbing it. Naruto's own is the help of the system, so it can be successfully integrated immediately. But for Uchiha Izumi, it can only be done slowly. Uchiha Izumi lay obediently on the bed, then asked mischievously, "It won't hurt? What about the decision just now?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt too much." Uchiha continued, "Then what do I need to do?" Naruto replied, "Just open the Mangekyo." Uchiha Izumi, who had already opened the Mangekyo, did not speak again. Naruto put the Mangekyo in his hand in front of Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Immediately, it slowly melted into Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Uchiha Izumi felt a pain in both eyes, as if another pair of eyes were being forced into hers. At the same time, the power of the pupils in both eyes is constantly increasing. It's a strange feeling that is painful but also very comfortable. After a few minutes, Mangekyo completely merged into Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Naruto asked, "How do you feel?" "It feels like something is being conceived in the eyes, and the power of the pupils is constantly increasing. But if you can't close Mangekyo, it will hurt your eyes when you see the light. At the same time, there is double vision, as if there are two pairs of eyes at the same time." Izumi Uchiha told all his feelings, and then closed his eyes. Naruto nodded and said, "Fusion takes time, eternal Mangekyo also needs to be conceived, and I'm afraid you won't be able to watch anything these days." Uchiha Izumi wondered, "Then what should I do when I go back to Konoha?" "There's no need to go back, I'll use the spore technique to split a clone to pretend for a few days, nothing will go wrong." Having been with Uchiha Izumi for so long, Naruto has already figured out some of her detailed habits. Fake it for a few days, and no one will see the problem. "Good," I answered. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Izumi continued to ask, "Naruto, are you here in 2.12? Yeah, just keep 2 shadow clones in Konoha. Alright, I'll help you wrap them up with a bandage first. Good. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi smiled. Naruto shook his head with a smile, and opened Uchiha Izumi's ninja bag. Some simple medical supplies, every ninja will be equipped. Finding the bandage, Naruto helped Uchiha Izumi up, and then gently helped her wrap it up. After tying the knot, Naruto nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay." Immediately thinking of something, he continued. "However, I won't be able to wash my face and hair these days, just bear with it." "How can this work?" Hearing this, Izumi Uchiha suddenly became unwilling. Immediately thinking of something, the corner of his mouth curled up and said, "Naruto, help me wash." Chapter 63. After a few days. Feeling that the manjikyo of both eyes closed automatically, Izumi Uchiha told Naruto the news. Naruto removed the bandage on Uchiha's spring. "It's not the first time it's been disassembled these days. Wash your face in the morning and remove your hair once in the evening, but you won't open your eyes." Now feeling that the eyes have been conceived, after the bandages were removed, Uchiha Izumi slowly opened his eyes. Standard Uchiha black pupils. Seeing this, Naruto nodded secretly in his heart. Manjikyo has been automatically closed, and it seems that it has indeed been completely integrated. Naruto didn't urge her, let her get used to the light first. I saw Uchiha Izumi rolled his eyes, then closed them, and then opened them suddenly. At the same time as a pair of scarlet manjikyo appeared, there was a faint flash of nakedness. Naruto nodded, that is the performance of huge pupil power. On closer inspection, manjikyo's pattern has also changed. The original pattern consists of 6 petals of red in the center of black strokes, and now there is a pure black and reduced version of 6-petal plum blossoms in the middle. The reduced black pattern in the center is a bit like a hexagonal star. Seeing Uchiha Izumi with a smile on 05's face, Naruto expressed concern. "How do you feel?" "Feels good, thank you, Naruto." Uchiha Izumi directly gave Naruto a big hug. Naruto has worked hard to take care of her these past few days. Although Izumi is here, Izumi is only concerned about the situation of Uchiha Izumi. "After knowing that there is no problem, I don't care. Mostly cook rice. The daughter is taken care of by a man, and she will only intervene if she is stupid." Although the daughter can't say anything, she definitely hopes that the man will take care of her in her heart. She was also young, this kind of girlish mentality, Kwan's mother understands it all too well. In the past few days, she has also been watching her daughter say "Naruto, I'm thirsty" and so on. Then Naruto will obediently pour water with a speechless face, and Kwan's mother wants to laugh when she sees it. Afternoon. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi accompanied Izumi's mother to finish the meal, and after dark, they returned to the sleepy retainers. After integrating the 2 clones split by the spore technique back into the main body, and receiving the memory, Naruto nodded inwardly. In the past few days, the avatar should go to class, and should do D-level tasks. Izumi Uchiha didn't have many friends, and he hasn't been summoned by 3rd Hokage these days. Overall, everything works fine. But Sasuke was burned down by Uchiha Itachi because the Uchiha family was burned down by Uchiha Itachi, and was arranged to live near Naruto by the 3rd generation fire. What's more, it's in the opposite building. Naruto's heart moved slightly. 3rd Hokage is not to save Umbu, is it? With that in mind, Naruto opened Kagura's eyes. Really? There is only one Umbu nearby. It's still Umbu who is in charge of monitoring Naruto. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto also understood. Umbu is a scarce resource. Last time Uchiha was killed by Naruto. Killed a dozen, most of them roots, so Umbu only had a few. Anyway, Naruto and Sasuke drop by during the day to go to school, and drop by at night to go home. One Umbu can directly monitor 2 during the day and 3 at night. Save. For so many years, Made Hokage has been largely reassured by Naruto. Uchiha Izumi is completely relieved. In the past, it was because the Uchiha family was worried that the Uchiha family would contact Naruto through the Uchiha spring, so they monitored the Uchiha spring. Now that the Uchiha family is gone, third Hokage will no longer waste Umbu on Uchiha Izumi. The whole Konoha is so big, Hokage and Umbu are very busy, it is impossible to just stare at these few people. Just keep an eye on the key Naruto. Skimming Umbu, Naruto sensed Sasuke's position. Sasuke is practicing shuriken at home. Naruto shook his head. If you have this time to practice shuriken, it is better to do a few more push-ups to practice physical fitness. In addition to feinting a shuriken, can you still expect it to kill? Putting away his thoughts, Naruto took a shower and went back to his room to rest. The next day, Naruto once again went to school to tease Hinata, flirt with Ino, and hit Sasuke. For several months, nothing happened. Someday, Izumi Uchiha returned home with a snake with a thick wrist in his hand. Naruto, I just caught a snake, how about we eat snake soup today? Hearing this, Naruto began to ask questions all over his head. Snake? Thinking of something, Naruto immediately asked. Where did you catch it? On the way back, I crawled to the village. What's wrong? Uchiha Izumi, who is very familiar with Naruto, immediately sensed something was wrong. Naruto's heart moved, and he secretly activated Kagura's mind. No problem nearby. One who does not contain a powerful chakra hides. B. After analyzing Namikaze Minato, Naruto, who understands Sage Mode, can clearly feel the weak natural energy in the snake. Could it be the snake from Ryokai Cave? Natural energy is not owned by the three holy places. It's just that the natural energy of the three holy places is relatively strong. So Naruto is not yet sure whether snakes living in the wild will be contaminated with natural energy. But I count the days in my heart. It has been several months since the Uchiha genocide. Orochimaru probably had his hand chopped off by Uchiha Itachi and defected to Akatsuki. Then became interested in Sharingan. Then these snakes are most likely Sasuke, and possibly even Uchiha Spring. Thinking in his heart, Naruto glanced at the unconscious snake. There is natural energy in the body, but there is no sense of any other chakra attached to it. Naruto asked Namikaze Minato in the sealed space. Father, please see if this snake is from Ryokai Cave. I feel natural energy from it. Namikaze Minato felt it carefully for a while and said. It should be right. Common snakes live in the wild, though they do have some natural energy. But it will only be very weak, and it will not be dominant, so it is difficult to feel it. And the natural energy that is contaminated has no characteristics. The natural energy characteristics of the three holy places are obvious. The natural energy characteristic 610 of this snake coincides with Ryokai Cave. Okay, I see. Naruto answered in his heart, and immediately said to Uchiha Izumi. You may be targeted by Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Uchiha Izumi blinked suspiciously. Of course, she has heard of the name of Sunan Orochimaru. But why stare at her? Maybe he's staring at Sharingan. Anyway, don't worry, if he really wants to attack you, you can just use Sharingan's illusion to stare at him. Naruto waved his hand. Orochimaru is strong, but soul damaged due to living corpse reincarnation. Weaknesses are all too obvious. Uchiha Itachi Tsukuyomi didn't have either, and Orochimaru was controlled by mere immobilization illusion. There's no reason the eternal Uchiha spring won't work. Naruto wasn't worried at all. I'm afraid that Uchiha Izumi will be foolish with him. Open a Susanoo or something in Konoha. That would be a headache. Uchiha Izumi asked with certainty, is the weakness an illusion? Naruto corrected, common illusions don't work, use illusions with Sharingan. Okay, I get it. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Remembering something, Naruto continued. By the way, if you find his whereabouts, you can enter chakra in my flying thunder god Kunao, I want to meet him too. Good. Uchiha Izumi nodded again. Then he gestured to the snake in his hand, and continued. What about this snake? Do you still eat it? Eat, why not eat? Chapter 64. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi ate snakes for most of the month. Since that day, Uchiha Izumi has been more careful. Many snakes are found every day. Anyway, just see one, kill it directly, and then seal it with a sealing scroll. Now, Naruto feels a lot easier doing sit UPS every day. Orochimaru, what a nice guy. Sasuke, who moved nearby, often peeped at Naruto's practice. It seems to be looking for some secret. Caught by Naruto and had 2 whole snake feasts at home. Nosebleeds continued on the spot. Scorned by Naruto. Too poor. This is what it means to be empty. During the dinner, Sasuke learned that Naruto had to do 2 hours of physical training every morning, although he didn't believe it. But when I got home, I still decided to work hard. Get up at 6. The next day. 6 o'clock in the morning. Ring ring ring. An alarm clock sounded. Sasuke, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes and turned to look at the alarm clock. 6 o'clock? Ninja school starts at 9 o'clock, why should I set the alarm clock at 6 o'clock? Sasuke, who just woke up, was still in a daze. I was about to turn off the alarm clock and continue to sleep for 2 hours. Immediately thinking about something, Sasuke jumped up on the bed and ran to the balcony quickly. Through the window of Naruto's house, I saw Naruto already doing push UPS. Is it true? After moving here, Sasuke secretly observes Naruto's situation at home every day. I just want to know how he usually cultivates. As a result, he came to a shocking conclusion. Naruto is a salted fish. I go to school every day, and after school, I just chat with Uchiha Izumi, or the 2 of them are in a daze together. Being in a daze means entering the sealed space. Sasuke has never seen Naruto practice at all. After reaching the conclusion, Sasuke was very upset. Why is Naruto so salty? He works so hard, but still can't compare to Naruto. He couldn't help asking yesterday. Naruto smiled and said nothing. Uchiha Izumi did say a few words. Said that Naruto will exercise at least 2 hours every morning. Of course, Naruto still has a heavy burden on his body, and Uchiha Izumi didn't say it because he was afraid of hitting Sasuke. Sasuke didn't believe in his physical fitness for 2 consecutive hours. Seeing now, he believed it. Because Naruto can do push UPS extremely fast. From a distance, it seems that there are 2 Narutos that are rising and falling together. It has been several minutes, and the speed has not slowed down at all. Obviously not pretending. So it's not that I didn't practice, I just practiced while I was still sleeping. Damn, how much time I've wasted all these years. I feel a little regretful that I have been wasting my morning time sleeping all these years. Sasuke immediately followed suit on the balcony doing push UPS. Eyes fixed on Naruto. The speed continues to increase, hoping to catch up with Naruto's speed. But not at all. Trying my best, I can only reach half of Naruto's speed. And I kept doing it at full speed for less than a minute, and my hands felt sore and tired. How? How? Sasuke doesn't believe it. How could he be so far behind? Gritting his teeth, he stared at Naruto. Naruto is still maintaining a constant speed, but Sasuke is getting slower and slower. 10 minutes later. Naruto vaguely made more than 10, Sasuke could barely make 1. And the action is no longer standard. 20 minutes later. Why, he can still do it so fast. Why hasn't the speed slowed down at all? His hands were shaking constantly, Sasuke couldn't even stand on the ground. Let alone done. Finally. At about 6:30, Naruto stopped and lay down on the ground instead. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His hands softened, and he couldn't hold on any longer, and fell directly to the ground. Hiss hiss. Sasuke, lying on the ground, took a few breaths, and looked at Naruto in the distance again. I saw that Naruto did not rest at all, and was doing sit UPS extremely fast. Sasuke's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke immediately turned his feet to face Naruto's room and began to do sit UPS. Every time I get up, I will stare at Naruto closely. How? How could he do it so fast? Sasuke's sore hands couldn't hold his head at all, but his waist kept exerting strength, hoping to catch up with Naruto's speed. 10 minutes later. Sasuke can't get up again. but Naruto kept doing it at high speed for 30 minutes. Then, Naruto twisted his waist and began to squat up and down. Very fast. Seeing this, Sasuke is doing it again. Immediately stand up and squat up and down. Squatting up and down is so simple, I must catch up with Naruto's speed. With that in mind, Sasuke continued to accelerate. 20 minutes later, Sasuke couldn't even stand up. After Naruto did it for 30 minutes, he did a few kicks on the spot. Then I did a high leg lift. Sasuke, who couldn't even stand up, could only stare at Naruto closely. How is that possible? Is he still human? 8:30. Quan, I'm going to school. After Naruto took a shower and had breakfast, he went out with his skull bag containing bento. Then downstairs I saw Sasuke, who was walking unsteadily and with a broken face. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Did you do something bad last night? Sasuke snorted. Don't dare to say anything about the morning. Naruto smiled. Sasuke peeped at him, how could he not know? Just too lazy to tear him apart. Shaking his head, Naruto held his head in his hands and walked towards the ninja school with an unrecognizable pace. Sasuke used this elegant serpentine position to follow behind, staring closely at Naruto. How is that possible? He doesn't look tired at all. Today, Sasuke finally realized the gap between him and Naruto. Noon. Ninja school. Sasuke, are you okay? Looking at Sasuke, who had been lying on the table like a dead snake all morning, Haruno Sakura was worried. Pushing behind him, the nympho also looked at Sasuke with a worried expression on his face. I just feel that the bento in my hand has become dull. Sasuke smelled the fragrance floating around him, and his stomach kept rumbling. Already limp in the morning, he didn't have the time and energy to prepare lunch. Originally, if you don't eat at noon one day, there will be no problem. But I didn't eat breakfast in the morning, and my physical energy was consumed too much. Now Sasuke is not only tired, but also hungry. Fortunately, the classroom was quite noisy at noon, and no one heard his stomach growling. Otherwise, Sasuke will find a hole to get in. Now he just wants the nymphomaniacs with bento boxes to stay away from him. How far, how far? At this time, Naruto came over. Throw a bento directly in front of Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback. Quan made it for you, wash it for me at night and come back. After speaking, Naruto turned his head and left. Sasuke felt a warm current in his heart, lowered his head and said softly, "Thanks." The eyes are faintly red. Chapter 65. Quiet. The students in Class A of the 4th year fell into a sluggish state, and the whole classroom became strangely quiet. A pair of chopsticks slipped from the hands of a classmate. Slap. Needle drop can be heard. Unbelievable. Naruto actually gave Sasuke a bento. Sasuke actually accepted it too. Also said thank you. Did you hear me wrong? Was it a hallucination? It must be the wrong posture for eating bento. Some students closed the bento box again, closed their eyes again, clasped their hands together and murmured "I'm starting" before opening the bento box, and quickly glanced at Naruto and Sasuke's bento boxes. Then fell into a sluggishness again. The dishes are exactly the same. The nympho behind Sasuke kept shouting in his heart, "Sasuke, don't eat it. It's poisonous. Remember me." Some are even holding handkerchiefs in both hands, imagining the scenes of Naruto attacking and Sasuke suffering. His face was full of heartbreak, but with tears of blessing. The other side. Ino, full of question marks, poked Naruto. "Naruto, when did Tien and Sasuke have such a good relationship?" Hinata beside him couldn't help casting his gaze at Naruto, his weak face full of curiosity. "Quan made it, I just took it here." Naruto shrugged and explained in a low voice. 467. Of course Uchiha Izumi would not have noticed Sasuke. Naruto let Uchiha Izumi do it. Now Sasuke is falling into the trough of life. Naruto thought about it for a long time, such a future big hitter, it's a pity to give up. Personality doesn't matter. Zhong-Er is just sick. The eldest young master, who is well clothed and well fed, lacks the severe beatings of the society, and the second is a little bit normal. Just beat n times. As for whether there will be a battle under the influence of the fate of the reincarnated chakra in the future, this Naruto is not worried. The Ashura chakra in the body has been processed by the system to eliminate all unfavorable factors. It will no longer affect Naruto's character, and also removes the influence of fate. The fate of Ashura and Indra fighting life after life goes both ways. If one side is eliminated, the other side will naturally be unable to fight. But Naruto has Ashura's chakra in him after all. So will still attract Sasuke with Indra chakra. This is not a negative factor, but a sense of closeness as a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this won't affect Naruto either, but it will affect Sasuke. Without the influence of the fate of fighting, it is equivalent to eliminating the aura of fighting, but leaving the aura of attraction. A thug who will come to him no matter what Naruto does. Don't be in vain. The other side. An orchard in Konoha village. Uchiha Kwan, who received a D-level fruit-picking task, completed picking all the orchards on nearly 10 acres of land in just a few hours. The enthusiastic fruit farmer sent an invitation to Izumi Uchiha after signing the completion confirmation in the task scroll. Kwan, thank you today, let's eat here in Daxia. I have to rush back to hand in the task, so don't bother me. After receiving the mission scroll, Uchiha Izumi politely declined, and then left. Surveilled? Third generation has removed Umbu behind me, who is it? Could it be? Thinking of Naruto's words, Uchiha Izumi, who was supposed to run towards the village, quickly changed direction after getting out of the sight of the fruit farmer's grandmother. After running all the way to the deep forest of death, Uchiha Izumi turned around suddenly holding a kunao. Come out. Somewhere behind. A figure with a pale and cold face and wearing a jade earring came out from behind the tree. Interesting, how did you find me? The visitor licked his lips, his snake eyes were full of interest. From Uchiha Izumi's sudden change of direction, he knew he had been spotted. But he didn't make a move right away. Uchiha Izumi is one of his targets. It's just prey that can be caught at will. He didn't mind taking a good look at her to see if she was suitable as his body. Of course, he was more inclined towards Sasuke in his heart. Sasuke's blood is more pure. Uchiha Izumi is just a mixed race. But as research material, he will not have too much. Uchiha Izumi frowned and said, if you are unscrupulous, you will not be able to find it if you stare at it like Lion Majesty. You think too much of yourself, right? Your Excellency Orochimaru. After hearing Naruto's description and seeing the visitor, Izumi Uchiha has confirmed the identity of the visitor. Since you know it's me, but you led me here alone, what basis do you have? Underestimate it? No. For a Konoha genin, is it worthy of Orochimaru's attention? Even if she has opened the three-hook jade according to the information. Even the Uchiha tribe of Sanguyu, Orochimaru is not enough to fight with one hand. How much strength can a person who is not valued and has no one to guide him display the strength of Sharingan? But now, Orochimaru thinks he's underestimating Izumi Uchiha a little bit. A common genin, it's impossible to spot him. A common genin, also not qualified to know him. But only a little bit. Uchiha Izumi laughed and said. Then what about your excellency? As Konoha's traitor, what do you have to rely on to return to Konoha? Orochimaru's expression freezes. Being looked down upon by a Konoha genin. Is Uchiha all this crazy? Many people just shudder when they hear his name, Orochimaru. It's been a long time since I met such a bold and funny kid. The color of interest on the face is stronger. Say no more. Orochimaru sprinted towards Uchiha Izumi, his right hand flung out. Shulker. Several boa constrictors with fierce mouths rushed out from the cuffs. The strong fishy smell made Uchiha Izumi frowned, and the right hand holding kunao quickly drew several cold lights. Chi. Several columns of blood gushed out. Uchiha Izumi felt nauseated in his heart, and retreated quickly. Orochimaru's confident expression froze. Didn't win. He didn't get a common genin. Are you in such a hurry to make a move? Don't continue talking. Your Excellency Orochimaru. Uchiha Izumi, who jumped back a dozen meters away, stared at Orochimaru with a smile on his face. At the same time, he took out a trident-like flying thunder god kunao, and entered chakra. There was no intention of fighting with Orochimaru. She didn't forget Naruto's words. It would be bad if one accidentally scares Orochimaru away. Oh? Is there anything Kwansang wants to talk to me about? It was just a trial just now, and Orochimaru didn't make any more moves. But he has to admit that he still underestimates Uchiha Izumi. A genin wouldn't be able to block his stalkers so easily. It is also impossible to kill his summoning beast with kunaoation so easily. Not me, but someone wants to see you. Uchiha Izumi shook the kunao in his hand playfully. Trident's flying thunder god kunao, this is Naruto's evil taste. Hearing this, Bikasu glanced at the kunao in her hand indifferently. Pupils shrink. Immediately narrowed his eyes. That's right. Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god kunao. Licked my lips because I think things are getting interesting. Chapter 66. A Cloud Shinobi emissary was killed years ago using the Flying Thunder God technique. Totally broke the peace treaty between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha. So far Konoha and Cloud Shinobi still haven't found the murderer. Now, Uchiha Izumi is holding Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God kunao, saying that someone wants to see him. Orochimaru was very interested in associating these two things. He has studied Flying Thunder God and knows the principle of Flying Thunder God imprint. To put it bluntly, it is to make a coordinate point with its own chakra. Then teleport through this coordinate. But it must be the Indian style depicted by your own chakra. Just like a key, the key of your own home can only open the door of your own home. Impossible to open other people's doors. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips, stretched out his hand and said, Kwansang, can you show me kunao? Artists are bold. Orochimaru couldn't wait. Can't wait to confirm if it's Minato's Flying Thunder God seal. Oh? Want to see? Am I worthy of being Lord Orochimaru? Knowing Flying Thunder God kunao, dare to ask for it. Uchiha Kwan was stunned, but also had to say a word of admiration. Without hesitation, he directly threw the Flying Thunder God kunao out of his hand. A flash of cold light. Orochimaru, who caught kunao tens of meters away, felt a strong force coming from him. Nice wrist. He glanced at Uchiha Izumi meaningfully, and then cast his eyes on the kunao in his hand. Sword of Tolerance. After flipping through it up and down and feeling the imprinted chakra, Yin Chuan said excitedly. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. It is indeed the imprint of Flying Thunder God recently produced by Minato. After Namikaze Minato learned Flying Thunder God, Sunan asked him for a Flying Thunder God kunao research. So Orochimaru is pretty sure this is Minato's Flying Thunder God sigil and there's nothing wrong with that. Chakra with Namikaze Minato on it. At the same time, the current kunao production process has changed compared to the Namikaze Minato era. The kunao in your hand is made by the current craft. Subconsciously licking his lips, he cast his eyes on Uchiha Izumi. Really did not expect. All the snakes sent to Konoha were killed, he just came here on a whim. Unexpectedly, Uchiha gave him such a big surprise. A terrible idea came to Orochimaru's mind. Resurrection. Namikaze Minato's corpse. Orochimaru inspected it himself. Died. The dead can't die anymore. So it can only be revived. Now Orochimaru is looking forward to it. What Uchiha's, to hell with him. All he wants to know now is if Namikaze Minato is really resurrected. Orochimaru couldn't wait to have a good talk with Namikaze Minato. What is the Pure Land like? How did it come back to life again? How does it feel to be resurrected from the dead? Suddenly, Orochimaru felt that it was not safe to hold Flying Thunder God kunao again. Kwansang, thank you. Of course Orochimaru can't say he's scared. Just return it to its original owner. Thank you very politely, and quickly throw kunao back. Ku-Wu flashed with a piercing cold light. Sudden. On the side of kunao that flew out, the space flickered. Hashtag. Orochimaru pupil constriction. Stare at the kunao just thrown out. A figure appeared suddenly, catching the flying kunao with one hand. Orochimaru looks excited. Nothing feels wrong. The person who came was indeed teleported through Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God sigil. But is it really Namikaze Minato? Not sure yet. Orochimaru subconsciously glanced at people's faces. Next moment. Eye contact. No. Orochimaru's heart shuddered. I saw a pair of scarlet mangekyo in the eyes of the visitor. Naruto quickly activates the left eye pupil technique. Distinguished heavenly gods. Orochimaru's eyes turned into mangekyo, and he fell into a momentary stupor. After a while, the mangekyo pattern disappeared, and the eyes regained clarity. Orochimaru licked his lips and said in surprise. I didn't expect you to be Minato's son. Although the distinguished heavenly gods were turned into Naruto's subordinates. But Orochimaru's character will not change. He will obey Naruto's orders, but he will not be condescending. It's not surprising that I was still guessing the other party's identity 1 second, and became the other party's subordinate the next second. The brain automatically avoids this question. And after the passage of time, this loophole has been filled up with justification. This is what makes distinguished heavenly gods great. Just like Naruto in the original book, no matter how the villagers treat him, he will find his own excuses and love Konoha unswervingly. On the side, Uchiha Izumi, who already felt the burst of pupil power just now, came to Naruto. 0, seeking flowers 0. He looked at Orochimaru curiously. Uchiha Izumi couldn't figure out what was so bright about Orochimaru that Naruto used the distinguished heavenly gods. But she knew there must be a reason for Naruto. The corner of Naruto's mouth curled up. Orochimaru, who do you think I am? Your father, Namikaze Minato. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru glanced at the Flying Thunder God kunai in Naruto's hand, and said doubtfully. The imprint of this Flying Thunder God kunai was drawn by you. Flying Thunder God can only teleport through his mark, this is his conclusion. And Flying Thunder God has Namikaze Minato's chakra. In the ninja world, chakra is like a fingerprint to determine identity. So Orochimaru believed that he was Namikaze Minato. 0. Until now, he couldn't believe that he would guess wrong. Right. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru said with interest on his face. Can I show it? Did you say this? As he spoke, Blue's chakra gleamed from Naruto's hand. The Flying Thunder God kunai dedicated to Namikaze Minato is designed to guide Orochimaru's mind. Make him mistake Namikaze Minato, and then become interested, obediently waiting here to pick up distinguished heavenly gods. Seeing this, Orochimaru stared at Naruto's hand with interest. He felt it, what Naruto was holding was Namikaze Minato's chakra. Immediately, the chakra in Naruto's hand changed. Orochimaru was slightly puzzled, but didn't recognize who it was. Uchiha Kwan on the side was stunned, and stretched out his hand subconsciously, showing blue chakra. Then it merged with the one in Naruto's hand. How did you do it? Orochimaru's eyes lit up immediately. First the chakra of Namikaze Minato, and then the chakra of Uchiha Spring. They can all be imitated. It's just a personal special ability. Naruto loosened the chakra from his hand. As long as he has analyzed people, he can imitate chakra. Isn't system capability also personal capability? Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at Naruto with burning eyes. What a magical ability! Naruto trembled subconsciously. Immediately warned, no research on any of my stuff. That would be a pity. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked disappointed. Chapter 67. Putting aside the idea of studying Naruto, Orochimaru turned to look at Uchiha Izumi again. Naruto immediately shook his head. Uchiha Izumi doesn't work either. Then it can only be Sasuke. Orochimaru didn't disappoint, and Uchiha Izumi wasn't alone. Just an option. Seeing that Orochimaru was still thinking about Sasuke, Naruto had no choice but to say. Orochimaru, Sasuke give up too. I didn't bother to explain anything to him, just let him give up. Orochimaru works great, better than Sasuke. Naruto would rather lose Sasuke than Orochimaru. A thug and a scientist. Naruto is naturally the scientist of choice. But the problem is that Orochimaru can't handle Sasuke. Indra's chakra reincarnation is not something that can be taken lightly. Six Paths' dad wouldn't say yes either. Since Sasuke-kun is also your friend, forget it. The big 933 Shiwan didn't refute, and gave up directly. I have already started thinking about other reincarnation containers in my heart. Seeing this, Naruto reminded. You can try White Zetsu. White Zetsu? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. It is not unknown to him that White Zetsu is the tool responsible for gathering intelligence by the Akatsuki organization. It's just too weak. Apparently understanding what Orochimaru was thinking, Naruto said. White Zetsu has cells from first Hokage. You can catch a few, and then inject Hashirama cells to strengthen it, and pick the one you think is the most perfect to try. Orochimaru is now his subordinate. Naruto naturally needs to be considered for Orochimaru. The stronger Orochimaru is, the more help he can give to Naruto. Okay. Thank you Naruto-kun for the information. Is there anything I can do for you? Hearing that White Zetsu could withstand Hashirama cells, Orochimaru was immediately interested. As for why Naruto knows these secrets, Orochimaru was not surprised. They are all Naruto's subordinates, so Naruto knows a lot, isn't it normal? Seeing Orochimaru being so kind, Naruto nodded secretly in his heart, and said, Indeed there is. Is there any stagnation point near you? Which kind of experimental body is there? All the stations near Konoha have been discarded. Those with experimental subjects are all in my newly established ninja village. Is Naruto-kun also interested in experiments? As if they had found a common language, Orochimaru was a little excited. Know about Hashirama cells, know about White Zetsu, even remind him to infuse Hashirama cells for strengthening. Naruto must be very knowledgeable about human experiments. Take it, how long will it take you to rush back, and then I will come directly to you. Naruto was not clear about Orochimaru's idea, so he handed him a flying thunder god kunao. It only needs reverse summoning to arrive, then I will wait for Naruto-kun in my ninja village. After taking over kunao, Orochimaru directly used the reverse summoning technique and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Naruto turned his head and gestured to Izumi Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi nodded, and sent Shadow Clone back. Then Naruto took her to launch Flying Thunder God and disappeared. Inside the dilapidated residence of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto and Uchiha Izumi walked to an Amian hall covered with masks. Looking at the mask above, Naruto thought to himself. Father, do you know that is a Shinigami mask? Namikaze Minato sensed it through the seal. Second row, third no. Having previously used Ghoul Seal, he is very sensitive to Shinigami masks. Naruto didn't go up to take it directly, but separated a shadow clone to take the Shinigami mask off. It's too dangerous, there's no need, Naruto won't touch it with his own hands. Who knows if Shinigami masks will have any problems? Naruto, are you going to let Orochi break the Ghoul Seal? Namikaze Minato's voice sounded again. Naruto said in his heart. Yes, the promise I made to Kurama at the beginning should also be fulfilled. Since Naruto asked about the Shinigami mask, Nine Tails had a vague guess. But I was afraid of misunderstanding, so I never opened my eyes. It's just that the ears are constantly shaking, listening to the conversation between Naruto and Namikaze Minato seriously. Naruto, is it true? Now hearing Naruto talk, Nine Tails can't hold back anymore. Naruto smiled and said. Of course, because the snake has mastered a forbidden technique that summons souls from King Jing. At the beginning, my father and I promised to help you retrieve half of your body, and now the conditions are ripe. In the ears of Nine Tails, this sentence is undoubtedly the sound of nature. Then I thought to myself. Naruto just used distinguished heavenly gods on Orochimaru, wouldn't it be to help me get half of my body back? Thinking of this, Nine Tails was greatly moved. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto shook his head with a smile. Okay, let's talk about it after breaking the seal. After speaking, Naruto took Uchiha Izumi, and Shadow Clone launched Flying Thunder God. Yunin village is very far away from Konoha. A long-distance Flying Thunder God, Naruto can clearly feel that his own chakra has been consumed a lot. The scene in front of him changed, and a group of people appeared in a dark underground laboratory. Naruto-kun, welcome to my laboratory. Mistaking Naruto for being a madman, Orochimaru chooses to wait in the laboratory. Just thinking of Naruto coming, you can directly visit his laboratory. It's just that Naruto glanced around the situation in the laboratory, and his heart was not so happy. The naked test subjects were soaked in containers filled with formalin. Covering Uchiha Izumi's eyes, Naruto turned to Orochimaru and said, "Let's change to an open place where no one disturbs us." I didn't expect Naruto-kun to be a woman who would regret it. Straightforward. Orochimaru inadvertently gave an assist. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but blushed. Guided by Orochimaru, the group walked into an empty hall. Naruto said, "Orochimaru, I need your help to undo the seal that the ghouls have sealed." Orochimaru shook his head regretfully and said, "I'm very sorry, Naruto-kun, I don't have a way to unlock the ghoul seal. Maybe I can check the information for you first." The current Orochimaru hasn't started researching ghoul sealing yet. Naruto gestured to the mask in Shadow Clone's hand. "You just need to arrange for 2 disposable experimental subjects to come over. $7. Nodding his head, Orochimaru made a seal on his hand, as if sending a message in some way. Not a 1.9 will. Yakushi Kabuto walked over with 2 subjects. "Master Orochimaru." Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Naruto and Uchiha Izumi, but did not ask, standing respectfully behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru made a gesture of please. "Naruto-kun, you can start now. I'm also very interested in unlocking the ghoul seal, don't mind if I stay and take a look." "Okay, stay away." Naruto didn't refuse either. Shadow Clone puts the Shinigami mask directly on the face of one of the subjects. Suddenly, the experimental subject trembled as if being stimulated by something. A Shinigami who no one could see, wearing a white sacrificial robe, holding a string of beads in his hand, and a small sharp dagger in his mouth, appeared from behind the experimental body with a gloomy and strange face. Naruto quickly opened Mangekyo, used the Sharingan illusion to control the subject, picked up kunai and swiped directly at the abdomen. Chapter 68. The moment Shinigami came out, Orochimaru, who was originally disapproving, and Yakushi Kabuto behind him quickly backed away. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead. "Can't see anything." But they knew something big was coming. "Naruto, I feel my soul coming out of Shinigami's belly." Namikaze Minato's voice immediately rang in Naruto's heart. Naruto pressed, "What now?" Namikaze Minato says. "After coming out for a moment, I received my memory, but soon entered the Pure Land. It seems that you really can't stay in Yangjian, so let's continue to the next step." Naruto agreed. Uchiha Izumi next to him kept staring at Mangekyo, but couldn't see anything. So I turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, did you untie it?" Naruto nodded with joy on his face. "Well, the soul of my father has come out." At this moment, Orochimaru asked, "The mask is the carrier of the contract with the Shinigami. After the sacrifice puts on the mask, the Shinigami will come out. The sacrifice and the Shinigami are connected as one, and the abdomen of the Shinigami is opened by cutting the belly, so as to release the ghoul seal." Just watching Naruto's operation, Orochimaru analyzed the method of breaking 05. Naruto nodded. "That's right. Very interesting solution." Orochimaru licked his lips, then looked at Naruto and said, "In this case, it is considered a violation of the contract. Even if the ghoul seal is formed in the future, no Shinigami will come out." Saying that, Orochimaru suddenly noticed Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo. The body trembled subconsciously. The hand that had been severed by Uchiha Itachi was aching. Thinking that I once wanted to shoot Uchiha Izumi, I felt cold in my heart. Sensing Orochimaru's abnormality, Yakushi Kabuto took a puzzled look. Seeing Mangekyo, Yakushi Kabuto thought he understood. I was also a little shocked. All he knew was that Orochimaru had just gone to Konoha. But in a blink of an eye, 2 Uchiha tribesmen came. Naruto just turned on Mangekyo to control the experimental body, and he has seen it. Unexpectedly, another young girl is also a member of the Uchiha tribe who started Mangekyo. You might be able to find someone to try. Orochimaru's question is not clear to Naruto either. But listening to his analysis, I feel very reasonable. Dead Shendu's abdomen was cut open, and it is not known whether he is dead or not. Maybe one day in the future, we can see third Hokage form a ghoul seal, and then look dazed? It's a pity, I don't have Yunwu, who has sealed off all the ghouls. Orochimaru felt a little regretful, and then looked at the mask on the subject's face with interest again. Can you study this Shinigami mask for me? Take it. Naruto didn't care, and said instead. Orochimaru, you should know Impure World Reincarnation. Of course, I can help you summon your father up. Before coming, Naruto said that he needed his help. But breaking the ghoul seal did not help him. Only 2 experimental subjects were provided. Used one, and another. Orochimaru had already guessed Naruto's intentions. Everyone is dead, and it is useless to break the seal of ghouls. Presumably, Naruto just wanted to chat with Minato. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes flickered behind him. He still doesn't know the identity of Naruto disguised as Umbu. But with Mangekyo, I think Naruto is a member of the Uchiha tribe. I secretly guess who Naruto's father is. But as far as he knows, there is only one person who has used Ghoul Seal, and it is not Uchiha's tribe. Could it be the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha who controlled the tailed beasts? Naruto narrowed his eyes suddenly and said, "My father's body tissue, you should have it. Minato is the 4th Hokage, it is inevitable to meet Lai Xingxi." Orochimaru is very calm. No sense of embarrassment at all. Yakushi Kabuto behind him shrank his pupils. Namikaze Minato. How come? Rumor has it that Mr. Howhow's 4th Hokage even has a son of Uchiha. It's so shocking. At this moment, Orochimaru turned his head and said, "Do, help me get the body tissue of 4th Hokage." Hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto immediately lowered his head to hide the shock on his face, and said respectfully, "Yes, Master Orochimaru." After a while, Namikaze Minato's body tissue fetched. Orochimaru didn't care about the experimental subjects begging for mercy, and directly formed a mudra with both hands. Impure World Reincarnation. The experimental subject on the ground was surrounded by the summoned dirt, expanded and contracted for a while, and then turned into the appearance of Namikaze Minato. The dirty Namikaze Minato moved his hands and feet slowly, then turned to Orochimaru and said, "Please summon me up, thank you, Orochimaru." Oh! Orochimaru's heart twitched slightly. He always thought it was Naruto who wanted to talk to Minato about something. That's why I specially unblocked the ghouls and summoned them again. But judging from Namikaze Minato's reaction, it seems that he is not surprised why he returned to Yangjian. As if I knew it a long time ago. Orochimaru couldn't help turning his head to glance at Naruto. My lord father left the chakra consciousness in me, so he knows everything. Naruto didn't mind satisfying Orochimaru's curiosity a bit. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Some doubts in my heart, since there is a conscious body in the body, why does he still come out? But did not ask again. Since there is no chase, just watch quietly. Naruto turned to Namikaze Minato of the dirt and asked, "Father, how is it? Can you untie it?" Namikaze Minato nodded. "Just felt the seal, no problem." Naruto said, "Let's get started, 9 trumpets can't wait." "Humph, Naruto, I never said that." 237. Nine Tails, who was looking forward to it in the sealed space, spoke insincerely. Namikaze Minato, the dirt in the outside world, also scratched his head at this time, saying, "But the Nine Tails here is quite noisy, he doesn't believe me, I'm afraid he will mess up after he comes out. Just now he tried to communicate with the Yin Nine Tails sealed in his body. Open your mouth and I'm going to kill you or something." Vicious and vicious. Don't talk to Namikaze Minato at all. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. He finally understands. Naruto is going to release the other half of Nine Tails. Yakushi Kabuto on the side fell into a daze when Namikaze Minato called out the word Naruto. Relationships are so confusing. At this time, in the sealed space, Nine Tails, who was not in a hurry, reminded Naruto, fist bump with Namikaze Minato. Naruto smiled, without making any sarcasm to Nine Tails, he directly reached out to fist bump Namikaze Minato. The Nine Tails in the sealed space immediately transferred their memories to the Yin Nine Tails and Namikaze Minato. After the memory transfer was completed, Nine Tails immediately said, "Okay, let's break the seal." Dirty soil Minato seals with both hands. Immediately press on the abdomen. A wave of red, full of mania, hatred, and coldness surged out from Minato's belly. Chakra flooded the entire hall in an instant, and then chakra converged, forming a huge red fox with 9 tails. The 9 tails that broke the seal couldn't help but let out a roar. Chapter 69. 9 Tails. Yakushi Kabuto is going crazy. What is he doing wrong? Why 9 tails came out? Just unpacked 9 tails is like a wild beast. Powerful airwaves continuously surge out from the body. Feeling the aura of 9 tails, Orochimaru couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. It's not that he has never seen a tailed beast. Even unblocked 8 tails himself. But compared to the current 9 tails, it is far behind. In this narrow basement, the power of 9 tails is condensed, if a tailed beast bomb is launched. Okay. I glanced at the wall in the hall, and saw that it had begun to crack. Another glance at Naruto and the 3 who didn't care, and even had a smile on their faces. Orochimaru was relieved a lot. In the open field, 9 tails are not afraid of snakes. If you can't fight, can't you still run? But in this basement, no escape. Feeling that 9 tails is almost relaxed, Naruto said. Okay, 9 horns, if you shout again, this place will collapse. Hearing this, 9 tails immediately lost his momentum and lay down on the ground. Naruto walked over and patted 9 tails on the face. 9 tails arched Naruto's hand. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened. This is the violent 9 tails just now, pets. Naruto said, 9 speakers, you're overwhelmed. Do you want me to take you out for a stroll? 9 tails showed emotion on his face, but thinking that it would affect Naruto, he said indifferently. The old man has been wandering in the ninja world for thousands of years, what is there to do? Pfft. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help laughing. Every time she sees 9 tails' arrogant face, she feels very anti-cute. Can't help it, just want to laugh. Damn, Uchiha kid, what are you laughing at? Angrily, 9 tails stretched her head in front of Uchiha Izumi, grinned her mouth, showing sharp canine teeth, and her ferocious vertical pupils were full of ruthlessness. Uchiha Izumi showed no timidity, Mangekyo stared, and his pupil power exploded. 9 tails' ferocious expression froze for a moment, and his eyes turned into Mangekyo's pattern. 9 tails be good. Uchiha Izumi followed Naruto's example and patted 9 tails' face. Then the dominated 9 tails arched Uchiha springs. It's like just interacting with Naruto. Seeing this, 9 tails in the sealed space roared angrily, damn it, Uchiha brat. Unfortunately, its sound can't penetrate the sealed space at all. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hear it at all either. Naruto and Minato could only shake their heads and laugh. In the past, 9 tails could intimidate and mock Uchiha Izumi in the sealed space. Uchiha Kwan also dared not speak out. But since Izumi Uchiha opened the eternal Mangekyo, 9 tails can no longer be crazy. Every time you go crazy, you will be teased by Uchiha Izumi as a pet. Aside. Seeing Naruto and the others seem to be in harmony with 9 tails, Orochimaru's forehead is sweating. I thought to myself, should I find a chance to set up 2 tables and apologize or something? Horrible. Uchiha Izumi's power to control 9 tails is at least several times stronger than that of Uchiha Itachi. Yakushi Kabuto was sluggish again. Today really refreshed his impression of Namikaze Minato and 9 tails. Okay, Quan, let's press Ju. The palm is flesh, and the back of the hand is also flesh, so Naruto had to reconcile it in the middle. Okay, 9 tails, you have to be good. Uchiha Izumi touched 9 tails' face twice for the last time, then hid behind Naruto and released the control. 9 tails' eyes suddenly became ferocious again, and when he was about to get angry, Naruto said, "Forget it, Ju Trumpet, don't worry about Izumi, you old man. If you don't give 9 tails a step, it really won't go down." Snort. Ninetales snorted coldly and turned his head away. Uchiha Izumi stuck out his tongue and looked mischievous. He cursed secretly in his heart, "Let you always bully me in the past. It's true that mountains and rivers meet each other, and feng shui takes turns. 9 trumpets, what are your plans? I can set up an enchantment outside to let you move freely." Knowing what Ninetales was thinking, Naruto suggested. Naruto can also set up an enchantment that cannot be seen from the outside. It just takes longer. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. After the enchantment is completed, people need to maintain it. Anyway, Orochimaru has just established Ninja Village, and after the barrier is set up, it is enough for Orochimaru's people to maintain the barrier. No need. Ninetales shook her head slightly. Instantly turned into chakra and poured into Naruto's seal. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Izumi, Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and even Naruto couldn't help but be taken aback. Unexpectedly, Ninetales took the initiative to enter the seal. After Ninetales finished pouring into Naruto's sealed space, Naruto said in his heart, 9 trumpets, why bother? Ninetales, who had recovered completely and had a full body, shook his ears, and said indifferently, "After all, the old man is one, and it is better to be able to restore the whole than half and half." "All right." Naruto didn't say anything anymore. "I secretly decided to let it out later. Otherwise, it's not good to stay in his belly all the time. Now that he is still young and can't do anything, Naruto doesn't care. There is nothing out of sight." At this time, Minato said, #Naruto, the matter has been settled, and my body will leave first. Naruto asked, "Don't you walk around, father?" "No, just have another me to watch you grow." After finishing speaking, Luotian Minato turned to Orochi and said, "Orochimaru, sorry for your trouble." "Good." In response, Orochimaru made a seal with one hand, lifting the dirt. Just looking at Minato, who dissipated into a pile of loess, Orochimaru had a weird smile on his face. He has a hunch that he will meet Minato again. Turning around, Orochimaru asked Naruto, "Naruto, is there anything else I can help you with?" Naruto thought for a while, his heart moved slightly, and he asked, "By the way, how many blood ninjas do you have now?" "Oh? Is Naruto-kun also interested in blood ninjas?" "There are quite a few here. Let me show you my collection." Orochimaru licked his tongue, extending the invitation. There was a black line on Naruto's forehead, and he always felt that Orochimaru had misunderstood something. Suddenly thought of something, Naruto asked, "Is there any Uzumaki family?" Orochimaru lamented. "The Uzumaki, Wang Lihao, family is very rare, and if there are any, they live incognito. And they're unobtrusive, and I haven't encountered them yet. The Uzumaki family has a strong vitality." Orochimaru also wanted to find a few to study. It's just a pity that the Uzumaki family has been exterminated. Apart from being red-haired, there are no other distinctive features. But red hair is not unique to the Uzumaki clan. There are many ninjas with red hair in the ninja world. If you don't wander around in the ninja world, and don't use family secrets, no one will find out. Unlike other blood-successful ninjas, they have ethnic groups and their residences are relatively fixed and private. I think of a family member living outside, so I won't visit your collection for now. Thinking of Xiangfo's, Naruto has no intention of visiting. It turned out that there was no plan to place her, so no contact was made. But now with Orochimaru, it can be brought back and cultivated as well. As a future helper. Chapter 70. Hearing the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru immediately became interested. "If Mr. Naruto is inconvenient to take care of your clansmen, you can place them in my ninja village. Take the initiative to take care of everything." Looking at Orochimaru with burning eyes, Naruto was speechless for a while. People haven't seen it yet, so they want to study it. But I also know that it is impossible to let the horse run without letting the horse eat grass. "Yes, but not too much, just collect data," Naruto said. "As long as there is no sectioning, just check the body data and draw blood." Orochimaru's research is almost equivalent to the physical examination in the previous life. Orochimaru can also give some advice based on body data. It also helps with strength. Having agreed, Orochimaru immediately put on a smile. Don't worry, Naruto-kun's people, I will pay attention. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Yakushi Kabuto beside him. Yakushi Kabuto understood, nodded slightly, and began to prepare the laboratory. Naruto didn't care, and threw another flying thunder god kunai to the big snake. Help me prepare a room where I usually come and go. After saying that, take Uchiha Izumi directly to activate flying thunder god. The screen in front of me changed, and the two appeared in Cao Ninja Village. In order to earn the reward of 190, Naruto and Uchiha Izumi have been to many places. Except for the 4 great ninja villages and Rain Shinobi Village, they have all been to the little ninja village near Sleepy Leaf. Naturally, Kusanagi Village has also been there, so Naruto also left the mark of Flying Thunder God. Simply camouflage and hide in the dark. Uchiha Izumi asked in a low voice. Naruto, do you know where it is? I don't know, I'll just ask if I'm ninja. Saying that, Naruto activates Kagura Mind Eye. Uchiha Izumi nodded slightly. Although curious in his heart, Naruto will know that Kusanagi has Uzumaki people. But I didn't ask too much. No way, Naruto found a lone Kusanagi towards Uchiha Izumi. The two are approaching quickly. Who? Sensing someone approaching, Kusanagi stared at Naruto's direction vigilantly with a kunai in his hand. Just a Kusanagi, Naruto had no intention of hiding at all, and quickly appeared, and the Sharingan illusion was activated. Kusanaga's gaze froze immediately. Naruto asked, where are the Uzumaki people of Kusanagi village? I don't know the Uzumaki people. The sluggish Kusanagi subconsciously answered. Naruto moved slightly in his heart, and continued to ask. There is a special constitution, where is the person who can heal the wounded by absorbing chakra? Died. Hearing this, both Naruto and Uchiha Izumi frowned. Died? Naruto continued to ask, when did you die? Yesterday. Is there any family left? There was a little girl. Location. On the eastern edge of the village. Naruto nodded. Uchiha Izumi wondered. Drinking chakra can heal injuries, such a miraculous constitution, how did it die? Uchiha Izumi has not yet figured out whether this absorption is to attract others or to be sucked by others. Killed to death by several wounded jonin. Kusanagi, who was under the illusion, also answered Uchiha Izumi's question. Bite to death. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback for a moment, and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto blinked and said. The chakra on this clansman contains powerful vitality. Kusanagi estimated that she was using it as a medicine bag and absorbed too much, causing chakra to be exhausted. Hearing this, Uchiha Kwan reacted immediately. It is not the Uzumaki people who absorb the chakra of the injured to achieve the healing effect, but the wounded who absorb the chakra of the Uzumaki people for healing. Biting is not the key, it's just that the grass endures in humanity, and directly uses the way of biting to forcibly absorb the chakra that contains vitality. All ninjas know that chakra will die when all chakra is exhausted, because chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. Where body energy is extracted from cells, chakra is depleted, which means that the cells are all squeezed out. The cells are all squeezed out, so naturally they can't survive. After realizing it, Uchiha Izumi turned to Kusanagi with frost on his face, and said, Have you healed? There is no use biting such indecent words. Bitten. Kusanagi, who was under the illusion, has no worries. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Izumi's hand. Chi. Kusanaga's head flew up suddenly, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows. When did Uchiha Izumi have more hateful characters? Sensing Naruto's gaze, Uchiha Izumi blushed and said in a low voice. After all, they are the only remaining clansmen of Naruto, they are too much. Wanting to come to Uchiha Izumi, Naruto has no relatives since he was a child. For the only remaining clansmen in the ninja world, they will definitely cherish them very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Grass Ninja Village specifically. But now, Uchiha Kwan suddenly realized that she seemed to be wrong. Naruto shook his head with a smile. Clan people only. Haven't met, let alone talk about feelings. On a whim today, I came to rescue. It can't be saved, that's all. There are too many injustices and miserable people in the ninja world. Naruto himself is one of many who have suffered injustice. He still has a day when he comes to rescue people on a whim. But who can give Naruto a little help on a whim? No. For so many years, except for Uchiha Izumi, no one has offered to lend a helping hand and given help. So Naruto is very open. Feel valuable, on the premise that it will not affect yourself. Can come to save people. No value, or contrary to self-interest. Why? Of course, since it's here, Naruto won't let this Kusanagi go. I just found that Uchiha Kwan was more excited than him, so I was just curious. Without thinking any more, the two headed towards the east of Cao Ninja Village. Grass Ninja Village is not big, and soon, the two of them walked through a grove and came to the edge of the east of Cao Ninja Village. It is some distance away from the central residence of Grass Ninja Village, and there is no human presence nearby. Naruto and Uchiha Springs are hidden in the trees, looking down at the cabins built with simple wooden boards. A sobbing female voice was faintly heard in the cabin. The crying has become hoarse. The two were about to sneak into the cabin. Hold on, we'll be there soon. There were voices and footsteps in the distance. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi glanced at each other, stopped their movements, and looked into the distance. I saw two grass ninjas running towards the wooden house supporting a badly injured ninja. About 100 meters away from the wooden house, one of Kusanagi shouted loudly. A ninja is seriously injured, get out immediately. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi in the dark couldn't help frowning. I saw a girl with long red hair running out of the cabin, and shouted at Kusanagi. My mother has been killed by you, what else do you want? While speaking, his body shook and he fell to his knees on the ground. Immediately there was a heart-piercing cry. Died. Several grass ninjas froze. The severely injured Kusanagi shrank her pupils, showing despair. Seeing this, Kusanagi beside him comforted him. It's okay. If you're dead, don't you still have a daughter? She must be fine too. Hearing this, Kusunan, who was seriously injured, immediately showed hope. Chapter 71. Kusanagi put the seriously injured ninja on the ground. One Kusanagi quickly entered the wooden house, and the other Kusanagi reached out to catch Xiang Fo's. No, don't. Woohoo. Xianglin cried and struggled in pain. But how could she be weaker than an adult ninja? At this time, another Kusanagi who was investigating the situation walked out of the wooden house and nodded. Really dead? Kusanagi stared fiercely at the struggling Kafa's eyes. Now that she's dead, it's only this little girl. Mother has a special constitution, she will naturally have it. Whether it works or not, let's talk after biting. Otherwise, their brothers will not be able to hold on. If not, kill her and be buried with their brother. The Kainin village doesn't support useless people. Kusanagi, who caught Kairin, quickly escorted her to the side of Kusanagi, who was seriously injured, with an eager face. The struggling Xianglin showed despair, but he could only grit his teeth and stare fiercely at Kusanagi in front of him. As if to keep them in my heart. Dark place. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Naruto with a questioning expression on his face. Naruto opened his mouth, and waited. If you want to make a shot, you have to make a shot at a critical time. It's still early. Understanding Naruto's meaning, Uchiha Izumi's heart moved slightly. Turning to look at Xianglin's eyes flickering. It's not a pitiful look, but it's like looking at a lucky person. If you don't attack directly, you have to suffer for a while, so you are lucky? Lucky. At least Naruto is ready to make a move, isn't he? After going through this period, you will usher in a new life in the future, isn't it lucky? Not directly attacking, this proves that Naruto values her. Isn't it? If you don't take it seriously, you can save it easily. After settling down, I don't know if Naruto will think of it in the future. Only when you value it will you think about gaining favor, which means that Naruto will continue to pay attention to her in the future. With Naruto following, Orochimaru won't mess around. The quality of life and status of Xianglin will be improved. She will even get guidance, as long as she works hard, she can have good strength in the future. Not to mention reaching a certain height in the ninja world. At least I won't let others bully me like now. Can Xianglin, who is hesitating now, think of it? I'm afraid I dare not think about it. The turning point that I dare not even think about will come in the next moment. In Uchiha Izumi's view, Kafas is lucky. Set your sights on Kusanagi. I saw that Xianglin had been escorted to the side of Kusanagi, who was seriously injured. Eager Kusanagi opened her mouth full of blood. Who can save me? Xianglin closed his eyes with fear on his face. Dark place. Naruto quickly appeared. Who? The deliberate landing sound was extremely loud, quickly attracting the attention of the three Kusanagi. The Sharingan illusion is activated instantly. The eyes of the three Kusanagi were dull, and their movements froze. The sudden change made Xianglin, who had her eyes closed and trembling, open her eyes and turn around to look. Without any disguise, Naruto stared at her with his scarlet Sharingan open. Without fear, Xianglin's eyes glowed with hope. Are you here to save me? No. Naruto shook his head, and Xianglin's eyes dimmed. Yes, who will save her from this poor anxiety? Bang dang! Suddenly, a handful of kunao fell in front of Xianglin. No one will save you, but you can try to save yourself. Hearing the voice behind him, looking at the kunao in front of him, Xianglin bit her lower lip, thinking of Kusanaga's attitude towards their mother and daughter, of the mother who had passed away and how her mother was. Tooth marks all over the body. Xianglin trembled all over, his eyes hardened, and his face revealed a ferocious look. He suddenly picked up Kunao on the ground, and stabbed Kunao's heart fiercely beside him. Chi 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 chi. 3 full thorns, still not enough to relieve hatred. With blood on his hands and even spattered on his face, Kaoru quickly stabbed the next Kusanagi. Chi. Massacre. 3 Kusanagi were killed by the crazy Kaorin. Seeing such a scene, Uchiha Izumi, who did not show up, felt that she was wrong. Naruto didn't deliberately take the last shot for the sake of gaining favor. It's to let Xianglin muster the courage to put all his eggs in one basket from despair, and kill the enemy with his hands. Help her build a self-improvement mentality and strengthen her heart. It seems that Naruto values this tribe more than she imagined, and even has extremely high expectations for her future. Whoa! After the madness, the emptiness fills the whole body and mind. Xianglin, who was covered in blood, hugged her knees with both hands, crying bitterly. Let's go, Quan. There was no consolation, and as if he didn't intend to take Xianglin away, Naruto said to the tree beside him, then turned and left. Uchiha Izumi shook his head and laughed, and appeared beside Naruto, walking side by side. Xianglin, who was crying bitterly, raised her head and looked at the backs of the two, only feeling that something was about to leave her. 0. Ask for flowers. Naruto showed up when she was most desperate, and gave her a chance to kill her enemies. She has fallen into an extremely empty heart, and subconsciously filled her empty heart with Naruto, who helped her. After leaving, she really has nothing in her heart. Wiping away the tears with bloody hands, Xianglin shouted loudly, "Can I follow you?" She didn't dare to chase, but she didn't want to leave the only piece of her heart. Naruto paused, but didn't turn around. Seeing this, Xianglin immediately stood up and said, "I'm very useful, I can cook, I can do laundry, I can do all kinds of housework. I can't do it, I can learn it. A ninja as powerful as you must need subordinates. Although I am weak, but my constitution is special, you can bite me if you are hurt or even your friend is hurt. -0. Just bite me to heal, really. Just give me a chance to be by your side, I can do anything." After finishing speaking, seeing that Naruto didn't respond, Xianglin bit his lower lip and murmured, "Give me a chance." Uchiha Izumi poked Naruto beside him. "It's almost fine." With a smile on his face, Naruto turned around and said, "Then follow me from now on." Seeing this, Xianglin felt that his empty heart was instantly filled by Naruto's warm smile. Naruto actually didn't think much of it. As Uchiha Izumi thought, he just had expectations for the future of Xianglin. But on the way, he doesn't need weak people by his side, and he doesn't want to force others. Only those who stand unswervingly by their side are qualified to walk with him. Turn around and leave, just to give Xianglin a chance to consider and choose. He won't walk too fast, Xianglin has enough time to think. She can choose to stay in Grass Ninja Village, or she can escape from Grass Ninja Village by herself. You can even ask to take her out of Grass Ninja Village. Now that he's here, Naruto can agree to her. But in the future, Naruto's positioning of Aroma depends on her current choice. If Xianglin just asked Naruto to take her away, then Naruto would just throw her to Orochimaru, and would not care about her anymore, nor would he focus on cultivating her. Opportunities need to be seized. And now, Naruto is satisfied. Chapter 72. Naruto said to Xianglin, "Go take a bath first and change your clothes." But Xianglin glanced at Kusanaga's corpse. Seemed a little worried. Izumi Uchiha said, "Don't worry, let's go. Kusanagi village is just there, nothing to worry about." "I see." Afraid of displeasing Naruto and the others, Xianglin didn't say much, and ran back to the house in response. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi followed into the house, and saw Xianglin staring blankly at her mother's body. Naruto said, "Take them away later." "Thank you, my lord." Xianglin with red eyes bowed and quickly ran into the bathroom. Naruto looked at the corpse of Kairin's mother and said silently, "System, analysis. Ding, congratulations to host for getting the Uzumaki constitution." As the system prompt sounded, Naruto only felt that the vitality of his body was getting bigger. The constitution of the Mother of Aroma is just one kind of Uzumaki constitution. Only September 17th has too much vitality, so it will have a healing effect. Using suction is really the most inferior and wasteful way. If you train in the direction of medical ninjas, the effect of a healing jutsu is probably more powerful than Tsunade. Of course, except for the 5 major ninja villages of medical ninjas, the other small ninja villages are not organized at all. Among them, Konoha's system is the most mature. Xianin village wants to train medical ninjas, but they have no ability at all. Xianglin is a natural medical ninja, plus learning the seal technique has a bonus, and her future achievements will not be low. You can even consider catching a tailed beast, and try if distinguished heavenly gods can change the will of the tailed beast. Shisui's Mangekyo was perfectly fused by Naruto, and then evolved into Eternal Mangekyo. The first CD released by distinguished heavenly gods was only about 2 years old. Of course, catching tail beasts or something, just think about it. In any case, still have to worry about the feelings of 9 tails. Although the relationship between tailed beasts seems to be bad, it is just an alternative way of getting along with them. After a while, after washing bloodline and changing clothes, Xianglin came out. The body is thin and pale. A look of malnutrition, as if the wind is about to collapse. Seeing that both Naruto and Uchiha Izumi were looking at her, they were a little at a loss, and whispered, "I'll pack my bags." Naruto said, "It's enough to pack some commemorative actions, clothes, and so on, no need." He is not an unreasonable person, some memories, let her take them away. "Yes, my lord." Xianglin quickly entered the role, and Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. After a while, Xianglin just walked out holding a few photo frames. There is nothing valuable at home. There are only a few photos, which are worth remembering. "Come over." Beckoning, Uchiha Izumi held Kafas with one hand and Naruto with the other. Naruto lightly touched the body of Karin's mother, and immediately activated Flying Thunder God. Although the Flying Thunder God does not need to be touched to transfer. Just like Namikaze Minato transferred Madara's truth-seeking ball in the 4th battle. But to transfer too many things, it is better to touch, and it is not so easy to make mistakes. As soon as the screen changes, a group has appeared in the room Orochimaru prepared for Naruto. This. Looking at the luxuriously decorated room, Xianglin fell into a sluggish state. Yakushi Kabuto, who had been standing outside the door of the room and waited quietly, said, "Master Orochimaru was worried that the adults didn't know the way, so he arranged for me to wait for instructions here." "Thank you." "Do, then help me prepare a coffin and a cemetery first. This is not Orochimaru trying to curry favor with Naruto. In normal state he is a modest gentleman, and he is very considerate. In the original book, Sasuke is responsive and gives advice. Okay, a few adults wait a moment. Yakushi Kabuto responded, and immediately turned to prepare. Naruto puts a seal on the corpse of the mother of Karen to prevent corruption. Yunin village is only a part of Orochimaru's completion plan, and it will be abandoned sooner or later, and Xianglin will not be able to move his grave next time. After a while, Orochimaru came over. It only takes half an hour from the country of grass to the country of sound. Naruto-kun's flying thunder god is really fast enough. The land of sound. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Karen was stunned. She can't reach the land of sound even after a few days. Orochimaru set his sights on Karen. Red hair, it seems that this is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Immediately looking at the corpse of Xianglin's mother, he was a little disappointed. Naruto nodded slightly, yes, Orochimaru, I'll leave her to you. After finishing speaking, a notebook appeared in his hand, found the pages of the sealing technique, and tore off all of them. Then handed it to Orochimaru. These, try to help her master them. Orochimaru took it and glanced at it. It's all sealing. Some Orochimaru have mastered, but many have not. Orochimaru was happy. Okay, I will take good care of her, don't worry. He has a lot of ninjas under him, so it is no problem to guide Xianglin. Even if a shadow clone is assigned to guide them personally, it is only a small problem. On the contrary, Orochimaru is very interested in the notebook in Naruto's hand. His eyes are burning. Seeing this, Naruto directly handed the notebook to Orochimaru. Then help me back it up with a ninjutsu scroll. For my future chief scientist, biologist, and great professor. Naruto naturally spared no effort in this bit of ninjutsu. The more you master, the happier Naruto is. It's best to reach the level of indecision, Orochimaru, that's even better. Good. Orochimaru is even happier. He took the notebook and glanced at the directory. There are many ninjutsu worth studying above. And he also saw that it was written by Namikaze Minato. At this moment, guessing that Naruto was about to abandon her, Xianglin said hesitantly, Naruto rubbed her head and said, don't worry, I will come here from time to time, and you can work hard here with peace of mind. If you need anything, just ask Orochimaru, and he will satisfy you. Orochimaru on the side nodded slightly. Xianglin nodded heavily. She also knows that she is weak. Can't help it all. Following Naruto is just a burden. I secretly decided to practice hard. Immediately, as if thinking of something, Xianglin said, my lord, my name is Xianglin. After speaking, he looked at Naruto expectantly. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, you don't have to call me an adult, I'm about the same age as you can just call me Naruto. For a long time, I didn't tell anyone the name. Xiangfo's pupil miniature, Uzumaki. When she was a child, her mother used to say that she belonged to the Uzumaki clan. So Orochimaru said just now that she is of the Uzumaki clan. Xianglin did not refute either. But she 2.0 never thought that the benefactor who saved her was Uzumaki. Is it the Uzumaki family? Must be. Naruto rubbed Karen's head again, and said with a smile. That's right, we are clansmen, maybe we still have a blood relationship in modern times. You will be called Uzumaki from now on. Uzumaki incense phosphorus. Xianglin murmured in a low voice. But in my heart I understood. Naruto came to Kusanagi village to save her. He is such a strong ninja, so he will be angry when he sees her weak side, right? So what was just now was just a test for her weakness, right? Well, she passed, so Naruto is now willing to accept her and be close to her. Let her surname be Uzumaki, that is to agree with her meaning. Uzumaki incense phosphorus. He murmured again. The restless heart seemed to have found support and destination, and the reddish eye sockets began to moisten. Chapter 73. Naruto, it's okay, the little girl I just met wants someone else to take your surname. Back home, the ninja school is over. After removing the avatar, accepting the memory, and confirming that there is no problem. Uchiha Izumi, who was sitting on the sofa, finally couldn't help teasing. She's originally from the Uzumaki tribe, okay. Naruto was slightly speechless. Uchiha Izumi smiled without saying a word. Of course she knew that Xianglin was also from the Uzumaki tribe. That said, it's just a joke. Of course, there are also many girls around Naruto. But these girls are all the same age as Naruto. She felt like an old woman. I don't know where the self-confidence comes from. She is an old woman before the age of 15. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and said, "Then Izumi-chan should also have my surname Uzumaki." Uchiha Izumi blushed suddenly. If she wants to have the surname Naruto and Uzumaki, the meaning is different. Although the way the two get along has changed recently. But Uchiha Izumi always felt that something was missing from Naruto. Maybe it's age. Although 05 Naruto is very mature in mind, he is still a kid less than 1 year old. I always feel a little guilty. That's why she doesn't care too much about the little girl around Naruto. After all, people want to make friends, and Naruto didn't have many friends, so it's okay to play house with a few little girls. Uchiha Izumi thinks very openly, whether it is Hinata or Ino. One is the Yamanaka clan and the other is the Hyuga clan. Already tied to Konoha. Not all the way with Naruto. In the future, I can really abandon these things for Naruto, and Uchiha Izumi will accept it. Otherwise, what cares about people who will become strangers sooner or later? It is true to say that they are playing house. But today's fragrant phosphorus is different. Xianglin is a loner, even a fellow of Naruto. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but teased Naruto. It was just that he was defeated by Naruto in the end. Too early. Now Naruto is still young. Looking at Uchiha Izumi, who was a little dazed, Naruto couldn't help reaching out and pinching her face. Just like when I was a child. But it feels different to both. It was intimacy when I was a child. Without any impurities. It's a bit of a pinching and playing feeling. Now it feels like an electric shock. The two looked at each other quietly, as if they only had each other in their eyes. Sudden. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door behind him. Uchiha Izumi blushed and slapped Naruto's hand away. Then he rubbed his face, and his expression immediately returned to normal. There was just a slight blush on the cheeks. "Naruto, you go and open the door, I'll make dinner." After speaking, Uchiha Izumi walked into the kitchen. Naruto at the side turned dark. He already knew who it was. There are only two kinds of people who will knock on the door of Konoha. One is to say hello when you knock on the door. Such as Umbu, 3rd Hokage, Ino, Hinata, and so on. Among them, 3rd Hokage has come less and less frequently since Uchiha Spring moved here. Up to now, it has been less than 1 palm a year. Ino, Hinata would only come to play with him from time to time when the ninja school is on holiday. There is another kind of person who just knocks on the door and doesn't speak. Opening the door, Naruto stared at Sasuke unhappily. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to return the bento box." Sasuke handed over a bento box with both hands. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Yo." He didn't even talk back. Naruto really does not work. Taking the bento box, seeing that Sasuke had no intention of leaving, Naruto said, "Come in." As if holding back for a long time, Sasuke immediately answered Naruto's invitation. "Then I will interrupt." He spoke politely, but his actions were not polite at all, and he walked directly into Naruto's house. In the hall, Naruto and Sasuke stared at each other and fell into a brief silence. As the master, Naruto had no choice but to take the initiative to say, "Is there a problem?" Sasuke looked slightly hesitant, and then glanced at the kitchen. Obviously not someone who is worried about the kitchen, but has something to say to Uchiha Izumi. Naruto said, "That's what I said." Sasuke thought about it too, and recently he also understood that everything is up to Naruto. If Naruto doesn't nod, Uchiha Izumi will just evade. Something like, "I'm not. I don't. I have no idea. Come and go," these few words. After hesitating for a while, Sasuke said, "Naruto, I want to ask how to open Sharingan. Happy Naruto. Looking at Sasuke pretending to be profound, he said, Sharingan can open eyes through strong emotional stimulation, so the easiest way is. Sasuke asked eagerly, what is it? Naruto glanced at Sasuke's eyes meaningfully, and said, just kill your most important person. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, his face turned livid, and his body couldn't help trembling slightly. What's the meaning? The most important thing for him is family. Now that Uchiha has been wiped out, he hasn't even opened his eyes. Where are the important people? By saying that, do you mean to mock him for not having the Sharingan talent activated? Hateful. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi meant that he was too weak to kill him. Sasuke couldn't help falling into self-doubt. Is he really that bad? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Sasuke's pupils shrank. Excitedly, Naruto, do you mean that I have opened Sharingan? Got smarter. Naruto stared at Sasuke, who threw a hook at Mizuki with a half-smile. Why can't I open my Sharingan? Seeing Naruto's expression, Sasuke is even more convinced of the speculation that he has activated Sharingan. Sasuke, who often ponders Naruto, knows. 820 if he guesses wrong, Naruto will definitely despise him. Hearing Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi in the kitchen couldn't help stretching his head out to take a look. Then he cast a questioning look at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and said, Izumi, help Master Sasuke open a Sharingan. Sasuke immediately turned his head and looked at Izumi Uchiha expectantly. Although he doesn't know how Uchiha Izumi can help him, Sasuke knows that Naruto doesn't speak big words. He said yes, that is vulgar. Sasuke, who has been pondering Naruto for a long time, found that he has never said anything that is not sure. Uchiha Izumi rolled his eyes at Naruto. Seeing Sasuke felt anxious. If you want to flirt, can you wait until later? Then I saw Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes 3 times. Sasuke suddenly found that he was controlled. Without resistance, Sasuke couldn't resist either. I just felt the chakra in my body pouring into my eyes. Immediately when the eyes hurt, the vision becomes clearer in an instant. In modern terms, it is like 3 million pixels, changing to 3,000 square meters in seconds. At the same time, Sasuke felt the control disappear from his body. Naruto, did I activate Sharingan? Sasuke turned his head and looked at Naruto blankly. He felt open, but he couldn't believe that the problem that had troubled him for several years was so easily solved. Naruto took out a mirror out of nowhere. Looking at the scarlet eyes in the mirror, and the guyu in the pupils, Sasuke thinks he's doing it again. Chapter 74. At this point, the Uchiha spring that closed the Sharingan opened and said, Naruto, Sasuke opened Sharingan, I'm afraid I have to report to Third Hokage. She is the person that Third Hokage trusts the most. Sasuke, who thinks he can do it again, feels his heart tighten. The Sharingan can no longer be maintained. Turning around immediately, he said nervously, don't report to Hokage. After finishing speaking, Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. Why report? Why should Third Hokage care if he drives Sharingan? Isn't Sharingan normal in the Uchiha clan? When the idea of doubt arises, whether it is to eliminate or to confirm, people will continue to look for clues. Sasuke already suspects that Uchiha's genocide has the shadow of Third Hokage. He has been thinking about it recently. The result horrified him. Everything is inseparable from the word interest. Who benefited the most from the Uchiha genocide? 1. Uchiha Itachi. Just now Naruto also said that Sharingan can open eyes through strong emotional stimulation. Dying the most important person is the fastest way. Uchiha Itachi is the beneficiary. For power, he opened Manjikyo by massacring his tribe. 2. High-level Konoha. Sasuke remembers that the Uchiha tribe often expressed dissatisfaction with the village. There are even voices of a coup. This is naturally opposed to the high-level Konoha. And Uchiha Itachi is Hokage Sumbu. Sasuke still refuses to believe that Uchiha Itachi would slaughter his tribe for power. I think there must be something inside. The most obvious point is the high-level Konoha. Recall the beginning. After he woke up, there were still 2 high-level officials who didn't know who they were. After hearing him name the murderer, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and left. Why take a breath? Are you worried that he knows the truth? These details would not have been noticed by Sasuke in the past. It was precisely because of the thoughts of doubt that he recalled all of them, unwilling to let go of even a single detail. Now, hear the words of Uchiha Izumi again. He even has to report when he starts Sharingan. Does this confirm that third Hokage is worried about him? As for whether Uchiha Izumi has a problem, Sasuke has no daughter-in-law. Because he has always felt that Uchiha Izumi and Naruto are both problematic. Uchiha Izumi used to appear on Genocide night, Hokage doesn't know. Even though 3-Tomo Sharingan is turned on, it is a genin. In the Uchiha family, Sharingan equals status. The Sanguya people have the right to speak only to the actual elders. The people of the Sanguya tribe are all jonin. Izumi Uchiha turned out to be just a genin? Have to do D-level missions every day to survive? So problematic. Even Sasuke can see the problem at a glance. Third Hokage actually felt that there was no problem. Not to mention the fact that she appeared on the night of the genocide, but survived. Uchiha Izumi's strength will not be weak. Of course, Sasuke didn't know this because of the difference in perspective. He doesn't know Uchiha Kwan's life experience, so he can only compare it with the Sanguya people in his clan. It is also believed that Uchiha Izumi appeared on the night of the genocide, but saved his life. That's why I think there is a problem. But Konoha's high-level officials know Uchiha Izumi's life trajectory and daily movements. In their eyes, there is no problem. There is no one to guide him, and he does not practice ninjutsu except doing physical exercises in the room like Naruto in the morning. He didn't even practice kunao throwing. Uchiha Spring is just a salted fish. Sanguya Genin, isn't it normal? As for Naruto, Sasuke felt that this was the real big problem. Ask him everything. Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. At the age of 3, he won the war for Konoha. Uchiha Izumi listened to him, etc. Thinking of this, Sasuke's heart shuddered. He drives Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi to report. Does that mean that Uchiha Izumi will also report Naruto's information? Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki. Much more important than him, the orphan of Uchiha. Can't compare at all. If Naruto's information is also reported, does it mean that Uchiha Izumi was actually sent by third Hokage to spy on Naruto? But Uchiha Izumi listened to Naruto again. To report to Hokage, you must first talk to Naruto. Does that mean that everything reported by Izumi Uchiha was instructed by Naruto? Sasuke took a deep breath. Subconsciously looked at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto opened the mouth slightly. Sasuke, did you think of something? Without. Sasuke shook his head violently. He regrets it a bit. Why think so much? I know what I shouldn't know. Will not be silenced. Uchiha Izumi is the one who can survive the night of genocide. Explain that she is no weaker than Uchiha Itachi. Being able to keep Uchiha Itachi a secret shows that Uchiha Itachi is also afraid of Uchiha Spring. Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki again. Sasuke's pupils shrank again. Will Uchiha Itachi fear Naruto? Wrong. Naruto cannot be turned into a tailed beast, and was controlled by Shang Shui back then. Etc. Remember when Naruto just died and the most important person opened Sharingan? So will it be Mangekyo that Uchiha Izumi opened? Uchiha Itachi massacres the tribe to open Mangekyo. The killing of Uchiha Izumi's mother opens Mangekyo. All turned on Mangekyo that night. But why didn't Uchiha Izumi join hands with Naruto to kill Uchiha Itachi? Tailed beast is no problem, right? Or are you worried about 2 Mangekyo vying for control of the tailed beast? Etc. Think of Naruto and Uchiha Izumi's partnership to deceive Hokage. Are they worried about Hokage? Worried about too much movement after tail beast transformation? The more I think about it, the more I fear it. But Sasuke suddenly found a problem. He has no conflict with Naruto, Uchiha Izumi. It can even be said to be a line. The enemy is Uchiha Itachi, and the one to beware of is Hokage. After thinking about it, he was no longer afraid of silence, and felt that he had found an organization. But Sasuke felt he needed to prove something, to perfect his rampage. Naruto, did Izumi activate Mangekyo? The actor-level Naruto's face immediately changed, and his eyes revealed a fierce look. Sasuke, you know too much. There was a faint murderous intent in the voice. Sasuke's heart trembled, and he immediately promised, I won't let it out. Naruto shook his head and said, You, the promise, are too weak. Sasuke's eyes dimmed suddenly. Yes. He is too weak. Uchiha Izumi can control him at will. How could it be possible to keep a secret? Then what are you going to do to me? Sasuke is a bit self-absorbed. Naruto frowned and said, I have a curse seal here, called the Seal of Eradicating Tongue Disaster. This curse seal has only one function, that is, it cannot reveal our secrets. If you say it, your whole body will go numb, and if you break it by force, you will die. If you are willing to engrave it, then we are our own. Okay. But you need to tell me the truth about the genocide. Without hesitation, Sasuke agreed immediately. As long as he can know the truth about the genocide, Sasuke is willing to do anything. Just a spell. He is not even a genin, so what is there for Naruto to calculate? If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself for being too smart and thinking too much. Uchiha Izumi, who was leaning against the kitchen door, couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. What a fool! Chapter 75. About Sasuke. Since he came to the door and said that he heard the voice of Uchiha spring on the night of the genocide, Naruto kept thinking. In the end, should let go, or should win over? Let it go, don't worry. Don't worry about wooing. After all, it is too weak. There is simply no way to keep a secret. As for silence, don't even think about it, Six Paths' father probably won't agree. Sasuke has no conflict with them, and even has the same goal, and Naruto is more inclined to win over. But don't worry. The only way is to seal the root of tongue trouble. Only in this way, Naruto will relieve Sasuke. Even willing to give Sasuke a favor. Since it is to win over, forcibly engraving it is the worst policy. Preferably voluntary. But how to ask Sasuke to volunteer is a problem. Recently, Naruto began to gain favor. Go to school together. Caught in the house to eat snake soup. Send bento. Answer any questions. He even helped him open the hook jade that was opened in anger on the night of the genocide. At the same time, when we get along, we deliberately expose something in front of Sasuke to guide his thinking. Let him think he has discovered the great secret himself. While channeling his hatred, let Sasuke know they are on the same boat. Willingly engrave the seal of eradicating tongue troubles. In order not to have problems during the period, Naruto would stare at him during class. Namikaze Minato 143 watches over him again when school is over. The Flying Thunder God mark was engraved on Sasuke's body again. Nothing goes wrong. I thought it would be at least a year and a half. I just didn't expect Sasuke to be smarter than expected. Some questions were guessed so quickly. Alright. Looking at the curse mark on Sasuke's tongue, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. From today, Sasuke is his Naruto's #1 beater. Of course, it is still weak now. It also needs to be cultivated. Suddenly, Naruto had a telepathy. Turn around and look. I saw Sasuke's body stiffen. Bang! Immediately fell from the sofa to the ground. Looking at Sasuke, who fell to the ground and trembled, Naruto was speechless for a while. The seal of tongue eradication improved by Namikaze Minato has a benefit, which can be sensed by the operator. At the same time, what makes Sasuke engrave the seal of tongue bane is not really to prevent Sasuke from telling the secret. As long as Sasuke knows that they are on the same boat, Naruto still believes in Sasuke's character. The real defense is to sense when Sasuke is forced to tell the secret. Respond quickly. Because when the time comes, it has already been shown that Naruto is suspected. Without thinking too much, Naruto made a gesture with one hand. Sasuke felt his body relax. The stiffness gradually disappeared. After a while, Sasuke, who was relieved, got up from the ground with lingering fear. Naruto asked with a smile. Is it fun? I'm just trying. Sasuke's complexion turned dark, and he immediately said in doubt. Does that mean I can't talk about you anymore? Naruto explained. Spells are set, you can say what is not important, and you will feel what you can't say. Sasuke tried again. Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. No response. After chanting a few words, Sasuke also found out the pattern. As long as he wants to say what cannot be said, such as Uchiha Izumi opened Mangekyo. Then there is induction. Forcibly speaking, the moment the sound is made, the whole body will be paralyzed. After the test, Sasuke turned to ask. Then can you tell me the truth about the genocide now? Naruto glanced at Sasuke, and said with a little deep meaning. Are you sure you know it and can keep calm in front of the enemy? Sasuke clenched his fist tightly. I can't help but ask in my heart. If it's really Hokage, will I still be able to stay calm? Not sure. In fact, he has roughly determined that there is a shadow of Hokage in his heart. But roughly certain is not the same as completely certain. As long as there is no evidence, the truth has not been revealed. Then it's just a suspicion. He can still face Hokage calmly. If he was completely sure, he really couldn't guarantee that he could keep his composure. Understanding what Naruto meant, Sasuke asked. Then what should I do? Naruto waved his hand and said. Open a 3-go jade first, and then have the strength of Jonin. It is very casual, as if the strength of Sangoku and Jonin is Uchiha cabbage. Sasuke couldn't help turning black. Seeing this, Naruto was surprised and said. Find it difficult? If you meet these conditions, you can only stand in front of Uchiha Itachi and say a few harsh words. Thought of 2 tricks? Let's talk about doubling the strength again. Sasuke gritted his teeth. How strong is he? Naruto thought for a while and said, now Konoha can win him for sure, no more than 3, maybe 2. With black lines on Sasuke's face, he said. 2, don't tell me, are you 2 of you? Naruto immediately put on a childish expression. Meaning the 2 of them are stronger than 3rd Hokage? Sasuke felt that the idea that Naruto wouldn't talk big could be discarded. Without dwelling on this question, Sasuke continued to ask. Then how should I improve my strength? You can. As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the kitchen. He felt that the real strong one should be Uchiha. And it's the Uchiha people. Of course, Sasuke already knew that the most important thing was to get Naruto to nod. At this time, Uchiha Izumi came out with the food. It's time to eat, what do you have to talk about later? Naruto also said, let's eat first. After dinner, Naruto brings Uchiha Izumi, Sasuke, to the land of waves. Sasuke went straight into a sluggish state. Shadow clone camouflage. Space ninjutsu teleport. The movements are very skilled, and you can tell that you are a habitual offender at a glance. Of course, shadow clone, repeat offenders, and the like don't matter. The most important thing is that Naruto knows space ninjutsu. Recall what Naruto said just now. Sasuke felt his heart shake. At this time, Naruto asked. Sasuke, do you want to open Urgyu? Hearing Urgyu, Sasuke immediately came back to his senses and nodded heavily, I think. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a half smile. It may be a little uncomfortable. Sasuke said firmly, no matter what, I can persevere. Seeing this, Naruto smiled, turned to look at Izumi Uchiha and said. Izumi, help Sasuke remember well. Uchiha Izumi gave Sasuke a pitiful look. Sasuke was taken aback, not knowing why. I saw Uchiha Izumi suddenly opened Sharingan. Sasuke could only feel the picture in front of him flying, and the most painful memory in his heart reappeared in front of his eyes. His most beloved big brother held a butcher knife and stabbed the clansman's body with a knife. In the end, the butcher knife stabbed into the body of the parents. Scenes from the past are repeated in front of my eyes. After an hour. No. Stop, stop. I don't want to watch any more. Protruding veins on the forehead. With a hideous face. The scarlet single hook jade in both eyes is bloodshot. Sasuke is in a frenzy. Naruto, who had been paying attention to this Sasuke, frowned. I always feel that Sasuke's Sharingan is about to evolve, but it's a bit off. After all, it is something that has already been experienced, so is it not exciting enough? Naruto's heart moved slightly. What if I remember Sasuke's seal? Chapter 76. With an idea in mind, Naruto turned to Uchiha Izumi and said, "Stop first." First? In other words, do you want to continue later? Uchiha Izumi gave Sasuke a pitiful look. Worried that Sasuke will catch eyes if he can't stand it, now his body is controlled by Uchiha Izumi with Sharingan. Bang! After releasing the illusion and control, Sasuke fell to the ground. Hoo! He kept panting heavily. Body fluid flowed from the corner of the mouth, with a yin expression. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, said, "Sasuke, is this unbearable?" Sasuke opened his mouth. He really wanted to speak hard and say that it's okay. But he really can't do it. Watching the butcher's knife piercing the hearts of the clansmen and parents again and again. While hating Uchiha Itachi more and more from the bottom of my heart, the butcher knife seems to stab his heart fiercely. He didn't want to, and didn't dare to see these pictures again. Naruto sighed and said, "I have another way here, do you want to try it?" What way? The exhausted Sasuke set his sights on Naruto. He no longer dared to say that he could do anything. Naruto said directly, "Seal your memory, from the day of the extermination to the present, all the memories. Let you completely forget about these years, and experience it again." Naruto has been observing Sasuke's Sharingan changes just now, and has felt a tendency to evolve. But it always feels like something is missing. There is a feeling that you are about to reach the climax, but you can't make it no matter what. Just a little bit. As Sasuke watches more, the tendency to evolve becomes smaller and smaller. So Naruto thought of sealing the memory while making Uchiha Izumi stop. Although the brain memory is sealed, there are still body memory, cell memory, and so on. It can't really do the same thing as Uchiha witnessing genocide for the first time. But only if Sasuke's emotions were a little stronger. A little more stimulation. Naruto believes that Sasuke can successfully open the Erguyu. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's body trembled. Does that mean continue? Fear suddenly appeared on Sasuke's face, and his body trembled subconsciously. Seeing this, Naruto shook his head with a face full of disappointment, and said, "Don't dare to face it again? That's fine." Seeing this, Sasuke clenched his fists subconsciously. Just like his father disappointed him when he was a child. Genocide night, Uchiha Itachi to his disappointment. Naruto's disappointed expression deeply hurt his self-esteem. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "No. Who said I dare not? I can. He is not useless. Don't let him down again. He doesn't want to see that look again." Good. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up, and he didn't talk nonsense, and quickly formed a seal. Seal. Sasuke's brain froze suddenly, empty and blank, as if he had lost something suddenly. Then he looked blankly at the environment in the room. He didn't know why he was here. Why are you lying on the ground? Why does the brain ache? Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing Naruto sitting aside with the corner of his mouth curled up, an idea came to Sasuke's mind. He was bullied. Unwillingness and anger suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. Putting his hands on the ground, he was about to get up. "Sasuke." Suddenly a female voice came. Sasuke immediately turned his head to look. Looking at each other, Izumi Uchiha quickly launched the Blood Wheel Eye illusion. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Immediately, his eyes were dull, and his eyes flew around. There is something faintly familiar in my heart. But I don't know why. Ignoring Sasuke, Naruto turned to look at Izumi Uchiha. Let him read it again. It's best if he can successfully open the Erguyu. If he can't open it, he will find another way. Today is almost the same. It has been more than an hour since I finished dinner. Although the avatar was separated and disguised. But in Umbu's eyes, Sasuke has never come out of Naruto's house. It's not good to stay too long. Uchiha Izumi is also a little tired from keeping the illusion on and controlling Sasuke to prevent him from subconsciously catching his eyes. Come and sit next to Naruto. Then the two leaned together and held their chins. Looking at Sasuke with blank eyes, sometimes bewildered, sometimes frightened, sometimes angry, and the expression on his face is constantly changing. After seeing Sasuke subconsciously opened the single hook jade again, the two came a little bit expectantly. After a while, the goblins in Sasuke's eyes started to turn. Naruto raised his eyebrows and nodded inwardly. It worked. The single Guya began to rotate at a high speed, and in an instant Guya released a Tomo, which turned into a pair of scarlet Guyu. Seeing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a pair immediately turned to look at Uchiha Spring. Quan, stop! Uchiha Izumi quickly undoes the illusion. Sasuke felt his eyes go dark and almost fainted. There was no need to fall, Ben was already lying on the ground. I saw Sasuke's veins bulging, his mouth slightly opened, as if he was about to roar. Naruto quickly bears Indian style. Solution. Sasuke's brain froze, and his pupils constricted while his memory was instantly restored. He feels it. Feel the power of the pupils in the eyes soar. Vision becomes clear again. Did you make it? Worried that it was an illusion, Sasuke subconsciously looked at Naruto. There was a smile on Naruto's face, and he took out a mirror from nowhere. See for yourself. Looking at the scarlet double hook jade in the reflection, Sasuke clenched his fist tightly. He is not trash. He still does it. Even if the process is a bit painful, it's all worth it. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Immediately he opened his mouth and said, "That's all for today. When you go back, you can't open Sharingan, you know." Sasuke, who was falling into complacency, frowned and said doubtfully, "Not even at home." Naruto gave Sasuke a meaningful look. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. Someone is watching. When did it start? How can he not know? Sure enough, is Hokage worried about him? Damn it, what the hell was I complacent about just now? He's just a bird in a cage. The joy of just evolving Guyu is like being poured out by a basin of cold water in an instant. Seeing Sasuke, who was victimized and paranoid, he didn't know what he thought of, and Naruto didn't bother to explain, and said, "Okay, we're going back." After returning home, after receiving the clone memory, Naruto said to Sasuke, "You go back first, exercise well during this period of time. For the rest, wait until your physical fitness improves." Sasuke nodded silently. "Go to the door, open the door and walk out." After hesitating for a while, under Naruto's puzzled gaze, Sasuke whispered, "Thank you." Bang! As if fleeing, he quickly closed the door and ran towards home. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Sasuke also has the attribute of being arrogant. Chapter 77. Ninja School. After lunch, Naruto leaned against the shade of the tree, listening to the rustle of the leaves, and felt the autumn wind blowing against his face. Under the shade of a tree not far away, Sasuke was surrounded by a group of girls with an impatient expression on his face. At this moment, Ino poked Naruto with his finger, curiously said, "Naruto, your relationship with Sasuke seems to be getting better recently. Although they have no communication in the class. But recently Naruto and Sasuke come to the classroom at the same time every day. Sasuke will wait for Naruto to go with him after school." Not only Ino was curious, but the whole class felt very strange. It feels like the whole world has changed since Naruto sent a bento to Sasuke. Naruto who often beats Sasuke and Sasuke who is often beaten by Naruto. Of course, it is a bit of an exaggeration to say that Naruto often beats up Zo067. Sasuke, who should be a bit often provokes Naruto, asking for a severe beating. But these two have come together. Is the world changing too fast, or are they not reacting? Now Sasuke doesn't provoke Naruto either. The famous scenes that are popular in the actual combat class are gone. The boys in the class felt that a lot of fun was missing. On the contrary, the nympho around Sasuke seemed very happy. Because there is no need to feel sorry for Sasuke's face anymore. Naruto in the fake sleep raised his eyelids slightly. Isn't Sasuke living near me now? My family's Uchiha Izumi is the only remaining member of Sasuke's clan. I've become familiar with it after going back and forth. Hearing this, Ino nodded thoughtfully. Really? Living nearby, the only remaining clansmen live with Naruto, so it's hard not to know him well. The best thing is that Sasuke ends up walking with Naruto's sister Izumi, and Hinata is forced to intermarry again. That would be perfect. Thinking of this in his heart, Ino only felt flattered. As for little Sakura? He glanced at the little Sakura who was sitting next to Sasuke with a faceless face. Ino sighed secretly. Anyway, she has no hope. For the happiness of my good sisters, I can only say sorry. True plastic sisters. The little Sakura who was sitting next to Sasuke trembled, suddenly feeling a wave of malice. At this time, Naruto asked. By the way, how is your family's ninjutsu practice? Naruto talked to them about everything. From time to time, I will care about their cultivation. Both Ino and Hinata are concerned about the lack of progress, disappointing Naruto. So Ino and Hinata will be ruthless to practice after returning home. Ino likes to compare with Hinata again. Although Hinata didn't think so, she naturally didn't want to be compared. Both of them worked hard. The strength ranking in the class has always been Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino. Yes, nothing compares to Hinata. Most of the students in the ninja school have not mastered ninjutsu, and the actual combat class can only be a competition of taijutsu. Hinata practiced gentle fists since she was a child, and it was really difficult for Ino to win. That's why Ino likes to compare with Hinata. Seeing that Ino came back to his senses, he said with color on his face, I have already learned our family's secret art. While speaking, he showed his heart to the little Sakura in the distance. Heart-to-heart technique. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hugs the limp Ino. Although she couldn't see the activation of her secret technique. But Naruto felt a dark force burst out from Ino's body and merged into Xylo's body. Not far away. Little Sakura's eyes revealed a sly look. Seeing Naruto hugging his body, he thought to himself, the plan is clear. Damn it, Ino pig, get out of my body. Okay, give me some peace. What's wrong with leaving me alone? After finishing speaking, Ino didn't care about little Sakura's constant yelling in his head. Holding his chin, looking not far away, Naruto is hugging his own image. Although he couldn't feel it, Ino thought it was a kind of enjoyment to look at it like this. Looking at it, a peach blush could not help but appear on the cheeks. Not far away. Naruto asked Hinata, has Hinata been practicing well recently? With a little joy on his face, Hinata said softly, Mr. Naruto, I have learned 8 trigrams 32 palms now. Oh? Have you learned 8 trigrams? 32 palms. Naruto's heart moved, and he continued to ask, does Hayashi uncle know? Hinata's strength has improved compared to the original, and I don't know if it will cause Hanabi to be planted with caged bird. Hinata, who didn't know what Naruto was thinking, smiled and said. Father was very pleased when he found out, and he even praised me. Yesterday, he even asked mother to cook the meals I like. When it comes to food, he said with some regret, it's a pity that the portion is a bit small. After finishing speaking, a blush rose on his cheeks, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. It's really hard for her. He couldn't help stretching out his hand and pinching Hinata's blushing face. Hinata trembled slightly, and buried her lowered head in front of her chest. Not far away. Watch Naruto and Hinata interact. The little Sakura, who was entered into the body by Ino, clenched her fists tightly, biting her lower lip, her eyes suddenly lit up with fire. Hinata actually sneaked away while she was away. Sure enough, Hinata is her lifelong enemy. Haha, Ino pig, hurry back. Your Naruto will be hooked by Hinata. Hearing this gloating voice, a huge minister appeared on the broad forehead of little Sakura. Sasuke beside him frowned. Could this nympho be stupid? He moved his butt subconsciously, away from the little Sakura. Damn it! Ino pig, it's all your fault, Sasuke hates me 2.1. Get out of my body. Hearing the voice in his head, little Sakura rolled his eyes and his heart brightened. Sasuke. While yelling loudly, his body jumped towards Sasuke. The dazed real little Sakura only felt that she regained control of her body, and saw that she was about to throw herself into Sasuke's arms. I couldn't help but shouted in my heart. Ino. Well done. Next moment, Sasuke dodges quickly. Bang. Sasuke shook his head. The little Sakura, who didn't even look at the big font and was lying on the grass with extremely indecent movements, walked directly to the classroom. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Ino, who released the heart-to-heart technique and returned to the main body, burst out laughing. True plastic sisters. Ino. Chapter 78. Hinata, I'm going to the bathroom. Seeing Sasuke walk into the teaching building, Naruto found an excuse to follow. As for Ino, I don't know where he went after being chased by little Sakura. Sasuke. Hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke turned around. Naruto signaled the direction of the bathroom. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat and he quickly followed. After walking into the bathroom and making sure there was no one there, Naruto said, I'll take you somewhere today. #7. Sasuke didn't ask where he was going, just nodded. Anyway, Naruto won't cheat him. It has been more than half a year since the Jade was opened. During this time Sasuke has been working hard on his body. After 2 hours of physical training every morning, he can barely catch up with Naruto's speed. Of course, he didn't know that Naruto still had weight on his body. Anyway, Sasuke thinks he's doing it again. He has been looking for an opportunity to let Naruto arrange his next training. Now that Naruto took the initiative to invite him, Sasuke even looked forward to it. At this time, Naruto reminded, create a shadow clone. Sasuke was stunned. My shadow clone can't last until Ninja School 05 is over. Naruto gave Sasuke a meaningful look. As if to say, you still can't do it. Sasuke's face darkened. Naruto can split several shadow clone to last more than 1 day. Where is the limit? Sasuke has no idea. He forked out a shadow clone, which couldn't even last an afternoon. Sasuke's newly raised self-confidence suddenly sank again. Naruto didn't say much, and directly separated 2 shadow clone. One of them transforms into Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke expressed concern. You're in the ninja school and you're pretending to be me, so you won't reveal yourself. Naruto said in a daze, as long as you don't speak, can you pretend to be paralyzed? Hearing this, Sasuke seems unable to refute. Naruto smiled, and launched Flying Thunder God directly with Sasuke's main body, and disappeared in place instantly. Yan'an Village. Xianglin, who was helping Naruto clean the room, noticed the movement behind him and seemed to think of something. He was overjoyed and turned around immediately. After seeing Naruto, Xianglin's eyes brightened, and he ran to Naruto's side, and said happily, Naruto, you are gone. Well, come and have a look today if you have nothing to do. Smiling and rubbing Kaorin's head, Naruto continued, thanks for your hard work. In this room, he just used it as the coordinate point of Flying Thunder God. But Xianglin insisted on cleaning every day, so Naruto had to let her. Xianglin shook his head with a smile and said, it's okay, anyway, idle is idle. Naruto comes over at a relatively fixed time. One after lunch, one after dinner. Xianglin just thought about whether he could meet Naruto here, and then clean up and show off. Didn't you see Naruto rubbing her head? Shannon is a clever little ghost. Naruto didn't say anything more, and introduced. Era, this is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, this is Uzumaki. Xianglin said obediently, Sasuke, hello. In front of Naruto, she is a gentle and well-behaved little girl. Sasuke nodded with a slumped face, hello, Xianglin. Xianglin's surname was a little strange in my heart, but I didn't ask much. After getting acquainted with each other, Naruto asked, Karen, where is Orochimaru? Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Orochimaru? He is no longer the son who didn't know anything before. Recently, I have checked a lot of information. Orochimaru, Sasuke, one of Konoha's Sunan, has also heard of it. Naruto is actually connected to Orochimaru? Xianglin shook his head and said, I don't know the whereabouts of Master Orochimaru, but I saw Do just now. How about I take you to find Do and ask? Naruto nodded, alright. While walking, Naruto said to Sasuke. Later, I'll ask Do to arrange some ninjas to practice with you and test your strength. You can use your full strength. As for murder or something, Naruto didn't say anything. Whether Sasuke can win is still a question. Even if he can win, Sasuke has never killed anyone, so he won't be so murderous. As for killing, kill and kill. Orochimaru wouldn't care about some genin either. After a while, having found Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto gestured to Sasuke behind him and said, Do, arrange some genin for me to play with Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, wondering, just genin. From Do's point of view, both Uchiha Izumi and Naruto are so strong, and the specially brought Sasuke is not bad either. Is it really just for fun? Is it Uchiha's bad taste? Sasuke felt that he was underestimated, and proudly said, Chunin is fine too. Hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. Just Chunin. It seems he was mistaken. But Yakushi Kabuto didn't speak, and glanced at Ming Xian. Then Chunin, just don't die. What about Orochimaru? Naruto decided to fulfill Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto said, Orochimaru is in the laboratory, not some important experiment. Not an important experiment means you can use Flying Thunder God directly to Orochimaru. Understanding what Yakushi Kabuto meant, Naruto said, okay, Sasuke will leave to you. Turning his head to Xianglin, he said, Xianglin. If you have nothing to do, you can follow along. Kabuto recently learned a little medical ninjutsu from Yakushi Kabuto, and just in time to try it out with Sasuke. After nodding to Sasuke, Naruto directly used Flying Thunder God to leave. Laboratory. Looking at the white 523 heads soaked in formalin, Naruto said with a smile. How about Orochimaru? Orochimaru's face was full of smiles, and he even said excitedly. Very well, I injected them with quite a few Hashirama cells. Although a few died, the ones left now are much stronger than when they were captured. The vitality is amazing. I really wonder how there is such a life in this world. After finishing speaking, he turned to Naruto and said, Thank you Naruto-kun for the information. Living corpse reincarnation, every reincarnation will cause damage to the soul. And these white Zetsu are just the body and have no soul, so they are very suitable for Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. More importantly, the vitality is very strong. After reincarnating into these white Zetsu bodies, Orochimaru's modified body, White Snake Sage, can be stored. If it wasn't for Naruto's reminder, Orochimaru didn't know that these useless white Zetsu had so many benefits. What Uchiha, dead bone pulse is strong though. But Orochimaru didn't care. All he seeks is eternal life. As for strength, it is just a byproduct of the pursuit of eternal life. Naruto smiled and said, It's fine, as long as you are suitable. I'm going to start living corpse reincarnation after checking the data for a while. Mr. Naruto, are you interested in taking a look? The potential of white Zetsu has almost been tapped, and Yen Shimaru can't wait to try it out. Good. Naruto nodded. Chapter 79. Following Yakushi Kabuto all the way outside, looking at the houses, Sasuke wondered. Xianglin, where is this place? Xianglin glanced at Sasuke, and said strangely, Didn't Naruto tell you? This is Otanin village. Although a bit strange, Kaoru answered Sasuke's question. Being able to be brought here by Naruto is naturally a trustworthy person. Ninja village. Sasuke was taken aback, with question marks all over his head. No matter how I checked my memory, I couldn't find any information about this ninja village. Never heard of it. Yakushi Kabuto, who was walking in front, laughed. The Sound Ninja Village has been established for a short time, and it is not very popular in the ninja world. It is normal for you who have not heard of it. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded without any hesitation. After a while, come to a training session. Yakushi Kabuto arranged for a lot of ninjas to come. There is Chunin, and there is Genin. Among them, the future Odanin 5 are on this list. Send a genin first. Scanning around the sound ninja, Yakushi Kabuto still decided to let genin try Sasuke's strength first. Because of the impression of Naruto and Uchiha Izumi, he preconceived that Sasuke's strength is also good. Looking back now, the genin that Naruto said is probably Sasuke's current strength. Naruto said it would be good if people were not dead, but Yakushi Kabuto would be stupid if he really wanted to hear that. Orochimaru's previous goal was Sasuke, and Naruto was able to persuade Orochimaru to give up Sasuke, which shows that Sasuke is more important. Naruto will bring Sasuke to Yunin village, which also illustrates this point. As a former multifaceted spy, Yakushi Kabuto has an outstanding ability to listen to words and read people's minds. It's really going to hurt Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto can't take the responsibility, and Orochimaru can't keep him. He still clearly remembers the original 2 pairs of Mangekyo and the pet-like 9 tails. Teiwa, do 2 tricks with this Sasuke. Yakushi Kabuto ordered a female ninja. Teiwa, one of the future 5. Yes. Teiwa didn't talk nonsense, and rushed directly to Sasuke, who was standing alone in the training ground. A female ninja. Seeing that a female ninja was sent out, Sasuke felt a little unhappy, but he didn't underestimate it. When you are about to get close, quickly unfold the Scarlet Two-Tomo Sharingan, and the illusion is activated. Izumi Uchiha knows from time to time that his use of Sharingan is pretty good. Teiwa, who was maintaining the sprinting movement, paused. The momentum of the forward rush could no longer be stopped, and he was about to crash into Sasuke. Sasuke, whose physical skills have improved a lot, quickly raised his legs and kicked out. The technique of exerting strength is proficient, and the movements are completed in one go. Puff! Spit out a mouthful of acid water. Under the severe pain, he got rid of the control of the illusion, and Duayu was directly kicked away. Enduring the pain by force, he quickly took out the flute in the air, and after landing, he slid back inertially and played it quickly. Special rhythm played. Sasuke saw the picture change in front of him. Illusion. With a slight movement in his heart, Sharingan's pupil power exploded. Illusion is useless to me. While breaking through the illusion, he found Teiwa's position, and burst out several kunai from both hands. Yakushi Kabuto on the side nodded secretly. Although Teiwa was careless, but Sasuke's ability is not bad. Teiwa is not the weakest among the Odanin's genin present. But it can't be much stronger. After several fights, he was completely suppressed by Sasuke. The rhythm illusion that is good at is also defeated by Sasuke's Sharingan. Can only rely on ruthless circle. The result is very obvious. 2 minutes later, Sasuke, holding Teiwa's neck with a kunai, turned to Yakushi Kabuto and said, isn't there a stronger one? Didn't know Deo was just genin. After an actual battle, Sasuke's confidence has been greatly enhanced. Sasuke is doing it again. Seeing this, Xianglin, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and laughed. The strength is average, but it's pretty crazy. Of course, the analogy of aroma is Naruto. Strong and good character. Thinking of this, Xianglin felt a resentment in his heart. If he hadn't come, maybe she could still be with Naruto. Yakushi Kabuto said, Teiwa, step down. At this time, an Odanin who was wearing a long-chested robe, with white hair, green pupils, and 2 red dots between his brows, came over. The most important intelligence gathering for a ninja, the family emblem on his clothes has already explained his identity. You are too careless. Teiwa, who had just stepped back, froze. She was really careless just now. Seeing that the other party was young, she didn't pay much attention to it. After knowing it, the other party's Sharingan restrained her illusion too much. But Duayu dare not quibble. The people in front of her were too rigid, she couldn't afford to provoke them, and she didn't dare to provoke them. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said, Kimimaro, why are you here? Let me take a look at Lord Orochimaru's favorite vessel. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke with scrutiny. Sasuke frowned. Although I don't know what a container is. But when you hear it, you know it's not a good thing. Yakushi Kabuto said, Master Orochimaru has found a better substitute. Naturally, Kimimaro knew this information, nodded, turned and left without saying anything. Sasuke suddenly said, "Do, can you let him go?" Hearing this, Yakushi said in secret. Kimimaro, who had already walked 2 steps, turned around and said, "You want to fight me?" Sasuke said with a slumped face, "Don't you dare." "Good." Kimimaro couldn't see any emotion, his face was as difficult as Sasuke's. With a turn of the hand, a bone blade protruded from the wrist, and it was immediately held in the hand. Bone? This is it. Sasuke couldn't help squinting his eyes. Sasuke doesn't know anything about dead bone pulse in Mist Ninja Village. Suddenly, Kimimaro exerted force under his feet, the ground cracked directly, and a forward rush came to Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Can't keep up. His Sharingan can't keep up with the opponent's speed. Kimimaro, stop. While Yakushi Kabuto shouted, he immediately cast body flicker technique in an attempt to stop Kimimaro. And it didn't stop there with Yakushi Kabuto's voice. "Is this all you can do?" Feeling a little disappointed, the bone blade in his hand avoided the vitals and stabbed. "He's going to kill me." Sasuke's heart trembled. Kimimiro's speed was so fast that he couldn't make an accurate judgment. Under a strong crisis, he could only barely move his body sideways. Chi. After the bone blade pierced Sasuke's chest for a few minutes, he was stopped by Yakushi Kabuto, who rushed between the two. Holding Kimimiro's hand holding the bone blade tightly, Yakushi Kabuto said quickly, "This is the person Naruto brought here, Kimimaro, please don't cause trouble for Master Orochimaru." With a glint in his eyes, Kimimaro only thought that Sasuke was an experiment brought by Orochimaru. But now thinking of a certain Uchiha's Mangekyo, he felt as if he had gotten into trouble. "Master Orochimaru, Naruto." Chatting with Orochimaru, Mamali, Yakushi Kabuto hurried in. After seeing Naruto, he dodged his eyes. Naruto's heart moved slightly, and there was a faint guess in his heart. Suddenly interrupted, Orochimaru, who was a little displeased, said, "Do, what's the matter?" Yakushi Kabuto looked nervous, glanced at Naruto, and quickly moved away, that Sasuke was seriously injured by Kimimaro. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Naruto. "He still doesn't know about Sasuke's arrival." Naruto said indifferently. "Wouldn't it be better to treat it? Naruto won't worry about Sasuke's fate. I'm curious how Sasuke was hurt by Kimimaro. Didn't you say Chunin? Kimimiro's blood-inherited disease is not very serious now, and Naruto has seen it several times. When we first met, I heard Uchiha Izumi make some jokes about Orochimaru. Kimimaro desperately wanted to teach Uchiha Izumi a lesson, but was brutally abused. When we met later, I was quite obedient and polite. But no matter how you say it, it is at least higher than the Jonin base. How could they fight with Sasuke?" Chapter 80. Knowing that Naruto didn't take it seriously, Yakushi Kabuto was relieved. Immediately said roughly. Kimimaro passed by and watched the competition between Sasuke and Teiwa, commented a few words, and was invited by Sasuke to fight. As a result, he was stabbed about 6 centimeters into his right chest by a bone blade. Now he has been treated and Sasuke is resting. Yakushi Kabuto was embarrassed to say the process of direct spike. Naruto was overjoyed, just be seconded by Kimimaro. Hearing that it was just stabbed into the right chest, Naruto also let go of only a little worry. Even piercing the right chest is not a serious injury here in Orochimaru. What's more, Sasuke has Quan's resurrection armor on his body. If the heart is pierced, the resurrection armor will be activated directly. What Naruto was worried about was just worrying about the serious injury, such as severed limbs, and the Sharingan was injured, which would lead to the waste of Quan's resurrection armor. This is to save Sasuke's life when someone forcibly breaks the seal of tongue eradication. Of course, this is just in case. If you really want to use it, you can rewrite and seal it. Piece of cake. I originally brought Sasuke here to let him see the heights of the sky and the earth. Just got hurt. Hitting bigger is better. Only in this way will Sasuke work hard to practice. Anyway, Sasuke's character is like this. Just give him a good beating. He will practice desperately as a werewolf. Otherwise, Did Naruto bring him here to seek confidence? How can it be? 957. Yakushi Kabuto said seeming a little embarrassed. Naruto brought people here to practice, and Kimimaro directly followed Sasuke, always feeling that he was not good at doing things. Naruto asked, what about Sasuke now? Yakushi Kabuto said, arrange to rest in the room. Well, yipping is relatively low. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. I'll go and have a look, Orochimaru, I'll come back later. After speaking, launch Flying Thunder God directly and leave. After Naruto left, Orochimaru said to Yakushi Kabuto, "Do, you are too careful and think too much." As a reminder, Orochimaru no longer cared about this issue. It cannot be smooth sailing for a ninja to grow up. Only by being injured can the bloodiness be stimulated and growth can be achieved. Naruto is not Sasuke's nanny either. Turning around and looking at White Zetsu in the form Alan, he turned because of the snake's grip and said, "Help me prepare for reincarnation." Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The other side. Looking at Sasuke, who was leaning on the bed with a bandage on his chest, his face was a bit lonely. Naruto wanted to laugh a little. Turning his head to look to the other side, he saw Kimimaro guarding the door with a paralyzed face. Naruto said to the gate god outside the room, "Kimimaro, don't worry, go back first." Standing at the door made Sasuke even more upset. "Yes." Kimimaro bowed slightly, then turned and left. Naruto turned to Sasuke and joked, "Won't you be hit?" Sasuke stared at the gone figure and asked, "His name is Kimimaro?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, dead bone pulse of the Teruyuki clan." Sasuke asked, "How strong is he?" Naruto shrugged, "It's okay." "Good." Sasuke couldn't help clenching his fists. "Kill him instantly, even Sharingan can't keep up with his speed." In Naruto's review, "It's just okay." Naruto explained slightly, "It's a little higher than Jonin's baseline. Kimimaro has blood disease, and he can't exert his full strength." Sasuke suddenly asked, "Naruto, can you beat him?" I saw Naruto half smile, as if he was looking into the eyes of a fool. Sasuke also felt stupid. Yakushi Kabuto said not to trouble Orochimaru. When Kimimaro heard that he was from Naruto, his color changed immediately. Just a word from Naruto, Kimimaro obediently left. "Doesn't that explain it all?" Seeing this, Naruto said, "You take a good rest, go back and practice hard, and you will soon overtake him in the future." Sasuke nodded heavily. Naruto didn't say any more, launched Flying Thunder God and returned to the laboratory. I saw that Yakushi Kabuto had captured a white Zetsu. Kimimaro is also on the side. Orochimaru saw Naruto, smiled and said, "Naruto, it's started." Naruto nodded. A white snake sage carrying the spirit of Orochimaru flew out of Orochimaru's mouth. If I remember correctly, this body should now be a female ninja. That is Ant Snake. This, Afa, body Orochimaru has been using for 4-5 years now. White Snake Sage circled in the air. Yakushi Kabuto opened the mouth of a white Zetsu. White Snake Sage poured from White Zetsu's mouth until the whole thing was submerged. White Zetsu's body began to change, and then slowly changed into the appearance of Orochimaru. No tedious preparation is required. There are no fancy spells. Living corpse reincarnation is that simple. But for Orochimaru, every reincarnation is a new birth. Feels great. Orochimaru felt the majestic vitality coming from his body, with joy on his face. It was as if White Zetsu's body was being prepared for the living corpse reincarnation. No harm will be done to his spirit and soul. It can fully bear his strength, can be 100% fired, and even stronger. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help showing joy on his face. "Congratulations, Master Orochimaru." On the side, Kimimiro's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He was imprisoned in the dungeon by his tribe since he was a child and used as a killing weapon. It was Orochimaru who recognized him and made him understand the meaning of his life. Kimimaro has always wanted to act as a container for Orochimaru. Wants to become one with Orochimaru, whom he respects and adores most. Being able to be Orochimaru's container is the best affirmation for him. It's just a pity. Cough cough. The lost Kimimaro couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood. Frowning, Orochimaru walked over to Kimimaro and checked it quickly. Kimimaro, you're sick again. Kimimaro is Orochimaru's most valued subordinate. Seeing his illness, the joy of just reincarnated instantly dilutes a lot. Kimimaro shook his head and said, "It's okay, Master Orochimaru, I've made you worry." Naruto curiously said, "Kimimiro's disease should be caused by excessive use of dead bone pulse." Orochimaru's heart moved slightly. He turned to Naruto and said, "Is there anything Naruto-kun can do?" Kimimiro's illness was indeed due to overuse. As long as it is not used, the probability of disease will be reduced. And every time after a war, it is bound to get sick. The difference is only in degree of depth. Naruto could tell at a glance, and Orochimaru guessed that Naruto would have a way. Kimimaro couldn't help looking at Naruto too. Naruto asked curiously, "Have you tried Hashirama cells?" As for dead bone pulse, Naruto is also less clear. But bone is mainly composed of calcium carbonate and phosphoric acid, and some trace elements. Excessive use will definitely lead to excessive loss of these elements and cause damage to the body. But knowing what to do, Naruto was blinded. Orochimaru shook his head, "I'm worried that Kimimiro's body won't be able to take it." Naruto nodded. Not many people can successfully transplant Hashirama cells. If the transplant fails, the probability of death is very high. Orochimaru has been studying Hashirama cells for so many years, but he dare not make any difference to his body. And successful transplantation may not be effective for dead bone pulse. Disable the Hashirama cell option first. Naruto then asked, "Have you tried Tsunade?" Chapter 81. I wanted to get Tsunade out, it was so hard. Orochimaru used to be the tutor of Tsunade's younger brother Nawake. But he didn't take good care of Nawake. This matter has been a diaphragm between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, Tsunade probably won't look well, let alone help. Naruto smiled and said, "It is said that Tsunade has also taken on some difficult and miscellaneous medical missions in recent years to earn mission money. Orochimaru, you can ask Kimimaro to find Tsunade. Just be prepared for more medical bills. Isn't Tsunade rich and not making money? Orochimaru has no shortage of money." Hearing this, Orochimaru was taken aback. Yet, why did he show up? Wouldn't it be good to just give the money directly and treat it as a common transaction? Orochimaru has also heard the name of Tsunade, the big fat sheep. Must be very short of money. After thinking about it, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. "Naruto, the idea is good, are you interested in taking a trip?" He felt that it was not safe enough to let go of the horse. It would be safer to let Naruto play the role. Naruto wondered, "Have you found Tsunade's whereabouts?" Orochimaru nodded and said, "Yes, it's on the Fire Country Bamboo Street." "Well, there is also a Flying Thunder God seal left near Pamphlet Street. I will take Kimimaro there." Naruto didn't refuse. Kimimaro is loyal to Orochimaru, which means he is loyal to him. It would be too wasteful for such a subordinate with good strength and high potential to be tortured to death by blood-inherited disease. After a while, Orochimaru prepared a full 100 million taels for Naruto. It looks like it's not bad for money. In Konoha village, an S-level task is only worth 1 million. 100 million is a lot. Many jonin will never earn this much in their lifetime. Pamphlet Street. Naruto, Kimimaro, and Karen are walking on the streets of Bamboo Street. Phosphorus was brought by Naruto on a whim. Let's see if Tsunade can speak for the sake of the Uzumaki people. Of course, just have an idea, it doesn't matter if it works or not. Walking through several casinos along the way, I heard the rumors of the big fat sheep, but no one noticed. After searching for more than an hour, it was getting dark. Suddenly, stop! The sound of footsteps came from behind. A blonde-haired woman and a black-haired girl holding a piglet ran past, and many people were chasing after them. Seeing the word gamble behind the flowing green coat of the blonde woman, Naruto was amused. Xianglin asked suspiciously, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto gestured slightly to the backs of Tsunade and Shizune, I found it, and the diet called me numb. The face is numb. Xianglin muttered something in a low voice, and then dared not answer. They. Tsunade in Legendary will be chased by a group of common people? And if I heard you right, they are debt collectors, right? Is the dignified Tsunade princess having such a miserable life? Well, let's follow. Opening Kagura's mind, Naruto took Kafas, and Kimimaro followed behind Tsunade. The other side. Throwing away the debt collectors from common, Tsunade frowned slightly, and turned to look behind him. Shizune followed Tsunade's gaze, but found nothing. Then he wondered, Master Tsunade, what's wrong? Tsunade said, someone came to the door. She found out that she was being followed, not by common people. The three of Naruto followed behind Tsunade not far or near, and they didn't mean to hide deliberately. Tsunade was also used to it, didn't care, and waited quietly. Maybe it was sending money to the door. Shizune's heart skipped a beat. She understood that this someone was not a debt collector. Many people have also approached Tsunade over the years. Except for some ninjas who persuaded Tsunade to return to Konoha. More, it is some ninja who asked Tsunade to cure the disease. Thinking of this, Shizune secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It is good to have income, then there is no need to hide debts everywhere. The other side. Sensing that Tsunade stopped, Naruto's heart moved slightly. Immediately turned his head and said, let's go, don't make people wait too long. After speaking, he speeded up. After a while, Tsunade crossed his arms and looked at Naruto and the three of them. The red-haired girl is too young, and the white-haired ninja is deliberately one step behind the middle man, who looks like a guard at first sight. The priority is very obvious. Tsunade looked directly at Naruto who was standing in the middle. Is there something wrong? Naruto glanced at the darkening sky and said, Master Tsunade, it's a matter of asking for a rash visit. It's just that it's getting late, why don't we find a place to sit down and talk? Okay. Let's go, Shizune, I have a treat tonight. Tsunade was very hearty, gestured to Shizune beside him, and then walked ahead to lead the way. The three of Naruto followed behind. Xianglin looked at their backs curiously. Now she believes that the one in front of her is Tsunade. Ordinary ninjas, how could they easily accept the invitation? This is the daring of a master of arts. Just the word gamble behind it. 0, asking for flowers. So personal. A box of a hot spring hotel. Tsunade looked like he was butchering a fat sheep, and ordered a lot of dishes. Shizune beside him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He glanced at Naruto worriedly, and was relieved to see that his expression was normal. She was worried about the benefactor who finally came to her door, and was scared away by Tsunade. Otherwise, you will be on the streets tonight. Naruto didn't care, he was not in a hurry. It is said that it is a lot, but it is only in the early 10,000s. Drink and eat. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed and he belched. Master Tsunade, get down to business first. Shizune next to him reminded in a low voice and gestured to Naruto. Hearing this, Tsunade came back to his senses, turned his eyes to Naruto and said, if there is anything, please tell me. 0. Seeing this, Naruto said directly, the blood-inherited disease of dead bone pulse of the Hwayuryuaki clan. Hwayuryuaki clan and blood-following ninjas. Sudden hearing of the Hwayuryuaki clan, Tsunade frowned. Immediately, he set his sights on Kimimaro, who was sick with a paralyzed face. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now that Naruto mentioned it, Tsunade noticed that Kimimaro's body is bright and the characteristics of the Yoryuaki tribe are very obvious. Looking at Naruto and Xianglin again, Tsunade was taken aback for a moment. After being dazed for a while, Tsunade couldn't help asking. You are? Naruto and Aroma have strong vitality in their bodies, which makes Tsunade feel familiar and friendly. The actor Naruto frowned and said, Sir, Tsunade's rule is not to ask about identity. Tsunade nodded and said, it's true that you can treat if you can afford it, but I'm more interested in you too. Hearing this, Naruto showed hesitation on his face. After pondering for a while, he said, we are the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan. Hearing this, Shizune's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help looking at Gangmu. Tsunade, who already had guesses in his heart, nodded slightly, but said with a smile. You didn't check my information, so you said that on purpose? Can you prove it? Although it has been roughly determined, especially the red-haired Kafas, Naruto is not yet sure. But the Uzumaki clan has been wiped out for decades. Now there are 2 survivors, so Tsunade can't help but want to confirm. And just now Naruto hesitated. Tsunade didn't understand why he hesitated. Naruto turned his head and glanced at Xianglin, and immediately activated the Uzumaki secret technique at the same time. Adamantine sealing chains. Gold's chains burst out from Naruto and Kairin instantly. The wine glass in Tsunade's hand flicked 3 times. Chapter 82. Shizune couldn't help being surprised. Adamantine sealing chains. Shizune made a disciple of Tsunade and often went to the Senju clan. So I have also seen Uzumaki Juxin perform the secret technique adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family. Can't help but look at Tsunade again. I saw that Tsunade was already looking at the 2 large and small gold chains, slightly distracted. The Uzumaki family is her grandmother's natal family. Tsunade also has the blood of the Uzumaki family in his body. I didn't expect to see the survivors of the Uzumaki clan in my lifetime. Being able to cast adamantine sealing chains, at least in terms of blood, is relatively pure. Naruto withdrew the secret technique, gestured to Kimimaro beside him and said, Master Tsunade, can we talk? Tsunade came back to his senses and said curiously, the survivors of Uzumaki and the survivors of Kagaya walked together, and your combination is a bit surprising. The battle-crazed Hwayuryuaki clan, in addition to being family friends with the Hyuga clan. Not on good terms with the rest of the family. 583 Hwayuryuaki clan and Uzumaki clan were feuds during the Sengoku period. Naruto shook his head and said, it's just licking each other's wounds. Paused, staring at Tsunade indifferently. Master Tsunade, we have no intention of seeking a relationship. We Uzumaki survivors can't afford the relationship with Tsunade, princess of the Senju clan. You don't have to worry that we won't be able to pay for your treatment. I just hope Master Tsunade will not dislike our identities and heal our friends according to the old rules. We can't thank you enough. After speaking, slightly bowed to Tsunade. Advance with retreat. Click. There was the sound of porcelain shattering. The wine glass pinched in Tsunade's hand was crushed directly. Clenching his fists tightly, his body couldn't help shaking slightly. She really thought that Naruto meant to use the identity of the Uzumaki clan to get closer. Tsunade is also relieved to see that the blood of the Uzumaki family still exists in the world. But now, she found that she was wrong. How wrong? If she doesn't ask, the other party will not reveal the identity of the Uzumaki clan. She asked, but the other party still needed to hesitate. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan have been friends for generations. The relationship of the covenant for nearly 1,000 years. Until now, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan hesitated even to reveal their identities in front of the Senju clan. How ironic! Tsunade is a Senju descendant with Uzumaki bloodlines. Does the relationship between them need to be climbed? Unnecessary. But Naruto's attitude reveals the attitude of the Uzumaki survivors towards the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan has always hated our Senju clan, and Konoha also has a grudge. Lick each other's wounds. Isn't it the insinuation that the Uryuaki and Uzumaki clans were both betrayed and exterminated? It has been 20 years since the Uzumaki family exterminated. Or 30 years. Tsunade couldn't remember. But this hatred has continued to this generation. Tsunade, princess of the Senju clan. Can't afford it. Those words touched Tsunade's heart deeply. Has the relationship between the allies of nearly 1,000 years already collapsed? Even if the survivors of Uzumaki are wandering in the ninja world, they are unwilling to seek refuge in Konoha. Has it come to this point? Tsunade was ashamed. Sighing inwardly, putting away his thoughts, Tsunade stood up and said, "Arrange a room first, I need to check it before I can make a conclusion." "Thank you, Tsunade-sama," Naruto said gratefully. "A room in a hot spring hotel. Take out the medical equipment from the sealed scroll and help Kimimaro check his body." Tsunade looked a little ashamed and said, "First, frequent use of dead bone pulse will cause the loss of elements in the body. Second, there are germs that penetrate deep into the bone marrow. My suggestion is to stop using dead bone pulse in the future, and then take good care of it, and it will be stable for more than 10 years. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it will only last a few years at most while being tortured by Shueji. Just because of Naruto's words, Tsunade felt ashamed. I can't help now, and the surprise is even stronger. Hearing this, the last hope in Kimimura's heart was broken, and he said to Naruto, I am satisfied to be able to play for Orochimaru for a few more years. That's fine, don't worry about me anymore. Not even the best medical ninja in the ninja world can do anything about it. Kimimaro has completely given up. Kimimaro also listened to what Naruto said just now. The Uzumaki clan seems to be at odds with Tsunade. Even so, Naruto was able to find Tsunade for him, and Kimimaro was very grateful. I don't want to trouble Naruto anymore. Tsunade couldn't help shaking his head secretly. The Teruyoryuki clan is worthy of being a battle-mad man. My life is almost gone, and I have to continue to fight. It is very loyal. Naruto frowned and glanced at Kimimaro. Shut up. Yes. Kimimaro responded, immediately closed his mouth and lowered his head. Not to mention Naruto's strength. Orochimaru alone said that for Kimimaro to treat Naruto as much as he respected him. So seeing Naruto's unhappy face, Kimimaro didn't dare to refute. Seeing this, Naruto turned to Tsunade and asked, Master Tsunade, the suggestion just now should be another way, right? If you have any difficulties or concerns, you can bring them up, and we can find a way to solve them. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded and said, There are methods. The first replenishes lost elements. The second needs to remove the bacteria on the bones of the whole body. Combining the two can cure it. The first one is easy to handle. The second one needs to be slowly removed bone by bone. The process is equivalent to separating the flesh and blood of the whole body, and no one can survive it. Even if you survive and continue to use dead bone pulse in the future, you will still get sick again. And speaking of this, Tsunade said in a low mood, I can't have surgery anymore. Naruto's hand contains a huge vitality chakra. Will this keep him going? Tsunade felt the vitality in it, then frowned and said, The special healing constitution of the Uzumaki clan? But how long can you maintain it? If you overdose, it will cause your vitality to be lost. Hearing this, Kimimaro wanted to refuse again, but Naruto immediately stared at him. Seeing this, Kimimaro could only clenched his fists and lowered his head slowly. Hearing that life was going to be lost, Xianglin at the side said eagerly, You can use up mine first. While speaking, chakra with huge vitality also appeared in his hand. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, pulled La Xianglin and said, Don't worry. Seeing this, Tsunade sighed inwardly. A 1.5 is enough to be able to play for a few years. The other two are scrambling to be the first to pay the price of their lives to treat his illness. While lamenting their deep feelings, unexpectedly Naruto said, Continuous output for 24 hours will not affect me. Naruto can switch the chakra attribute at will as long as the system has analyzed it. To maintain Kimimura's life, you just need to output slowly. There is a complete Nine Tails brand battery in the body. As long as Nine Tails enters chakra into Naruto's body, and then switches to the special chakra of the mother of Xianglin, it lasts for 24 hours, what a joke. It will have no effect at all. Tsunade sighed inwardly again. She only thought that Naruto said this on purpose because he didn't want to worry his companions. Naruto, though disguised, looks to be in his early teens. Can maintain chakra output for 24 hours? Tsunade doesn't believe it. Chapter 83. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Naruto knew she didn't believe it. No nonsense either. Chakra burst out. A wave of air burst out from the body. The chakra containing vitality seems to be condensed into substance, surging wildly on the body surface. The potted plants in the room are affected by this chakra and thrive. Tsunade's pupils shrank. Not to mention the amount of chakra. This vitality has already caught up with her grandfather's. Just a little bit different. One is to focus on yourself. One is biased towards treatment. As for the amount of chakra, seeing Naruto's relaxed look, Tsunade believed it. He slightly revealed the majestic chakra in his body, and then restrained himself. Naruto said to Tsunade, "Master Tsunade, there should be no problem." Hearing this, Tsunade put away his thoughts, moved his messy hair a little, and then said, "And what about my inability to operate? How are you going to fix it?" Just now Naruto said that if there are problems, you can raise them and he will find a way to solve them. Now the problem is solved, but the problem of her inability to operate is not mentioned. Tsunade vaguely guessed that Naruto already had an idea. Although I don't have much hope in my heart, I still want to hear Naruto's method. Naruto opened his mouth and said, "Miss Tsunade's inability to undergo surgery should be 0.5 sphere of blood, right?" Tsunade's hand trembled slightly, and nodded slightly at the same time. This is her secret. But in the eyes of caring people, it is not a secret. First of all, Konoha knows a lot. Another one, as long as it is checked that she has never had an operation in these years, a certain judgment can be made. Knowing that the opponent really came prepared, Tsunade had certain expectations for Naruto's next method in his heart. Naruto continued. "Mental illness, I can use illusion to enhance Master Tsunade's willpower and face up to the inner trauma." Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Shizune on the side also lowered his head in disappointment. If it is illusion, it can be solved. So many illusion masters in Konoha have already helped Tsunade solve this problem. Seeing their disapproval, Xianglin pouted and said, "Naruto's illusion, there are few in the ninja world can compare. Ninja Genjutsu is best known as Sharingan. Sharingan is also known as the illusion eye. Naruto's Mangekyo is Sharingan's ultimate pupil eye, which is naturally equal to the pinnacle of illusion in the ninja world." Xiangfos thinks very simply. But after he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and immediately covered his mouth. Kimimaro on the side nodded subconsciously with lingering fear. Anyway, he was caught by Uchiha Izumi for a second. Naruto is also Mangekyo, naturally not bad. Naruto remained calm on the face, but was speechless in his heart. "Didn't you say it's a numb face?" "Oh? Since it looks like it, you can try it." Hearing Naruto's name, Tsunade just felt a little familiar, but didn't care. This name is very common. As long as the surnames are not grouped together, there should be no problem. On the contrary, I am a little interested in what Xianglin said, there are few comparable illusions in the ninja world. Master Tsunade. Shizune at the side tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, staring at Naruto vigilantly. Illusion does not mean that you can try it casually. If the other party has evil intentions, that is to be slaughtered. Tsunade patted Shizune's hand, indicating that it's okay. Then look at Naruto. It is not difficult for Tsunade, who has never seen Tsukuyomi before, to solve the illusion if he is prepared. Just that confident. Master Tsunade, that's an offense. Naruto's eyes instantly turned into Scarlet Mangekyo, and the right eye pupil technique was activated instantly. Distinguished heavenly gods. Tsunade's pupils shrink when he sees Sharingan. But the next moment, already hallucinated. Sharingan. Shizune turned pale with fright, quickly pulled out kunao, and was about to go up and fight Naruto desperately. Although the opponent's eyes are different from normal Sharingan. But that bleak feeling, there's nothing wrong with Sharingan. Uchiha and Senju co-founded Konoha though. But the Uchiha and Senju have always been wrong. Now Shizune has to wonder if the other party deliberately designed Tsunade to have an illusion under the pretext of curing the disease. Shizune. Tsunade shouted and stopped Shizune. Master Tsunade, are you alright? Hearing the sound, Shizune was overjoyed and turned around immediately. Tsunade directly snatched the kunao from Shizune's hand and cut it off. Chi. Tsunade stared at the wound on his palm. Blood dripped on the ground tick-tock, and he didn't even notice it. Shizune's pupils shrank. Subconsciously cover your mouth with your hands. Master Tsunade is not trembling. Master Tsunade has not changed color. I saw Tsunade staring at the wound tightly for more than 10 seconds. Then a smile appeared on his face, and the injured palm glowed with green light. Wounds heal instantly. Shiizun couldn't help but softly said, Master Tsunade, you. Unbelievable, even more unbelievable. The problem that has plagued Tsunade for more than 10 years can be solved with just one illusion. Tsunade gave a reserved hum to hide his inner excitement. Immediately looked at Naruto and said, Is your surname Uzumaki or Uchiha? Naruto said indifferently, Do we still deserve to have this kind of thing? He dared not say the surname Uzumaki. Otherwise Tsunade thought, Uzumaki Naruto? The name of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is very famous in the ninja world. Of course, now that Sharingan is exposed, Tsunade can no longer suspect Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. Both Uchiha and Uzumaki have been wiped out. Does last name matter? Naruto gestured and Kimimaro said. Master Tsunade, can we start? Tsunade said, Anytime. After finishing speaking, he turned to Shiizun and said, Shiizun, prepare the surgical equipment. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shiizun responded excitedly, quickly took out the sealing scroll, unsealed the surgical equipment inside, and placed 107. This set of medical equipment is used by her. Tsunade takes over the medical tasks. As long as there is a need for a knife to see blood, she is responsible. Some things she couldn't do, she had to push them all away. Now I can finally see Tsunade pick up the scalpel again. Shiizun is looking forward to it. Tsunade on the side seemed to think of something, turned to Naruto and asked. How long can your illusion last? Just now Tsunade felt his body secretly, and found that he was in the state of being affected by the illusion. Because it is not difficult to find the traces of the illusion under the premise of knowing that you have been under the illusion. Then Tsunade also wanted to understand that the illusion was only temporarily preventing her from being affected by blood phobia. Not a cure. There will always be a day when it loses its effect. Now there is no fear of blood, and it feels really good to feel refreshed physically and mentally. Tsunade is also unwilling to return to the original state. On the side, Shiizun, who was fiddling with surgical equipment, paused. Immediately, they all reacted, and the look of joy turned into sadness in an instant. Naruto replied, As long as Master Tsunade doesn't take the initiative to remove it and keep it for a few months, I think there should be no problem. Tsunade took a deep look at Naruto. A single illusion can affect months. It's really amazing. What the little girl Uzumaki said just now is that there are few comparable words in the ninja world. Moreover, this illusion can revive her who has been depressed for more than 10 years. I am afraid that it is very easy to do other things. Chapter 84. Kimimiro's surgery is very difficult and requires a lot of precious drugs. Naruto returns to Otonin village to get the missing medicine. Bring Sasuke back to Konoha, tell Uchiha Izumi that he won't come back at night, and then go back to Booklet Street. Seeing that Naruto was ready so quickly, Tsunade gave Naruto a meaningful look. But did not delve into it. Among ninjas, the most taboo is to detect other people's abilities. Everything is ready. The operation officially begins. Very bloody. Cut the flesh and blood piece by piece, scrape out the germs on the bones, and then apply or inject medicine on the bones. Every time a bone is completed, Naruto quickly injects chakra with healing power into the wound, allowing the cut flesh to heal quickly. Shiizun on the side is still unable to accurately judge whether the germs on the bones have been completely removed. So she can only help Tsunade wipe sweat and pass medical supplies. Xianglin, who really can't help anything, can only guard the door. Kimimaro is also ruthless. The ninja's reaction ability is extremely important, and the poor box may be cut under the knife. So Kimimaro didn't use anesthesia, just lying on the operating bed without saying a word. While carefully scratching the bones, Tsunade said, When using dead bone pulse, do you often recycle bones into your body? Kimimaro hummed lightly. Tsunade understood, and continued. While your bones and body are more resistant than the commons, you can still pick up germs by doing so. This is how the germs on your bones should be. If you use it in the future, you can no longer bring the bone back into your body, do you know? Knowing that it was caused by himself, Kimimaro felt annoyed and let out a soft hum again. Naruto moved slightly in his heart, wondering, if it is not recycled, will the loss of bone elements in the body be more serious? Tsunade glanced at Naruto, and while continuing to scrape the bones, said, "That's right, it's true, it's the same as an endless loop. Recycling, contaminated with germs, unacceptable loss of bone elements in the body is serious. It's really an endless loop." I remember that Tsunade said that this point is easier to solve. Naruto asked, "Is there a way to supplement it with external force or medicine?" Tsunade nodded and said, "Yes, I can add some more precious medicines. But this is tantamount to fighting with money. And the replenishment doesn't necessarily keep up with his churn. This depends on how often he's doing dead bone pulse. This is normal, and replenishing the body naturally costs more money." Naruto continued asking, "What about increasing the body's resistance? Is there a way to recycle bone and at the same time resist germs?" Whimsical, Tsunade shook his head and said, "I have no way to increase the resistance to the point where I can completely resist the germs." Hearing this, Naruto nodded, his eyes flickered, and he tentatively said, "What about the sage body of your Senju clan? Can it resist?" Tsunade paused for a moment, thinking that Naruto was just asking casually, so he replied, "Using dead bone pulse before and after medication should be no problem." Naruto understood. Just like fighting without wearing an umbrella, taking an anti-inflammatory drug will make you less prone to illness. After roughly understanding, Naruto doesn't bother Tsunade anymore. An operation was not completed until dawn. Kimimaro, who wanted to try his body, was directly fell asleep by Naruto's illusion of hypnosis. "This is the drug list." Tsunade wrote a drug list to Naruto for the drugs that usually need to supplement bone elements and the antiviral drugs used before and after the battle. Naruto expresses his heartfelt thanks to Tsunade. "Master Tsunade, thank you very much for your help. How much is the reward?" Tsunade shook his head and said, "Forget about the reward. Your illusion is very useful to me, can you tell me about it?" Understanding what Tsunade meant, Naruto also shook his head and said, "There is no way to copy the pupil technique that Mangekyo is equipped with." Hearing this, Tsunade and Shizune looked disappointed. They also anticipated that there would be limitations. For more than 10 years, Tsunade has no solution. How can it be copied casually? Ask out, just still have a little hope. After a moment of silence, Tsunade stared into Naruto's eyes and said, "It is said that if Mangekyo pupil technique is used too much, it will affect vision, and if the pupil power is exhausted, you will even lose your sight. Years ago during the Konoha and Cloud Shinobi War, Shisui's Mangekyo was exposed." Interested Tsunade looked up a lot of information about leaving Konoha and putting it in the wet bone forest. The precious books left by the Senju family were all moved to Shishilan by Tsunade. So Tsunade now has a certain understanding of what Mangekyo pupil art is and the characteristics of Mangekyo. Naruto gave a light hum without denying it. Tsunade said Mangekyo, and he was right. It's just that Naruto's is eternal Mangekyo. Tsunade asked slightly expectantly. "So if you use it on me once, will it have a big impact on your pupil power?" "Not big." Naruto shook his head slightly with his usual expression. He knew Tsunade was hooked. Can cheer up, who wants to be depressed? Tsunade is also unwilling to revert to the original state. Live in depression every day, and drink away your sorrows. Then you need to rely on Naruto's illusion help. Unless Tsunade is willing to agree to be his future medical minister, otherwise, Naruto will not cure her. A permanent 2-year CD of Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which has not yet been restored. Just hang Tsunade and let Tsunade do the work. Confirming that the impact is not significant, Tsunade said, "I need you to help me maintain the illusion effect, what conditions can I ask for?" After waiting for a while, seeing Naruto's hesitation, Tsunade thought he was thinking about the kindness just now. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about me treating your friend. The illusion that is still working on me has already offset the reward, and we have settled the matter. So if you have any request, you can mention it, just according to the number of times. Every time I perform an illusion, I pay you a fee." After speaking, Tsunade looked at Naruto with a slightly longing look. It has been more than 10 years, and now I have come across a solution that can solve it. Tsunade is not willing to give up even if it is only a temporary solution. As long as Naruto is willing to help her perform illusions all the time, what's the difference from a cure? But she also knows that Mangaku's pupil art has an effect on vision. Naruto said it lightly, but he might be holding on, young and face-saving. That's why I say it doesn't have much impact. But Tsunade was ready to be slaughtered. Hearing this, Naruto's thoughts raced. I think I want to let Tsunade do his best. But the current gang, Liao Wangzhou, hands are not very useful. For a short time, there was nothing Tsunade could do to help. I felt a headache. Seeing this, Tsunade, who was a little anxious in his heart, suddenly glanced at Xianglin beside Naruto. His eyes lit up immediately, and said, "Your sister has an excellent medical ninja talent. If you are willing, I would like to take her as a disciple." This is what Tsunade thought when he saw the special constitution of Keirin. Shizun's talent is limited, and there is no way to fully absorb her inheritance. So Tsunade has always had the idea of taking another apprentice. It's just that he is very talented, and makes his son admire him. There are not many people. Xianglin is from the Uzumaki family, which just made her think. It is also to make up for the guilt of the Uzumaki family in my heart. At the same time, with Xianglin by his side, Naruto naturally couldn't escape. Don't worry about not being able to find Naruto when something happens. Apprentices can inherit their own ninjutsu, make up for guilt, and even solve their own diseases. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Tsunade is also a little wit. Chapter 85. Naruto's heart moved slightly. It's a good idea. Although he knows a lot of ninjutsu. But he didn't have time, and he didn't bother to instruct. Orochimaru is also not suitable for Arafas. Tsunade is sincerely looking for someone to inherit, so he will definitely teach with all his heart. After Xianglin followed Tsunade, he would not be called for debts every day, or he would be on the way to escape debts, right? Xianglin on the side was stunned. She is just a little transparent, how did it get involved in her? Tsunade actually wanted to take her as his apprentice? She felt that what happened during this time was really too dreamy. After being rescued from Grass Ninja Village by Naruto, he went to Yunin Village. Orochimaru, who is one of the Sunin, usually guides me, and now I have Tsunade, one of the Sunin, as an apprentice. Of course, Aroma knows everything because of Naruto. Otherwise, a poor girl like her would not be favored by others. Naruto pondered for a while, looked at Xianglin and said, "Xianglin, what do you think?" Xianglin immediately said, "I listen to you." Of course, she thought about it. It is better to learn from Tsunade than to follow Orochi. Orochimaru also said that she is better suited as a medical ninja. So in Yunrin 943 village, Yakushi Kabuto is basically guiding her. Then it is obvious that Yakushi Kabuto cannot be compared with Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade at the side didn't bother, and walked out with Shizun. Leave room for both of them. Naturally, Naruto also saw that Xianglin was tempted, so he said directly, "Then you follow Tsunade-sama." Xianglin glanced at Tsunade, hesitated for a while and said, "Will you visit me often?" When it comes to the word often, vinegar is engraved. If Naruto doesn't come often, she won't be with Tsunade. At least stay in Yunin village and you can often see Naruto. Naruto rubbed Keirin's head and said, "Of course, I will come to see you often, remember not to mention the matter of Yunin village." After giving Xianglin some belongings and exhorting a few words, the two walked out. Naruto pushed Xianglin and said, "Okay, let's go." "Well, you remember." After finishing speaking, Xianglin walked up to Tsunade and called out in a low voice, "Teacher, Miss Shizun." After Tsunade said he asked, "Is it Xianglin?" Just now, Tsunade was overwhelmed by Naruto's address to Aroma. Xianglin nodded. Naruto handed a sealed scroll full of money to Tsunade and said, "I don't have any clansmen with Xianglin, so I can only keep things simple. This is a teacher-apprentice ceremony, I hope Master Tsunade will not dislike it." Xianglin will ask Master Tsunade. Not much, 10 million, let me express my heart. Anyway, Naruto plans to steal all of Orochimaru's 100 million taels. Isn't Orochimaru's equal to his? Nothing wrong. Tsunade didn't care what was inside, and took it. Okay, don't worry, I will teach Xianglin well. Thank you Tsunade-sama, then I will take Kimimaro away first. After a polite thank you, Naruto bid farewell. Born. Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. This is the heritage of the Uzumaki clan. I have a relatively complete inheritance here. Naruto shook his head, and didn't follow up. With Kushina's ability, Uzumaki's inheritance will basically be. Tsunade didn't take back his hand, shook his head and said. There is no other meaning. Before my grandmother died, please give it to the descendants of Uzumaki. I just fulfill my grandmother's last wish. Hearing this, Naruto nodded and took the scroll, then thank you Mito-sama. He knew Tsunade was probably lying. When Uzumaki Mito died, Konoha also had Uzumaki Kushina. So it's impossible for Uzumaki Mito to say please Tsunade or something. If you want to please, you should also please Uzumaki Kushina, or give it to Kushina directly. This should be a backup or something. Tsunade decided to give it to him. In my heart, I probably want to do something for the Uzumaki family. But since talking about the dead, Naruto can only accept it. Seeing that Naruto accepted, Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief. This inheritance was indeed handed over by herself. It was also just prepared outside. These inheritances are useless in her hands. In the future, she will also hand them over to Xianglin after her death, so it is better to hand them over now. It can be regarded as making up for some regrets. Her grandma would be pleased to know that. They walked out the door together, and after saying goodbye to each other, Naruto paid the bill for the hot spring hotel and went back to the room. Then, with the flying thunder god launched by Kimimaro of hypnosis, he returned to the first ninja village. Not far outside the hot spring hotel, Tsunade's heart moved slightly as he walked. The medicinal materials were prepared so quickly last night. She had already guessed that Naruto knew space ninjutsu. If it wasn't for the fact that the pair of Mangekyo can be closed at will, instead of being transplanted, she would doubt Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto. Young, Uzumaki tribe, named Naruto, who knows space ninjutsu. What a coincidence. Shaking his head, Tsunade collected his thoughts. The other side. Yunnan village. After examining Kimimiro's body, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were amazed. Really good. Sure enough, it's Tsunade Hime. After Orochimaru's side, his face showed a little gratitude. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Kimimaro has woken up, because Shimaru has learned the process from him. If Naruto hadn't solved Tsunade's hemophobia, kept him alive, and healed his wounds quickly, Kimimaro wouldn't have survived at all. Anyone whose whole body is cut open will bleed to death. No one can live without being separated from the whole body. Only like Naruto, Tsunade quickly heals the body after each bone is healed, so that the body returns to its original state, and Tsunade can survive the next bone treatment. Naruto smiled and said, Kimimaro has high potential, it would be a pity if he died early due to blood-inherited disease. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, turned to Kimimaro and said, Kimimaro, I will repay Naruto-kun's kindness in the future. Do you understand? Orochimaru also saw that Naruto valued Kimimaro, so he pushed the boat along. It can be regarded as completely assigning Kimimaro to Naruto's subordinates. With the body of White Zetsu, Orochimaru has roughly resolved his quest for immortality. Now, Orochimaru has nothing to pursue except to complete some regrets in the first half of his life, and to explore the truth of a genin world. Therefore, Orochimaru didn't pay much attention to his subordinates. Anyway, Orochimaru would not refuse Naruto's request, so he might as well go along with the flow and directly hand over Naruto's valued subordinates to him. Yes. Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro responded, then turned to Naruto and said, Master Naruto, what is the use of Kimimaro? Kimimaro will not hesitate even if it costs his life. If Kimimaro used to listen to Naruto's order only because he was afraid of Naruto's strength and Orochimaru's arrangement. Now, Kimimaro is completely loyal to Naruto and puts himself in the position of Naruto's subordinate. Chapter 86. Students, today is the graduation assessment content, clone technique. Time flies. In recent years, nothing major has happened, and the ninja world has been peaceful. In the blink of an eye, it has been 60 years for Konoha. After Iruka announced the content of the graduation assessment, he came forward to the assessment one by one according to the roll call. Yamanaka Ino. Arrive. Ino, whose name was called, walked to the front of the classroom and made a seal with both hands. Bang! With a sound, the smoke screen rises, and it turns into the appearance of Iruka. Iruka checked the details, nodded and said dash. Qualified. With a wave of his hand, after passing the examination form, Iruka handed a Konoha Shinobi Forehead Protector to Ino. Congratulations, Ino, from today, you are a Konoha Genin. After taking over the Forehead Protector, Ino excitedly said. Thank you teacher Iruka. Iruka nodded with a smile, and immediately clicked on the next name. Hyaga Hinata. Arrive. Hinata responded. Before walking to the classroom, Ino ran back to his seat, shook the forehead protector in his hand and said, Naruto, help me find out where to wear it. After speaking, he put the forehead protector on his forehead, showed it for a while, and then put it on his neck, arms, and legs after a while. All the places that can be put are put again. Naruto looked at it for a while, but he remembered how Ino wore it in his mind. After thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't remember it at all. At this time, Ino said, it seems to be troublesome to wear, and it doesn't match me, so I just put it in a ninja bag. Naruto smiled and said, it's fine if you like it. As he spoke, Naruto set his sights on Ino's small waist, which was gripping tightly. I vaguely remember wearing it on my waist. Later, the bandage was removed, exposing the waist directly, and became a small waist. Forehead protector becomes Schrodinger's forehead protector. With a humming sound from Ino, Benzun opened the ninja bag. But after noticing Naruto's gaze, his cheeks turned red. She felt that Naruto's gaze had turned into substance, as if there was a touch. Just like in normal school. After a dark cry, he tied the forehead protector to his waist. Does it look good? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. The forehead protector is designed to be tied to the forehead, so the length is limited. Ino can tie it around his waist, and he is worthy of the title of Konoha's small waist. Although Naruto has measured many times, he still loves it. At this moment, Hinata also came back, fiddled with the forehead protector, and hung it around his neck casually. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he hung it around his neck, which was quite interesting. It's just that Hinata seems to be in a bad mood today, often absent-minded. Now, even though I got the ninja forehead protector, I didn't express any reflections, and immediately started looking out the window again. Originally Naruto just thought that he was about to graduate. Hinata was a little bit sad. Now I'm not conscious anymore, so I was concerned. Hinata, what's wrong with you today? Ino also realized that something was wrong, and looked at Hinata worriedly. We have known each other for so many years and are also good friends. Ino is also a little worried about Hinata's state today. Hinata, who came back to his senses, shook his head, then lowered his head immediately. It's just that there is some worry and sadness on his face. Worried? Naruto frowned. Hinata doesn't have many friends either. The Hyaga family should be fine. Can't figure it out. Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Iruka called Naruto's name. Arrive. Naruto responded, suppressing his doubts in his heart, and quickly walked up to the front desk. I saw that Sasuke had already walked down with the forehead protector. Naruto formed a mudra with both hands, and changed into Iruka with a bang. Qualified. After a brief glance, Iruka waved his hand and wrote the word qualified on the assessment form. Take another Konoha forehead protector and say, congratulations, Naruto, you are a Konoha Genin from today. Thank you, teacher Iruka. After getting along for 6 years, Naruto also has no ill feeling towards Iruka. Of course, there is no fetters. Very common teacher-student relationship. Take the forehead protector and walk back to the seat and sit down. Naruto is the last test, Irika announced. Okay, today's assessment is over. Tomorrow is the graduate briefing, all graduates, remember to come to school on time. School is over now. After announcing that school is over, Ino gestured to Naruto for Hinata, and Naruto nodded with a relieved expression. Naruto, Hinata, see you tomorrow. Ino also knew that there were some words that Hinata could not speak to anyone except Naruto, so he left the classroom first. Sasuke looked at Naruto and saw that he and Hinata hadn't left, so he knew something was up with them. He walked out of the classroom directly, ready to wait for Naruto at the school gate. After all the students in the classroom had left, Naruto rubbed Hinata's head and said softly, "Hinata, what's the matter?" Hinata bit her lower lip and said, "Yesterday, my father asked me to compete with my sister Hanabi. Having said that, I don't know how to say it." Naruto's heart moved, and he said softly, "You won." Hinata shook her head and nodded again. In fact, Hinata doesn't know if it counts as a win. She was reluctant to make heavy moves, so she was basically dodging, and when she shot, she was also releasing water. 0, ask for flowers. In the end Hanabi was tired. Hinata only panted slightly. As a result, everyone in the Hyuga family knew it. The strength gap is a bit big. Naruto also probably knew what happened, and silently mourned for Hanabi for a while. Then he asked softly, "Is Hanabi listed as a branch house?" Instead of saying caged bird, Naruto put it mildly. Hinata nodded, and said sadly, "After the competition, my father told me to inherit the main family, and told me that Hanabi will be transferred to the ninja school next year, and when the time comes." Having said that, Hinata lowered her head with a hint of guilt on her face. She didn't know that the competition was a test for the heir of the clan. If she knew, she would have lost on purpose. Now Hanabi doesn't know, but is still happy to be able to go to the ninja school. Naruto also understood. When Hanabi arrives at the ninja school, it is probably time to engrave the caged bird. Hyuga Hayashi is also very good to her daughter, and it has been delayed for so many years. Now the two heirs will have to wait for more than half a year after the competition and assessment. If I knew it earlier, I would have reminded Hinata that I lost on purpose. If I followed the plot, I would not have these troubles today. The tradition of the Hyuga family has always been to establish the elders but not the younger ones. If Hinata loses, Hayashi can use the excuse that the second daughter Hanabi is stronger than the eldest daughter Hinata, and establish the younger and stronger Hanabi as the main family. Some clansmen who believe in respecting the strong will definitely agree, and some old and stubborn people who respect the family tradition will definitely jump out and oppose it. With Hayashi's secret control, as long as the two sides do not reach an agreement, neither Hinata nor Hanabi need to engrave caged bird. Of course, Naruto still doesn't know that Hayashi is using Hinata's reluctance to attack Hanabi as an excuse, saying that Hinata is too weak to be a clan. He insisted on persuading some elders of the family to give Hanabi more than half a year. It is estimated that Hayashi will think of some excuses to continue procrastinating. Naruto, who didn't know the inside story, sighed inwardly, thinking it was too late to think about it now. And it's Hyuga's family business again, so I don't know how to comfort her. After thinking about it, Naruto can also coax. Isn't there still a few months left? Don't worry, maybe there will be a turning point at that time. It's the end of the year now, and the new students of the ninja school will start in April, and there is still half a year left. Hinata's eyes lit up and said, "Is there really a turning point? Can Hanabi really not enter the branch house?" Naruto was taken aback. He just said, "Maybe. Not sure." But seeing Hinata's expectant eyes, Naruto can only say, "Well, it's okay. At most, if there is really no other way then, kidnap Hanabi and go." Chapter 87. With Naruto's guarantee, Hinata, who had a little blind trust in Naruto, swept away the haze in her heart. Holding hands, the two walked to the gate of the ninja school. Hyuga Neji came up, bowed slightly respectfully and said, "Master Hinata." Hinata's cheeks suddenly flushed. Neji didn't look sideways, as if he didn't see their holding hands, turned around and nodded to Naruto, saying, The family prepared a dinner to celebrate Master Hinata's graduation, and Naruto, the Hayashi god, ordered me to pick up Master Hinata and let him go. Hyaga Niji doesn't hate the clan as much as in the original book. Although his father Hyaga Hisashi still died for Hyaga Hisashi. But the war broke out, and the whole Hyaga family shouted the slogan of avenging Niji's father. Hyaga Hayashi led the ninjas of the 80% family to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. For the Hyaga family, Niji no longer has any resentment, but is more touched. Later, Hyaga Hinata, the 3-year-old heir to the clan's 677, was even thrown onto the battlefield, ready to be thrown out as a bargaining chip for defeat. Niji was raised by his father as Hinata's guard since he was a child. He regretted that he could not protect Hinata well, and began to practice hard since then. He has always maintained an attitude of outward respect and inner sympathy towards Hinata. For the key to the victory of the war, he massacred many Cloud Shinobi, held vengeance for his father, and prevented Hinata from being sent as a bargaining chip to Naruto. Niji has always maintained respect. Naruto let go of Hinata's hand and smiled. "Okay, see you tomorrow, Hinata." "Well, see you tomorrow, Naruto." After saying goodbye, Hinata walked in front, talking to Niji from time to time. Niji, however, deliberately took a step behind, as if listening to the teachings and loyally protecting the master, sister. Not paying attention to Hinata anymore, Naruto walked up to Sasuke. "Let's go, Sasuke." The two walked side by side. Sasuke couldn't help asking, "Naruto, can you both be in the same class?" After graduating from ninja school, Sasuke already knew the information that 3 people should be divided into one class. Naruto nodded slightly, "Probably." Sasuke frowned, "Should." Not satisfied with Naruto's answer. Naruto is often unpredictable, and Sasuke knows that Naruto must have some special way Hokage's arrangement. It seems omnipotent. For Naruto, Sasuke is also a bit of blind trust. Naruto said with a smile, "Sharingan can suppress Jinchuriki, and there is a high probability that we will be divided together." Now Iruka has just handed in the graduation list, and 3rd Hokage has not yet begun to formally classify. According to his grade 1st and Sasuke's 2nd in leveling, Naruto doesn't know if there will be any changes. Hearing this, Sasuke's face darkened. Sharingan can indeed suppress tailed beasts. Sasuke once verified with Uchiha Izumi that she can suppress Naruto's 9 tails. But Uchiha Izumi can, and Sasuke doesn't think he can either. He's still a little out of date now. So I always feel that Naruto's words Sharingan can suppress tailed beasts are full of ridicule. Sasuke is very aware of Naruto's venomous tongue, and is even immune to it. Not too entangled, Sasuke turned to ask. Then there is another one. Sasuke has already taken Naruto's high probability as affirmation. Anyway, words like should, possible, and high probability, said from Naruto's mouth, will basically come true. Naruto shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this. According to the practice of class division, most of them are 2 men and 1 woman, and 1 should be a girl. Too many changes now. Little Sakura has no bond with Naruto, nor Sasuke. Naruto thinks it's impossible for little Sakura. Nympho, many graduates in the class. It is impossible for little Sakura to be so lucky to be selected as a regulator by 3rd Hokage. Girl." Iron Man's Sasuke frowned. "There are not many strong girls in the class." Thinking of the ranking of the girls in the class, Sasuke said with a black face, "It can't be Hinata, Ino. The strongest girls in the class are Hinata and Ino." Sasuke thinks very simply, whoever can share with him and Naruto must be strong. Besides Hinata and Ino, what qualifications do other girls have to share with them? Are you holding back? But I also think about Hinata. If Ino and Naruto get together. Sasuke's body trembled, feeling crooked for a while. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, said, "Ino is the Yamanaka family, and the Konoha Ino, Shika, Cho families are grouped together by convention." Sasuke was taken aback, and said, "Koji, Shikamaru Ino." Ino, Shika, Cho Sasuke knew, but didn't know they would share together. Except Ino, the other 2 are all salted fish. Especially Shikamaru, the actual combat class can't be attended once a year. In the whole class, Sasuke has basically played against each other. And Shikamaru, I haven't played against Shikamaru for 6 years. Slightly dazed, Sasuke asked, "Where's Hinata?" Naruto shook his head, "I don't know, there is a certain probability." Sasuke nodded, and didn't bother about class assignment anymore. If Naruto can say he doesn't know, he really doesn't know. As long as I can be in the same class as Naruto. Others, Sasuke didn't have much interest either. As for the leading teacher, I am not curious either. Sasuke's vision is already very high, and he can't see the teacher who leads the team at all. It's better to be weaker, and you can fool it casually. All the way silent. After returning downstairs, the two separated, and Naruto returned to the door of the house. Opening the door, he shouted out of habit, "I'm back! Naruto, take a look!" Hearing Uchiha Izumi's voice, Naruto turned his head while taking off his shoes. The 17-year-old Uchiha Izumi is more than 1.6 meters tall and looks slim. She looks like a girl next door, pure, sweet, docile and pleasant. I saw Uchiha Izumi, who was covering his forehead with one hand, ran to Naruto's side, looking forward to it with joy, staring at Naruto with lively eyes. A look of "What have I changed today? Forehead." With a faint guess in his heart, Naruto pretended to be puzzled and said, "What's wrong? Hit your forehead." Uchiha Izumi shook his head slightly, smiled without saying a word. An expression of you continuing to guess. Naruto squinted his eyes, Uchiha Izumi looked more expectant, and Naruto suddenly said, "I see. You're not wearing a forehead protector today." Uchiha Izumi's face turned black immediately, and a dangerous 1.5 light glowed in his eyes. Naruto pinched Uchiha Izumi's face with a smile and said, "Okay, Izumi-chan, have you practiced 100 healings mark?" Only then did Uchiha Izumi smile, let go of his hand covering his forehead and said, "Look, Naruto." I saw a pale purple rhombus pattern appear on Uchiha Izumi's forehead. Naruto couldn't help reaching out his hand and touching it lightly. In the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan that Tsunade handed over to Naruto, there is a record of the 100 healings mark cultivation method. Naruto also handed over to Uchiha Spring to try to practice. A few years passed in a flash, and I didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi could really practice without anyone's guidance. Youth is fleeting, and appearance is easy to grow old. Thinking that Uchiha Izumi's appearance will not change much in the future, I can't help feeling hot in my heart. Noticing Naruto's burning gaze,